a hilarious and lighthearted ghost-themed live stream where the streamer scares and frightens people. No female lead. Top underworld celebrities reverse transformation. Misunderstanding caused by a ghost delusion. Shen Si is an obscure actor with mediocre skills. To others, he's a freak, speechless, stiff, and crawling faster than running. One day, he receives a script and enters a supernatural film theater. Here, his speechlessness is due to a lost soul, his stiffness to a corpse's rigidity, and his crawling causes screams from underworld fans. An underworld hater. Why should an obscure actor like Shen Si act with my brother? That night, an underworld fan hangs a sign above the hater's bed. How dare you criticize my brother? Delete your hate comments. Underworld hater. I behaved. Please let me go. Chapter 1. You're cast as a thief, not a grim reaper. Shen Si, this simply won't do. I asked you to portray a thief, yet you're performing like a harbinger of death. Director Lin, frowning at Shen Si, could hear the distant sobs of the actress nearby. Listen to her. She hasn't even demanded compensation for emotional damages. Shen Si stood there, head bowed. After a long moment, he lifted his gaze and replied, Director Lin, I recognize that I overacted oh, you truly realize you overdid it? Lin's frustration was palpable. It was astonishing that a straightforward scene of a thief breaking and entering could drag on for so long, especially when the mistress of the house discovered him. Lin counted on his fingers. Firstly, when the mistress enters, you're holding a knife behind the door. Secondly, you're crouched under the bed, gripping her ankle. Thirdly, I was utterly dumbfounded. How did you end up suspended in the bathroom? My script merely indicated that I was a thief, so I endeavored to comprehend and embody the role, Shen Si stated earnestly. In truth, he firmly believed he had exerted his utmost to bring the character to life. Stop trying to immerse yourself in the role. Lin snapped, unaccustomed to making such a request. What on earth was happening? After years of directing, he had always encouraged actors to dive deep into their characters. Yet here he was, asking Shen Si to refrain from doing just that. Lin took matters into his own hands, demonstrating how to properly portray a thief. Action. At last, the actress, having regained her composure, stood at the door, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, while swaying her hips as she opened the door. Before she could register any expression, her eyes met a pair of lurking, shadowy ones. The actress had never encountered such a complex array of emotions within a gaze. Despair intertwined with murderous intent, akin to hands tightening around her throat. Shen Si wielded a kitchen knife, swaying it as if contemplating the most convenient point to strike her. Upon seeing the actress, he chose not to advance, but instead retreated, as if waiting for his prey to willingly step into the hell he had prepared. Help! Is anyone there? Please, save me. The actress, paralyzed with fear, collapsed onto the floor. Cut! The crew's lights seemed to pull the actress from the abyss back to reality. She clung to a nearby staff member, sobbing, I can't do this anymore. Director, I truly cannot continue. Her wails were so piercing that those unaware of the situation might have thought she was filming a tragedy. Shen Si, bewildered, had adhered strictly to Lin's instructions. As a thief, he had stood frozen in place upon seeing the mistress open the door, fearful and retreating after their eyes met. He wished to comfort the actress, but upon seeing him approach, she crawled away, too terrified to even rise. She had developed a severe psychological aversion to him. Crew members hurried to assist the actress, providing water and warm towels. Unbelievable. How could such a simple scene take 3 hours to film? Is the standard for actors really this low now? I could do better, the crew busily critiqued. Lin bit his lip, suppressing his urge to curse. The portrayal Shen Si delivered was reminiscent of a deranged serial killer. Yet his character was supposed to be a timid thief. Lighting a cigarette, Lin inhaled deeply, lamenting the absence of a suitable role for Shen Si. He called Shen Si over, noticing his downcast demeanor, and sighed, patting his shoulder. Who brought you here? It was teacher Chun from the Shanghai Theater Academy. Shen Si replied, lowering his head further in embarrassment, unable to face Lin. Despite receiving one-on-one coaching, he still managed to botch it. Lin was acquainted with teacher Chun. You've seen for yourself. This role isn't suitable for you. Stay and observe how others perform. Acting often requires a balance of restraint and release, and what you lack is the ability to temper your excess emotions. Understood. Shen Si felt a wave of shame wash over him. After all, he had just graduated from the academy and had mostly played minor roles. Thanks to teacher Chen's recommendation, he had landed a part here, only to mess it up. Holding the lunchbox provided by the crew, He discovered that all the vegetables and meat had been maliciously picked out, leaving only a mound of plain rice. Unfazed, he ate while watching the individual substituting for him in the thief role. The replacement was a crew member whose menacing appearance had drawn attention. Shen Si observed as they rummaged through drawers, eyes widening in surprise when they heard the unlocking sound outside, staring blankly at the mistress for 5 minutes. With a piercing scream, the scene concluded. Afterward, Lin called out to Shen Si as he was about to leave, asking for his contact information. With hope, Shen Si inquired, "Director, is there a role suitable for me? I promise I won't disappoint you again. I've never been disappointed in you." Lin, having seen countless actors, recognized Shen Si's talent and potential. His dedication to acting was commendable, and with a little grooming, he could easily play the lead in a romantic drama. However, for reasons unknown, once the cameras rolled, a dark aura enveloped Shen Si, revealing a profound despair, anger, and resentment that poured forth before the lens. Lin patted Shen Si's shoulder. "At present, I don't have a role that fits you, but I know a colleague who is about to shoot a supernatural film. You might want to audition." A supernatural film. Shen Si had yet to explore this genre, primarily due to the many restrictions placed upon it in the market. Well-crafted narratives often fell victim to excessive horror, resulting in supernatural films where even the ghosts were airbrushed for visual appeal. Noticing Shen Si's contemplative expression, Lin furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Are you hesitant about acting in a supernatural film?" No, director, you misunderstand. I'm just pondering how to approach the role." Shen Si was eager, as this represented a new avenue for him. He planned to binge-watch several supernatural films overnight to absorb the essence of the genre. Lin mused to himself that it was commendable for someone to begin contemplating a role before even being cast. Shen Si was indeed a promising actor. Individuals like Shen Si were rare in the industry. Most originally pure souls succumbed to the corruptive allure of fame and fortune. It was hard to blame them. Who wouldn't desire a comfortable life? As Shen Si departed the set, he was unrecognized as an actor who had graced television screens that he held in his hand a vintage supernatural film revered by audiences as a classic. Fully immersed in the plot, he occasionally contorted his body in peculiar motions, tilting his head and shifting his shoulders. Passers-by instinctively distanced themselves, wary that he might suddenly produce a knife while grinning. Ding! His phone abruptly chimed, a ghostly face obscured by a new message. Shen Si had many contacts, yet few would reach out to him. He switched back to the chat interface, where the profile picture was entirely black, adorned with a blood-red smile. "Hello, actor Shen Si." His heart raced with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that Lin would connect him with that director so swiftly. Truly, for a supernatural film, even the profile picture was artistically sinister. He quickly typed a response. "Hello, director. I am willing to play any role." The other party quickly replied, "I am not the director. I am your recommender. As long as you perform well, a steady stream of roles will await you in the future." Shen Si was utterly captivated by the latter part of the message. For an actor, such temptation surpassed the allure of mansions and beautiful women. "I will certainly perform well." The recommender responded, "All right, at midnight tonight, we will be filming at the Red Apartment in X City. Prepare thoroughly and do not be late." Soon after, a picture was sent, and upon opening it, Shen Si discovered it was a brief synopsis of the script. F-grade script. The husband who returned. Synopsis. On her wedding night, Lin Shan's husband, Zhang Cheng, played by Shen Si, mysteriously disappears. She is engulfed in immense sorrow daily, until one stormy night, her missing husband returns, accompanied by a series of terrifying and bizarre occurrences. Shen Si had not anticipated receiving the script directly, and seeing the synopsis, it dawned on him that he would be playing the lead role. Feeling a rush of emotion, he wiped his eyes and replied in the chat that he had received it, then expressed his gratitude to director Lin. Not knowing the way, even though it was only 9:30 p.m., Shen Si resolved to take a taxi to impress the director by arriving early. While waiting for the cab, he contemplated the character's traits. Since the return was on stormy night, his current appearance was far too pristine. The recommender had advised him to prepare well, indicating he should handle his own makeup and styling. Shen Si bought a few bottles of water from a convenience store, and amidst the curious gazes of passers-by, he drenched himself with water, soaking his entire body, and then rolled on the ground to cover his clothes in dirt. Glancing at his reflection in the glass of a nearby shop, he felt he still did not appear disheveled enough. Regrettably, there were no construction sites nearby where he could jump into a pit and emerge again to tea that moment. His phone notified him that a taxi was nearby, and he had no choice but to abandon his plans to TikTok. A chill ran down the back of Shen Si's neck as he looked up to feel raindrops on his face. It had begun to rain. The driver stopped the car, waiting for a passenger to board. Just then, the sound of a car door opening came from behind. The driver caught sight of Shen Si, drenched and covered in mud, through the rearview mirror. The rain fell heavily and swiftly, and while the driver was not surprised by Shen Si's soaked appearance, he was puzzled by the state of his grime-covered form. "Why are you covered in mud? It was quite the effort to get out. I just want to go home and take a nice shower." Shen Si mumbled, his head down, seemingly answering the driver while perhaps merely engaging in self-talk. The driver felt an inexplicable sense of unease and chose not to speak further. Simply starting the engine, as Shen Si sat in the car, he resumed watching the supernatural film he had not finished earlier. He had already donned the appearance of Zhang Cheng and was now seeking inspiration for portraying a supernatural male lead. The screen's white light illuminated Shen Si's profile, and the driver, unable to see his pupils, could only discern a pale smile beneath the damp black hair. After a few seconds, it seemed he had found a point of reference. The drenched Shen Si lowered his head, mimicking the malevolent spirits from the film. His lips curled upwards, revealing his teeth. He displayed a ghastly, pale smile. The inky strands of hair dripped water onto his forehead, creating a rhythmic patter. The carpet at his feet was now soaked. In the back seat, Shen Si continued adjusting the angle of his smile while gazing into the rearview mirror. He was merely refining his acting technique. This superbly executed reverse performance, however, startled the driver, who was suddenly flooded with images of countless drowning incidents, sending a chill from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. "I finally managed to get out. I just want to go home." Shen Si's seemingly casual words, spoken upon entering the vehicle, echoed in the driver's mind like an incantation. The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel and swallowed hard out on this dark, rainy night. Was he transporting a person or a ghost? Chapter 2. Can the living play the dead? The driver, peering through the rearview mirror, felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing with trepidation. Without a second thought, he pressed the accelerator, hastening his speed, disregarding any notions of speeding tickets or fines. What could possibly be more terrifying than the water spirit lurking in the back seat? With a firm push, he reduced the 2-hour journey to a mere half-hour. Upon reaching the destination, Shen Si stepped out of the vehicle, the door barely ajar before the car roared away, vanishing into the night at an alarming pace. At midnight, the grind continued. Was he heading out to pick up another order? Shen Si couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Life was indeed arduous. The driver was still working at this hour, tirelessly toiling for the essentials of life. What excuse did Shen Si have to not strive harder? He strode towards the solitary apartment that stood amidst the darkness. The ground was littered with mud and weeds, suggesting that this place had been neglected for quite some time. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for Shen Si's increasingly erratic breaths. A narrow path led to the apartment, flanked by unlit street lamps that resembled white candles embedded in the earth from a distance. A hint of fear crept into Shen Si's heart. Usually, he would return home early to watch films and study, unless he was required to act. As he drew closer to the apartment, confusion clouded his mind. Where were the crew members? Upon pushing the sliding door open, a sound echoed from his pocket. Ding! Shen Si shuddered at the sound, the chime resonating eerily in the stillness of the night. He retrieved his phone. It was a message from his recommender. "Welcome to the Supernatural Live Broadcast Theater. Tonight's story is The Returned Husband, starring Shen Si as Zhang Cheng." Live broadcast? Shen Si was taken aback. He was expected to perform continuously without having memorized the script. This was indeed. Shen Si's eyes sparkled in the darkness, aside from his apprehension. Excitement surged within him. It turned out the crew had already installed several concealed cameras, ready to capture his performance at any moment. The director had faith in him, and he was determined to deliver 100% of his acting prowess. The sound of rain pattering became the night's main theme, the apartment old and unattended. The elevator was out of service, and even the stairway lights were broken. Step by step, Shen Si ascended, each footfall leaving a puddle behind, merging him with the darkness. He reached the 3rd floor, halting before apartment 302. A dark hand pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The chime rang within the room, yet it echoed hauntingly in the dark corridor. After a minute of waiting with no response, he pressed the doorbell again, this time with a firm, rapid succession. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the door swung open, a chill gust escaping from within, sending a bone-deep cold through Shen Si's skin. He fixed his gaze on the woman who opened the door, upon recognizing him. Her face transformed with terror. Zhang Cheng. You. The woman stepped back, her pallid face etched with fear, as if confronted by a malevolent spirit. What a splendid performance. Shen Si marveled inwardly. Although he had only recently graduated, he recognized many well-known actors in the industry. This woman, however, was clearly not among them. Perhaps lacking connections, she could only participate in obscure supernatural films like him. Shan, I'm back. Shen Si took a step forward, noticing Lin Shan standing still. As if frozen. Why wasn't she inviting him in? His gaze shifted to the shoe rack in the lower right corner, where a pair of men's shoes was damp. Is there someone else at home? Lin Shan followed his gaze and gave an awkward smile. It's the police. I reported you missing, and he is here to gather information. After speaking, she turned and hurried towards the living room. Shen Si followed her at a leisurely pace. The script contained no details about how long Zhang Cheng had been missing. In truth, it resembled more of a brief synopsis than a script. For Shen Si, this was not a challenge, but rather an exhilarating opportunity. He could improvise, adding twists and turns to the narrative. Tao Gu, my husband has returned. You can leave now. Which husband? As Shen Si stepped into the living room, he overheard a conversation rich with implications. Why did Lin Shan speak to the police with such familiarity? Was she having an affair? Was Zhang Cheng's disappearance linked to them? The play had only just begun. He stored his doubts in his heart, displaying none on his face. When his gaze met the man's, he noticed the raised eyebrows, wide eyes, and slightly parted lips. The man's hand trembled slightly. This is... Lin Shan forced a smile, her lips curling awkwardly. Darling, look at you, drenched from the rain. Go take a shower. I'll see Tao go out. Shen Si observed them discreetly. As an actor, analyzing emotions through micro-expressions and body language was fundamental. Upon seeing him, their bodies tensed. Their faces exhibiting unnatural twitches, clear signs of guilt and anxiety. Previously, in low-budget productions, most funds were allocated to hiring popular stars. Their performances were obvious displays of acting. Yet, the actors in this crew seemed so lifelike. Had he not known they were filming, he might have believed it was a genuine occurrence. Shen Si turned to the window. The rain outside relentlessly beating against the glass. It's pouring outside. I didn't see any cars parked around when I returned. How did the officer get here? The man bent down to pick up a cigarette from the floor, extinguishing it in the ashtray, rubbing his neck as he replied, the streetlights are broken, and the road conditions are unclear, so I parked elsewhere and walked over. Shen Si noted the man's gesture of rubbing his neck, a mechanical response often exhibited when one is lying. Was he truly a police officer? Since he is back, I'll take my leave now. The man glanced at Lin Shan, subtly raised his chin, and then strode toward the door. I'll see him off. Lin Shan quickly followed, closing the door behind her as she left. Shen Si moved towards the entrance, knowing the camera should have shifted to them by now. However, as an actor, he couldn't afford to relax simply because the focus was elsewhere. He followed them outside, leaving the brightly lit room. He felt a strange sense of security as his vision plunged into darkness. He hadn't realized how quickly he adapted to the shadows. The old corridor was permeated with a musty, dusty odor. Shen Si tiptoed, recalling how he had frequently stalked neighbors to prepare for his role as a thief. He maintained the same pace and breathing rhythm as the two, remaining undetected despite the short distance separating them. When he heard their footsteps halt, he stopped as well. Realizing they were about to converse, he decided to stay on the upper steps, peering down. Click! A lighter ignited, casting a flicker of flame in the dark. As the man approached Lin Shan, he pinched the cigarette between his fingers, speaking in a hurried tone. Is it him? Yes. How could I not recognize him? Lin Shan's voice had lost its earlier softness, sounding cold and hard in the dark. Damn it, the man muttered, crushing the cigarette underfoot. It's a miracle he crawled out of such a deep pit. By the way, he didn't notice anything, did he? Just him? Lin Shan scoffed, moving closer to the man, squeezing his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. If he had noticed, would he remain so calm? The man embraced Lin Shan, smiling. Then it's no issue. We can just do it again. From their conversation, Shen Si inferred that Zhang Cheng had perished at their hands. It appeared that his role was that of a vengeful spirit. In the darkness, Shen Si couldn't help but chuckle silently. Little did he know, his debut leading role was that of a vengeful ghost returning from the depths of hell. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing with exhilaration. At this moment, the soul seemed to roar with a desire for release. Shen Si's pupils darted rapidly, scanning for anything that could elicit fear. Though it was his first time portraying a ghost, he was determined to give it his all. After discussing their plan, the two shared a tender moment before ascending the stairs. Lin Shan led the way, navigating the familiar steps with ease, even in the darkness. The soft sound of dripping water echoed in her ears, and her lips pressed tightly together as her furrowed brow remained tense. In the past, she relished rainy days, believing the rain could wash away everything, including sins. However, if it weren't for the rain saturating the soil, Zhang Cheng would have never emerged alive. Her fondness for rainy days had begun to wane. Behind her, Tao Gu curiously remarked on the persistent dripping sound, wondering if there was a leak in the walls. With this heavy rain, leaks are to be expected, Lin Shan replied absent-mindedly. Her mind was consumed with vivid images of killing Zhang Cheng upon her return. This time, she had to ensure he was truly dead. A chill crept down her neck, and upon touching it, she realized it was water. She took a step to the left, only to find herself splashed again. It's leaking from here, she concluded, switching on her phone's flashlight to identify the source. A beam of light illuminated above, revealing a figure hanging upside down from the railing. Water dripped incessantly from the person. In that instant, Lin Shan felt the hairs on her neck stand on end as her gaze fell downward, where she recognized the damp, familiar face of Zhang Cheng. It was as if water flowed from his very being, his hair plastered to his pale cheeks, and his mouth stuffed with dirt. The continuous sound of rain enveloped her, transporting her back to that fateful rainy night when she had stood beside the pit, casting a final glance at Zhang Cheng, who looked just as he did now. Her mouth opened involuntarily, wider and wider, yet an invisible force seemed to constrict her throat, rendering her voiceless. She attempted to cry out, but only a faint whimper escaped her lips. Why aren't you moving? Tao Gu, oblivious to her plight, chuckled as he patted her shoulder. This gesture seemed to flip a switch in Lin Shan. Oh, they say a living person is playing a ghost. Can they truly act that convincingly? Isn't it impossible for someone to hang upside down from a railing without any support? Livestream audience. 0. Livestream audience. 1 Chapter 3. How can a person become like this? Upon hearing the scream, Shen Si engaged his core and gracefully landed on the ground. Previously, a teacher had advised him to practice stretching and dance to enhance his flexibility. And now he found that advice invaluable. Shen Si knew the others would soon come to investigate, so he tiptoed away swiftly. Sure enough, less than a minute after he left, a beam of light illuminated the spot he had just vacated. Lin Shan spotted a puddle on the ground, her pupils dilating with terror as she clutched the man's arm tightly, her lips trembling. Zhang Cheng. He was just hanging here, staring at us. Zhang Cheng is a ghost. No normal person could do that. He must have returned as a vengeful spirit. Tao Hung, drenched in sweat, felt his muscles involuntarily twitch. In the darkness, Lin Shan's scream soaked him in cold sweat. He understood that Lin Shan's fear was genuine, devoid of deceit. Zhang Cheng remained silent in the shadows. What else could he be if not a ghost? He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears when suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Who? Tao Hung shouted, his eyes wide as he flailed his arms in panic. Though nothing was there, he felt as if eyes were watching him from every direction. Zhang Cheng. I'm not the one who wants to harm you. Tao Hang's voice trembled, revealing his underlying fear. He pulled Lin Shan in front of him, pushing her slightly. She is the one who desires your possessions. If you seek revenge, target her. I was forced. Ah, you scoundrel, Tao Hung. Lin Shan leaped up, striking him, her long nails leaving bloody scratches on his arm. It was you. You made me do all this. Shen Si observed the chaotic scene like a spectator, his expression impassive, his pale face resembling a mask. Their honesty was merely a primal fear of death, not genuine remorse for Zhang Cheng. In that moment, Shen Si felt neither anger nor sadness. He only harbored a singular thought. They must pay. The rain and their increasingly frantic breaths formed a terrifying melody. For a moment, silence enveloped them, save for their labored breathing. Run, run. Tao Hang's mind was consumed with the urge to flee. He simply wanted to distance himself from this haunted place. Lin Shan, quick-witted, clung to Tao Hang's leg. You can't leave me behind. You promised you loved me. I love you, my foot. Get away. Tao Hang kicked her aside. With his life at stake, he had no time for love. It was all bad luck. He dashed towards the exit, while Lin Shan, tears streaming down her face, scrambled to her feet and followed. She was terrified to be alone, fearing Zhang Cheng might suddenly appear beside her. On the first floor, Shen Si pulled the main circuit breaker, a smile creeping across his face. This should do the trick. In supernatural films, an overly bright light could ruin the atmosphere. He placed the bag he had been carrying on the ground, opening it to reveal an array of knives and tools. He extracted a chain as thick as an arm. These items had all been found in Lin Shan's home. It seemed there were more victims than just Zhang Cheng. Shen Si threaded the iron chain through the door handle, wrapping it several times before welding the ends shut. After completing his task, he wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the dark staircase, grinning as he thought, now, none of them will escape. Just in time. The plot involves Tao Hung locking the door to trap Zhang Cheng. Is it possible that Zhang Cheng welded the door shut? Question mark. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wait, could it really be? The one who wields such a presence surely has more lives on their hands than Tao Hung. The wicked have their own reckoning. Haha. Livestream audience. 5. Shen Si found a large garbage bag, perfect for concealing someone within. He crouched in a corner on the second floor, blending in with the refuse. This spot allowed him to observe the comings and goings, whether they intended to restore the power or flee. This was a path they must traverse. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and Shen Si discerned a light and heavy cadence. Likely Lin Shan and the man posing as a police officer. A faint light filtered through the garbage bag, illuminating Shen Si's face for a brief moment as he saw two figures dart past. Silently, he maneuvered the bag to follow, the rustling noise blending into the rain. Stopping 5 paces away from them, he soon saw the man tugging at the iron chain at the door. Damn it, the chain has been welded shut. Shen Si heard the man's voice, tinged with both anger and fear, as it sharpened in pitch. What about the windows? Can we break them? Lin Shan anxiously pointed at the windows. No, remember, we sealed every window to prevent escape, the man replied, pacing back and forth before beginning to ram against the door. The iron chain rattled ominously. They? Shen Si grasped the implication. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Zhang Cheng was not the first victim. Slowly, he began to retreat. Who? Tao Hung abruptly halted, spinning around with wide eyes, scanning the surroundings. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was whispering nearby. Lin Shan was startled by him. Had she not been gripping his arm tightly, she might have collapsed to the ground. What was happening? She, too, cast suspicious glances around. I just heard a sound, and it was very close to us. Tao Hung noticed the door had been struck repeatedly, but remained unyielding. He clutched his phone tightly, paralyzed with fear, and could only shine the light into the distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan instantly recalled the image of Shen Si hanging upside down earlier, and she began to unconsciously bite her nails. The phone's light illuminated the ground, revealing a wet footprint, barely the size of a toe. This was an old building. Usually, it was just the two of them, and no outsiders would come here. So it must be Zhang Cheng. Tao Hung took a few steps back, his back pressed against the door, with nowhere to retreat. His face appeared pale in the dim light, his mouth opening involuntarily, and his eyelids fluttered, causing him to blink repeatedly. Was Zhang Cheng following them all along? Tao Hung swallowed hard, mustering his courage to take a closer look, only to find the footprints were reversed. He directed the light at the ground and took 2 steps forward, following the trail. Zhang Cheng, spare me. If you have any wishes, just tell me. I'll do everything in my power to fulfill them. Tao Hung shouted several times, but only his voice echoed in the darkness. Remembering there were tools upstairs to open the door, he bit his lip and pulled Lin Shan along as he moved forward. If Zhang Cheng appeared, he would use her as a shield. After all, this woman deserved it. The wet footprints ahead became chaotic, overlapping each other, as if someone had been pacing in place. Tao Hang's mind began to conjure up Zhang Cheng's movements. He imagined him tiptoeing, his body rigid, like a stiff corpse spinning in circles. As the light revealed the way, the wet footprints led them to a yellowing, dilapidated wall. Tao Hang's pupils constricted, a chill creeping from his feet to the top of his head. He stood by the wall for a full minute, waiting for his body to regain mobility before slowly raising his phone. Along the wall, the ceiling was covered in footprints of all sizes, as if many people had walked back and forth here. Ah! Lin Shan screamed, her features contorted in fear, her grip on Tao Hang's arm leaving red marks. She was on the verge of madness. Shen Si was observing everything from the side wall, delighting in their reactions. The distinct footprints were made using shoes he had found at the door of another room. He had soaked the shoes and pressed them onto the ground with a stick. But the conditions were insufficient. Blood handprints would have been far more shocking. Shen Si looked down at his palm, muttering to himself about how much blood would be needed to achieve a satisfactory effect. Only the viewers in the live stream heard his words. Have I been dead too long? How can someone turn out like this? Seems like they're coming for the living, yet all they do is scare ghosts. I kind of like the streamer. You want blood handprints, right? I'll send you some. Ding. Shen Si was acutely aware of the sounds in the darkness. He often practiced his thieving role at home blindfolded, honing his night vision and hearing beyond the ordinary. He spotted a vague black shadow not far away, drifting into the room like a gust of wind. Shen Si crept closer, standing outside the door, where darkness enveloped everything. He caught sight of a pair of bloodshot eyes. As their gazes met, Shen Si smiled and mouthed a word of thanks. He hadn't anticipated the crew would be hiding here. Filming night scenes was the most exhausting, with reverse schedules and bloodshot eyes becoming the norm. In the darkness, The other person revealed a mouth full of bloodied teeth, only to quickly cover it again. Shen Si was eager to discuss treatment options for bleeding gums, but since they were still filming, he had to hold back. It was then that he noticed the object the other person had sent him. It was a bucket filled with fresh blood. As he leaned closer, the metallic scent wafted up. Shen Si reached out, feeling the liquid slip through his fingers. It was somewhat sticky. It was real blood. Shen Si felt a surge of joy, knowing that the crew had heard him and sent it specifically for him. Thank you, he expressed repeatedly, bowing in different directions. He had never been treated with such importance by the crew before. Of course, this was not anyone's fault but his own for not performing well and delaying their work. Hey, no need to mention it. It took 60 cuts to fill a bucket. Impressive. I also wanted to send blood to the streamer, but I bled out after cutting my wrist years ago. This is the first time I've seen a streamer express gratitude. The corpse is still warm. Chapter 4. The streamer more sinister than ghosts. Ghost. Their essay Ghost. Lin Shan's hair was disheveled, her eyes wide with madness as she clung desperately to Tao Heng's arm. They had come for us. Lin Shan could not see clearly in front of her. Yet the faces of those she had wronged materialized vividly at that moment. Shut up. Tao Heng raised his hand and slapped her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Breathing heavily, it felt as though that slap had drained all his strength, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. He shoved his hand into his pocket, gritting his teeth and muttering that he feared the living. So why would he fear the dead? Though he spoke bravely, his steps were unsteady. Swaying as he leaned against the wall, Tao Heng hurried forward, eager to find a way out, but also wishing to abandon Lin Shan. One of the most important rules of survival in the wilderness is that you don't need to run faster than the beast. You just need to be faster than your companions. Suddenly, the phone screen went black, plunging the surroundings into an impenetrable darkness. Tao Heng's heart sank. He quickly pressed the power button, and after a few seconds, the phone lit up again. A bloodied hand obstructed the phone's meager light. Tao Heng's mind went blank. He could not even follow the simplest commands. His entire body froze. Someone was beside him. Instinctively, he felt a menacing gaze fixed upon him. He could not hear the other's breath, only the overpowering scent of blood, as if the person had killed countless others. Tao Heng dared not move, nor could he turn to meet the gaze, fearing that doing so would trigger a switch to death. The phone was grasped by the bloodied hand, and the already low battery died moments after restarting. Darkness once again swallowed his vision. Tao Heng swallowed hard, feeling the phone being taken from him. He stood still like a statue until sweat trickled into his eyes, stinging painfully, prompting him to blink. This moment restored his ability to move. As he took a step, he faltered and collapsed to his knees. The sound of his fall was substantial. Even the rain could not muffle it. The streamer sure knows how to scare. If it were me, I'd die a second time. Increase the intensity. Don't hold back against someone like this. It looks like he's about to faint. I'll go press his acupoint. Shen Si was merely 4 or 5 steps away from Tao Heng, his expression cold, his acting skills always sharp. He both admired the other's performance and worried about his well-being. Shen Si had seen actors in period dramas wear knee pads when filming kneeling scenes. Everything else could be handled in post-production. The sound from earlier was clearly without any protective measures. Everyone was striving to do their best for this scene. Shen Si's heart raced. This was what he had longed for. He tucked away Tao Heng's phone and took out his own, snapping a selfie. He adjusted the screen to remain illuminated, gently placing it on the ground, before slowly retreating into the darkness. Lin Shan cried for a while until her throat ached. And when she looked up, she realized she was surrounded by darkness, suddenly aware that Tao Heng had abandoned her. Supporting herself, she stood up and reached for the wall, only to recoil in shock upon seeing the footprints on it. Tao Ge, don't leave me. As Lin Shan moved forward, she spotted a shadow ahead. Who was it? Was it Zhang Cheng? But his build wasn't this robust. Seeing the shadow remain still, she gathered her courage to approach. Recognizing the smell of smoke and realizing it was Tao Heng. Why are you kneeling there, motionless? You scared me to death. Lin Shan gave Tao Heng a light slap, causing him to shudder violently, which startled her in turn. She couldn't quite make out what Tao Heng had said, so she crouched down to listen closely. Finally catching his words, call the police. Yes, indeed, calling the police would be their salvation. In the wake of her overwhelming fear, Lin Shan had forgotten the nature of her own misdeeds. Her mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of escaping this dire situation. She felt in her pocket, but found no phone. Turning to Tao Heng, she asked, where's your phone? At the mention of the phone, a flicker of realization crossed Tao Heng's face, and even the darkness could not conceal the fear etched upon him. The 180-pound man curled into a ball. Appearing small and helpless, Lin Shan pursed her lips, silently cursing his ineptitude. He had just attempted to use her as a human shield. and she was no less guilty of harboring similar thoughts. She softly reassured Tao Hong, helping him to his feet as they made their way home. What normally took them merely 2 minutes to traverse inside the building now stretched to 10, with no sign of that familiar door. Wait, Tao Hong's voice quavered, his trembling finger pointing ahead. What is that? In the darkness, only a beam of white light shone in the distance. Tao Hong squinted. It was a phone. Anxiety fluttered in his chest. Could it possibly be his phone? He noticed Lin Shan's excitement beside him and lowered his head to mask his expression. Great. It's my phone. I can finally call for help. Lin Shan remained oblivious, her heightened senses dulled by fear, rendering her defenseless against those around her. She shifted from supporting to pulling Tao Hong along. Had she not been so terrified, she would have easily shaken off his hand and gone ahead herself. Lin Shan crouched to pick up the phone, failing to notice as Tao Hong leaned away, one foot stepping back significantly. She grasped the phone, but in her anxiousness, it slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. She rubbed her fingers over it. Was it wet? Why was it so slippery? As she bent to retrieve it again, she caught a glimpse of her outstretched hand stained with blood in the dim light. Damn it! Tao Hong cursed upon seeing this, forcefully pushing Lin Shan forward before turning to flee. The phone is possessed. Lin Shan was knocked to the ground, her body still recovering from the shock. The frantic ringing startled her, causing her to retreat further against the wall, gasping for breath as beads of sweat dripped down from her forehead to her neck. Help! Was there anyone to save her? Anyone at all? The ringing persisted, and Lin Shan's gaze was fixated on the illuminated screen, her eyes widening in realization. The caller ID displayed 110, the police. Clinging to this lifeline, she quickly crawled to pick up the phone, sliding her finger across the screen to answer. Before the person on the other end could say anything, Lin Shan cried out, "Help! There's a ghost here. Please come quickly." What is the ghost's name? The voice on the other end inquired. It's Lin Shan. Her mind went blank, fear erasing all rational thought. And she failed to grasp the oddity of the question. I asked you, what is the ghost's name? The tone shifted from inquiry to accusation. I don't know. I don't know. Lin Shan screamed in despair, shaking her head and kicking her legs. I don't know its name. A chilling breeze suddenly swept up her spine, and she heard someone breathing near her ear, a cold voice whispering, "Its name is Zhang Cheng." Lin Shan turned her head slightly, her dark pupils clear as they reflected the bloodied face of Shen Si, who wore a grotesque smile. Gulp! Lin Shan suddenly hiccuped, her eyes rolling back as the world spun around her before she collapsed. That scared me to death. Wait, am I already dead? Are the living in this world so terrifying now? This is my first time encountering a host scarier than a ghost. I'm following this. Livestream audience. 50 Chapter 5. Why does it seem increasingly terrifying? Shen Si observed Lin Shan lying on the ground, her disheveled hair clinging to her tear-streaked face. Lin Shan's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale. If not for the occasional convulsion of her body, one might mistake her for a corpse. Shen Si marveled inwardly. Were he not acting, he would have felt compelled to kneel and administer first aid. This was his first experience performing in a live-streamed format. And as Lin Shan lay there without a script, he momentarily felt at a loss. However, Shen Si quickly realized what he needed to do. He was now Zhang Cheng. Grasping Lin Shan's arm, he silently acknowledged her efforts. With such a living prop to evoke fear, he felt no regret. The rustle of fabric brushing against the ground accompanied him as he held onto Lin Shan's arm, moving slowly through the shadows. He was drenched in blood from head to toe, the crimson liquid dripping continuously as he walked. In the dead of night, amidst a torrential downpour and within an abandoned old building, a flash of lightning illuminated his features for a brief moment. His matted hair clung to his skin, obscuring his eyes, revealing only a smile tinged with madness. Even at my most fearsome, I never looked as terrifying as this host. It clearly stated that this is a live-action escape drama. Why does it seem increasingly ghostly? Just tell us whether or not you've escaped. Suddenly halting, Shen Si's ears perked up. He raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes, his entire face smeared with blood. His mouth slightly agape, he gritted his teeth, exposing a set of stark white teeth. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of ceilings, honing in on the fleeing prey. It felt as though someone was informing him that Tao Hong was hiding nearby. Shen Si felt a flicker of surprise, having only watched one supernatural film before coming here. He expected that, as a novice actor with little experience, he would struggle with the supernatural genre. Yet, he felt completely at ease, as if he had found his true element. After shaking off Lin Shan, Tao Hong unleashed a previously unseen potential, sprinting towards Lin Shan's home. But he found himself unable to enter due to a lack of keys. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Tao Hong pounded on the door. But his strength alone was insufficient to force it open. Breathing heavily, He occasionally cast anxious glances down the dim corridor, fearing he might see someone standing there. Where was Lin Shan? Had she been killed? Tao Heng was indifferent to Lin Shan's fate. His primary concern was whether Zhang Cheng was still around. The one who wanted to kill you is Lin Shan. I'm merely a hired hand. Tao Heng began to plead to the void. If you have grievances, seek out the right person. I promise to burn paper money for you. After repeating this several times, he steadied himself against the wall. Glancing at his watch, it was just past 3 in the morning. If he could endure until dawn, the spirits would likely retreat. In such a large building, if he found a good hiding spot, he could surely survive. The building had once been home to many residents, but one day, they discovered a foul taste in their drinking water, and upon inspection of the water tank, they found a corpse. The murderer was never found, and with fear running rampant, the residents gradually vacated the premises. That individual had, of course, met their end at the hands of Tao Heng and his accomplices. Initially, Tao Heng had merely intended to abduct someone for a quick cash grab, but an unforeseen incident had resulted in death. They hadn't planned to linger here. But upon hearing that the place was slated for demolition, they had sent Lin Shan to seduce Zhang Cheng, using marriage as a pretext to gain access to the property. Tao Heng approached each door, pushing them open, but the other residents had naturally locked them before leaving. Each failed attempt weighed heavily on his heart. The windows in the building were all sealed shut. Despite the apparent confinement, Tao Heng felt an unsettling chill creeping down his neck, as if someone were breathing upon him. Startled, he would occasionally turn around, only to find darkness staring back at him. Suddenly, a door creaked open before him, and Tao Heng quickly slipped inside. He shut the door behind him, pressing his back against it, his heart racing. Gradually acclimating to the darkness, he began to discern the outline of the room. The place was about 60 square meters, with yellowing, peeling walls adorned with a calendar featuring a swimsuit model. The air was thick with a musty scent laced with the smell of incense ash. The rocking chair beside the bed began to sway without anyone sitting in it, save for a lumbar pillow and a blanket. Tao Heng recalled that the household at 402 was inhabited by a solitary elder. Upon noticing the red landline telephone resting on the table, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. However, his foot struck a hard object, producing a loud clatter. Startled, he bent down to investigate, only to discover that he had kicked a censer. In the corner, a cluster of red candles burned at varying lengths. After the discovery of the corpse, the residents had whispered of hauntings, each placing effigies in their homes. At that time, Tao Heng had scoffed at their superstitions. Now, he knelt before the censer, carefully setting it upright, and scooped the ash from the ground back into it, murmuring apologies for his unintentional disturbance. Tap, tap, tap. The sound sent a chill through Tao Heng, as if someone had gripped his throat, rendering him breathless. The footsteps drew nearer. He covered his mouth, fixating on the door, terrified that it might swing open at any moment. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps lingered just outside, and his face flushed crimson from holding his breath. Fortunately, the footsteps moved on, continuing down the corridor. Once he could no longer hear them, he released his hand, gasping for air, choking on the dust he had inhaled. He had survived. Coughing, tears streamed down his face, indistinguishable from the discomfort in his throat. Dragging his weary body to the telephone, he was about to lift the receiver and dial when, ring, ring. Startled, he fell to the floor. How could he receive a call before even dialing? He stared at the incessantly ringing landline, paralyzed with fear. Zhang Cheng was still searching for him outside. The phone was his only hope. He picked up the receiver, responding with a shaky voice. Hello? Was that you who called the police? Why did you hang up without saying anything? Do you know that false alarms have consequences? The voice on the other end was authoritative, pulling Tao Heng from the abyss of despair. Like a long-lost kin, he cried, help. There's a ghost. A ghost wants to kill me. Fearing that the police would dismiss him as insane, he confessed to his crimes. I confess I've killed an old man, a woman, and Zhang Cheng. Those were all me. Just help me escape this cursed place. I'd gladly go to prison. I'm in apartment 402, he said, covering the receiver. His eyes glued to the door. His voice hoarse, he urged, please, come and arrest me. I confess. I'm guilty. Apartment 402. The voice on the other end had barely finished when urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased at the door. In the ensuing silence, a maniacal laugh echoed from the receiver. So you're hiding here? I found you. A wave of icy dread washed over Tao Heng, and he let out a piercing scream. Ah! Is the host harboring a grudge against Tao Heng? Is he truly intent on scaring him to death? This is making my skin crawl. Wait, I don't even have a head. I love this. I want to find a sponsor to arrange for the host to scare my enemies. Chapter 6. A thorough investigation of whether the host is alive. It felt as though Tao Hung had lost control over his body. He began to crawl frantically across the floor, using his cold hands and feet to pull himself into the bedroom. Look at him. Scared to the point of crawling like a reptile. No joke, if it were me, I'd have wet myself by now. Upon entering, he swiftly closed the door behind him, executing the series of movements fluidly. The footsteps resumed, followed closely by a knock at the door. Bang, bang. Tao Heng retreated, beads of sweat dotting his face. His clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. What should he do? What should he do? That wretched woman, Lin Shan, must have been killed. Did that not satiate Zhang Cheng's wrath? His eyes widened in terror, his face contorted under the weight of his fear. He truly regretted provoking a vengeful spirit for the sake of money. Hearing the door being pushed, a chill ran down his spine, and he sprang up from the ground. With nowhere to flee, he frantically opened the wardrobe and squeezed inside. The closet still housed a row of old clothes, exuding a damp, musty scent. The cramped space provided him with a sliver of safety, and he remained perfectly still, wishing he could hold his breath entirely. Outside, silence reigned, broken only by the thunderous beating of his heart. Was it over? Or was Zhang Cheng waiting just outside? Would he be standing in front of the wardrobe, smiling as he awaited Tao Heng's emergence? After a series of frights, Tao Heng's mind buzzed, and he instinctively cradled his head. But when his hand brushed against something beside him, his body froze. That sensation, was it a person? Tao Heng's nose twitched, catching a whiff of perfume. Beep, beep. Before he could lean in for a closer inspection, an unexpected sound made him jump. Bang! His head collided with the wooden panel, and he groaned. Gingerly opening one eye to look down, discovering his phone. How did it end up here? Hadn't Zhang Cheng seized it? Terror coursed through him. Yet he reached for the only source of light in the darkness. Bringing the phone closer, he was met with a screensaver featuring Shen Si's selfie. Her bloodied face twisted into a grotesque smile. The phone felt like a hot potato in his hands, and he flung it away. The illuminated device landed beside him, casting light upon Lin Shan, her head tilted, drenched in blood. He had been in the company of a corpse all along. Ah! Tao Hung shrieked in a higher pitch. With a thud, he tumbled out of the wardrobe, landing on the floor. Raising his gaze, he saw a pair of muddy white shoes. Slowly, he lifted his head to meet a face, marred and oozing blood. It's your turn, Shen Si said, eyeing him like a hunter preparing to skin its prey. Tao Hung felt his vision blur as Shen Si's terrifying visage morphed into that of an elderly person, exuding warmth and kindness. Great-grandmother, you've come. Please, take me away. Shen Si regarded Tao Hung, whose face betrayed lingering terror, yet his lips curled into a smile, prompting curiosity about what he had experienced before losing consciousness. A true thespian. Undoubtedly, Shen Si thought, feeling a surge of respect. He could never deliver such a performance himself. He had much to learn on his own acting journey. Has he breathed his last? If not, let us intensify the pressure. The host is alive. If he commits murder and is caught, where else will I find such captivating content? Don't rush. Next, it's my turn to take the stage. Cough, cough. Shen Si turned toward the source of the voice. An elderly man in traditional attire, slightly hunched and leaning on a cane, approached from a distance. Shen Si, perceptive to sounds, had not heard anyone approaching. The old man ambled closer, and Shen Si caught a whiff of the scent of oil paint emanating from him. This individual was not alive. Shen Si quickly deduced. He had once worked at a funeral home to better portray the dead, and had formed a bond with an embalmer. There, he had witnessed various tragic fates of bodies, severely marred by accidents. Under the embalmer's miraculous touch, the deceased were restored as much as possible. A crucial aspect of this was the use of oil paint, which not only matched the deceased's skin tone, but also ensured the body maintained its appearance when removed from the cold storage. The old man, adorned in an embroidered tang suit featuring 5 bats holding longevity symbols, confirmed his status as a burial garment. As he approached Shen Si, the only sound in the quiet room was the tapping of his cane against the floor. Shen Si felt admiration. Although he had previously practiced adjusting his footsteps and posture to portray a thief, he could never manage to move completely silently. When the old man's gaze met Shen Si's, he smiled, the expression drawing lines across his painted face. Shen Si sensed the goodwill emanating from the old man, yet remained puzzled, as the script had not mentioned Zhang Cheng having any other relatives apart from Lin Shan. The elderly man passed by him and halted before the unconscious Tao Hung. Shen Si's pupils slightly contracted as the old man's aura abruptly transformed from amiable to chillingly fearsome. The old man glared at Tao Hung, his brows furrowed and lips pressed into a straight line. His dry skin turned a deep crimson, and the wrinkles formed peculiar patterns that sprawled across his entire face. Tao Hong. The old man's voice echoed from all directions, infused with a palpable rage that sent shivers down Shen Si's spine. He had thought Tao Hong and Lin Shan were the finest actors in this performance, yet he was astounded to realize that there were greater heights to be reached. This old man conveyed a multitude of emotions with mere sound. Tao Hong was startled awake by the voice, sitting up to behold Shen Si and the elder, and he let out a terrified shriek, retreating hastily. Don't come any closer. Tao Hong pressed against the wall, wishing he could merge into it. Tao Hong, do you think escaping the police means you're in the clear? The old man struck the floor heavily with his cane, declaring, what is done by man is seen by heaven. Shen Si observed intently, noting the old man's furrowed brow, a sign of extreme anger. From the old man's dialogue, Shen Si deduced that the character he portrayed was also a victim who had perished at the hands of Tao Hong. A smirk tugged at one corner of the old man's mouth, while the other side of his face, shrouded in dim light, radiated pure hatred. His visage was a perfect dichotomy of emotions. Shen Si was in awe, having watched countless recordings of veteran actors, yet he had never experienced such an immediate, visceral connection. Remarkable. This teacher's acting deserves my utmost respect. Learning. In a moment of inspiration, Shen Si began to emulate the old man, and within a minute, his expressions mirrored those of the elder. He was relentless in his pursuit of perfection, fixating on the old man's every subtle change in expression. The old man remained oblivious to Shen Si's mimicry, but the live audience was keenly aware. Conduct a thorough investigation. Is the host even alive? He is more terrifying than a ghost. Is the pressure on the living so great now? Tonight, send a dream to your loved ones. Tell them not to take things to heart, lest they become like the host. Live audience count, 230, Chapter 7. Could we not leave together? Tao Hong continued to scream, terrified by the two apparitions before him, their menacing postures sending him into sheer panic. He flailed his arms wildly, and a damp stain began to spread at his crotch, a pungent odor permeating the room. Shen Si silently applauded Tao Hong's fervor. He was truly immersed in the dramatic moment. The old man, anticipating a gruesome scene ahead, intended to send Shen Si away. However, upon turning, he was taken aback by Shen Si's grotesque grin. Goodness, had he not seen the live stream, he would have believed this young man was also a victim. Just as Shen Si was about to join in the dramatic exchange, the old man raised a hand to halt him. Looking at the elder, Shen Si noted the kindness in his gaze. Young man, your future is boundless. You should not get your hands stained with blood here. After delivering this counsel, the old man stepped forward. Suddenly, Tao Hong clutched his own throat tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He opened his mouth in an attempt to scream, but found himself powerless. A severe sense of suffocation overwhelmed him, prompting him to kick and thrash desperately. Tao Hong tried to utter something, but his hands seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly squeezing his neck. His face turned a deep crimson, lips tinged with purple as his pupils dilated. Crack! A sickening crunch echoed as his head lolled to one side, eyes wide and bloodshot. Shen Si's hands felt icy. The performances of the two actors were nothing short of extraordinary. It hardly seemed like acting. A wave of uncontrollable fear surged through him, his heart racing. Yet amidst the terror, an exhilarating thrill akin to discovering a treasure coursed through him. Shen Si's eyes sparkled, his breathing quickening, hands trembling slightly. He hoped to befriend the two actors after filming to learn from them. Come now, others are waiting below to settle accounts with you. The old man raised one hand, as if grasping something unseen. Seeing the elder prepare to leave, Shen Si called out, Elder, I wish to accompany you. We cannot leave together. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Noticing the uncertainty in Shen Si's expression, he spoke gently, You have far more pressing matters at hand. Most of the ghosts in the live stream were still watching for entertainment. But only the old man understood the significance of Shen Si's existence for the spirits who had died tragically and had no means to seek justice. There exists an invisible barrier between the living and the dead, obstructing their revenge against their tormentors. Yet, Shen Si, through his performance, had successfully startled them, opening that door. After the old man departed, Shen Si observed his gait, noting that he walked with his heels lifted, toes touching the ground. The room fell silent once more as Shen Si pondered the elder's words. What could be the more pressing matter? The script did not specify. It was something he must discern himself. He recalled Lin Shan still concealed in the wardrobe, aware that his character, Zhang Cheng, harbored deep resentment towards her. The agony of betrayal and murder by a beloved would render Zhang Cheng's spirit restless, returning as a vengeful ghost. If the old man took away Tao Hong, then he too must take away Lin Shan. Even the remnants of love would not suffice to spare her from Zhang Cheng's wrath. After all, Zhang Cheng was dead. and ghosts should not be bound by the moral constraints of the living. Shen Si's brows knitted together, his lips pressed tight, and his jaw slightly raised. He could now perfectly emulate the old man's demeanor, the only distinction being that his anger had morphed into a fervent obsession. Approaching the wardrobe, he gazed at Lin Shan, who remained with her eyes closed, his icy glare lingering on her neck. Creak. Shen Si turned to see the previously closed door swing open abruptly. A chill swept in, raising goosebumps on his arms. This was a live performance. It was impossible for any ineffective scenes to appear. Shen Si approached the door, peering outside, yet found no one there. Just as doubt crept in, a sudden thud reverberated as glowing red footprints materialized on the floor. Shen Si was unfazed by the bizarre sight. It was likely a prearranged light effect. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps extended from the door before him to the main entrance. Shen Si glanced back at Lin Shan before following the trail of footprints. Previously, in a spy thriller production, he had diligently shadowed a cobbler for 2 weeks to authentically portray his character. Although the show had aired, he had merely become an inconspicuous background figure. Yet now, merely by observing the size and pattern of the footprints, Shen Si could discern they belonged to a size 37 women's sneaker. He followed the trail, and with each door that opened along the corridor, new footprints appeared. Size 41 leather shoes, size 39 cloth shoes, size 37 slippers, an ever-growing multitude of prints lay ahead, compelling Shen Si to sprint towards their origin. He dashed down the stairs. The iron chain that had secured the door now vanished. The door swung wide, letting in a gust of cool air and fine rain. Raindrops splattered against Shen Si's face, slowly washing away the shocking bloodstains clinging to his skin, allowing the crimson liquid to cascade down his cheeks. The footprints halted at the entrance, seemingly indicating to Shen Si that they could not escape. With determined strides, he stepped outside, the rain soaking him instantly. The droplets stung his eyes, prompting him to blink rapidly as he circled the old building, searching for anything unusual. As he walked, he felt his foot sink slightly, glancing down to see that much of his shoe was buried in the mud. Though the heavy rain poured down, only this patch of ground sank underfoot, indicating it had recently been disturbed. It was a stroke of luck that he had managed to crawl out of such a deep pit. The words of Tao Hong echoed in Shen Si's mind. Was this the burial site of Zhang Cheng? Perhaps it was not just Zhang Cheng's. Shen Si returned to the old building, where he found a shovel still caked with dried soil. Armed with the shovel, he returned to the soft earth and began to dig. After an hour of labor, when the pit was nearly half a meter deep, he suddenly encountered a hard object. Shen Si jumped directly into the pit, kneeling on the ground to dig with his bare hands. Several fingers were cut and bled by the sharp stones, but he seemed entirely oblivious to the pain, continuing his work without pause. The barrage of comments in the live stream were filled with morbid humor, but upon seeing this pitiful scene, they fell silent for several seconds. Soon, Shen Si unearthed a severely decomposed hand. The stench of decay assaulted his senses, but he was grateful for his experience in a funeral home, which had rendered him immune to such odors. Otherwise, he would have vomited and ruined the performance. The production team's budget seemed to have been spent entirely on props. The corpse not only looked real, but also emitted a palpable odor, providing a strong sense of immersion for the actors. With renewed determination, Shen Si resumed digging carefully around the corpse. Gradually, he uncovered a male body clad in a shirt and trousers. He refrained from moving the body, lacking the tools necessary to do so. Friends who had committed murder often knew that while killing was easy, disposing of the body was fraught with difficulty. Shen Si pondered that since Tao Hong had chosen to bury the body, he was unlikely to change his methods easily. Continuing with the shovel, Shen Si unearthed more bodies. Although the faces were too decomposed to be recognizable, their attire and physiques allowed him to surmise their identities. There were diligent office workers, devoted homemakers, and hopeful young women, all individuals whose bright futures had been extinguished by Tao Heng's greed. A surge of uncontrollable rage welled up within Shen Si, blurring the line between his emotions and those of Zhang Cheng. But that distinction mattered little. Emerging from the pit, Shen Si resolved to find tools to remove the bodies. They could not be left to languish here in the rain. However, upon reaching the entrance, he found the door firmly shut. Pushing against it yielded no results. His brow furrowed in confusion at this sudden turn of events. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a message from the recommender. The returning husband F-grade script performance completed. Online viewers, 600. Total views, 750. Actor compensation, 20,000. Please vacate the scene. The sensation of rain striking his skin faded as he looked up to find the downpour had ceased, the sky taking on a faint blue hue. In supernatural films, Dawn often signifies the conclusion. Lowering his head, Shen Si took a deep breath before raising it again, his expression returning to calm. As an actor, immersing oneself in a role and then stepping back into reality were essential skills. Shen Si had long since learned not to let the depths of a character's emotions disrupt his normal life. Thank you all for your hard work. Your support is greatly appreciated. Shen Si bowed deeply toward the door. He would gladly stay to assist with the cleanup, but more often than not, he was persuaded to leave by the crew. Not wishing to be a bother, he turned decisively to depart. On the way home, he attempted to hail a taxi, but the driver, upon seeing his disheveled state, refused to let him in for fear of dirtying the vehicle. Unfazed, Shen Si opted for a shared bicycle, leisurely pedaling his way home. Upon arriving, he showered and changed into clean pajamas. The softness of the bed gradually soothed Shen Si's racing thoughts, and fatigue washed over him, leading him swiftly into slumber. Lin Shan awoke suddenly, her body aching all over. She was suffocated under a heavy coat, the mingled scents of smoke and medication creating a noxious atmosphere. Pushing the coat away, her body uncontrollably tilted outward. The sharp pain jolted her mind awake, and memories of last night's events flooded back. She could no longer stay here. Struggling to her feet, she stumbled only a couple of steps before tripping. Turning around, she was met with the sight of Tao Heng's lifeless, bloodshot eyes. Lin Shan's hoarse scream erupted, and in that moment, she surged forward with an unprecedented speed. Within 3 minutes, she had scurried back to her home like a terrified creature. Frantically, she grabbed her phone and dialed the emergency number. As soon as the call connected, she poured out all her confessions in a frantic rush. I surrender. I am a murderer. I have killed many people. Please arrest me. The police arrived at the scene with remarkable speed. The leading officer remembered this location, having previously discovered a body submerged in a water tank, which had been ruled a suicide due to the victim's history of drug use and depression. Chen Team. There are bodies here. A shout from an officer snapped Chen Team's attention back to the present. Approaching, he saw several highly decomposed bodies in a pit about half a meter deep, flies buzzing above. A nauseating stench filled the air. One new officer, unaccustomed to such sights, retched violently to the side. Establish a perimeter. This area is to be handled by forensics. Chen Team drew his firearm, speaking sternly. Everyone, maintain vigilance. The suspect appears agitated and incoherent, possibly suffering from mental illness, and may be armed. The door opened with just a gentle push, allowing the officers to enter, ultimately locating Lin Shan on the 3rd floor. Don't move. Police. Chen Team's authoritative voice rang out. Sitting on the floor, Lin Shan's eyes, once devoid of life, sparkled at the sound of the word police, as if she had seen a deity. You finally came. She crawled forward, her sweat-drenched hair sticking to her pale face, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Stop. Chen Team commanded sharply, assessing her appearance before radioing for medical assistance. As Lin Shan saw Chen Team approach, she eagerly raised her hands, murmuring to herself, it's really the police. The police. How wonderful. Lin Shan was taken away, while Chen Team continued to lead the team through the building. They soon discovered Tao Heng's body, which the coroner preliminarily classified as a suicide. Chen Team pointed to the evident strangulation marks on Tao Heng's neck, questioning, isn't this indicative of foul play? The coroner nodded. Indeed, it was caused by human hands. But these marks were self-inflicted. Chen Team raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you suggesting he choked himself to death? The coroner affirmed, yes. Although it is generally considered impossible for a person to strangle themselves, there are exceptional circumstances. Furrowing his brow, Chen Team grasped Tao Heng's arm and noticed several bruised injection sites. This is evidence of drug use. Just as suspected. Chen Team stood up and instructed a female officer to take Lin Shan for a urine test. With only minor external injuries, once it was confirmed she was unharmed, Chen Team directly led her to identify the evidence at the scene. There are ghosts. Zhang Cheng has returned as a ghost. He killed Tao Hong. He wants to kill me too. Lin Shan's hair was a chaotic mess, and anyone who approached her was tightly embraced, impossible to escape. If there truly are spirits, why don't they take her away? The new officer mumbled, only to be met with a glare from Captain Chun, prompting him to immediately seal his lips. You are a police officer. Do not let such thoughts linger on your tongue. Captain Chun had also noticed the pinprick marks on Lin Shan's arm, deducing that the culprit, having succumbed to drug use, had damaged his nerves and was haunted by his own guilt, leading to hallucinations. The scene was cordoned off. Yet reporters swiftly arrived upon hearing the news. Captain Chun hurriedly answered a few questions before escorting Lin Shan into the police vehicle and departing. Chapter 9. A sure bet for his performance. The sunlight streaming through the window roused Shen Si from his slumber. A glance at the clock revealed it was already afternoon. He rose, stretched, washed up, and donned his attire, preparing to venture out for a meal. Upon opening the door, he coincidentally encountered his neighbor, Xiao Wu, who was also heading out. Being of similar age and neighbors, they exchanged greetings and occasionally engaged in brief conversations. Xiao Wu's face bore the marks of exhaustion, with visible dark circles beneath his eyes. Work has been quite demanding, hasn't it? How long has it been since you last took a break? Shen Si inquired. Xiao Wu's expression was one of fatigue. Recently, he had been plagued by the feeling of being followed, prompting him to investigate surveillance footage along his route. Yet he found no anomalies. This unease had rendered his nights restless. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wu, the source of his paranoia was none other than Shen Si himself. Rubbing his face in an attempt to revitalize himself, Xiao Wu explained. I was called to the scene before 6 this morning and just returned home to change before heading back to work. Without waiting for Shen Si's response, he continued. Brother Shen, I must share this with you. It's major news. A gruesome murder case with at least this many victims. He gestured with his hand, indicating 5. Such brutality? Shen Si, despite often encountering case analyses, was hearing of a murder so close to home for the first time. By the time I arrived, the scene was already secured by the police. However, I learned that the perpetrator had voluntarily called to confess, pleading with the police to arrest him. Quite a peculiar turn of events. Their paths diverged as they bid farewell and went in opposite directions. Shen Si entered a nearby noodle shop and ordered a bowl of clear broth noodles. While waiting for his meal, he checked his phone and indeed discovered the news. According to the police report, a criminal incident had occurred in a building in City A slated for demolition. The suspects, Tao and Lin, had conspired to murder 5 individuals 3 years prior over financial disputes. Upon seeing the identities of the victims, Shen Si recalled the film he shot the night before. Who does not revel in tales of poetic justice? He sincerely hoped for another opportunity to work under that director. Shen Si retrieved his phone, recalling how utterly exhausted he had been upon returning home last night, leading him to collapse into a deep sleep. He remembered that the payment for the live broadcast had been dispensed immediately after the shoot. 20,000. Shen Si's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be such a sum? After graduating, he had only landed minor roles, earning a mere 100 to 200 a day, and later, as he began to secure small on-screen parts, his maximum earnings reached 500 to 600. Though he was now the protagonist, the film had only been shot over one night, and it was a low-budget supernatural live broadcast. This was a splendid script, boasting talented actors and a commendable crew. Shen Si intended to message his recommender, expressing his eagerness to take on any role, no matter how minor. Just as he took out his phone, it rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Are you Shen Si? A voice inquired. Old Lin spoke of you. Come to my place at 8 tonight for an audition. I'll send you the location via text. Before Shen Si could respond, the caller hung up. Rubbing his head, he surmised that old Lin referred to Director Lin. But hadn't he just performed in a supernatural film last night? Could it be that Director Lin had recommended him to another director as well? There are indeed many good people in the world, Shen Si thought. And he promptly sent a message of gratitude to Director Lin. Meanwhile, Director Lin, engrossed in filming, received the message and couldn't help but feel an increased fondness for Shen Si, appreciating his sincerity. Twice now, and he is a genuine person, Lin mused. Shen Si glanced at the address and the text. It was not far from him, and with 2 hours until 8. He decided to head over early to leave a favorable impression. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found himself in a remote suburban area, far removed from the bustling city, with overgrown weeds flourishing around him. The previous night's rain had left his shoes caked in mud. Looking up, he spotted an old apartment building in the distance. Its walls were a dull gray, with shattered windows barely held together by hot glue. A rusted, slightly askew red sign hung in the center, reading ULI apartment. Shen Si surveyed the building, feeling a strong resemblance to the atmosphere of last night's filming location. The director had hung up too quickly for him to inquire about the type of production. As he approached the apartment, a staff member approached him. Hello. I'm here for the audition. After confirming his identity, the staff member led Shen Si into the apartment, the creaking of the rusty door echoing sharply. A cold breeze rushed at him as he entered, where the windows were draped in black cloth, completely blocking out the light. Director Qian is over there. You can head over, but there has been a bit of a problem, so the atmosphere isn't great. Don't force it, the staff member kindly warned. The apartment was not entirely dark. Many crew members were busy adjusting equipment for the shoot, with ample lighting in place. Shen Si walked towards Director Qian and noticed a young man arguing with a middle-aged man. Recalling the staff member's words, he chose to stand back and observe alongside others. Director, you're making it difficult for me. The makeup you applied isn't frightening at all, And if you don't add special effects in post-production, how can I possibly scare the audience with just my acting? The young man complained, his white shirt wrinkled and stained with blood in several areas. His face was caked with thick makeup, and heavy black eyeshadow made his eyes appear disproportionately large, regardless of whether the audience would find it terrifying. Even he couldn't help but laugh at his own reflection. You have quite a few demands, don't you? If I could meet all of them, why would I even need you? Director Chen, known for his blunt demeanor, had cast actors whom he deemed suitable for the script. But the one portraying the ghost had become an issue. If you can't perform, then get lost. I could find anyone better than you. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. He had previously starred in several productions, garnering a bit of popularity, and in the past, crews had always treated him with respect. His agent had predicted that within 2 years, the young man would secure an award for Best Actor. Had he known that director Chen's latest film utilized a new live format, he would never have accepted a role in a supernatural film portraying a ghost. My fans would surely abandon me if I looked like this. Seeing everyone's attention drawn to the confrontation, the young man clenched his fists defiantly. All right then. Go ahead and find someone else to perform. Director Chen snorted derisively and pointed at Shen Si, saying, You, come forward and perform this scene. He was not selecting just anyone. Old Lin had previously shown him Shen Si's photograph. I assure you, if your role involves a deranged killer or a stalker, he will certainly deliver. Chapter 10. My inexperience as a ghost. Old Lin's words echoed in his ears, and director Chen held unwavering faith in Old Lin's judgment. Originally, he intended to assign Shen Si a role as a stalker, yet the investors had insisted on inserting another individual. Had it not been for the ongoing issues with the actor playing the ghost, director Chen would not have reached out to Shen Si. Me? Shen Si pointed to himself, and upon confirming that director Chen was indeed referring to him, he stepped forward. Good, director Chen nodded, glancing at the disgruntled youth beside him. You heard everything. I need you to perform a scene as a ghost. Can you manage that? Shen Si had gleaned from the previous dialogue that they were filming a supernatural drama. He cherished every opportunity to act, yet he had only ventured into this genre once before, leaving him apprehensive about meeting director Chen's expectations. Director Chen, I am willing to participate, but I have only acted in a supernatural film once recently, and my experience in portraying ghosts is rather limited. To his surprise, director Chen appeared taken aback by his admission. Over the years, due to the constraints of visuals and themes, few dared to produce supernatural films, as they often faced financial losses and harsh criticism. Aside from a novel live-streaming filming method that he had envisioned, no other directors were currently engaging in such productions. What is the surname of the director you worked with? This question momentarily stumped Shen Si, as he had not yet met the individual. Upon seeing Shen Si shake his head, director Chen chose not to press further. Thanks to Old Lin's recommendation, he held a favorable first impression of Shen Si. Having prior acting experience was already commendable. Let me explain the scene to you, and you can give it a try. With such encouragement from director Chen, Shen Si had no reason to decline. Please proceed. Did you see the news about that apartment tragedy today? A couple addicted to drugs murdered 5 people for money. Although the storyline director Chen had originally conceived was not related to this incident, upon seeing the news that morning, he immediately resolved to adapt the case into their script. Noticing Shen Si's nod, he continued, Since you have seen the news, you will embody one of the victims. Shen Si inquired, Which victim should I portray? The office worker Zhang Cheng. According to reports, he is the husband of one of the female perpetrators. You must convey the betrayal and hatred of being murdered. Just when you were supposed to be dead, you suddenly appear, and they attempt to kill you again, only to discover that you have transformed into an indestructible ghost. Director Chen summoned the makeup artist, explaining, Our crew will employ a novel and special filming technique. So you must use your expressions and body language to evoke a sense of horror in the audience. Time is of the essence. Please begin your makeup immediately, as we will start in 15 minutes. Shen Si approached a nearby chair to sit down, but as the makeup artist prepared to apply makeup to his face, he raised a hand to stop her. No need to trouble yourself. I prefer to do my own styling. He smiled slightly, his handsome features and unique charisma causing the makeup artist to blush faintly. He inquired about the props assistant's whereabouts and then made his way to the props room. When he emerged, there was no indication of any change in his appearance. You look worse than before, Director Chen remarked. This is a complete waste of our time. Indeed. He doesn't even care to put on makeup. Does he think this is a romance drama? Shen Si turned to see a pair of colleagues speaking. The man, around 30 years old, was robust and dark-skinned with a fierce countenance, exuding an intimidating aura. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s. Her fair skin and beautiful face marred by a somewhat unnatural stiffness suggesting cosmetic surgery. The makeup artist, having taken a liking to Shen Si, introduced him. Brother Su is portraying Tao Hong, and Sister Su plays Lin Shan. Greetings, esteemed seniors, Shen Si acknowledged, slightly bowing. Unperturbed by their remarks, he continued. In this era, pretty boys are in vogue. Why are you here playing a ghost? Su Wei's disdain was palpable, rooted in a jealousy of Shen Si's looks. His own appearance had limited his roles to portrayals of thugs and ruffians, often subjected to the disdain of the leading characters. As he aged, he was gradually replaced by younger talents. His participation in this supernatural drama was a hard-won opportunity, as he believed director Qian's live-streaming concept could be groundbreaking in this era dominated by fame. He had hoped to soar to new heights, only to be overshadowed by the strikingly handsome Shen Si. Shen Si remained blissfully unaware of the veiled mockery in Su Wei's words. Unless required by the performance, he generally lacked sensitivity to those around him in various situations. It was Director Lin who recommended me to Director Qian. Since you call me senior, you ought to heed some advice. Actors must wear makeup to look good on camera. Appearing barefaced will reveal many skin flaws. Su Ningxin, with one hand extended for her assistant to apply nail polish, spoke with a tone of earnest concern. We are actors, the stars of tomorrow. We cannot afford to be rough like ordinary people. We must pursue elegance. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Shen Si considered Su Ningxin's words reasonable and turned to the makeup artist, saying, Please assist me with my makeup. Thank you. Are you certain? The makeup artist had caught wind of the malice in the duo's comments directed at Shen Si. He nodded, and the makeup artist began to apply makeup to his face. I'll help you too. Su Ningxin stood up and approached Shen Si, grabbing an eyebrow pencil and aiming it at his brows. Hey, don't do that. The makeup artist protested, but it was already too late. Su Ningxin gazed at the comically exaggerated brows she had drawn on Shen Si with satisfaction, nodding. Yes, this is just right. Seemingly not content, she proceeded to apply an array of colorful blushes to his cheeks. You absolutely cannot remove this. We are about to start filming. Do you wish to be reprimanded by Director Qian? Her comment was directed at both Shen Si and the anxious makeup artist. That looks fantastic. Su Wei laughed heartily, leaning back in mirth. Shen Si examined his reflection, facing what resembled a clown from a circus, yet he felt no anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. It's quite good. This heavy makeup is exactly what I wanted. Su Ningxin misinterpreted Shen Si's compliance as a sign of deference to her seniority. Swaying back to her chair, sipping her milk tea leisurely as time swiftly passed. 15 minutes vanished in an instant, and Shen Si was escorted by the staff to a corner of the staircase. Once the staff left, so did the light. In an instant, Shen Si was engulfed by darkness. Suddenly, the sound of rain began to fall around him. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into Zhang Cheng, transported back to that damp and dimly lit apartment. Chapter 11. I haven't even appeared yet. Action. Su Wei, portraying Tao Hong, grasped a hammer in one hand while the other encircled Su Ningxin, who played Lin Shan. We cannot allow Zhang Cheng to escape. If he calls the police, it will be the end for us. Su Ningxin's voice was alluring, her slight frown adding a touch of sorrow that made her appear pitiable. Su Wei tightened his grip around her waist, a wicked grin on his face. Rest assured, I have locked the door. He won't be able to escape. I'm already contemplating how to make his torment more entertaining. The crew had rented an old building, the facilities long overdue for repairs, with broken lights lining the corridors and scattered debris in the corners. The peeling walls were adorned with yellow talisman paper. Upon closer inspection, revealing that the inscriptions had been smeared away with blood, Su Wei shone a flashlight ahead, pretending to search each corner. He knew Shen Si was crouched just around the staircase corner, and he merely needed to muster a startled expression at the right moment. Having rehearsed countless times, their performances flowed naturally. Feigning ignorance, the duo approached the staircase corner. Su Wei casually directed his flashlight toward that area, only to find nothing there. Where is he? Both wore puzzled expressions, but quickly masked their confusion. Su Wei felt a surge of panic, thinking to himself that thankfully this was not a formal shoot. Otherwise, his expression would have certainly betrayed them. Su Ningxin shared his concern, clinging to the hope that since Director Qian had not called for a stop, her minor expressions had gone unnoticed. Unbeknownst to them, Director Qian and the crew were not focused on their antics at all. Their attention was firmly fixed on Shen Si, who was following closely behind them. At the commencement of filming, Director Qian had noticed Shen Si covering his face with his hands, though he made no significant movements. The shift in his aura was palpable. Without hesitation, he directed the camera towards him. In the magnified frame, Shen Si's makeup had completely run amok. Bizarre and chaotic hues smeared across his pallid visage, rendering him akin to a cursed being, exuding an aura that chilled the soul. He lowered his head, slightly hunched, and walked on tiptoe, treading upon the ground with utter silence. The visibility in the darkness was scant, and as Shen Si passed by Su Wei, he turned around, maintaining a synchronized pace behind the two actors. Director Qian was acutely aware of the caliber of actors he had enlisted. To speak bluntly, anyone with fame and skill would not deign to partake in a niche supernatural film. Thus, upon witnessing the two actors' expressions remain unperturbed, he discerned they had genuinely not noticed Shen Si. Director Qian began to be astounded by Shen Si's performance. It was no wonder old Lin suggested Shen Si was well suited for the role of a stalker. Merely gazing at him evoked an impulse to call the authorities. Oddly enough, where had he vanished to? Su Wei, seizing the opportunity presented by his lines, voiced his thoughts. Shen Si deviated from their prearranged script, prompting Su Wei to improvise. Furrowing his brow with an air of severity. Had he fled? Perhaps we should check the main entrance, Su Ningxin suggested, feeling a chill creep over her. Instinctively drawing her body in closer, particularly as a shiver danced along her back. Were they not setting the air conditioning too low? Even for the sake of atmosphere. It seemed excessive. A breath, akin to someone exhaling beside her ear, sent Su Ningxin's heart racing, cold sweat instantly saturating her back. She halted, anxiously scanning her surroundings, but was met with nothing but endless darkness and silence. This was not her first foray into filming supernatural cinema. In previous ventures, the set was always teeming with people, and her fear had been merely an act. However, this time, with the remote-controlled camera in operation, the crew had vacated the building entirely. In the enveloping darkness, the sensation of being shrouded by an unknown dread surged forth like a relentless tide. Why have we stopped? Su Wei inquired, puzzled, when Su Ningxin turned to him. He was taken aback by her appearance, her face drenched in sweat and ashen. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Wei stammered, oblivious to his faltering speech. It feels like someone is watching me. Su Ningxin struggled to articulate the sensation, gripping Su Wei's hand tightly, seeking solace within his embrace. The warmth of her presence stirred something within Su Wei, yet he reminded himself of their performance, steadying his nerves. Of course someone is watching us. It's your ghostly husband. Haha. He tossed the flashlight upward, attempting to execute a suave catch. As the flashlight flipped through the air, its fleeting glow revealed a figure crouched 5 paces down the corridor. The light flickered once more, and Su Wei realized that the figure had drawn closer, now bent over with hands on the ground. Another flash, and the figure stood upright. This eerie scene left Su Wei frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The flashlight slipped from his grasp, illuminating a pair of black shoes mere inches away. The figure loomed close enough to almost touch. A potent scent of blood assailed Su Wei's senses, sending shivers down his spine, rendering him immobile. His legs felt paralyzed, as if he were a prey trapped in the jaws of a predatory beast, incapable of escape. Was that person the actor portraying the ghost? Did they truly resemble this horrifying presence? Su Wei recalled Shen Si's seemingly weak and easily intimidated demeanor, a stark contrast to the terror before him. A pale, bluish hand reached down to retrieve the flashlight. The light shone upward, distorting Shen Si's features amidst the chaotic hues, his dark eye sockets appearing as if they could draw one into an inescapable vortex. In that instant of eye contact, Su Wei felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Su Ningxin's piercing scream served as the catalyst for terror. Su Wei, momentarily forgetting they were acting, wrenched his hand free from Su Ningxin's grasp and bolted backward. How could you leave me? Su Ningxin's voice was laced with fear, mingled with disbelief. She too sprinted, her pace unwavering. Soon, the two vanished from Shen Si's sight. Shen Si remained rooted in place, refraining from pursuit. In that moment, Director Qian snapped back to reality, commanding, "Quick, start the live broadcast." The crew, taken aback, protested now? But is that even feasible? We're unprepared. The filming model director Qian had pioneered was unprecedented. A continuous live broadcast allowing the audience to witness the rawness of the filming process, even if an actor flubbed their lines. When he initially proposed the project, few believed in its potential, and no renowned actors were willing to participate. After all, who would wish for their audience to witness their subpar acting or their awkward diction? Director Qian harbored a determination. If the big names would not come, he would seek out lesser-known talents. Perhaps they would yield better results. The moment he observed Shen Si's presence scare off the actors, he realized this was the outcome he sought. His choice of a supernatural genre for the live broadcast was intended to evoke both thrills and humor. Now was the opportune moment. Director Qian excitedly slapped his thigh. The previously sidelined youth was now astonished by Shen Si's performance. Upon hearing Director Qian's directive, he was left dumbfounded. Wait, I haven't even appeared yet. How can you start the broadcast? Chapter 12. Behold, Times have changed upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Director Qian's eyes. The crew wasted no time and promptly instructed all departments to initiate the live broadcast. Lacking the means to secure well-known actors, Director Qian had allocated the remaining budget towards promotional efforts. Consequently, a multitude of viewers had eagerly awaited the evening's live event. Immersed in his role, Shen Si smiled faintly, his lips stretching grotesquely to reveal blood-stained teeth. What the hell? 0 frame start. This ghastly visage is unfiltered. It's utterly terrifying in the dead of night. Director Qian is truly formidable. His earlier supernatural films were already quite frightening, and the live format is even more intense. The makeup on that ghostly face is something else. The longer you look, the more distorted his features appear. The newly arrived viewers were struck by the visual assault of Shen Si's terrifying visage. Suddenly, the flashlight's beam vanished, plunging the scene into darkness. Did it freeze? Who is this handsome face on the screen? It's me. The comments began in a jovial tone, yet soon turned grim. Welcome to hell. The voice seemed to emerge painfully from the depths of the throat, each syllable akin to chalk scraping against a blackboard, evoking a profound sense of discomfort, sending chills down the spine. Evil spirit, begone, begone. They must have hired a professional voice actor to pre-record this. My skin is crawling. My cat is going berserk, hissing at my phone. Director Qian kept a close eye on the camera and the barrage of comments, at which point he instructed the insertion of a dialogue segment. 3 years ago, I encountered the love of my life, whom I wished to accompany for eternity. We held hands, kissed, and stepped into the sanctum of marriage. Though it was less than a month, I firmly believed it was born of love. The rain fell heavily. My dear, who is the man beside you? Why? Why betray me? Why deceive me? Liar, liar. I shall make you pay. Pay with your lives. The dialogue was the original voice of the previous actor, hastily adjusted in post-production to incorporate Shen Si's voice through AI conversion, making it sound as if he were speaking directly. The scene resumed, still dimly lit, yet allowing for a semblance of visibility. Though the audience enjoyed a godlike perspective, their view was not brightened, mirroring Su Wei's dim surroundings. It felt as if they had transcended the building, entering an alternate realm filled with cold darkness. Su Wei, possessing commendable physical fitness due to his daily workouts, stood tall and imposing, a formidable presence. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself gasping and drenched in sweat after merely ascending a single flight of stairs. Su Wei recalled Shen Si's terrifying visage and shuddered, immediately shaking his head to dispel the thought. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his back, causing him to jump in fright. Turning around, his initial terror transformed into indignation. What are you doing? I should be asking you what you're up to. Su Ningxin was unable to contain her frustration, exclaiming, You just left me behind while you ran off. Are you still my boyfriend? Though her words aligned with the dynamics of their characters in the play, they also echoed her genuine feelings. Both were struggling actors who maintained a connection outside of work, providing mutual comfort. Though they had not explicitly defined their relationship, it was akin to that of a couple. To her astonishment, Su Wei had unhesitatingly abandoned her in a moment of crisis. The script by director Qian had been hastily revised, leaving only scant lines for the characters, relying heavily on personal interpretation. Su Ningxin scrutinized Su Wei, unable to discern whether his actions were merely a performance or a revelation of his true nature. Su Wei's gaze flickered, feeling both guilty and increasingly frustrated. Darn it. I intended to portray a charming character and ended up floundering. No matter, I can recover from this. He reached out to embrace Su Ningxin, softly reassuring her, My dear, I was just joking. That Zhang Cheng is nothing but a coward. What is there to fear? Why run so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Su Ningxin remembered that this was a live broadcast and refrained from voicing her discontent. She wrapped her arms around Su Wei's, clad in a low-cut outfit that revealed her fair skin, and gently asked, So, what shall we do next, brother? I'm really scared. What a beautiful chest, no? I mean, it's a sign of danger. Director Qian truly understands what we love to watch. My ancestors specialized in exorcism and blessings. Ghost fear talismans and peachwood swords the most. If we find those, we can deal with Zhang Cheng. Su Wei had previously seen the props team setting up such items in the building and could utilize them, as long as he produced them. The actor playing Zhang Cheng would have to comply. The stagehand, seated beside Director Qian, frowned upon hearing this. Director Qian, is it really all right for him to say that? His character ISN team meant to be an exorcist, should we remind him? Although the building was equipped with numerous cameras, there remained blind spots, and crew members could raise signs to inform him. No need, Director Qian replied, a smirk on his lips. I merely provide a framework for the plot. The characters must fill in the gaps themselves. The barrage of comments on screen delighted him, as the show's popularity surged. If this continued, he would soon silence those who doubted the viability of his live broadcast. The stagehand remained concerned, but if he acts this way, Shen Si's character will be at a disadvantage. How can we allow the wrongdoer to have the upper hand? Director Qian leaned back, leisurely sipping from his thermos before responding. And what of it? Do you still think we're engaging in serious filmmaking? Pointing to the comments, he said, look, times have changed, and we must adapt to this wave. What I wish to present to the audience isn't merely a story, but the actors themselves. The clash of their performances is the essence of this live broadcast. The stagehand hesitantly remarked, but the actors we hired aren't particularly skilled. Indeed, the performances of these two left much to be desired. However, Director Qian held high hopes for Shen Si. He stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable confidence in Shen Si, whom he had just met. The fervor he displayed while acting was not something just anyone could possess. Chapter 13. The drama is life-threatening. The live broadcast was intentionally brightened. Yet the actual venue was shrouded in darkness, with even the path ahead discernible only by the faint traces of footsteps. Although Su Wei spoke with confidence, the thought of Shen Si lurking in the shadows sent chills down his spine. This actor is quite good. Look at his trembling legs. Isn't he afraid of catching a cold? Is it possible he is genuinely terrified? I don't think it's that scary. Su Wei felt along the walls, recalling the talisman papers affixed to the doors of each household. Soon, a smile lit up his face as he tore one down. Brother Tao, you're amazing, Su Ningxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Let me hold the talisman. She felt a sense of unease and thought having the talisman would provide her with some reassurance. Su Wei was reluctant, but reminded himself that this was a live broadcast. Thus, he maintained a cheerful facade. I intended to protect you all along. Su Ningxin happily accepted the talisman. Su Wei continued scavenging along the wall, collecting several talismans, which gradually alleviated his sense of fear. At that moment, he felt invincible. Zhangcheng, you seek revenge? Come on, be a man and confront me. Su Wei taunted, wrapping his arms around Su Ningxin, his gaze defiant. Your wife and house are mine. I remember this Su Wei. He is a professional ruffian. He is indeed acting quite arrogantly. So wicked. I want to punch him. Director Qian had no comments on Su Wei's performance. He was accustomed to residing in his comfort zone, employing a fixed template for acting, which would not yield any breakthroughs. Even Su Ningxin was influenced, resulting in a rather cliché performance. Director Qian's attention shifted to Shen Si, who had been trailing behind them all along. Director Qian aimed to surprise the live audience by deliberately adjusting the brightness of the scene, creating an immersive atmosphere. Shen Si blended seamlessly into the darkness, having significantly improved his acting after watching seasoned actors perform. Although Director Qian had only briefly outlined the character's setting, the moment he heard action, a surge of tumultuous emotions erupted within him. Su Wei's boastful remarks and Su Ningxin's laughter grated on his ears. Shen Si struggled to control his facial expressions, alternating between laughter and anger, as if a malfunctioning robot. Huh, I told you, there's no need to be afraid, Su Wei said, holding Su Ningxin close as they walked forward. Wait a moment. As they passed a window, Su Ningxin halted to fix her disheveled hair in the reflection. She had spent an hour perfecting her hairstyle, only for it to become a mess in the rush. Su Wei stood beside her, glancing at his own reflection, intending to smooth his own bangs. Su Ningxin was wholly absorbed in arranging her hair, but as she finished and turned around, she caught sight of Su Wei standing completely still, his hand raised in a ridiculous pose, resembling a performer amusing a monkey. What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to make me laugh? Su Ningxin furrowed her brows, feigning annoyance. Su Wei's lips turned purple, his body trembling as he spoke. Do you see my hand? Isn't it raised? Su Ningxin, puzzled, replied, yes, what are you trying to say? Su Wei had entirely lost his prior bravado, his complexion pale as a sheet, his voice rising in pitch as he shouted, I didn't raise my hand. Su Wei remained utterly motionless. The hand before him seemed to have inexplicably grown out of him. Wow, it's so dark I didn't even notice. Is that special effects? Quite frightening. It's not special effects. There is someone behind him. At that moment, the raised hand suddenly covered Su Wei's mouth, muffling his scream. Though the hand appeared unremarkable, against Su Wei's dark skin, it looked eerily pale, veins visible like serpents winding upon his flesh. Su Ningxin was paralyzed with fear, and just then, she felt a chill at her neck. With wide eyes, she slowly glanced down, seeing another hand extending from behind her. Before she could scream, her mouth was similarly covered. The stench of blood flooded her nostrils, and she felt a wave of nausea and dizziness, as if the world were spinning around her. The talisman. Instinctively, Su Ningxin raised her hand, clutching the talisman, and forcefully slapped it against the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand paused momentarily upon contact with the talisman. Su Ningxin's eyes sparkled with realization. It works. Lin Shan, do you think the talisman serves no purpose? A chilling voice echoed in Su Ningxin's ear. Is it truly ineffective? Tears welled up in her eyes. Why don't you take a closer look at what is inscribed on the talisman? At that moment, illuminated by the light, Su Ningxin discerned that the talisman bore a single character written in blood, death. I genuinely thank you for tearing down the talisman. Without your interference, I would have been unable to escape. Shen Si had previously smeared his palm with blood, and as he withdrew his hand, he left a bloody imprint near their mouths. In return, I shall grant you an unforgettable evening, akin to the one you once provided for me. Shen Si's final statement was punctuated with emphasis, jolting the two from their paralyzing fear. Su Ningxin caught a glimpse of her bloodied reflection in the glass and screamed in horror. Su Wei, drenched in cold sweat, abruptly turned, shining his flashlight around, yet found no one in sight. He gazed into the darkness beyond the beam's reach, where it seemed as if a gaping abyss awaited, ready to swallow them whole. Was that truly an act? Su Wei felt lost. Having been in the industry for nearly a decade, he recognized many faces. Thus, upon encountering the youthful, unfamiliar Shen Si, he concluded he must be a newcomer. How could a novice perform so convincingly? Surely director Qian Han-ti hired a lunatic to frighten them due to budget constraints? A chill ran down Su Wei's spine as he turned and hurried downstairs. He could no longer continue filming. Better to abandon the project than risk their lives. Where do you think you're going? Su Ningxin grasped Su Wei's hand. Unable to remain alone, fearing madness would consume her. We cannot continue filming. Something is amiss here. Come with me. Su Wei urged her to flee. The crew member, realizing the situation, smacked his forehead in dismay. They no longer wished to film. This was a live broadcast. Did they possess any sense of professionalism as actors? If they did, their reputation would not be so tarnished. Director Qian leisurely puffed on his cigarette, unfazed. Should I lock the door? This was their first live broadcast, and the crew hadn't locked the only exit for fear of unforeseen events. No need. Let us observe a little longer. We must have confidence in him. Director Qian reassured the crew member with a pat on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. The crew member, perplexed, wondered whom they should have confidence in. Chapter 14. This cannot be an act. The only path to escape lay ahead as Su Wei hastened his pace, dragging Su Ningxin down the stairs. Is Master Tao no longer exorcising evil? Did you see the case from today? I suspect this is the crime scene. There must be a ghost. Are you insane? Director Qian would never set up a live broadcast in a place where a murder just occurred, unless it were a live killing. Live killing confirmed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Wei approached the door with determination. I shall never participate in such supernatural-themed productions again. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the side, seizing Su Wei without warning. Ah! Su Ningxin gasped in fright. Su Wei trembled, but, upon closer inspection, saw a terrified Shen Si. You're still alive? Su Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Si's makeup had vanished. His eyes were vacant, his complexion pale, resembling an innocent soul trapped in peril. Where have you been? I couldn't find you when I entered. What are you talking about? Weren't you just scaring us? Su Wei's heart raced at the memory of his own foolishness, wishing to strike Shen Si. Why frighten me? This is only my second time filming a supernatural film. It's pitch black here, and I was too frightened to move. Shen Si occasionally flinched, as if a startled bird, warily scanning the surroundings. Had it not been for Brother Zhang leading me, I wouldn't have been able to reunite with you. Su Wei's heart sank further at Shen Si's words, and the mention of brother sent a chill down his spine. He interrupted Shen Si vehemently. What do you mean, Brother Zhang? Here, aside from the three of us. How could there be anyone else? What? Then who is Brother Zhang? Shen Si's expression shifted from confusion to terror, as if grasping a dreadful realization. His face drained of color. This cannot be an act. In that moment, both Su Wei and Su Ningxin simultaneously entertained the same thought. He said his surname is Zhang. Could he be a victim of the murder? No, we must flee. Shen Si dashed to the door, pulling it with all his might, but it would not budge. The door is locked. Shen Si pounded against the door, crying out in desperation, let us out. It's haunted. Su Wei rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge at the door when he noticed Shen Si freeze. His face contorted in terror as he gazed to the right. Shen Si's expression was so genuine that Su Wei instinctively followed his gaze, yet only darkness greeted him. Su Wei saw nothing, but the dread of the unknown compelled him to pull Su Ningxin aside. Hush, something's not right. We must hide. Su Wei whispered to Su Ningxin, keeping a vigilant eye on Shen Si. He is coming. Shen Si pressed his back against the door, mouth agape, eyes wide with fear. Brother Zhang. I didn't mean to harm you. Shen Si's gaze darted, and upon spotting Su Wei hidden in a corner, it lit up as if he had found a chance for survival. He pointed and shouted, Tao Hung and Lin Shan are over there. Seek your vengeance upon them. Shen Si, I curse your entire family. Su Wei cursed inwardly, desperately squeezing into the corner. Shen Si suddenly raised his hand, thrashing wildly. No, let go of me. He began to ram his head against the door, producing a resounding thud. Dear heavens, he is bleeding. Su Ningxin trembled uncontrollably. This scene was too horrific for her. Shen Si's face was smeared with blood, his eyes tightly shut, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been extracted. Blood trickled down the door, forming a long streak. In the oppressive silence, only the hurried breaths of Su Wei and Su Ningxin could be heard. Hee. Tao Hung, Lin Shan, you cannot escape. An unfamiliar male voice suddenly resonated. Both were taken aback. Su Wei, being an experienced actor, had participated in many productions and could discern between pre-recorded audio and live sound. He was certai director Qian inquired whether there was any animosity between Shen Si and them. The stage manager hesitated for a moment, recalling that he was unfamiliar with Shen Si until a minor conflict had arisen just before filming commenced. A minor conflict? Director Qian glanced again at the gruesome words. What a deep-seated grudge. Su Wei found a door that could be opened, hurriedly dashed inside, and promptly shut it, bracing his back against it. He sank to the floor, gasping for air. Beside him, Su Ningxin's face was as pale as a sheet. After a moment of heavy breathing, she suddenly retched. Su Wei gently patted her back, asking if she was all right. Su Ningxin shook her head, saying there was a strange odor. It was only then that Su Wei, who had been on high alert, noticed the scent, a mix of dust and damp mold, tinged with a foul stench reminiscent of a decaying rat. He pulled out a flashlight, illuminating the yellowed walls speckled with black dots, adorned with a large portrait of Zhong Kuei. Although Zhong Kuei's visage was fearsome, it oddly provided Su Wei with a sense of security, prompting him to smile and declare that Zhong Kuei could ward off evil spirits. Thus the ghost would not dare to enter. Goodness, is this a safe house? This truly feels like a live escape game. Something else off. Who would hang such a huge portrait of Zhong Kuei in their home? This place is quite strange, Su Ningxin remarked, wiping the sweat from her forehead, articulating a point of confusion shared by the audience. Who decorates their home in such a manner? At this point, Su Wei felt overwhelmed, convinced they were haunted. Why was no one coming to their rescue? Could it be that they no longer existed in this world? Having watched numerous horror films, this thought shattered whatever courage he had left. Chapter 15. A gifted talent. It was over. Su Wei felt his legs go limp and weak, causing him to plop heavily into a chair. However, moments later, he felt himself slip, landing clumsily on the floor. In a panic, he raised the flashlight, and upon seeing what lay before him, his face turned ashen. What he thought was a chair was, in fact, a chillingly eerie coffin. Su Ningxin also sensed the terrifying scene, screaming in fright as she stumbled back several steps. She felt her back collide with something hard, turning to find it was merely a wooden table. In the darkness, Su Ningxin suddenly remembered her phone and frantically pulled it out for light. The device emitted a cold glow, illuminating a grayish-white photograph on the table, the figure in it appearing particularly sinister in the eerie atmosphere. Knock, knock, knock. A tapping sound echoed, and before Su Ningxin could discern the identity of the person in the photograph, the noise startled her into retreating, her body tense. Was it a human or a ghost outside? She instinctively covered her mouth, holding her breath. Su Gu, Su Jia, are you in there? It's Xiao Shun. Recognizing the voice of the young actor who had been captured by the ghost, Su Ningxin turned to Su Wei, exclaiming, Great. He is still alive. Su Wei shared her relief, not out of concern for Shen Si, but because his survival indicated that the ghost was not as merciless. When they had entered, they had barricaded the door with the sofa, and Su Wei moved to push it aside. As the door opened, Shen Si appeared, his forehead drenched in blood, giving his usually amiable smile a disconcerting twist. Su Wei was taken aback by Shen Si's ghastly appearance, asking if he was all right. I'm fine. Shen Si waved his hand, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Just a minor injury. I feel good. Su Ningxin grimaced at Shen Si's state, saying, Why did you come looking for us? What if you attracted the ghost? Shen Si always approached others with politeness and friendliness, smiling as he reassured her, Don't worry. Su Jia, the ghost is likely to target you too, who are playing Tao Hung and Lin Shan. It won't concern me. Su Ningxin thought, Is this guy's tongue laced with poison? Enough of that. Su Wei interjected, feeling a chill. Let us think of a way to escape. If I'm not mistaken, We've been dragged into an alternate space by the ghost. Seeing Shen Si's gaze upon him, Su Wei felt a surge of pride. They must be impressed by my intellect. I've become a protagonist too, though regrettably, with so few witnesses. Meanwhile, Shen Si pondered that this was conveying new script information to him. Received. My goodness, an alternate space, is it? Are we about to enter a battle? Su Wei doesn't seem particularly bright. Su Ji's analysis was quite reasonable. This place clearly was not the residence of an ordinary family. Shen Si approached the coffin and remarked, who would keep a coffin in their home? Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Si leaned closer to the coffin, straining to listen. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, there is someone inside the coffin. He moved to push it open, but after a single attempt, it wouldn't budge. He called out, Su Gu, come help. From the moment he heard the strange noise, Su Wei had already distanced himself from the coffin, standing far away, terrified as he watched Shen Si attempt to open it. Hearing Shen Si's plea, Su Wei's mouth twitched as he exclaimed, are you out of your mind? What could be inside, if not a ghost? Shen Si paused, looking down and asking, how can you be so certain? What if there is a ghost inside the coffin? At that moment, the candle on the table suddenly flared to life, illuminating the photograph, revealing a face that belonged to Shen Si. Slowly lifting his head, his pallid face half stained with blood, Shen Si asked expressionlessly, is the face in the memorial photograph a human or a ghost? Run. Su Wei's heart raced, and he fled the room without a backward glance. Shen Si had been possessed by a ghost. Su Ningxin followed closely behind, but as Su Wei escaped, the door suddenly locked, and she twisted the doorknob in vain. She pounded on the door, Su Wei, I can't get out. By that time, Su Wei had already fled far away. Even if he heard her, he dared not turn back. Lin Shan. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ningxin froze, her limbs turning ice cold as if trapped in a freezing cellar. She distinctly felt an icy breath pressing against her back. I am not Su Ningxin. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, making it difficult to articulate. Suddenly, her vision darkened as a hand, cold as frost, covered her eyes. Simultaneously, she was assaulted by a nauseating stench of blood. Come down and accompany me, Lin Shan. I told you, I am not Lin Shan. Su Ningxin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body slackening as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Si observed Su Ningxin intently, somewhat surprised. At first, he thought her performance was overly theatrical, but now she seemed to be genuinely in the moment, almost as if she were truly fainting. Who is this actor portraying the ghost? Their methods of fright are endlessly innovative. I checked. They graduated from a professional film school, previously playing minor roles. Their acting is truly a hidden gem. Director Qian is remarkable. Each newcomer, under his guidance, transforms into such an impressive performer. Director Qian felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt upon reading this comment. He may not know Shen Si well, but he certainly recognized the other two. Their acting was not merely a display, they were genuinely terrified. Noticing the increasingly dangerous glint in Shen Si's eyes, Director Qian hurriedly ordered, quick, open the coffin lid. Bang. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Si turned back, and the previously immovable coffin swung open on its own. Understanding the implication, Shen Si dragged the unconscious Su Ningxin over and placed her inside the coffin. As she lay atop it, the lid automatically closed. Shen Si observed that the figure in the memorial photograph had transformed into Su Ningxin's terrified face. Indeed, Director Qian was impressive. Shen Si had heard of his reputation as a pioneer in supernatural films, possessing an acute grasp of horror elements. He knew he had to perform well, not to let the crew down. Seeing Shen Si place Su Ningxin into the coffin, Director Qian finally felt a sense of relief. The coffin's base connects to the next layer, allowing Su Ningxin to be extracted without disrupting the live broadcast. The medical staff assured that she was unharmed, merely frightened, and had been taken to the lounge for rest. The stage manager hurriedly approached, acknowledging, all right, Shen Si knows his limits. Director Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Observing Shen Si's desperate and resentful demeanor, genuinely fearing that someone had been hurt. Director Qian, shall we continue the live broadcast? Unlike the optimistic director, the stage manager had witnessed Su Ningxin's unfortunate state firsthand. Had she not been breathing, he would have believed her to be dead. Yes, let's continue, Director Qian replied. His spirits lifted as the broadcast's excitement surged. He pointed to the fleeing Su Wei in the camera, exclaiming, look, there's still one left. The stage manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, praying that Su Wei could endure. This was his first encounter with an actor like Shen Si, a newcomer who could immerse himself in the live broadcast. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 16. A true treasure. Su Wei had once believed himself to be bold enough to remain unflinching in a haunted house. regardless of how terrifying the scenes were. He could always respond with a calm smile. However, the dim lights above began to flicker erratically due to unstable wiring, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The filthy corridor oscillated between light and darkness, sending chills down Su Wei's spine as he constantly feared what unsightly apparition might emerge when the lights flickered back on. Accidentally stepping on a soda can, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Instead of immediately getting up, he chose to lie still, paralyzed by fear. How exhausting. Is this a hallucination? Am I merely dreaming that I've come to this film set? His pupils dilated, his face pale, his lips trembled incessantly. He's starting to babble. Su Wei, hold on. This is your moment to shine. Is it possible that he is not acting? Bang. The sound, resembling a gunshot, startled Su Wei, causing him to spring to his feet. Clenching his fists, he looked around in terror. The doors lining the corridor, which had been closed, now revealed one ajar. Inside was an abyss of darkness, seemingly more profound than the outside. Who would dare go in there? He thought. Common sense dictated it was a trap. As he turned to flee, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps echoed closer. Cold sweat drenched his back. He felt cornered, truly desperate. Su Wei had no choice but to push forward, resolutely avoiding that door. Hee, there's a trap ahead. As he passed the open door, he dared not glance inside. Yet a melodious, youthful laughter floated out. Su Wei, don't run. Come take a look. What if it's a beautiful girl with long legs and a slim waist? What kind of beauty would be out here? It must be a monster in disguise. Director Qian's methods are ruthless. If I'm doomed, I might as well enjoy it. Naive. It's surely a burly man with a high-pitched voice. I see through it all. Su Wei shuddered at the sound, nearly losing his balance. Is it over? There's more than one ghost here? He dared not stop, but to his surprise, as he neared the next house, the door swung open prematurely. Cough, cough. A sickly cough emanated from within, as if an easily subdued elder resided there. Su Wei could not help but glance back, yet saw nothing but darkness. Entry was the only option. Shaking his head, he continued to run. What a bait. Typically, the elderly in horror films are the final boss. Surely there's more to come. Good luck, Su Gu. As Su Wei sprinted, the surroundings swayed wildly, and he gasped for breath. Even amidst such exertion, he felt an icy chill enveloping him. Give me my life back. Tao Hong, did you think you could escape? Stay with us. Voices from men, women, the elderly, and children echoed from Shen Si's lips. He believed that an actor must embody not just physical movements and subtle expressions, but also vocal nuances. To hone his craft, Shen Si had studied voice modulation, mastering the sounds of people of all ages, including animals. His former teacher had even suggested he pursue voice acting, but he declined. He preferred to stand before the camera. Su Wei, terrified, cried out, I am not Tao Hong. You have mistaken me. The voices lingered, hauntingly close, compelling him to flee with all his might. Su Wei had seen the news about the incident earlier that day. Those voices perfectly mirrored the victims. The souls unjustly taken now perceived him as their murderer. The audience in the live broadcast, possessing a god's eye view, clearly saw that only Shen Si was behind Su Wei. Old Zhao is impressive. He even created all these terrifying recordings. Director Qian marveled, entirely unaware that the sounds emanated from Shen Si. Old Zhao was responsible for the props. And when the script was altered at the last moment, Director Qian assumed the original designs would remain unchanged. Director Qian, a middle-aged man, rushed over. Turning to see him, Director Qian smiled. Speak of the devil, I was just praising your recordings and door designs. Old Zhao, panting heavily, finally managed to utter, that wasn't me. Huh. Director Qian was puzzled. I didn't create the recordings. Something is truly wrong. We must stop the broadcast. Old Zhao's face glistened with sweat, his eyes reflecting profound fear. Quickly, stop the broadcast. Director Qian felt a chill wash over him, stunned for a moment before glancing back at the camera. At that moment, Su Wei was slumped against the wall, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. The barrage of comments praised Su Wei's astonishing performance. Hurry, stop the broadcast. Get in there and save him. Director Qian shouted frantically into the intercom. What about Shen Si? Is he all right? Dozens of crew members, including medical staff, rushed into the building. Director Qian anxiously awaited at the entrance, his greatest concern being Shen Si's safety. After all, the latter's talent and temperament meshed perfectly with the role. He is a treasure. We cannot afford any accidents. Unconscious, Su Wei was carried out by the medical personnel. Director Qian scrutinized him closely, feeling that Su Wei's once robust physique seemed significantly diminished. Having witnessed the ordeal Su Wei had endured, a pang of guilt stirred within him. Yet, this fleeting sense of remorse vanished upon catching sight of Shen Si, whose expression was blank. Director Qian hurriedly approached, grasping Shen Si's hands tightly, inspecting him closely. He was alarmed to see that Shen Si was nearly drenched in blood. "You're hurt. Medical staff." "I'm fine, Director Qian. This blood is from props." Shen Si's bangs obscured his eyes, with splatters of blood staining his pale face, his body soiled with remnants of dried blood. Before the performance, Shen Si had specifically requested blood packs from the props team to enhance the effect, as fresh blood was one of the most thrilling visual elements in a horror film. That's a relief. Director Qian's anxiety finally eased. "Director, is Su Gu all right?" Shen Si inquired. Worry etched on his face as he watched Su Wei being loaded into the ambulance. At that moment, Shen Si had been observing Su Wei's performance after his fright, only to be abruptly informed by the rushing crew that the broadcast had ended. "He's fine, just feeling a bit unwell," Director Qian reassured, refraining from revealing the truth, fearing Shen Si would hesitate to return in the future. Shen Si accepted Director Qian's words without suspicion. After all, as the one playing the ghost, he could not fathom the terror faced by the experiencer. "When is the next live broadcast?" "The storyline has yet to unfold." Director Qian was taken aback, his perception of Shen Si shifting once more. "What storyline? This live broadcast lacks any real plot and is merely a spectacle. Those who perished at Tao Heng's hands have just made their entrance. I could easily spend another 3 hours portraying their grievances." Shen Si rubbed his hands together, eager to showcase an even more impressive performance. Next time, Director Qian will surely break into a sweat, thinking how fortunate it was that Su Wei was whisked away by an ambulance. Otherwise, he might have fainted upon hearing Shen Si's words. Chapter 17. Who placed the ashes box at my door, Brother Shun? Your clothes are in the dressing room. Please follow me. The staff's gaze toward Shen Si was filled with trepidation and fear. Word had spread among the crowd that Su Wei and Su Ningxin had been frightened into the hospital, while Shen Si remained unscathed in that haunted building. "Thank you," Shen Si said as he followed the staff, who instinctively parted to create a path for him. Shen Si was accustomed to this. He had experienced similar treatment in previous productions where his acting had delayed filming, often resulting in disdain from the crew. Inside the dressing room, he meticulously wiped the blood from his face and changed into his own clothes. After confirming that there were no further filming tasks ahead, he regretfully departed. Fortunately, before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Director Qian, who insisted he must attend the next live broadcast. This was a validation of his acting skills. Shen Si gazed up at the pitch-black, starless sky, yet his heart felt that his path in performance was broad and bright. He glanced at the time. It had been just over an hour since filming ended. It was not uncommon for Shen Si to finish early, as he had previously played minor roles with limited screen time. Upon arriving home, he typed Director Qian Live into his browser. He could not find the last live broadcast he participated in online, which was understandable for a smaller production. However, this time, several links appeared after he input the keywords. Viewers of the live broadcast fervently debated in the comments section after the abrupt conclusion. Was this a live broadcast accident? It ended so suddenly. I heard there was a haunting during filming. The actors encountered issues. Is that true? I don't believe it. It's probably just a gimmick concocted by Director Qian. Soon, footage of Su Wei being loaded into an ambulance circulated online. Others posted screenshots analyzing the expressions and actions of Su Wei and Su Ningxin when they were in a state of extreme fright. Wow, whether or not there are ghosts. I've seen Su Wei in other dramas, and he definitely does not possess such acting skills. I feel like this plot bears a resemblance to the murder case discovered this morning. If reality had such a satisfying conclusion, that would be splendid. Who was the actor playing the ghost? Quite handsome and frighteningly convincing. Shen Si felt a surge of joy upon reading this comment. For an actor, such feedback is the highest praise. He continued scrolling through the comments until he saw the show had issued a statement declaring the haunting rumors to be pure fabrication, and that the two actors were merely taken to the hospital for minor injuries, now in good health. Even Su Wei and Su Ningxin released similar statements. Shen Si scratched his head upon reading this. Su Gu and Su Jia had been injured, yet he had returned home so nonchalantly. How rude of him. He quickly contacted Director Qian. Director Qian, which hospital are Su Gu and Su Jia in? I would like to visit them. Director Qian replied promptly. They have already been discharged. I will convey your kind intentions. Shen Si responded with a simple thank you. On the other end, Director Qian sighed in relief upon noticing Shen Si did not insist on meeting. Once Su Wei and Su Ningxin awakened, they were quite agitated, and it took considerable effort to calm them down. If they had seen Shen Si, it would have likely been too much for them to bear. Director Qian felt fortunate. He had specifically included a disclaimer in the contract, or else it would have been difficult to handle if they had caused a scene. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Director Qian answered, his face lighting up with a polite smile upon recognizing the voice of a well-known actor's agent. Sister Chen, what can I do for you? Your actor wishes to appear on the program? Certainly. However, I must mention that this show has a supernatural theme, which may be rather frightening. Is your actor courageous? Excellent. I will arrange for someone to discuss the specifics with you. As the live broadcast gained popularity, Shen Si garnered some attention. Yet due to his lack of assigned agency and absence from Weibo, his fame remained modest. The following morning, Shen Si continued his routine of dining at the noodle shop, where the owner personally served him his meal and sat down across from him. I saw you on the live broadcast last night. Shen Si beamed with pride. It was his first recognition. Yes, I participated in a live filming last night. Impressive. Your performance was more terrifying than those in the horror films I've watched previously. The owner glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. He lowered his voice and asked, I heard there was a haunting during the live broadcast, and 2 actors were sent to the hospital. Is that true? Shen Si chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. How could that be? Last night, Su Gu and Su Jie merely sustained minor scrapes. They were taken to the hospital for precautionary measures. The owner scrutinized Shen Si's expression, unable to detect any signs of deceit or guilt. In fact, Shen Si genuinely believed this to be the case. The owner, disappointed at missing out on the juicy gossip, quickly produced a whiteboard for Shen Si to sign. Since Shen Si had gained a bit of fame, his signature would likely attract more customers. Returning home, Shen Si typically spent his time outside of filming watching films to study. He viewed the replay of the live broadcast and realized there were numerous aspects he had not fully embodied in his performance. Shen Si selected a few highly rated supernatural films to watch, quickly immersing himself in the plot and the actors' exceptional performances. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell rang suddenly. Shen Si's body jolted, and he swiftly pressed the pause button, freezing the terrifying ghostly face on the screen. As he stood up, he felt a tingling numbness in his legs, nearly toppling over. His gaze drifted to the window, revealing an expanse of darkness, reminding him how long he had been engrossed in the film. Gently massaging his legs, he limped toward the door. Upon opening it, he found no one in sight. Shen Si leaned out, peering around, but the corridor was desolate, devoid of any life. Casually glancing down, he was startled to discover a white ashes box resting on the ground. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine, particularly after having watched supernatural films all day. An icy dread enveloped him. Who placed the ashes box at my door? I rarely interact with others, so it is unlikely I have offended anyone. Shen Si hurriedly pulled out his phone, intending to inquire with the landlord. Just then, he noticed what appeared to be writing on the ashes box. Crouching down slowly, he leaned in for a closer look and read the inscription, a gift from a fan. Shen Si's eyes brightened at once, the earlier panic dissipating in an instant. Without hesitation, he embraced the ashes box tightly. Having gained fame through his role in a supernatural-themed production, it was entirely plausible that a fan would send such an eccentric gift. Chapter 18. Old Wang styling house. Shen Si closed the door and carefully placed the ashes box on the table. It appeared to be a ceramic urn at first glance. He lifted the lid and discovered a tangle of disheveled hair inside. As he extracted the hair, he noticed that it had a slight wave, with half of it dyed purple. While examining the hair, he felt something hidden within it and reached in, his fingers brushing against a cold metallic object. Pulling it out, he revealed a bracelet. The design of the bracelet was quite unique, consisting of a series of black iron links, the surface marred with numerous scratches and chipped paint. What an intriguing bracelet. Shen Si slipped it on. This was the first gift he had ever received from a fan, stirring a swell of emotion within him. Ding. As the notification tone of his phone echoed through the air, Shen Si retrieved his device, and, upon glimpsing the blood-red smiley icon, a look of delight graced his features. Here it comes. Hello, actor Shen Si. The familiar salutation appeared, and before he could even respond with a text, the script was already sent over. The E-level script titled Invitation from Friends features you as Su Xinghao, played by Shen Si, the lead vocalist of a rock band. One day, you receive an invitation from friends you haven't seen in 5 years for a reunion gathering. Upon your acceptance, you discover an atmosphere steeped in strangeness, with terrifying events unfolding one after another. The recommender noted, at midnight tonight, a special car will pick you up downstairs to take you to the set. Shen Si replied, all right, but I would like to ask, what does E-level mean? He had previously observed that scripts seemed to be categorized by levels. The recommender explained, scripts are divided into 9 levels, with F being the lowest. E-level denotes a step up in performance difficulty. Curiosity piqued, Shen Si inquired, what is the highest level? The recommender replied, SSS level, though no one has ever managed to survive a performance at that level. Shen Si did not find the recommender's words frightening. It was simply their style. He translated this to mean that the script's filming difficulty was considerable, and the director had yet to find suitable actors and investment. As Shen Si pondered the details of the script, it appeared to retain a thrilling essence, yet it seemed his character was indeed a genuine living person. The role of a rock vocalist was uncharted territory for him. Approaching the full-length mirror, he observed his reflection, clad in blue and white striped pajamas. His black hair and eyes conveyed the impression of a sincere young man. This hardly exuded the essence of rock. Shen Si did not believe that merely adopting a unique style defined rock. Rather, his current appearance failed to express the requisite attitude. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11 p.m., granting him merely an hour to prepare. Donning his pajamas and slippers, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found only a bustling barbecue shop, while other establishments had already closed. Was attending a gathering in pajamas a form of individuality, though lacking hair dye? He had a bucket of white paint at his disposal. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as he turned to see an elderly man standing quietly before a shop. Above him, the hair salon's lights spun incessantly, alternating between red and blue, casting a flickering glow upon the wrinkles of the old man's face. "It's you," Shen Si exclaimed, his face lighting up in surprise, recognizing the elder as the actor he had encountered after a previous performance. He hurried over, concern evident in his voice. "What are you doing out here so late?" The old man offered a faint smile, though his facial muscles appeared somewhat rigid, imparting an odd impression of a smile devoid of warmth. He slowly raised a hand, pointing to the sign above his head. "This is my shop, Old Wong's Styling House." "A fine name," Shen Si remarked, not particularly surprised. Generally, extras earn meager and unstable wages, prompting many to pursue additional occupations to cover daily expenses. Had it not been for the modest savings left by his parents, he would have had to find work upon graduation. Old Wong's cheerful demeanor had not faltered since he first spotted Shen Si. With hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely turned and opened the door. "Come in." Grandpa Wong, I have to go shoot at the set tonight. I'll visit you next time." Shen Si lamented the unfortunate timing, as he had genuinely wished to seek guidance from Old Wong regarding acting techniques. I know," Old Wong replied, sizing up Shen Si. "You can't possibly go dressed in pajamas. I can help you with your styling." Upon hearing this, Shen Si eagerly followed him inside. He soon realized that Old Wong's current demeanor was entirely different from his onstage persona, where he had portrayed a frail character, leaning on a cane and occasionally erupting in distressing coughs. Now, Old Wong stood tall without the cane, appearing 20 years younger, exuding an energy that suggested he could effortlessly ascend 20 flights of stairs. "Grandpa Wong, you were in such good health all along. Your acting was truly remarkable," Shen Si observed while surveying the shop's interior. To his left, a simple, frameless mirror adorned the wall, accompanied by an array of makeup and hairdressing supplies on the table. To the right stood rows of clothing racks, brimming with various styles. Old Wong chuckled softly. "Revenge is sweet, and of course, I am in high spirits. It is all thanks to you, but alas, the rules prevent me from divulging everything." He ambled over to a potted plant beside a gramophone, which played a spinning vinyl record. The lilting melodies sung in a Shanghai dialect transported one back to a bygone era. "Night Shanghai, oh night Shanghai. You are a city that never sleeps." Shen Si approached the clothes, noting the plethora of styles, each complete with matching outfits. He selected a black leather jacket and pants, hanging them on a nearby rack. Settling into the barber's chair, he gazed into the mirror and addressed Old Wong. "Grandpa Wong, my character this time is a rock singer, and I want a bold hairstyle." "Of course, no problem. I am a professional," Old Wong replied, brandishing a pair of red scissors. With a swift snip, he severed a lock of Shen Si's hair. "Wait, Shen Si's previously clear gaze suddenly clouded, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washing over him. Before he could react further, his eyes fluttered shut, and he slumped into a deep slumber. Observing this, Old Wong retrieved his phone and captured a photo with Shen Si. Exclaiming, "A selfie with my benefactor, accomplished." Content, he resumed wielding his red scissors. Snip, snip. Suddenly, Shen Si jolted awake, utterly astonished to find himself having fallen asleep without realizing it. As he reached for his phone to check the time, he was taken aback by his reflection in the mirror, staring at a youth with purple-dyed hair. He had completely transformed into another person. Chapter 19. Incredibly versatile. Grandpa Wong's skills are truly impressive, Shen Si remarked as he rose, scrutinizing his surroundings, but Old Wong was nowhere in sight. His phone lay on the table. He glanced at the time, 11:50 p.m. There was no time to waste. Shen Si hurriedly changed into his outfit, struggling to find a place to pay with a QR code, resolving to return another day to settle the bill. As he approached the door, He noticed a guitar case adorned with a skull design beside him, upon which was affixed a sticky note reading, "Take it, it will aid you." What a tremendous help. Shen Si, concerned about the lack of rock elements, seized the guitar case and slung it over his shoulder. He pushed open the glass door, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, including the once bustling barbecue shop now closed. He raced down the deserted street, the silence punctuated solely by the sound of his footsteps and hurried breaths. In the distance, he spotted a yellow bus parked beneath his building. Could this be the crew's vehicle? Shen Si pondered briefly, but he had no time to dwell on it, as he was running late. He sprinted to the bus, where the doors opened automatically, and he stepped aboard with purpose. Inside, the eerie green lights cast an unsettling glow on the faces of the passengers, rendering them hauntingly grotesque. As Shen Si boarded, every passenger turned to regard him, their faces marred by various deformities. Some were missing an eye, others exposed half of their skeletal visage, while a few appeared to be cleaved in two. Rather than being frightened, Shen Si grinned with delight. This was indeed the right bus. These were the ghostly extras from the production. He nodded at the others, who continued to stare at him with chilling intensity. Clearly, everyone had already immersed themselves in their roles. Maintaining his upbeat demeanor, Shen Si reminded himself that this time, he portrayed a living character. Using the inner space to rest his guitar. Once settled, Shen Si took out his phone and resumed watching a supernatural film he had not yet finished. The bus was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional piercing screams emitted by the film's protagonist. Immersed in the cinematic experience, Shen Si unconsciously mirrored the ghastly expressions of the vengeful spirits depicted on screen, gradually adopting a similarly grotesque and resentful visage. Upon witnessing Shen Si's transformation, the spirits exchanged furtive glances, momentarily mistaking him for a living person. With that realization, they averted their gaze. Su Xinghao disembarked. Hearing the character's name, Shen Si lifted his head and glanced outside, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. The bus doors swung open, and he slung the guitar case over his shoulder before stepping off. As the doors closed, Shen Si watched the vehicle recede into the distance, realizing that the background actors were not from his production team. This area was far removed from the bustling city center, where the wind stirred up clouds of dust and a dense forest loomed nearby. Amid this desolate wilderness stood a 5-story Western-style villa. Ding! The notification sound signaled the commencement of his live stream, prompting a smile to spread across Shen Si's face. Imbued with a sense of bravado as the chains on his Martin boots jingled with each step. Welcome to the Supernatural Live Theater. Tonight's tale is an invitation from friends, featuring Shen Si in the role of Su Xinghao. Audience in the streaming room, 87, first. Finally here. I've been waiting for this live person streamer for ages. I watched another live person streamer the day before, but they lasted less than 10 minutes before meeting their end. This streamer must have sturdy luck. As Shen Si entered the villa, he noticed 3 men and 2 women waiting at the door. It seemed that Su Xinghao had a good rapport with them, as he had come out to greet Shen Si personally. As Shen Si approached, he began to sense something unusual about these individuals. All were fashionably dressed. Handsome men and beautiful women, yet their expressions were unnaturally stiff, their smiles rigid, and their bodies tense. What was amiss? Why did they all appear so peculiar? With a smile, Shen Si made a light-hearted joke, only to see them flinch, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. A question arose in Shen Si's mind. This did not resemble a typical gathering. Did his character harbor some hidden identity? The handsome man at the forefront appeared the most composed among them, exuding an unusual aura. He stepped forward but abruptly halted, turning sharply as he felt someone gripping his sleeve tightly. The woman, possessing an alluring figure, wore an expression of desperation. Shaking her head slightly, the man squinted, and upon seeing his reaction, the woman trembled and quickly released her grip. Shen Si observed intently. This man, referred to as Lai Gu, clearly held the highest status among the group. Xinghao, it has been a long time. Lai Gu stood tall, extending his right hand. Indeed, it has been 5 years. I hardly recognize any of you. Shen Si reciprocated the handshake. Lai Gu merely brushed his palm against Shen Si's before retracting it, his smile appearing slightly strained. Let me introduce you. He gestured toward the others, naming them with an air of authority. Chang Feibai, Feng Li, He Tao, Meng Shuo. Shen Si silently memorized the names, then turned his gaze toward the man. Noticing Shen Si's scrutiny, the man raised an eyebrow. You don't remember me? Lai Hongfang, your former desk mate and close friend. Shen Si felt it unreasonable to claim he had completely forgotten, yet the script provided no hints, so he replied jocularly. I must be getting old. My memory fails me, and I can no longer recall faces or events. Haha, let us not linger at the door. Come inside. Lai Hongfang said, leading the group through the door using a fingerprint unlock. This house is quite nice, a grand villa. Finally, it's not another eerie old building. This script summary suggests this house is probably not clean. Be bold, it's undoubtedly filthy. As the door opened, the group hesitated before entering. Turning to look at Shen Si instead. What's this? Shen Si asked. Aren't you coming in? They chorused, you go first. So, it appears the highest status belongs to me? Shen Si found their behavior peculiar, reflecting on the script that spoke of an invitation letter sent 5 years prior, laden with implications of deception. In reality, he would have simply hailed a cab to return home. Seemingly oblivious to the strangeness, he stepped inside first. The others exchanged glances before following suit. Those looks, I sense something's amiss. Is the recommender a ghost? I want to interact closely with Shen Si. I was crushed to death by a truck. My entrance will be utterly sensational. Is that all? I was ground in a meat grinder. I can take any shape you desire, highly malleable. Indeed, remarkably so. I lost all semblance of humanity. Inside the villa, the ambience starkly contrasted with the exterior. A grand crystal chandelier illuminated the room brilliantly, the marble floor polished to a mirror-like sheen. This setting would befit a high-stakes drama. Dinner is prepared. This way. Lai Hongfang guided Shen Si through a series of turns until they arrived at another room. Upon opening the door, a fragrant scent of incense wafted through. And upon seeing the interior, Shen Si felt a jolt of surprise. A long dining table was laden with an array of dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, illuminated solely by the flickering flames of red candles. At the head of the table stood a golden Buddha statue. Is this a gathering or a feast? Don't say it. It's all my favorite Chinese dishes. I haven't enjoyed such a sumptuous meal since my demise. Let me indulge. A gust of wind swept through, and everyone felt a chill pass over them. Recommender, warning. No audience members are allowed to enter the theater and interfere with the crew. Hee hee, I want to be deterred next time. Lai Hongfang's lips twitched, forcing a smile. The air conditioning seems a bit cold. Everyone, please take a seat. Shen Si glanced at the unlit standing air conditioner in the corner, masking his thoughts, and casually chose a spot. Once seated, he scanned the faces around him, illuminated by the candlelight, their expressions shrouded in ambiguity. In that moment, a thought crossed Shen Si's mind. Could they all be ghosts? This was merely a speculation, yet based on the script. He was likely to encounter various chilling and terrifying events ahead. He needed to unravel this mystery and adjust his character accordingly. The arrangement was rather peculiar. Shen Si composed himself. Any living person witnessing this scene would find it difficult to remain unfazed. His expression stiffened, lips pressed together, and his brow slightly furrowed. Too ordinary is dull. Curiosity is my style. This remark came from Meng Shuer, seated directly across from Shen Si. Noticing his gaze, she narrowed her eyes and then defiantly raised an eyebrow. That phrase has become your catchphrase. Meng Shuer picked up her chopsticks and roughly jabbed them into the braised duck before placing it onto Shen Si's plate. He glanced at the duck, leaning back and leisurely remarked, I'm not fond of eating someone else's saliva. Meng Shuer paused, her face turning crimson as she comprehended Shen Si's implication. You. Lai Hongfang interjected to ease the tension. Haha. Xinghao, you still enjoy teasing Meng Shuer. After all, she was your ex-girlfriend. How could she be anyone else? So, she was the ex-girlfriend. No wonder their gazes were intertwined with love and resentment. Shen Si shrugged nonchalantly, displaying indifference. If you don't want it, then so be it. Meng Shuer directly brought the entire plate to herself, using her chopsticks to tear apart the duck, revealing a heap of uncooked rice within. Uncooked rice? Was it the chef's oversight or an intentional choice? Shen Si first observed the expressions of those around him. Seeing their demeanor unchanged, he quickly adjusted his own. Donning gloves, Meng Shuer tore off a duck leg and consumed it alongside the raw rice. A fresh plate was placed before Shen Si, and turning to his side, he noticed Chang Feibai, bespectacled and weighing at least 180 pounds, whose round face exuded an endearing sincerity. Ignore Shuer, let's eat, he said. Yet, Chang Feibai's plate also contained fish stuffed with raw rice. The others at the table began to eat, while Shen Si remained motionless, a question lingering in the air. What is wrong, Xinghao? Are you unwell? Lai Hongfang set down his chopsticks, a grain of raw rice clinging to his lips. These are all your favorites. Instantly, all eyes turned to Shen Si. It's rather morbid, one remarked. Who prepared this? Even ghosts wouldn't consume such a thing. Can I invest some paper money to get Shen Si something edible? Shen Si anticipated the heightened challenge of his role, with such flamboyant traits and peculiar eating habits. As time passed, their expressions grew increasingly grim and frigid. It's all right, I was alone before. But having you all here makes me quite happy. Shen Si feigned a smile and picked up a piece of fish, swallowing it whole without chewing. The hard texture and chill sliding down his throat. Observing Shen Si eat, the others' expressions softened, returning to their previous jovial selves. However, he noted that He Tao, sitting beside Lai Hongfang, remained visibly anxious, her hands trembling as she held her chopsticks. What was she afraid of? Though everything here was indeed unsettling, the meal was bizarre. Apart from Shen Si, the others seemed to have hearty appetites, consuming all before them. Exiting the dim dining room, Lai Hongfang suggested, since we've just eaten, it's not ideal to rest. How about we play some games to aid digestion? Without waiting for others to respond, he led them onward. Shen Si followed them into the villa's swimming area, and upon opening the glass door, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted him. The swimming pool was filled with blood, shimmering red under the moonlight. Unlike the blood bags used in film shoots, this blood was a deep crimson, resembling that of animals. Lai Hongfang picked up a water gun from the table, pointing at the pool, and declared, "Let us play with water guns. We'll split into 2 teams, each with a hidden king. The team whose king gets sprayed the most loses and must face a penalty. To make it more thrilling, I've replaced the water with animal blood." "Surprisingly interesting," someone replied. "I'd lose immediately. I'd be drenched in blood when I die. Don't underestimate this game. It may seem eerie, but only the living can partake." The others responded quickly, though with a hint of reluctance. Soon, teams were formed. Shen Si was teamed with He Tao and Chang Feibai. When He Tao learned the outcome, she let out a distraught scream and collapsed to the ground. Shen Si moved to help her, but Lai Hongfang was quicker. "Are you all right?" he asked gently, stroking her head. He thought he was hidden from view, unaware that Shen Si could see his dark expression through the glass. "Lai Gu, I can't do this. I really can't," He Tao pleaded softly, looking up at Lai Hongfang with desperation. His icy gaze firmly pulled her to her feet. "You want to die? Don't make me hit you." He Tao trembled at his words, fear evident as she nodded. Lai Hongfang released her, but was suddenly splattered in the face with blood. His handsome features were stained red, blood dripping from his bangs. Shen Si, holding the water gun with an innocent demeanor, said, "Sorry, I was looking for the switch, and it went off unexpectedly." "It's fine," Lai Hongfang replied with an unusually calm demeanor, taking a towel from He Tao to wipe his face before turning to leave. Shen Si noticed the tension in Lai Hongfang's tightly clenched fists. He was clearly struggling to contain his anger. This was intentional on Shen Si's part. He had touched the blood earlier, discerning it to be that of a black dog. Having recently watched supernatural films, he knew this blood was said to ward off evil and spirits, and thus he decided to test it on Lai Hongfang. Yet, the latter displayed no reaction, indicating he was indeed alive. Shen Si scanned the others and smiled at them. Who would be the next to get drenched in this blood? Chapter 21. A bloody showdown. Shen Si's gaze sent chills through them, an ominous premonition rising within. "We should select a king. Who will it be?" Chang Feibai inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" Shen Si stepped forward, calling out to Lai Hongfang's trio, "I will be the king. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. He immediately aimed at Meng Shui'er, drenching her in blood. "You jerk. Su Xinghao, you're playing dirty," she yelled, her high-fashion outfit ruined. Lai Hongfang reacted swiftly, finding cover and shooting back at Shen Si. Shen Si ducked behind a table, grinning. "Who made the rules? Besides, you're only meeting me for the first time, right?" Meng Shui'er was momentarily stunned. She knew exactly what kind of person Su Xinghao was. It was precisely because she admired him that she had pursued him relentlessly in the past. "Meng Shui'er, what are you dawdling for? Are you just going to stand there like a target?" Lai Hongfang's voice snapped her back to reality, and she hurried to take cover. "Don't let me see that disgusting look of yours again. If you ruin my plans, I'll end you." Lai Hongfang's grim tone sent a shiver down Meng Shui'er's spine as she tightened her grip on the water gun, focusing intently on Shen Si. "Xinghao, the king over there must be Hongfang. Cover me while I rush in," Chang Feibai suggested, his broad frame shielding Shen Si, exuding a sense of reliability. "Just charge in. What's the point of covering?" Shen Si retorted, dashing out. Chang Feibai was taken aback. They hadn't even devised a tactical plan. A sly smile broke through his previously innocent demeanor. Is Shen Si falling into their trap? Although I can't discern any clear strategy at the moment. Any conspiracy pales in comparison to overwhelming strength. Damn it, is Su Xinghao that agile? Lai Hongfang exclaimed, astonished as each of his shots was evaded by Shen Si, who was getting closer. Suddenly, Feng Li, who had been silent, spoke up. "Isn't it more convenient for us if he gets closer?" Lai Hongfang snapped back to reality. Indeed, what was he so angry about? He was playing right into it. Maintaining appearances was essential. After salvaging his pride, Lai Hongfang continued shooting at Shen Si. albeit with less fervor. Shen Si, who regularly worked out, had honed his agility while preparing for his role as a thief. He sensed that Lai Hongfang's shooting frequency was slowing down. Something was amiss. Logically, Lai Hongfang's frustration should have made him shoot faster. Moreover, He Tao and Chang Feibai had gone silent. Shen Si wouldn't follow their lead. He had already formed a preliminary judgment on Su Xinghao's character. Su Xinghao wouldn't lose. Quickly, Shen Si reached the position occupied by Lai Hongfang and the others. Just before he spotted them, he crouched down nimbly. In the next moment, several streams of black dog blood whizzed past his head. Shen Si rolled swiftly, rising to shoot, though his shooting appeared somewhat haphazard. The confined space left Fong Li and Meng Shui'er with no place to hide, and they were hit squarely. Surprisingly, Fong Li made no attempt to shield himself. Standing tall and shooting back at Shen Si, blood-soaked, Shen Si charged at Fong Li like an arrow released from its bow, lifting his leg to kick. The water gun was abruptly kicked away, and before Fong Li could react, he was seized by Shen Si by the collar. Fong Li was forcibly dragged to the front. Enduring several splashes of the foul liquid, his frail figure was easily controlled by Shen Si, who used him as a makeshift shield. Let go! Let go! As soon as Fong Li opened his mouth, he was compelled to swallow a mouthful of the repugnant liquid, the acrid taste overwhelming him and provoking a gag reflex. He promptly expelled the contents of his stomach. Shen Si, with a look of disdain, shoved Fong Li away. Caught off guard, Fong Li collided directly with the pursuing Lai Hongfang. Upon detecting the unpleasant odor emanating from Fong Li, Lai Hongfang's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he pushed Fong Li aside. Seated on the ground, Fong Li was now smeared with the vile liquid and his own vomit, utterly stripped of his previous composure. Frantically, he shouted, "Eliminate him! Hurry, eliminate him! Let us fight to the finish!" Shen Si, as he ran, laughed maniacally, his arrogance reaching new heights. He dashed out of the swimming pool, the water gun still filled with the repugnant liquid. There were only 2 opponents left. Shen Si had no intention of viewing them as allies. Whether it was the seemingly timid He Tao or the honest Chang Feibai, Shen Si sensed the hidden schemes within them. "Xinghao, I'll protect you," Chang Feibai shouted as he fired into the air, scanning for Shen Si's whereabouts. Spotting a foot peeking from behind the sofa, he smirked and cautiously approached. "Xinghao, where are you?" Chang Feibai suddenly leaped behind the sofa, quickly firing the vile liquid. However, he found only an empty space, save for a solitary black shoe lying there. With a splatter, Chang Feibai was doused in the liquid, and he shut his eyes tightly, sputtering in disgust. "It's you. I thought you were the enemy." Shen Si's languid voice echoed, devoid of any hint of remorse. "Damn it, I didn't do well. I've dragged you down." Chang Feibai forced a smile, but with his face covered in blood, it appeared grotesque. "You should step aside, leave the rest to me." Shen Si snatched Chang Feibai's water gun, emptying its vile contents into his own. He then proceeded on his own, leaving Chang Feibai frozen in place. Before long, Lai Hongfang entered, observing Chang Feibai, who was motionless and drenched in blood, resembling a statue. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's Su Xinghao?" "Hongfang, why are we making this so complicated?" Chang Feibai, sitting on the sofa with a grim expression and an icy gaze, suggested, now that he has lost his memory. "Why not just tie him up?" "Tie him up? Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you're someone important?" Lai Hongfang warned, slapping Chang Feibai on the face, his voice cold. "If you dare act on your own, I will ensure you meet a miserable end." Chang Feibai remained silent under the reprimand, and eventually replied, "I understand." Lai Hongfang snorted and left to search for Shen Si. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Si had not departed. He was hidden behind the door. Shen Si had come to realize that this invitation was a trap set for him. Yet he puzzled over why they didn't simply tie him up. He understood that although he possessed some skills, if they overwhelmed him, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. They were wary of him. Chapter 22. Nonsense Love. An hour into the game, the once splendid villa was now marred with splattered blood on the walls and floor. The air was thick with a nauseating metallic scent. Had anyone entered, they would have been horrified. "Goodness, my family's massacre years ago wasn't this brutal. Upstairs, my friend, it's a mix of laughter and fear on my face. Can we still be friends after this game?" 300 viewers in the live stream. Lai Hongfang and the others had lost their previous charm, standing there as bloodied figures. "Useless! Useless!" Lai Hongfang shouted, unsure whether he was scolding himself or others. Not one shot had hit the target. The others had emptied their water guns. While Chang Feibai lay on the ground, exhausted, his stomach rising and falling. "I can't go on. I need a break." Fong Li went to the restroom to wash his face and returned with a clean, damp towel, offering it to Lai Hongfang. "We can't waste our energy. We need to think of another plan." Lai Hongfang accepted the towel, merely wiping his hands, then began observing Fong Li's expression. After raising an eyebrow, he said to the others, "You all rest for a while." Lai Hongfang opened one of the rooms and walked inside, with Fong Li closely following. "Speak. What clever scheme have you thought of?" Lai Hongfang lit a cigarette, leaning lazily against the door while smoking slowly. His previously agitated mood began to settle. Fong Li yawned, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Lai, we can't hold out much longer. We need a bait. That guy Xing Hao is particularly soft-hearted. Isn't bait? You mean Meng Shui'er?" Lai Hongfang shook his head vigorously, decisively stating, "During dinner, Su Xinghao didn't even glance at her." "It's not her," Fong Li said, meeting Lai Hongfang's cold gaze. His voice gradually diminished to a whisper, "It's for the plan." Lai Hongfang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the last phrase. He then abruptly pressed the cigarette but onto Fong Li's shoulder. With a hiss, Fong Li remained silent, showing no signs of surprise. "You brat. If you dare scheme against me, I will ensure your end is most unpleasant." After warning him, Lai Hongfang swung open the door and strode out. Lai Hongfang poured a glass of water and approached He Tao, who was huddled in a corner. "Drink some water," he said gently. He Tao found it difficult to perceive warmth from Lai Hongfang's bloodied appearance, her hands trembling as she accepted the water. "Thank you." Lai Hongfang placed his hand on He Tao's shoulder. "Soon, you will go to Su Xinghao's side to protect him." "What?" He Tao thought she had misheard. "Aren't we supposed to use the vile liquid on him?" "Yes, but who has managed that so far?" Lai Hongfang patted her shoulder and leaned closer, whispering, "I suspect Su Xinghao has already sensed we are targeting him. Currently, you are the only one among us he hasn't attacked. Just pretend to be an ally and protect him." He Tao had no choice but to comply, tightening her grip on the cup and nodding. "I understand." Shen Si arrived on the second floor, where the ground and walls were covered with black panels, adorned with various English phrases and whimsical graffiti. He turned on the lights, illuminating the corridor in vibrant colors. It was clearly a transformed bar setting. As Shen Si walked further in, a potent and overwhelming scent of perfume assaulted his senses. The area had been meticulously converted into a circular dance floor, surrounded by sofas and glass tables, littered with debris yet to be cleaned. Upon closer inspection, he found not only beer and scattered dice, but also aluminum foil and straws. Surely, these people didn't indulge in such activities? Shen Si pondered. If this were the case, would his character, Su Xinghao, also be involved? He wasn't certain. Otherwise, he would have to adopt the demeanor of an addict. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention, prompting him to hide. The newcomer was Meng Shui'er, who rushed to the table, eagerly tearing open the foil. Upon discovering it empty, she began tugging at her hair and shouting in frustration, "Where is it? Where did it go?" Meng Shui'er mumbled to herself, then suddenly dropped to the ground, quickly bursting into laughter. From Shen Si's perspective, he couldn't see her. "Here it is," Meng Shui'er exclaimed, as if she had discovered a treasure, her excitement palpable. Soon, she sighed contentedly, her legs kicking in delight. With just her voice, she portrayed the image of an addict, and Shen Si found it impressive. He knew this was a prime opportunity to engage her in conversation, so he stepped forward. Approaching, he found Meng Shui'er lying on the ground, her eyes glazed over. Meng Shui'er smiled upon seeing Shen Si. "You're back again?" It seemed that Meng Shui'er indeed had lingering feelings for Su Xinghao. Shen Si pondered his words for a moment and replied in a neutral tone, "Why are you indulging again?" He intended to discern from Meng Shui'er's response whether Su Xinghao had succumbed to temptation. "So what? You know how delightful this is, haven't you tasted it yourself?" Meng Shui'er teased, playfully sliding her foot along Shen Si's leg. "Would you like to have another go?" She was as supple as a serpent. Reaching out to touch Shen Si, he took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. Su Xinghao was a decisive individual, having broken up. There was no way he would reconcile with Meng Shui'er. Her expression changed dramatically, rage rendering her bloodied face terrifying. "Do you truly despise me, Su Xinghao?" For Shen Si, improvisation was second nature. After all, he had previously played inconsequential roles, devoid of any significant backstory. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly unwilling to spare Meng Shui'er another glance. "You know very well why we broke up. We were never meant to be. That's just an excuse. Your mind is filled with music. Can it accommodate me as well?" Tears streamed down Meng Shui'er's face as she vehemently brandished a wine bottle at Shen Si. He did not flinch, and the bottle merely grazed him. "We are still bound together, are we not?" Meng Shui'er laughed through her tears, murmuring incessantly, "It's all your fault. Who told you not to love me? What nonsense is there in addiction and love? Anyone who believes such foolishness is doomed. Do these people intend to harm the host? Be confident, just remove the doubts." As Meng Shui'er cried, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Terror filled her eyes as she retreated, kneeling with her hands clasped, repeatedly pleading, "Xinghao, I was wrong. I should not have harmed you. Please don't seek me out. I beg you, let me be." The fear reflected in her eyes was palpably genuine. Shen Si inwardly scorned himself. Despite having such talented actors and a skilled production team, his performance began to falter. While Meng Shui'er called out his name, her gaze was not fixed on him. Following her line of sight, Shen Si turned but found nothing. The vast ballroom was empty save for the two of them. Chapter 23. Did I enter the wrong room? What exactly do you intend to do with me? Shen Si was acutely aware that he would not easily extract answers from Meng Shui'er, as expected. No sooner had he posed the question than Meng Shui'er's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. Shen Si feigned urgency, gently shaking her. Hey. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes as he refrained from roughly dropping her to the ground. He picked her up and carefully laid her on the sofa. If he could not find answers from Meng Shui'er, perhaps he could inquire with others. Shen Si glanced at the table, emptied the drug paraphernalia into a garbage bag, and stashed it in his coat pocket. He chose not to call the police immediately. Meng Shui'er's words led him to realize that Su Xinghao was not a simple character. It was highly likely that Su Xinghao's drug use was orchestrated. However, Su Xinghao had still shown up for the invitation. Shen Si closed his eyes, as if Su Xinghao stood before him at that moment. What are your intentions? He asked softly. Su Xinghao smirked, as if to suggest an exciting performance was about to unfold. Shen Si opened his eyes once more, his expression laced with mockery. He Tao was running desperately, pursued by Lai Hongfang and Fong Li. Her face and body were covered in blood, presenting a disheveled sight. Where is Xinghao? Tell me. And I want to target you. Lai Hongfang maintained a distance, teasing like a predator. He Tao pressed her lips together defiantly. I would never betray my teammate. Shen Si, observing from the stair railing, frowned slightly. The performance was rather lackluster. Was this a play within a play? Shen Si joined their act, calling from the stairs, stop. Lai Hongfang looked up, his eyes lighting up, and subtly gestured for He Tao to approach. He Tao, no longer daring to defy, hurried towards Shen Si, urgently calling, run. I'll protect you. Let us leave together. Shen Si never anticipated he would utter such classic lines one day. Did I enter the wrong room? Surely. This is a supernatural channel. I once said this to my girlfriend, and she stabbed me. Had I not known it was an act, I would have taken them all away. None of you will escape. Lai Hongfang quickened his pace. Shen Si noted that they were merely chasing without employing their water guns. He Tao, while claiming to protect him, was actually blocking all exits. Shen Si maintained an impassive facade, feigning immersion in the tense atmosphere. The chase led Shen Si to the rooftop, devoid of any obstructions. The night wind was sharp, tousling his bangs. He Tao stood beside him, her eyes filled with confusion. She did not understand why Lai Hongfang had directed her to lead Shen Si here. The rooftop was barren, typically locked. Lai Hongfang and Fong Li chased up, with the latter closing the door behind them. Shen Si handed the water gun to He Tao. You hold on to this. She instinctively took it, stunned. What about you? I have a backup, Shen Si replied, flexing his fingers as he advanced towards Lai Hongfang. He had gathered enough understanding of Lai Hongfang's capabilities. He couldn't afford to exert too much strength lest he find himself begging for mercy. As for Fong Li, the audience laughed the moment she made a move. For a brief moment, Lai Hongfang was intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from Shen Si. He instinctively took a step back, but quickly steadied himself. Xinghao, you don't actually intend to fight me, do you? Why would I think that? We are friendly rivals and classmates, are we not? Shen Si narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. At this moment, he had discerned that Lai Hongfang was the mastermind behind the incident. Though he remained clueless about the specifics of the scheme, delivering a few blows to vent his frustration seemed prudent. As Lai Hongfang saw Shen Si charge, he immediately drew his water gun to shoot. Shen Si sidestepped effortlessly, swiftly reaching Lai Hongfang. He seized the water gun, intending to pour its contents over Lai Hongfang's face. A piercing female scream echoed through the night. Shen Si halted mid-action, turning to see Fong Li standing at the edge of the rooftop, seemingly in a daze. Wait, where's He Tao? Shen Si's pupils dilated, and he immediately released Lai Hongfang. Where's He Tao? Lai Hongfang did not seize the opportunity to retaliate against Shen Si, but instead inquired of Fong Li, help me. He Tao's cries became increasingly desperate. The rooftop had no safety measures, and Shen Si rushed to the edge, seeing He Tao clinging desperately to the ledge. The situation was dire, with the risk of her falling at any moment. Hold on to me. Without a second thought, Shen Si reached out and grasped He Tao's hand. He called to the other two, come help. Suddenly, Shen Si felt a chilling sensation rise from his back, belatedly realizing what Lai Hongfang had done. He had taken advantage of Shen Si's moment of heroism to shoot him with blood. Fang Li approached at this moment, helping to pull He Tao up. Woo-woo. He Tao sat on the floor, still unable to regain her composure, her body trembling as tears streamed down her face. Shen Si did not attempt to comfort her. In his analysis, Su Xinghao, while not a villain, would not extend solace to someone who harbored malice towards him. At that moment, his heart continued to race. The production team must have implemented safety measures, yet He Tao was devoid of any protection. However, she hesitated not for a moment, remaining deeply engrossed in her role. Shen Si was profoundly shocked and harbored immense admiration. His gaze suddenly turned icy. Are you truly willing to resort to any means necessary for victory? He could discern that He Tao was oblivious to the machinations at play, yet Lai Hongfang and Fang Li had undoubtedly prepared in advance. Indeed, what I seek to win is of paramount importance. Lai Hongfang discarded the facade of false friendliness and spoke plainly. I do not comprehend. Shen Si directed his gaze towards He Tao, a look of confusion on his face. What could be more significant than life itself? Oh. Lai Hongfang's face bore a trace of self-mockery as he gazed up at the inky black sky, echoing Shen Si's words, though his tone was laden with meaning. What could possibly be more vital than life? Chapter 24. He remembered he was a vengeful spirit. Lai Hongfang slowly raised his hand, glancing at his watch, and remarked, I became so immersed in the play that I failed to notice how late it has grown. Let us depart. He approached He Tao and gently lifted her into his arms. She naturally wrapped her arms around Lai Hongfang, slightly turning her head to cast a glance at Shen Si, her eyes revealing a subtle emotion. Soon, however, she averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids and turning back. Goodness, shouldn't that scoundrel be given a few good slaps? Did Lai Hongfang save He Tao's life? Although aware that not all are virtuous, I never expected him to be this wicked. Shen Si understood that this script was likely far more intricate than the previous one. They exited the penthouse, arriving at the 3rd floor. A resting area adorned in the style of a 5-star hotel, exuding elegance and luxury. Lai Hongfang said, Xinghao, room 304 is yours. Shen Si replied with an acknowledgement. He no longer felt the need to feign friendliness towards this group. With a card key inserted, he opened the door and entered. Fang Li approached room 304, confirming Shen Si's entry before questioning whether he would regain his memories. Have you been struck senseless by melodrama? Lai Hongfang shot Fang Li a disdainful glance, retorting that if he were to regain his memories, the first thing he would do is eliminate him. Fang Li shuddered at the remark and fell silent. Upon entering the room, Shen Si headed straight for the bathroom to shower and change into clean clothes. This time, he had no intention of stealthily eavesdropping on their conversation. There were too many people, making it too easy to be detected. After a long night of activity, fatigue washed over him, and he turned off the lights. Lying down in bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Si was jolted awake by a series of knocks. He lifted his gaze to the window, which still revealed a pitch-black exterior. Dawn had yet to break. His head felt heavy, as if he had barely slept at all. Rising from his bed, he slowly approached the door and opened it. The hallway outside was shrouded in darkness, a chill creeping in. Did I mishear? Shen Si closed the door and returned to his bedside, but the knocking resumed. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Si quickly walked over and opened the door, only to find no one there. He stepped outside, and the corridor was engulfed in darkness. Was this some sort of prank by Lai Hongfang? Shen Si resolved not to pay any further heed to the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Si's expression changed. The door had yet to be fully closed. From whence did the knocking arise? Slowly closing the door, he controlled his expression, transforming his excitement into trepidation. This was directed at him. Goodness. Now it's the host who is frightened. I would love to perform a head-severing dance in front of the host. It's rare to have a resilient host. Do you not fear ruining them? Shen Si endeavored to portray the fear of an ordinary person facing peculiar circumstances, yet his physical movements betrayed him. He meticulously scrutinized every door-like structure in the room, even tapping on them. This time, he noticed a detail. The sounds were not uniform. The noise did not emanate from the doors. Where did it originate? After half an hour of searching without success, exhaustion enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the soft bed, releasing a deep sigh. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Si's eyes widened slightly, as if jolted by electricity, and he sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the bed. The knocking was emanating from beneath the bed. Someone was beneath it. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, and Shen Si felt his hands and feet grow cold. Instinctively holding his breath, his heart raced violently, as if it might burst from his chest. The knocking continued. Shen Si's heart pounded. If earlier he had observed with a mindset of learning, he was now genuinely frightened. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. His body screamed for escape. Yet he knew he was performing. The audience craved to see the protagonist confront fear. Why isn't the host running? The one beneath isn't alive. Is this a newcomer upstairs? This host is a professional actor. As long as they don't die, they'll perform to the utmost. All right. I'll follow. 350 viewers in the live stream. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished without warning, plunging the space into suffocating darkness. All the furniture was now merely vague outlines. Those ordinary items that were once familiar transformed into bizarre, shadowy figures. Shen Si possessed a strong night vision. He distinctly saw a hand slowly emerging from beneath the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leapt from the bed, retreating 2 steps in panic. The length of that hand far exceeded that of a human, resembling a serpentine creature swiftly writhing upon the bed. Is it searching for me? Cold sweat drenched his back. The props crafted by the production team were alarmingly realistic. Though he was acting, fear had genuinely gripped him. The hand appeared blindly writhing in the darkness. Shen Si dared not move, fearing that any sudden motion might draw its attention. His anxious gaze darted toward the doorway. The short distance seemed an insurmountable chasm. When he turned back, his heart threatened to leap from his throat. The hand rose upright, palm facing him. That ghastly white hand emanated an icy chill. And at such close proximity, Shen Si noticed its nails were stained black. The contrast of that darkness only served to accentuate the pallor of the hand. Should this continue, it might well lead to his demise. Shen Si had yet to complete his performance. As the hand began to move, he turned and fled. He did not run toward the door. Having seen a few supernatural films, he understood that racing against a ghost was a profoundly naive notion. Shen Si dashed into the bathroom, seizing the pile of garments stained with black dog blood strewn on the floor. Lai Hongfang and his cohort had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this. It could not be without purpose. Shen Si fixed his gaze on the bathroom door. Upon seeing the hand enter, he immediately hurled the clothes at it. When the garments struck the hand, a piercing scream erupted from a male voice. The hand quickly retracted. Could it truly be effective? Shen Si, too, approached this with a sense of skepticism. Ding! The air conditioning alert sounded, and simultaneously, the room's lights illuminated. Shen Si clutched the pile of bloodied clothes, unwilling to relinquish them despite the nauseating stench. He cautiously peeked outside, and everything appeared normal, as if the earlier events had been mere figments of his imagination. This scene could not possibly be without consequence. Shen Si's face bore the relief of survival mingled with lingering dread as he sat in the bathroom, gasping for breath. Who was that ghost? Why had it come to harm me? Lai Hongfang's preparation of black dog blood truly proves effective against ghosts. Could it be that I have misjudged them? Shen Si, donning the blood-stained clothing, found himself invigorated by the fright, and sleep eluded him. He opened the door and stepped outside, emboldened by the presence of the black dog blood. Unafraid in the darkness, Shen Si resolved to seek out others for inquiries. Which room did Lai Hongfang and the others inhabit? No matter. He could simply knock on every door. Starting with room 301, he rapped thrice before pausing. Fearing the occupant might think it a ghost, he added, "It's me, Xinghao." Inside room 301, Chang Feibai, upon hearing the knock, hastily wrapped himself in a blanket. Overwhelmed by terror, he curled into a tight ball. Upon realizing it was Su Xinghao at the door, he trembled uncontrollably, his face as pale as parchment, eyes wide with panic and dread. It was over. Su Xinghao had regained his memories. He remembered he was a vengeful spirit. Chapter 25. The melody of the underworld begins. Chang Feibai retrieved his phone. They shared a common group chat. He swiftly tapped the screen, perspiration trickling down his forehead, both warm and cold with fear. Chang Feibai, help. Su Xinghao has regained his memories. He is knocking on my door, and he wants to kill me. After sending 5 frantic messages, he finally stirred the others awake. Lai Hongfang, what is the fuss about? It's not the first time. With black dog blood, you want to die. Meng Shui'er, let us set this aside. Does anyone have medicine? I need some. Lai Hongfang, Meng Shui'er, have you stolen my medicine again? If Xinghao doesn't kill you, I might just do it myself. He Tao, tomorrow is the deadline. Does the method taught by that master truly work? Family, at least the black dog blood is effective. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived this long. Lai Hongfang, enough chatter. Let us proceed with the plan. Chang Feibai, infuriated, felt like smashing his phone, yet feared he might truly break it and be left without a means to call for help. He grudgingly stuffed the phone back into his pocket, trembling as he huddled beneath the covers, repeatedly praying, "Don't come for me. I'm merely following orders from others. If you seek vengeance, go after them." After waiting for a while with no response, Shen Si moved to room 302 and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. It's me, Xinghao. Lai Hongfang, inside room 302, straightened instinctively at the sound of knocking. The room remained shrouded in darkness, and he stared intently at the door, his tension palpable. Here it comes again, he thought, recognizing this as Su Xinghao's typical ploy. After Su Xinghao's death, he had swiftly transformed into a vengeful spirit, haunting them for 5 years. The thought of this relentless, undead existence ignited a fury within Lai Hongfang. He rose abruptly and strode toward the door. However, as he reached for the handle, he halted, remembering the admonitions of the young master. In the past, Lai Hongfang had sought various remedies, including incense offerings at temples and consulting Taoist masters, yet none bore fruit. 10 days prior, through a recommendation, he met a young master who had just completed his training. Initially skeptical, Lai Hongfang was taken aback by the young master's words. Life for a life is the natural order. Lai Hongfang clung to this glimmer of hope. Inquiring about solutions, the young master assured him that Su Xinghao could not genuinely harm them at present. They must consume raw rice daily and wear garments soaked in black dog blood before sleep to deter his approach. The method proved remarkably effective. Lai Hongfang subsequently asked the young master if there existed a way to eliminate Su Xinghao entirely, to end their torment once and for all. The young master prepared a soul-binding formation for them and instructed them on how to summon souls into the fray. Tonight, they could conclude it all. Lai Hongfang's eyes darkened. Su Xinghao, I shall ensure your soul is shattered. With no response from room 302, Shen Si proceeded to room 303 and knocked again. Inside, room 303 was cluttered with yellow talismans plastered across the walls and ceilings. The door bore a thick coat of black dog blood, emanating an eerie aura in the dim light. Fan Li, clad in garments stained with black dog blood, wore an array of jade pendants around his neck, their gentle sway mirroring his trembling form. His hands were adorned with prayer beads, trailing down to his elbows. At that moment, a knock echoed, sending a jolt through Fan Li, nearly causing him to cry out. His frail physique, having suffered from substance abuse and the torment inflicted by Su Xinghao, left him weighing a mere 75 pounds at a height of 5 feet 7 inches. Standing there, he appeared as if a gust of wind could easily sweep him away. His face was gaunt, cheeks deeply hollowed, and his wide eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets. If everyone bore guilt towards Su Xinghao, Fan Li's transgression was the gravest. He had been the one to drive the vehicle that ended Su Xinghao's life. Shen Si then knocked on room 305. Receiving no answer, inside was Meng Shuer, who, in a drug-induced stupor, had knocked her head against the wall until she fainted, completely oblivious to the knocks. Room 306 belonged to He Tao, who longed to open the door. Her fingers tightened around the doorknob, yet mere moments later, she recoiled as if electrocuted. He Tao pressed her body against the door, slowly sinking to the ground. What kind of person was Su Xinghao? He was flamboyant, fiercely loyal to his friends, and had once risked his life to save her from falling. He Tao disagreed with the others' intentions to eradicate Su Xinghao. He was so kind, surely. If they apologized and burned some paper money, he would forgive them. Why resort to such extreme measures? Though she thought this, she dared not defy Lai Hongfang. Despite being her boyfriend, he was quick to resort to violence if she disobeyed him. Shen Si knocked on every door on the 3rd floor, yet none responded. Did they occupy the VIP rooms while leaving him in a standard one? It seemed they were conspiring against him. Little did Shen Si realize that the others were cowering in their rooms, trembling in fear at his knocks. Reluctant to return to the haunted room, Shen Si descended to the 1st floor. In the living room, the remnants of dried black dog blood were splattered everywhere, filling the air with a foul, nauseating metallic odor reminiscent of death. It was a scene reminiscent of a crime. Shen Si had grown immune to the stench. He walked slowly into the living room and picked up a guitar resting on the sofa. Its design was unlike any he had seen before. A clear indication of being custom-made, showcasing an alluring blend of dark blue hues crafted into wave-like contours. Holding the guitar, Shen Si was not entirely devoid of musical talent. In his school days, it was common for boys to learn to play the guitar to serenade their crushes. Watching his roommates practice had allowed him to learn a single song. Is the host about to perform? We await with bated breath. Truly a jack of all trades. Will there be music at the scene of the massacre? Let the underworld melody commence. With deft fingers, Shen Si strummed the familiar tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Indeed, that was the only song he knew. Listening to this tune transports me back to the days before I became a vengeful spirit. I miss my mother, yet she has already reincarnated. I shall seek her new incarnation. Is it not frowned upon to search? Chapter 26. Do the living dare to bully the spirits? What Shen Si was unaware of was that the melody he played transformed in the ears of Lai Hongfang and the others. The slumbering Meng Shui was awakened by the music, her eyes flinging open as she emitted a sharp cry. No, do not come closer. This tune was all too familiar to Meng Shui, brimming with wild abandon and a strong character. It was a piece composed by Su Xinghao back in the day. Meng Shui had been love-struck the moment she laid eyes on Su Xinghao on stage. She could not discern whether it was the beginning of happiness or the onset of tragedy. Now, for everyone, this song felt akin to a soul-stirring dirge, rendering many sleepless through the night. After finishing his piece, Shen Si refrained from continuing. Although music transcends borders and hierarchies, he felt a peculiar dissonance playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star on such a spectacular instrument. Though it was a live broadcast, he imagined the music would be remixed into a rock anthem in post-production. The sofa in the living room was large and comfortable, surrounded by the ominous aura of darkness, making it the safest refuge. As Shen Si reclined on the sofa, he casually glanced at his nails, which were painted black for style, resembling that ghastly hand. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids grew heavy, his head tilted, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. I cannot wait, even a moment longer. Flames erupted around the living room, curiously without igniting any objects. Shen Si jolted awake, slowly sitting up. How long has it been? This rascal has broken the rules. Doesn't he, the recommender, care? Let it be, let it be. Do not report him. The individual in question has it hard enough. Poisoned and murdered by the ones I trusted most. It took 5 long years for me to seek vengeance. I could not bear to wait, even a moment. Su Xinghao slightly moved his fingers, then rose without hesitation. He strolled into the kitchen, casually picking up a kitchen knife, and then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He stood before the door of Fang Lie's room, swinging the knife to split the solid door in two. As the door creaked open, a gust of wind whisked through, sending yellow talismans fluttering, crackling in the air. Su Xinghao smirked coldly. Now inhabiting Shen Si's body, these talismans held no power over him. After searching the room for Fang Lie without success, he suddenly heard a faint melody. Recognizing it as the theme song from the album he had once funded, he momentarily lost his focus, but swiftly regained his composure. Walking coldly toward the source of the music, he ascended to the 2nd floor, where all the lights were ablaze. Multicolored beams of light danced in the ballroom. The circular dance floor illuminated by flashing hues, resembling a dreamlike world of light and shadow. As he raised his gaze, he spotted Lai Hongfang and the others seated on a sofa across the room. This sight caused his vision to redden instantly, fury boiling within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. 5 years prior, the scene had been strikingly similar. On that day, Su Xinghao had just released a new album, and Lai Hongfang had proclaimed a party at the villa to celebrate its anticipated success. Yet, after accepting a drink from Meng Shui and taking but a sip, he had lost consciousness. When Su Xinghao regained awareness, he found them indulging in narcotics. Meng Shui kissed his arm, laughing as she declared that they were now bound together in this path. Upon noticing the puncture wounds on his arm, Su Xinghao felt as though the world itself had collapsed around him. He could hardly believe that the ones he loved and trusted most had dragged him into the abyss. Desperately, he struggled to call the police, but shortly after leaving the villa, a blinding light engulfed him, and the world turned a bloody crimson. At that moment, Su Xinghao's body had been mangled by the car, rendering him unable to feel pain. He exerted every ounce of strength to extend his hand. Why? Why have you done this to me? Were we not good friends? Lai Hongfang chuckled maliciously, his eyes glinting with malice. Precisely because we were friends. We wanted you to experience the joy we now revel in. Unfortunately, you shall never experience it again. Fueled by memories of his past, Su Xinghao became frenzied, rushing forward. Upon stepping into the circular dance floor, he felt an overwhelming heat engulfing his entire being. Su Xinghao let out a heart-wrenching scream. Almost immediately, he collapsed to the ground. Upon nearing the floor, he discovered that beneath the net lay talismans inscribed with Black Dog's blood. Instantly, intense pain surged through him like a tidal wave. Every pore felt as though pierced by countless needles, the agony seeping deep into his flesh and marrow. The torment caused his face and hands to swell with veins, his complexion turning a deep crimson, his expression grotesque and fearsome. Su Xinghao's cries of anguish reverberated through the air, filled with despair and torment. Lai Hongfang sprang to his feet, exclaiming with excitement, "It works! The talismans drawn by that little master are indeed effective." His face was alight with exhilaration. Meng Shui gazed at Su Xinghao collapsed in the center of the ballroom, her expression oscillating between sorrow and amusement, appearing most peculiar. The drugs kept her in a state of disarray, unable to control her emotions or actions. He Tao averted her gaze slightly. She found the scene too brutal to witness, her heart heavy with compassion. Approaching Lai Hongfang, her voice trembled. Brother Lai, perhaps we should leave? This place feels eerie. However, Lai Hongfang brusquely shrugged off He Tao's hand, retorting fiercely, what is the rush? We finally captured Su Xinghao. I intend to savor his pitiful state. His eyes sparkled with vengeful pleasure. Haven T, we suffered enough at his hands these past 5 years. Now it is time for him to experience it all. Indeed, Fong Li chimed in, raising 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Lai Hongfang while downing the other in one gulp. His tone was laden with double entendre, refreshing. There was an air of smug satisfaction in his voice. Chang Feibai, typically timid, seized the opportunity as He Tao expressed her desire to leave. He rushed over, suggesting, shall I drive you away? Grateful, He Tao readily accepted. And the two made their exit from the villa. Lai Hongfang scoffed at their departure, wrapping his arms around the disoriented Meng Shui, unreservedly exploring her body. He reveled in the sound of Su Xinghao's screams, feeling an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Lai Hongfang frowned as he pulled it out to answer. Who is it? His tone bore a hint of impatience. Brother Lai, there has been an incident. Chang Feibai's frantic voice echoed from the other end. What incident? We're set for a bright future. Lai Hongfang, still lost in visions of a glorious tomorrow, dismissed Chang Feibai's words entirely. The car won't leave the villa. Chang Feibai's voice trembled with fear. What are you talking about? Lai Hongfang still did not grasp the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowing further. There are so many ghosts here. We are trapped in the villa. Chang Feibai's voice rose, piercing and shrill. In panic, Chang Feibai slammed his foot on the gas, driving the car directly into the terrifying, disfigured spirits. Yet, the vehicle passed through the ghosts, only to return to the villa entrance once more. The phantoms formed a circle, encircling the villa. With each passing moment, they advanced a step closer to the dwelling. He Tao, seated in the passenger seat, had long succumbed to unconsciousness from the terror of this horrifying scene. Chang Fei. How dare the living bully the dead? Brothers, today we have surrounded this place. Let us see if they dare to be arrogant any longer. Even if the recommender punishes me, I shall accept it. These beasts shall not leave here alive. Help! Brother Lai, save me. Chapter 27. Collaborating with the host's performance with Chang Fei's anguished scream, the call abruptly ended. Lai Hongfang, upon hearing the cry, felt a chill seep into his bones. What spirits? Hadn't Su Xinghao already been subdued? His heart brimmed with confusion and dread. At that moment, Fong Li straightened in his seat, his brow furrowed tightly. Brother Lai, there is something amiss with Su Xinghao. Hastily, Lai Hongfang pushed aside Meng Shui'er and turned to gaze at the dance floor. There, Su Xinghao lay still, motionless, as if in slumber. Yet this eerie tranquility only amplified Lai Hongfang's unease. He commanded Fong Li, go check on him. Fong Li, his face etched with disbelief, pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Lai Hongfang glared at him, prompting Fong Li to obediently approach. Once Fong Li moved closer to Su Xinghao, Lai Hongfang stealthily slipped to the other side, quietly opening a concealed door and swiftly escaping. Unaware of Lai Hongfang's departure, Fong Li drew nearer to Su Xinghao, only to witness the latter's fingers twitch slightly. Ah! Fong Li gasped in terror, stumbling backward. Shen Si slowly opened his eyes, groggy as he surveyed his surroundings. Hadn't he been sleeping in the living room? Who had moved him to the ballroom? As his gaze met Fong Li's, he intended to inquire about the situation. How could this be? Fong Li, witnessing Shen Si emerge unscathed from the formation, was instantly paralyzed with fear. He had just decided to flee when, upon rising, he fell heavily to the ground. Fong Li suddenly felt a hand gripping his foot tightly. Whipping his head around, he discovered a figure sprawled on the floor. An uncanny doppelganger of Su Xinghao. The prostrate Su Xinghao had only his head intact. From the neck down, every joint was dislocated, and through the gaping wounds, the stark, white bones were clearly visible. Two Su Xinghao, two ghosts. Fong Li's spirit fled in terror. Realizing escape was futile, he pleaded, don't kill me. Xinghao, I was wrong. I never intended to harm you. I was just trying to stop you from calling the police. We were friends, weren't we? It's been so many years. You should let go. Lai Hongfang was the one who trapped you with the formation. I was coerced. I am the victim. Shen Si regarded Fong Li with an icy stare, yet the barrage of information he received left him momentarily stunned. A simple attack from Fong Li had unleashed a powerful move. Confirming his role as a vengeful spirit, Shen Si felt exhilarated. The more he participated in supernatural films, the more he found the role of a vengeful spirit far far more liberating than the living characters he had previously portrayed. Previously, director Lin had remarked that he needed to temper his performance. However, embodying a vengeful spirit was different. Shen Si had to unleash every emotion, allowing it to erupt. A vengeful spirit was no longer human, merely possessing a human form, unbound by morality or worldly laws. While Fong Li had been desperately pleading for mercy. Upon meeting Shen Si's gaze, he noticed a shift. The initially frigid eyes gradually transformed into something perilous. In those eyes, he felt like a fish laid bare upon a cutting board. Su Xinghao harbored fondness for Shen Si. Thus he had deliberately covered Shen Si's eyes to prevent him from being frightened. He began to crawl towards Fong Li, his icy hands tightening around Fong Li's neck. Help! No! Spare me! Fong Li clawed at his throat, yet could not stave off the encroaching sensation of suffocation. Shen Si observed as Fong Li's eyes rolled back. His jaw clenched, hands desperately grasping at his neck, legs thrashing about. This scene was familiar to Shen Si during the filming of Return. The actor portraying Tao Hong had executed a similar portrayal of death by asphyxiation. Although Fong Li's performance was equally convincing, the conclusion of being choked to death risked rendering the audience numb. Shen Si contemplated suggesting a different method of demise to the veteran. Fong Li, do you know what it looks like when a person shatters into pieces? In that moment, Su Xinghao, who had been choking Fong Li, abruptly halted, his face turning towards the rear, dragging along his disjointed body. I will not grant you a swift death. The torment I have endured, you shall experience 1,000-fold. With a fierce glare at Fong Li, Shen Si declared, do you understand my meaning? Change up the method of death. Fong Li, on the brink of death, was oblivious to Shen Si's words. Yet Su Xinghao comprehended. After 5 years, he finally had the opportunity to exact revenge on his enemies. And he was eager to kill them all. However, Shen Si's words enlightened him. To kill them so easily would be too merciful. The host was right. They must experience their anguish 100 times over. Su Xinghao released his grip and crawled back to Shen Si's side. Fong Li felt the air return to his lungs and coughed violently. Realizing his body could move, he shrieked and bolted for the exit. Shen Si coldly observed Fong Li's retreating figure, scoffing, not a single one shall escape. Su Xinghao looked up at Shen Si. Having never encountered a living person quite like him, even in life. Despite his chilling aura, he felt an unexpected warmth. With his bloodied hands, Su Xinghao scrawled the words thank you on the ground, only to swiftly erase them with his blood. Mere words of gratitude felt too insipid. He would support Shen Si through actions. Brother Su, why have you returned to the live stream? Aren't you going to kill them? I wish to collaborate with the host's performance. I just saw you tormented by the formation. How come you are not only unscathed, but have grown stronger? That formation was amplifying my power, which is why the host's body could not endure it. A massive summoning array surrounds this villa. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to venture into the mortal realm so easily. Fong Li dashed into the elevator, repeatedly pressing the close door button. As the elevator doors began to close, he stepped back, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the confined space felt even more terrifying. What if Su Xinghao entered? Would he have no refuge? A shiver coursed through Fong Li at this thought. Seizing the moment before the doors fully shut, he forced them open with his hands and fled in a panic. Hearing the footsteps drawing ever closer behind him, he thought nothing of it and raced downstairs. He was unaware of the horrors Chang Fei had endured. Had he known, he would never have chosen to flee downward. By the time Fong Li reached the first floor from the second, he was drenched in sweat, breathless. A powerful instinct for survival propelled him to run even faster. As he neared the door, tears welled in his eyes. Grasping the icy doorknob ignited a flicker of hope within him. Finally, he could escape this haunted place. Yet, upon opening the door, he was met not with freedom, but with a horde of terrifying ghostly faces. Hearing the door creak open, the vengeful spirits turned their heads, their attention drawn to him in unison. Ah! From a distance, Shen Si could already hear Fong Li's blood-curdling scream. The anguished scream seemed to have been uttered with every ounce of strength, resonating with a chilling intensity. What was happening? Before I could approach, my senior had already begun his performance. Chapter 28, Not Alive? Shen Si hurried his pace, and upon reaching the villa's entrance, he found Fong Li collapsed on the ground. Drawing closer, he observed Fong Li frothing at the mouth, his expression one of sheer terror. When Shen Si lifted his gaze, he was confronted by a horde of pale-faced spirits standing ominously at the door. It turned out that the extras who had been seated on the bus were now outside the villa, seemingly tasked with preventing the living from escaping. Shen Si offered them a friendly smile. After all, he was now one of them, making his demeanor appear less out of place. The spirits, in turn, revealed grotesque smiles. some of their disfigured faces causing their tongues to dangle out in a ghastly manner. The host smiled at me. How gentle. Everyone, hurry and follow the host. He is particularly friendly to ghosts. You won't regret it. Viewers in the live stream. 800 dragging Fong Li outside. Shen Si noticed a car surrounded by numerous spirits. As he approached, the spirits parted to let him through. Peering through the car window, he saw Chang Fei Bai and He Tao reclining inside, both seemingly at peace. It was rather fortunate. Dying together would afford them more screen time. The blaring horn jolted Fong Li from his unconsciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a hand pressing against his head, feeling a dull ache. Where was he? Fong Li realized he was seated in the back of a car, with Chang Fei Bai sleeping beside him. Outside the window, the scenery was a blur. You're awake? Came Shen Si's voice from the driver's seat. Fong Li was startled, attempting to open the door to flee, only to find it locked. Xinghao, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I truly know my mistake. Shen Si looked bewildered and puzzled, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Nightmare? Fong Li's mind was a fog. Yes, you were shouting about ghosts while you were asleep, Shen Si chuckled. If I weren't driving, I'd have recorded it for a lifetime of laughs. At that moment, Fong Li noticed that Su Xinghao no longer bore his terrifying visage. Instead, he resembled the dashing figure from Fong Li's memories. Looking down, Fong Li saw he was clad in clean clothes, devoid of the jade pendants and bracelets. Chang Fei Bai and He Tao, too, wore clean attire, sleeping serenely. Have I returned to the past? Or was it all merely a dream? Still in a daze, Shen Si extended a hand backward. Fong Li instinctively recoiled into a corner. Touch my hand. Is it warm? After much internal deliberation, Fong Li finally reached out. His fingers brushed against Shen Si's hand for merely a second, but it was enough for him to feel the warmth of humanity. Fong Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly just experienced a terrifying dream? This was wonderful. His tense body relaxed, and he managed a grin. I knew it couldn't possibly be real. Ghosts don't exist in this world. Ha! Indeed, Shen Si paused. Ghosts are merely the malevolent thoughts of humanity. However, he continued, in truth, I'm not taking you to a villa, but to the police station. Fong Li, still caught in his euphoria, was taken aback. Huh. Shen Si met Fong Li's gaze through the rearview mirror, his expression grave. I'm aware of your drug use. Since I can't dissuade you, I must take you for mandatory rehabilitation. What? Fong Li was astounded. Are you out of your mind? You're going to imprison us? Then it struck Fong Li. Everything had been just a dream. Su Xinghao had not yet been fed drugs by them. As the car doors were locked, escape was impossible. A wicked thought crossed Fong Li's mind. If that were the case, there was only one option left. He bent down, pulling the shoelaces from his shoes, gripping both ends tightly. Watch out, there is someone in front. Is there? Now. Seizing the moment when Su Xinghao's attention was diverted, Fong Li swiftly looped the shoelaces around Su Xinghao's neck, exerting force. Though slender, Fong Li possessed the explosive strength of a normal adult. Yet, at that very moment, the shoelaces unexpectedly snapped. Wow, brother, your speed is incredible. I was just about to make my move. I was single in my past life. This speed is no joke. Hearing the laughter, Fong Li stared blankly, catching sight of Su Xinghao's eyes gleaming with mockery in the rearview mirror. You had your chance, but you squandered it. You claim to have returned to the past. Why not strive to be a better person? Shen Si chuckled, enjoying the performance. The use of shoelaces as a weapon vividly illustrated Fong Li's cunning and malice. Thus, none of it had been a dream. Fong Li's countenance turned ashen. You can continue to think of it as a dream, but for you, it may well be a nightmare from which you can never awaken. After uttering this, Shen Si opened the car door, and in an instant, he vanished. The scenery outside continued to blur past, the driverless car maintaining its course. No, don't. In a panic, Fong Li scrambled to the driver's seat, desperate to escape through the open door. Yet, he was met with a pale hand, resembling parchment, gripping the door tightly. Startled, he recoiled. The ghostly hand then exerted a sudden force, slamming the door shut. Help! Someone! Fong Li screamed, frantically pounding on the window. It dawned on him then that the car was not driving normally, but was being lifted by the spirits, racing forward. Where are you taking me? Let me out. Please. Spare me. I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Xinghao, I beg you, save me. Shen Si sat upon a soft air cushion, utterly astonished by the vigor of the extras hired by the crew. A mere 10 individuals had effortlessly lifted a car, running with it. He had thought the vehicle was in autonomous mode, and had even contemplated jumping out. Fortunately, the crew had prepared air cushions, ensuring his safety. The host is so reckless. Thinking of jumping out? Is he trying to get himself killed? Everyone knows the host gets this wild in a performance. Longtime fans are aware. It's just basic behavior. Rest assured, everyone, I studied medicine in my past life. No matter how injured the host becomes, as long as he has breath, I can revive him. Chapter 29. Who is behind him? With such a united and supportive group of peers, Shen Si felt increasingly confident about the unfolding drama. He gazed towards the villa, where only Lai Hongfang and Meng Shu'er remained. If the other three were mere bystanders, then Lai Hongfang and Meng Shu'er were the true perpetrators. Su Xinghao might not comprehend why they treated him this way. Though Shen Si had not played many roles as an actor, he had meticulously studied the psychology of every character, whether virtuous or villainous, from the films he had watched. Sometimes, evil does not require justification, it is inherent. Lai Hongfang witnessed the horrifying scene through the window, desperately wishing it were merely a dream. Ghosts did not appear in such numbers, even in supernatural films. This realization paralyzed him, preventing his escape. Retreating to his room, Lai Hongfang had previously installed a signal blocker to prevent others from secretly calling for help. Now, he disabled the restriction, retrieving his phone to dial a number. The phone rang for a full 30 seconds before it was answered. Before the other party could speak, Lai Hongfang frantically exclaimed, "Master, please save me. What's wrong?" The formation didn't contain Su Xinghao, and he summoned numerous ghosts to surround my house. Please come quickly, or I will surely perish. The other party's tone remained calm. Isn't that quite good? What? Lai Hongfang momentarily failed to respond. Do you remember what I said when I first met you? After uttering this, the young master hung up the phone. Lai Hongfang certainly remembered. It was that very statement that led him to believe the young master possessed genuine skill. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. This was only just. He had been deceived. Damn it. Lai Hongfang slammed his phone onto the ground. Yet, he quickly picked it up again and dialed the police. 5 years ago, when Lai Hongfang was first entangled with Su Xinghao, he had called the police. However, he soon discovered that apart from them, no one else could see Su Xinghao. Consequently, they faced admonishment and punishment from the authorities. Now, in this critical moment, Lai Hongfang directly reported that someone was gathering to use drugs. The police inquired about his address, mistakenly believing he was merely a whistleblower, instructing him to ensure his safety while they made their way over. You must hurry. If they discover me, it's all over. Lai Hongfang now had no choice but to place his hopes in the police. The officers, with their righteous demeanor, should be able to intimidate this group of specters, right? Sitting in the room, the quieter the surroundings became, the more distinctly he could hear his own heart racing. How was this any different from waiting for death? Lai Hongfang had never been one to surrender easily. Furrowing his brows, he paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face. He had a plan. Shen Si, searching for Lai Hongfang in the villa, was in no rush. After all, the other party had nowhere to escape. Xinghao, Xinghao. Hearing the voice, Shen Si raised an eyebrow. If he recalled correctly, it was Meng Shu'er's voice. Surely she must be desperate enough to hold her breath. How could she be calling out to him? Shen Si followed the sound to the second floor. It turned out there was a hidden room on the second floor, previously concealed by a dark red curtain. Now the door stood ajar, and Shen Si stepped inside. The hidden room was permeated with the scent of perfume, and the cabinets on either side held numerous blades. Meng Shu'er was bound to the wall, while Lai Hongfang, the instigator, stood beside her. Good heavens, what an eye-opener. Can I actually watch what follows? I was still a minor when I died. Old ghost, pretending to be a tender sprout. Your eyes are about to pop out. Aren't they? Meng Shu'er was now covered in wounds. You're here. Lai Hongfang tugged at the corner of his mouth, though he tried to appear calm. His body betrayed him, the tension in his face revealing an exceedingly ugly smile. I know you hate me. Lai Hongfang gripped Meng Shu'er's chin, forcing her to look up, but you should hate her even more. If it weren't for her coaxing you to take drugs, how could you have fallen into addiction and died with regrets? What do you want? Shen Si interrupted Lai Hongfang. Previous predecessors had portrayed terror while fleeing from vengeful spirits. Lai Hongfang, however, opted for a different performance, and thus he eagerly anticipated the outcome. You needn't dirty your hands to kill this wretch. Lai Hongfang relentlessly slapped Meng Shu'er's face, leaving it swollen. Ah, no. Meng Shu'er let out a muffled cry. Xinghao, help me. Shen Si suppressed his urge to intervene. It was so realistic that he nearly stepped in to stop it. Fortunately, the actor portraying Meng Shu'er timely called out his character's name. Shen Si understood this was a signal for him, the novice actor, to remain calm. It was merely acting. Shen Si remained impassive, his expression cold. Observing this, Lai Hongfang felt not a twinge of panic, but rather relief. This was precisely what he desired. He merely needed to buy time. Meng Shu'er was drenched in sweat, her hair soaked. Unable to endure the intense pain, she fainted. Shen Si turned to Lai Hongfang. icy tone questioning. Is it over? If so, it's my turn to perform. Lai Hongfang noticed the murderous intent in Shen Si's eyes and steeled himself, drawing out a dagger. Shen Si assumed Lai Hongfang was preparing to fight him. Yet, the next moment, Lai Hongfang slashed the dagger across Meng Shui's arm. Blood gushed from the opened wound. The unconscious Meng Shui was forcibly awakened, letting out a shriek as her body writhed in agony. Shen Si was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such a bloody scene on set. Previously encountered bloody scenes had merely involved corpses in anti-Japanese dramas. They simply required him to feign being shot and fall, with no need for elaborate makeup. Just a smear of blood would suffice. Shen Si had studied this aspect in school. He learned to attach props that were nearly indistinguishable from human flesh to the actor's body, with soft tubes inside filled with blood. A dagger cutting through the tube could create a remarkably realistic injury and bleeding effect. Of course, the most crucial element remained Meng Shui. Only through a sufficiently authentic portrayal could the watching audience feel the pain alongside her. Lai Hongfang's expression shifted from fear to exhilaration, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Meng Shui's blood and cries only intensified his violent actions. Her breathing gradually weakened, and the ground became soaked in a pool of blood. Fearing Meng Shui would not last until the police arrived, Lai Hongfang turned to retrieve a syringe from the cabinet, intending to inject her. Just then, the power flickered. The lights beginning to strobe erratically. Lai Hongfang paused, noticing Su Xinghao's face darkening with each flicker of light. The lights went out completely, plunging the surroundings into darkness. In the completely enclosed space, Lai Hongfang felt a cold wind blowing from behind him, as if a pair of icy hands were tightening around his neck. Lai Hongfang, how did Meng Shui get involved with drugs? Upon hearing this, Lai Hongfang's heart skipped a beat. Why was Su Xinghao asking this? Could it be he still had feelings for Meng Shui? This was disastrous. If that were the case, what had he done? Was he not courting death? She brought this upon herself. She often sought men at bars, and then met a drug addict. Lai Hongfang immediately tarnished her image, fueling resentment against Meng Shui. I always advised her that someone as good as you shouldn't be seeking other men, but that wretched woman wouldn't listen. Heh! Laughter echoed in the darkness. But it was not Shen Si's voice. Lai Hongfang felt the icy sensation around his neck intensifying. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to grasp a cold hand. Meng Shui's voice was near. Didn't you say there were plenty of men better than Xinghao, and you introduced that man to me? Lai Hongfang froze. Was Meng Shui behind him? What was happening? He had tied her up so tightly. Just then, the lights flickered back on, revealing Meng Shui lying on the ground. Her pupils dilated, having succumbed to her injuries and blood loss. So who was behind him? Chapter 30. What are you thinking? The hand gripping Lai Hongfang's neck slowly moved upward, lightly brushing against his cheek, carrying a pungent scent of blood. Lai Hongfang struggled to turn his head, meeting Meng Shui's face, pale as paper and devoid of color. Just as Lai Hongfang's eyes widened in shock, that hand plunged into his eye socket. Lai Hongfang let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. When he raised his head again, his eyes had become two gaping blood holes, a horrifying sight. Meng Shui clutched two bloodied eyeballs in her hand. Then, she clenched her fist, and with a sickening pop, the eyeballs exploded, blood gushing forth from her fingers. Lai Hongfang. The crew had efficiently switched the real Meng Shui on the bed for a dummy when the lights went out. You know full well that a person who dies will become a vengeful spirit seeking revenge, so how dare you kill Meng Shui? Lai Hongfang knelt on the ground, his handsome features and privileged background making him the object of many people's admiration. However, now he was in a state of despair, worse than a beggar on the street. I will kill you. I will kill you. Lai Hong shouted hoarsely, brandishing a dagger wildly in the air. Shen Si did not remain in the room. He stepped out of the dark chamber. Meng Shui followed closely behind, her wounds bleeding profusely, leaving a trail of gruesome blood in her wake. Xinghao, can you forgive me? In death, Meng Shui had finally freed herself from the grip of drugs and regained her clarity. She slowly knelt on the ground, her voice trembling as she said, "We are all dead now. Everything can start anew." Start anew? No, everything has ended. Shen Si gazed quietly at Meng Shui, his eyes filled with indifference. If there had been any residual hatred from Su Xinghao towards Meng Shui, it had vanished upon witnessing her death, when both love and hate dissipated. Meng Shui was nothing more than a shadow to Su Xinghao. I don't want this. Don't look at me like that. Meng Shui took 2 steps forward, desperately trying to grasp Shen Si, but he swiftly retreated. You still love me. Meng Shui suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly exclaimed, that guitar is proof of your love for me. It was a gift I gave you. Her voice was tinged with panic and pleading. her gaze fixed intently on Shen Si. Truly, she was resourceful, utilizing even the borrowed guitar to her advantage. Shen Si internally applauded her. Yet the guitar's design indeed resonated with the water in her name. Others had already perished, leaving only the blind Lai Hong, whose existence was worse than death. This outcome should suffice for Su Xinghao. Shen Si said nothing and turned to leave. He believed Meng Shui'er understood the answer through his actions. Little did he know that in her sight, Su Xinghao still stood before her. Once Su Xinghao confirmed that Shen Si had departed, he turned his gaze back to Meng Shui'er and smiled. What about you? Do you love me? Meng Shui'er seemed to see hope, nodding vigorously. Of course I love you. It is precisely because I love you so much that I do not want others to see you. Whenever Su Xinghao stepped onto a grander stage, Meng Shui'er felt he no longer belonged to her. She desired to pull Su Xinghao down to the same abyss she inhabited, believing that this would make him hers. Su Xinghao inquired, then how will you prove it? Meng Shui'er looked at him. What do you want me to do to prove it? I would die for you. Su Xinghao shook his head, but you are already dead. His words left Meng Shui'er speechless. Yet there was still a way to prove it. Su Xinghao paused. That guitar accidentally fell into the swimming pool. Retrieve it, and I will forgive you. All right, but that pool is filled with black dog blood. Meng Shui'er remembered what the young master had told them, that black dog blood could harm vengeful spirits. Fool, Su Xinghao crouched down, gently brushing his fingers over Meng Shui'er's eyes, softly saying, how could I ever harm you? The pool has long since returned to normal. Really? Then I am willing. Meng Shui'er had never learned to swim in life, thinking Su Xinghao merely wished to give her a small punishment. In the past, when she had displeased him, he would make her peel an apple as retribution. Now that she was a ghost, she could not die again. What was there to fear? Meng Shui'er arrived at the swimming pool, and indeed, as Su Xinghao had said, the pool no longer exuded the foul odor of black dog blood, but had transformed into a pristine body of water. Through the crystal-clear surface, she could clearly see the guitar resting at the bottom. Xinghao, wait for me. I will retrieve the guitar. Su Xinghao smiled. Go ahead. As Meng Shui'er approached the pool, a flicker of fear crept into her heart. Su Xinghao's smile encouraged her, and she shut her eyes, leaping in. Suddenly, Su Xinghao's previously cheerful smile contorted into something sinister. The darkness within it surfacing. The splashes of water morphed into a shocking crimson hue, akin to a grotesque flower blooming. Ah! Meng Shui'er's piercing scream of agony echoed. The rippling surface of the water calmed within moments. Still thinking of yourself as human? Daring to jump into a pool of black dog blood, now your soul is lost. You don't understand, do you? As an old ghost, I can see it clearly. Meng Shui'er has fallen under Su Xinghao's illusion. Is it really an illusion? Only a powerful spirit could do such a thing. Stop boasting. If Su Xinghao had that ability, wouldn't he have taken his revenge long ago? It must be that formation. Clearly, the one who set it up is an expert. Su Xinghao's eyes betrayed an unmasked, deep-seated hatred. Start anew after death? What a naive thought. Only by making your soul scatter can I truly rid myself of this hatred. Chapter 31. Why is there still a living person? Well said. What a joke, thinking that past grievances can be erased after death. I'm not reincarnating yet because I'm waiting for my enemies to descend. Bring back the 3 taken away just now. They will be dealt with by Su. As a spirit, Su Xinghao could naturally see the comments. He clasped his hands and said, Thank you, brothers. There's no need to waste the black dog blood they have prepared for me. Shen Si exited the villa and raised his eyes to see the car that had been moved earlier, now quietly sitting at the entrance. The vehicle bore the scars of a severe accident, its body twisted and deformed. Gasoline seeped out beneath it, mingling with the shocking blood. Shen Si approached slowly, catching sight of 3 corpses wedged within the wreckage. Their condition mirrored that of the car, grotesquely deformed, a sight too dreadful to behold. This sight deepened Shen Si's understanding. He could only imagine the pain Su Xinghao had endured. The anguish he had portrayed was probably only a fraction of what Su Xinghao had experienced. I have not yet worked hard enough. Shen Si always reflected on his performances, contemplating his shortcomings. Next time I portray such a character, I will do better. He shifted his shoulders, feeling a slight ache. Recently, he had been taking on roles frequently. It seemed he would need to rest early tonight. A child who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old sat on Shen Si's shoulder, covering his eyes with both hands. Shen Si remained oblivious to this occurrence. Hurry up, hurry up. The child's face was full of impatience. The other spirits, Chong Fei Bai, He Tao, and Fong Li, were dragged out in succession. Behave. If you keep stalling, I will tear you apart. Their hands were shackled with chains, and the vengeful spirits escorted them like prisoners, forming a line. Chong Fei Bai trembled, not expecting to be tormented even in death. Where are you taking us? To the underworld? The vengeful spirit replied ominously. Once you have atoned for your sins in the mortal realm, you will naturally be sent to the underworld, provided you still have a chance to leave here. The vengeful spirits ushered Chang Fei Bai and the others into the villa. The child then released his grip and floated down from Shen Si's shoulder. Shen Si felt a chill breeze pass through, his body feeling lighter and refreshed. However, he thought nothing of it. The deep night was naturally cooler than the day. Su Xinghao. Upon hearing this call, Shen Si immediately turned around and looked up. When he saw the figure, his face displayed unmistakable surprise. Lai Hong stood at the edge of the rooftop, the wind whipping around him, his form swaying, as though he might be swept away at any moment. How had he managed to climb to the rooftop in his blind state? Su Xinghao, I know you are watching. You think you are something? You are not even worthy to carry my shoes when I was alive. Once I become a ghost, I will torment you for eternity, Lai Hong proclaimed, slowly extending his arms as if preparing to jump. At that moment, a sudden and powerful resistance gripped his back, yanking him forcefully. Lai Hongfang lost his balance and fell backward uncontrollably. Shen Si, who had been observing Lai Hongfang's performance, instinctively recoiled after the latter's aggressive threats. This reaction was not unfounded. After all, the instinct to fear death is inherent to human nature. Lai Hongfang crashed onto the cold ground, his vision obscured. Yet he could sense a chilling presence before him. I cannot allow you to frighten the host, Su Xinghao coldly declared, thrusting his hand into Lai Hongfang's mouth and gripping his tongue forcefully. Lai Hongfang emitted muffled, agonized groans. Let me die? Su Xinghao seemed to exclaim, as if urging for his demise. The phone vibrated, signaling the conclusion of the performance. Shen Si retrieved his device. Invitation from friends, E-level script performance completed. Live audience count, 1,500, total views, 2,000. Actors fee, 40,000. Actors, please vacate the premises. The total viewership had reached 2,000. Shen Si was taken aback. The spirits also received warnings and penalties from the recommender. Just as they were about to depart, they noticed Shen Si hurriedly approaching. Everyone, let us bow in gratitude to our audience, Shen Si proclaimed, reaching out to grasp the hand of the nearby spirit. However, to Shen Si's astonishment, he inadvertently pulled the hand off. Staring at the severed limb, he stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dismember you. No worries, the spirit replied. Accepting the dismembered hand with an anxious demeanor, my hand was already broken in an accident, so it was easily detached. Your ability to mend it yourself is quite impressive. Shen Si, well aware of the struggles faced by supporting actors, was taken aback to discover that props required personal repair. Standing amidst the spirits, he smiled and said, Thank you all for watching this live performance. We shall meet again next time. I can't stop laughing. They all look so stiff while being forced to perform. If it weren't for the recommender's intervention, I would have joined the fun. A young girl stood at a distance, peering through binoculars at the villa. The girl seemed accustomed to the terrifying scene. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she rubbed her eyes. Am I seeing things? Is there still a living person? Chapter 32, Unexpected Reality. The spirits, pale and disfigured, made Shen Si's presence as a living being starkly apparent. This is bad. That person is about to board the hearse. As the bus that had brought him arrived, Shen Si positioned himself behind the spirits, preparing to return home. Wait. A girl approached him, running from a distance. Shen Si halted in front of her, asking, Were you calling me? Gasping for breath, the girl placed her hands on her hips. Of course. You are the only living person here. Am I supposed to call out to those ghosts? The spirits turned their eerie gazes toward the girl in unison. She quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I mean no harm. I truly mean no harm. The girl pulled Shen Si aside and whispered, Come with me. Shen Si, unfamiliar with her, shrugged off her grip. Who are you? Why should I follow you? Are you feigning ignorance? The girl's clear and sincere eyes indicated she was not malicious. She could not bear to see him taken away by the spirits. They are ghosts. Can you survive after boarding the hearse with them? Had he not known the performance had concluded, Shen Si might have believed the girl was a new character. I am aware they are ghosts. The girl widened her eyes. If you know, then why aren't you leaving? Aren't you afraid they will harm you? We are all friends, with no grudges or enmity, Shen Si replied, sensing something odd in the girl's speech, though she did not appear to be mentally unstable. You must be from another crew. You've come to the wrong place. The shoot just wrapped up. What crew? The girl scrutinized Shen Si anew. Could this guy be mentally unwell? Just when the girl contemplated forcibly taking Shen Si away, the spirits encircled them. The spirits separated Shen Si from the girl. Her expression suddenly hardened, as if a cold glimmer had flashed before her. In an instant, she withdrew a piece of yellow talisman paper from her pocket. Shen Si was further convinced the girl had indeed wandered into the wrong crew. You've truly come to the wrong place. Why not join us on the bus? I am quite well alive. I do not wish to venture into the underworld. Just as the girl prepared to act, she felt a force far stronger than the spirits before her. She turned slightly, her gaze directed toward the villa, locking eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs. Her heart sank. It was Su Xinghao, initially reluctant to aid Lai Hongfeng and the others. She had set the formation to help Su Xinghao break the constraints binding him to the mortal realm. Now, having vanquished his foes and absorbed their resentment, Su Xinghao had grown even stronger. The girl realized she had no chance of taking Shen Si away amidst Su Xinghao and the spirits. Without hesitation, she swiftly concealed the talisman and wore a stiff smile. Yes, I must have taken a wrong turn. With that, she turned and departed without a second thought. Shen Si scratched his head, noting the girl's last glance towards him was peculiar, filled with pity. He dismissed it, choosing a window seat on the bus once aboard. As the vehicle set off, he soon noticed 3 police cars speeding past. Indeed, there were other crews filming nearby. This area, remote from the city, surrounded by trees and mountains, was quite suitable for shooting supernatural or adventurous narratives. The 3 police vehicles halted before the villa, and the officers disembarked. Immediately spotting the severely mangled car, Captain Shen approached, and at that moment, an officer examining the vehicle reported, "There are 3 bodies inside, and they are as deformed as the car itself. Notify the firefighters for assistance." Captain Shen instructed the others, "Stay alert." According to reports, there are numerous individuals gathered for drug use, and the possibility of firearms cannot be ruled out. The villa's door stood ajar, and Captain Shen was the first to step inside. Instantly, a foul, metallic scent assaulted his senses. Having encountered numerous crime scenes, he could discern that this odor did not originate from human blood. Nevertheless, the sight before him was still quite shocking. Captain Shen gestured, and the officers promptly understood, splitting into 2 groups. Although he was not an expert in blood analysis, his extensive experience allowed him to glean certain insights. At first glance, the blood appeared to be the result of a violent murder, but upon closer inspection, it seemed more like it had been sprayed from some sort of apparatus. An officer rushed over to report, "Captain Shen, there is something at the swimming pool." Upon arriving at the pool, Captain Shen finally understood why the earlier officer had seemed so odd. The expansive pool contained not water, but dark, viscous blood. The liquid shimmered under the light, casting a crimson reflection across Captain Shen's face. A forensic expert was present, extracting samples, and upon noticing Captain Shen's arrival, remarked, "This is not human blood, it's animal blood. And judging by its concentration, it appears to be nearly undiluted." Captain Shen grasped the implication. Such a large pool would necessitate the slaughter of thousands of animals. Shortly thereafter, officers discovered several water guns, their reservoirs filled with the blood extracted from the pool. Are the people in the villa using blood to play with water guns? An officer questioned, his tone tinged with uncertainty. This hypothesis was simply too absurd. Your analysis is correct. Captain Shen was acutely aware that these individuals were psychologically twisted deviants. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, the officers discovered drug paraphernalia in a hidden room. One officer rushed out from the dark chamber, retching violently as he fished a bag from his pocket. Another officer, witnessing the scene, gently patted his back, saying, "Go ahead, let it all out. You'll get used to it." After expelling the contents of his stomach, the officer grimaced and remarked, "Li Gu, I had heard from my predecessors that the cases handled by Captain Shen were akin to hellish scenarios. I thought they were exaggerations, but it seems they were quite factual." The officer referred to as Li Gu nodded in understanding. "I empathize with you. Not long ago, during that old building case, I was retching just like you. Li Gu, I've reviewed the files on that old building case. It was on an entirely different level." Li Gu laughed lightly. "You're exaggerating. We must adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts." With that, he made his way back to the darkroom. "Li Gu, I'm not exaggerating," the new officer said, watching Li Ji's retreating figure. Shortly after entering, Li Gu emerged with a pale complexion, asking, "Are there any more bags?" The new officer promptly produced a bag, which Li Gu accepted and said, "Let it out." The new officer patted Li Ji's shoulder again. "Go ahead, let it all out. You'll get used to it." On the bed within the hidden chamber lay 2 corpses. One, a female, bound in a cruciform position, bore numerous lash marks and cuts. Beside her lay a male corpse, his eyes missing, mouth grotesquely agape as if forcibly pried open, his jaw dislocated. The male's mouth was stuffed with various adult toys. After a preliminary examination, the coroner informed Captain Shen that the female had likely died from exsanguination, while the male had succumbed to asphyxiation. The officers continued their evidence collection at the villa. Outside, Captain Shen lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He couldn't shake the feeling that this villa murder bore a striking resemblance to the old building case. Yet, aside from both victims having a history of drug use, there were no tangible connections between them. Perhaps they shared the same supplier? Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. It was an officer responsible for information gathering, informing him that the caller who reported the incident was Lai Hongfang, the owner of the villa and one of the deceased. The officer also uncovered that Lai Hongfang had been purchasing wild dogs in bulk from various illegal slaughterhouses. Captain Shun, I found that 5 years ago. Lai Hongfang had reported an incident. I'll send the specific details to your phone. After ending the call, Captain Shun reviewed the document. 5 years prior, Lai Hongfang had claimed to have seen his deceased friend, Su Xinghao, at home. Initially, the officers suspected it was a prank. But after inspecting the premises and reviewing the surveillance, no signs of intrusion were found. Later, Lai Hongfang explained it was merely a joke played by a friend, leading to reprimands and education for them. Ghosts. Captain Shun recalled Lin Shan from the old building case, who had made a similar claim. It was impossible for ghosts to exist. Such assertions often stemmed from drug-induced hallucinations or guilty consciences. Captain Shun continued scrolling through the file, which revealed that Su Xinghao was a rock singer who had died in a car accident 5 years ago. The driver had shown a good attitude, compensated the family, and was currently serving his sentence. Captain Shun had a hunch that Su Xinghao was deeply connected to this villa murder, prompting him to request an interrogation of the driver. Chapter 33. Could it be a genuine performance? The bus came to a steady stop outside Shen Si's residence. After disembarking, Shen Si waved goodbye to the other passengers with a smile. Meanwhile, ghastly faces appeared at the bus windows, grinning eerily, as if waving farewell. Indeed, once filming concluded, the cast shed their masks, revealing their warm and friendly sides. Shen Si, carrying his guitar, planned to return to Grandpa Wang's to return clothing and props. However, after searching the nearby shops for an hour, he was unable to locate the store. Standing on the street, he felt utterly perplexed. He regretted not remembering the exact address in his haste. It was now past 4 a.m. Grandpa Wang was likely closed for the night. He would have to find another opportunity to return the items. Upon returning home, Shen Si carefully placed his guitar on the table. After freshening up, he lay down and tuned in to a rock concert on his phone. He still felt uneasy about his portrayal of Su Xinghao. A search revealed that a band was performing at a nearby bar tomorrow night, reuniting to commemorate Su Xuexing. Having never followed the rock scene, he was unfamiliar with the names mentioned. Nevertheless, he purchased a ticket, eager to immerse himself in the essence of rock music. After completing these tasks, he closed his eyes. In the twilight of sleep, he thought he heard someone playing the guitar. Was there someone in this building who could play? He resolved to visit the next day and soon drifted off. The guitar case, which had been quietly resting on the table, now lay open. Su Xinghao cradled the guitar, repetitively playing a particular melody. At noon, Shen Si was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Squinting, he answered, "Hello? It's me. Aren't you awake yet?" The voice belonged to Director Qian. "You're calling me at this hour? Is there a shoot?" "Indeed. The first live broadcast went exceptionally well, and many viewers praised your performance. Do you have any other plans for today?" Shen Si recalled the rock concert that night and replied, "I'm free during the day." "Perfect. I'll send you the address. Come here to meet the other actors. We need to discuss some new elements for this shoot." "All right, I'll be there on time." After ending the call, Shen Si excitedly jumped out of bed. "I get to act again. How wonderful." He quickly completed his morning routine and changed his clothes. Grabbing a piece of hard, cold bread from the fridge, he bit into it and hastily set off. The filming location chosen by Director Qian was far from the city. The bumpy road was lined with dense trees whizzing past. Upon arrival, Shen Si saw crew members busily setting up a sunshade. Although this villa differed from the one where he had filmed the night before, it still evoked a sense of nostalgia. The crew member directing the setup spotted Shen Si and enthusiastically approached him. "Why are you here so early?" Shen Si smiled and replied, "I'm used to arriving early. Could I see the script?" "No need to look at the script this time." Noticing Shen Si's puzzled expression, the crew member chuckled, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "The other actors haven't arrived yet. How about I give you a tour of the villa?" "All right," Shen Si nodded. Although he couldn't review the script, familiarizing himself with the filming environment was still beneficial. Guided by the crew member, Shen Si entered the villa, first touring the living room and kitchen. Staff were installing cameras in various corners, ensuring nothing would be missed during the live broadcast. To Shen Si, the layout of the villa seemed quite similar. Upon seeing a swimming pool, he couldn't help but recall the previous night's scene involving water guns filled with blood. The crew member, Noticing Shen Si fixating on the pool, asked, "Would you like to take a dip? The water here is fresh." "No. I was just reminded of a scene where the pool was filled with blood, and we were playfully spraying each other with it. The drama has aired." And he claims that these details do not constitute spoilers. Really? Is it that intriguing? The stage manager has a preliminary understanding of Shen Si and feels that he is not the type to boast. However, he has never seen a film crew engage in such grand gestures. It's a small circle. There's no reason he wouldn't have heard about it. The stage manager inquired, "What is the name of that drama? I'll check it out another day." Shen Si shook his head regretfully. "It's not possible to watch it. That crew, like director Qian, also filmed in a live format, and there are no replays. Even I haven't had the chance to see it." At this moment, the stage manager looked at Shen Si with a meaningful gaze. Is he joking? Live filming is not unusual, but how could there be no replays? Could Shen Si have been playing around privately and then inadvertently let it slip, thus concocting such a clumsy excuse? The stage manager had previously worked with director Qian on supernatural films, and he had seen actors in such genres develop psychological issues over time. Shen Si's reputation in the industry was mediocre. Coming here for a live broadcast, however, showcased his various acting highlights. Could it be that this fellow was merely playing himself? Chapter 34. Shen Si is no ordinary person. The stage manager silently stepped back 2 or 3 paces from Shen Si. The villa tour concluded swiftly, with Shen Si leading the way while the stage manager kept a distance behind him. Director Qian stood outside the villa, and upon seeing Shen Si, his eyes suddenly sparkled. He laughed heartily as he approached and embraced Shen Si, exclaiming, "You've arrived quite early. I was the last to notify you." Shen Si replied, "I came early to take a look at the script." Director Qian chuckled, "You'll see soon enough. Please, go inside and wait." Director Qian's attitude was as ambiguous as the stage manager's. Hearing this, Shen Si had no choice but to turn and return indoors. Once Shen Si had walked away, the stage manager approached Director Qian and said, "Shen Si is no ordinary person." "I can see that," Director Qian remarked, his discerning eye sharp. "Given the current downturn in the supernatural film market, I would have undoubtedly elevated him to the status of a leading actor in that genre." "No, that is not what I mean." The stage manager, fearing that others might overhear, quickly pulled Director Qian aside, lowering his voice. "I suspect Shen Si may have some psychological issues." "And so what? In today's society, the pressure is immense. Who doesn't have a few psychological problems?" Director Qian shrugged indifferently. "When you initially told me you were considering selling yourself due to financial difficulties, your psychological issues were far more significant than this." Director Qian shouted, raising his voice. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't say that." The stage manager raised his hands in surrender. "I know you have faith in Shen Si, but we must not focus solely on filming and neglect the mental health of the actors." "Do you think I needed you to tell me that?" "I've already invited a psychologist. After the live broadcast, they will provide psychological counseling for the actors." Director Qian was completely at ease with Shen Si. He had only hired the psychologist out of concern that some timid actors might be frightened into developing psychological scars. If something were to go awry, the live broadcast would be impossible to continue. The villa contained a reception room capable of accommodating 12 individuals. At this moment, it was empty, and Shen Si casually chose a seat. In front of each seat was a black notebook. The cover bore the title Truth or Dare. Is this the script? Director Qian certainly had a sense of humor. Shen Si proceeded to flip to the next page, which read really none. Just as he was about to turn another page, he discovered there were no further contents. He lifted the notebook for a closer inspection, even holding it under the light, yet found no additional text. Just as Shen Si was engrossed in examining the black notebook, the door to the room suddenly swung open. A man with dyed pink hair entered. His fashionable attire and exquisite makeup caught the eye. Following him was an assistant, who quickly handed him a bottle of warm water as he sat down. The assistant frowned and said, "Isn't the air conditioning a bit too low? What if you catch a cold? Xingwei has other work arrangements." "It's fine," Director Qian said. "Today, we're just having a chat with a few actors about the filming process for tomorrow. It will be over quickly." After saying this, Xingwei turned his gaze towards Shen Si. Noticing Shen Si's intense focus on the black notebook, Xingwei picked up the one in front of him. "What is this? Truth or Dare? Oh no, too dangerous, interesting." He flipped through the script, initially puzzled, but after finishing the 3 pages, the corners of his mouth twitched. Is this a legitimate film crew? And who is this person across from me? Is he a staff member arranged by Director Qian? Is he pretending to be so engrossed to fool everyone? Xingwei composed his complicated feelings and addressed Shen Si. "Bro, is your script different from mine?" Hearing the word script, Shen Si looked up and displayed the notebook in his hands. It's the same notebook, Jing Xingwei asked. Then what are you so engrossed in? Shen Si replied earnestly, I'm examining whether there are any hidden codes. This isn't a mystery room. Let us just wait for Director Qian. Jing Xingwei appeared youthful, and due to his makeup, he seemed like a college student. My name is Jing Xingwei. And you? Shen Si. Jing Xingwei scrutinized Shen Si and asked, Are you an actor? How come I haven't seen you on television? Shen Si didn't find the question intrusive. He smiled and replied, I've mostly played minor roles. Oh. Jing Xingwei's mouth turned slightly downward. No worries. Being on Director Qian's live broadcast, you'll definitely become popular. Shen Si wasn't particularly skilled at chatting about topics unrelated to acting, but fortunately, Jing Xingwei only needed someone to converse with. As Jing Xingwei spoke, the door opened again. He paused, turned, and his eyes lit up with surprise. A slender woman with fair skin and striking beauty entered. Dressed in a pink short skirt, she exuded a youthful and charming aura. She held a selfie stick and spoke to the camera, saying, This is the place where we'll be discussing. The seniors are already reviewing the script. Turning the camera towards Jing Xingwei, he immediately flashed a perfect smile and greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am Jing Xingwei. It is truly a great honor to collaborate with Hai Lu. The woman's gestures and expressions were exaggerated, yet her cuteness made it a distinguishing feature. Not at all. I'm also very happy to be working with you. Hai Lu. Jing Xingwei clearly recognized her. Then, Hai Lu approached Shen Si and waved, Shen Ge. Please greet the audience in the live stream. Shen Si looked towards the live stream. Currently, there were 60,000 viewers online, and the barrage of comments was overwhelming. How enviable it was to have so many viewers. Would he also one day have such an audience? Who is this? Dressed so casually, is he a staff member? Interact more with Jing Xingwei. Don't mind the irrelevant people. Hai Lu pointed a finger and shook it. Shen Ge is not a staff member. He has appeared in many dramas. Furthermore, in the last live broadcast, Shen Ge played a very important role. Everyone can check it out. Hai Lu had done her homework before coming and had a certain understanding of each participating guest. Hai Lu is really kind. She shows such concern for the lesser known. Hai Lu smiled slightly and said to Shen Si, Senior, please take care of me moving forward. I can't be considered a senior. Although Shen Si was an actor, he felt awkward in front of the camera when out of character, struggling to even muster a smile. How aloof. Hai Lu is so enthusiastic, yet he remains cold. Don't pay attention to this lesser-known actor. Hai Lu. Everyone, please don't act this way. Shen Ge is simply a bit fatigued. Hai Lu observed Shen Si's stern and uninteresting demeanor, contemplating how he was so handsome yet so dull. She settled beside Jing Xingwei, and they engaged in delightful conversation, occasionally responding to questions from the live audience. Seeing this, Shen Si felt a sense of relief, as he was not adept at interacting with unfamiliar individuals, especially when he could easily detect their concealed disdain. After a few moments, the door swung open once more, revealing a man and a woman. The man, clad in a black casual outfit with a neat hairstyle, wore gold-rimmed glasses that imparted an air of sophistication and maturity. The woman donned a gray sports ensemble, her hair tied back in a tidy ponytail. Shen Si rose to greet them, saying, Brother Cui, Sister Zhu. Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan were seasoned actors, having starred in numerous high-quality productions, boasting solid acting skills and a devoted fanbase. Shen Si felt exhilarated. While he had previously encountered talented actors, these two were the most experienced he had worked with, and he believed that collaborating with them would accelerate his growth. Chapter 35. The Death Game. I watched your performance in the last episode. It was truly remarkable. Cui Jiang found it difficult to reconcile the terrifying ghost that had brought viewers to tears with the honest, unassuming Shen Si before him. However, this only underscored Shen Si's innate talent. Cui Jiang took a seat beside Shen Si. Zhu Panpan briefly acknowledged everyone before sitting next to Cui Jiang, engrossed in her phone. Unbeknownst to them, their seating arrangements formed two factions. Hai Lu, a social media influencer, and Jing Xingwei, a performer, were not professionals in acting. In contrast, Cui Jiang, Zhu Panpan, and Shen Si were all graduates of a prestigious acting school. Hai Lu, Brother Cui and Sister Zhu have arrived, she announced, standing up to interact with them. However, Zhu Panpan coldly raised her eyes to Hai Lu, her expression betraying her disdain. She held no fondness for Hai Lu, viewing her as a mere product of viral videos, lacking substance beyond her appearance. Oblivious to the unspoken rejection, Hai Lu turned her phone screen towards Zhu Panpan. I'm honored to be live with Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu is so cool, and of course, Hai Lu is adorable too. Sister Zhu's portrayal of the icy heroine was just perfect, so fierce. Hai Lu initially intended for the audience to witness Zhu Panpan's sour expression, only to find the comments praising Zhu instead. Clearly, her attempt to undermine had backfired. Hello, Brother Chui. Hai Lu quickly shifted the camera away from Zhu Panpan, warmly greeting Chui Jiang. He, accustomed to the camera, interacted effortlessly with the audience. Just then, the door opened, and Director Qian entered. Noticing him, Hai Lu whispered, "The director is here, we can't continue the live stream." She then made a heart gesture and added, "To learn more, follow my channel. Love you all." With everyone present, Director Qian settled down and lightly tapped the black notebook before him. "You all have read the script, correct?" Jing Xingwei scoffed, expressing his discontent. "What script? There's nothing but a title." Director Qian replied, "Precisely, the title encapsulates what you are to portray this time." Chui Jiang glanced at the black notebook, questioning, "Is truth or dare derived from the game of truth or dare?" Director Qian nodded, affirming, "Exactly. I thought this storyline would continue to draw from real cases." Zhu Panpan's face displayed a hint of disappointment. She had taken classes to learn about criminal investigations for this live stream, believing it crucial to surprise the audience. Director Qian continued, "This time, we will employ an elimination format. The roles are yourselves." Jing Xingwei raised an eyebrow, asking, "Doesn't that mean we're essentially participating in a variety show?" "Not quite," Director Qian reiterated. "The focus remains on acting." Hai Lu blinked in confusion, "But we are already ourselves. Why do we need acting?" Chui Jiang seemed to grasp Director Qian's intent, adjusting his glasses and stating, "Life is a stage everywhere." "Teacher Chui understands me," Director Qian remarked. Then addressed the others, "It's fine if you don't comprehend it now. You'll understand once we begin. Director, at least provide a framework for the script." "You can't just have us improvise," Zhu Panpan interjected. "Rest assured, there is a structure," Director Qian assured them, producing 5 purple flashlights and handing them out. "The script is right in front of you." Shen Si activated the purple light, illuminating the previously blank pages, revealing the text, "Truth or dare. You 5 are heading to a villa for vacation when the owner invites you to play a game of truth or dare. You politely decline, only to discover the owner is a vengeful ghost. You become trapped in the villa, forced to partake in the death game devised by the owner. The order of questioning will be determined by a draw. The first person will ask the second a question, and so forth. After 1 round, the ghost will attack those who lie. If no one lies, a new draw will determine the next round." Director Qian held up 3 fingers, explaining, "Each person has 3 lives. If attacked by the ghost 3 times, you will be declared dead, and the last survivor will be the winner." Jing Xingwei frowned. "But who would lie? We can just tell the truth." Chui Jiang pointed to the script, responding, "You didn't read closely. After 10 rounds, if more than 2 players survive, the ghost will join the game. If the ghost answers a question truthfully, the questioner dies. If the ghost lies, it cannot harm the players in that round." "Oh dear." Jing Xingwei began to scrutinize the rules, determined not to be the first eliminated. Zhu Panpan raised her hand to ask, "Are the questions prepared by the production team, or created by ourselves?" "Of course, they are self-created," Director Qian replied, presenting an enticing incentive. "The winner will star in the next live stream." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes gleamed with ambition. All too aware that following their last live stream, Director Qian's show could generate substantial traffic. In this era, visibility reigns supreme. Shen Si understood this well, without an audience. Who would cast him in a film? Chapter 36, a starry version of Rock. Seeing that there were no further questions, Director Qian stood, stating, "There is nothing more to discuss. You are free to leave. See you tomorrow night." As soon as he departed, Hai Lu resumed the live stream, pouting playfully, "Oh my. Darlings, this live stream format is so thrilling and brutal. It's an elimination system." She feigned a pitiful expression. "Without your support, my victory will be a challenging endeavor." Not wishing to linger, Shen Si rose and exited. Outside, he found Director Qian smoking. Shen Si approached and inquired, "Director, who will portray the ghost this time?" Recently, he had mostly played vengeful spirits, and he was curious about the actor chosen for this role. "You'll find out soon enough," Director Qian replied, patting Shen Si on the shoulder. "I have high hopes for you." Feeling the director's confidence in him, Shen Si's heart warmed, and he nodded, "I will do my best." On his way back, Shen Si stumbled upon the trailer just released by Director Qian, depicting a scene from their earlier gathering. Wow, only in the 2nd episode. And we're already doing elimination. How thrilling. Isn't this just truth or dare? They've merely removed the dare aspect, perhaps to avoid letting the stars go too far. The daring adventure of truth or dare is merely a spectacle of celebrities' embarrassing moments, while the true thrill lies in the revelations of honest confessions. Yet, how can Director Qian discern whether the stars speak the truth or weave falsehoods? Director Qian is a genius, having foreseen the questions we pondered long before we voiced them. It promises to be quite entertaining, and I eagerly anticipate Jing Xingwei's performance. Hai Lu is bound to clinch the championship. Her sincerity is palpable. I have high hopes for Cui Jiang, who showcased remarkable intelligence in a previous intellectual variety show, where I became an admirer of his. Sister Zhu is no less impressive, boasting a commendable academic background. However, I believe you all have yet to grasp the essence of this game. It doesn't necessitate extraordinary intelligence. What matters is the ability to lead others into traps. You know, I've already conceived a few questions. I shall leave a message for Jing Xingwei, urging him to pose them later. This episode demands my utmost attention. I must observe and take notes like a dedicated paparazzo. The scent of gossip is unmistakable. This is a must-watch. Just a simple teaser, and within an hour, comments surged into the thousands, the excitement continuing to escalate. Shen Si felt a twinge of insecurity. Gaming was an unfamiliar realm for him, having lived a solitary existence for years. He seldom engaged in social activities unless compelled by filming obligations. He always felt anxious and restrained in the company of others, preferring to devote his time to honing his acting skills. Upon returning home, Shen Si immersed himself in videos related to truth or dare, losing track of time until evening fell. Checking the clock, he changed his attire in preparation for the concert. Noticing the guitar case on the table, he slung it over his back. On his way, he hoped to find Grandpa Wang's shop. After hailing a cab, 30 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a large bar. A long queue had already formed outside, with staff members checking tickets at the entrance. When it was Shen Si's turn, the ticket inspector, spotting the guitar case. The inspector interpreted Shen Si's modesty as false humility, recognizing from the case that it was a custom-made guitar. Generally, novices wouldn't invest in such an expensive instrument. Upon entering, Shen Si observed that aside from the front row with reserved seats, a vast area in the back was left open for standing. The crowd, predominantly young, sported rock-inspired makeup, vibrant and unique hair colors, and extravagant styles, eagerly chatting amongst themselves. It's been 5 years since the band held a concert. I thought they were on the brink of disbandment. Ever since Mercury's tragic passing, no rock song has touched my heart like theirs did. As the audience trickled in, the once pitch-black stage erupted with exhilarating music, eliciting fervent cheers from the crowd. As the stage lights gradually illuminated, musicians took their places at their respective instruments. With the center microphone conspicuously vacant, many fans were moved to tears at the sight. Mercury, 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 their chants resonated. In that moment, Shen Si finally comprehended why the absence of seats failed to dampen the audience's spirits. Almost everyone rose to their feet as the music commenced, waving their hands and dancing joyfully. Shen Si, swept up in their enthusiasm, stood as well, waving his glow stick in unison. After 5 rousing songs, the bassist slowly approached the microphone. The audience, sensing a shift, fell into a respectful silence. Thank you all for attending this concert. We apologize for our silence over the past 5 years. As voice was somewhat hoarse. Many urged us to find a new lead singer, but we could never bring ourselves to do so. Mercury holds an irreplaceable place in our hearts. Hearing the sobs from the crowd, fought back tears and continued. The reason we decided to hold this concert now is due to a shocking revelation. The driver who caused Mercury's death was not the true culprit. He was merely a paid substitute. At this revelation, the audience erupted in outrage, demanding to know who was responsible, refrained from elaborating, uncertain of how to navigate the complexities of the situation. Regardless of the bitterness and fury within, Xing Hao and those responsible for his demise were no longer part of this world. Tonight may very well be our last performance, as stated, prompting a chorus of no. From the audience, he offered a resigned smile. A band without a lead singer is akin to a body devoid of a soul. Though they had not officially disbanded after Xing Hao's tragic passing, life had propelled them in different directions. This concert was a desperate effort orchestrated by their love for rock remained, but life's pressures compelled them to confront reality. Shen Si gazed at the screen displaying the band's past performances. The man standing center stage, microphone in hand, with strikingly dyed purple hair, strumming his guitar while singing passionately, evoked a sense of nostalgia. The lyrics and melodies brimmed with power, stirring the heart and igniting a spirit of defiance against the world. Such a remarkable individual, tragically taken from existence 5 years ago, evoked profound sorrow. As the concert reached its midpoint, intended to invite audience members on stage for interaction, spotting Shen Si amidst the crowd, noted his distinct attire, which set him apart as an unintentional passerby. Yet, he bore a valuable guitar slung over his shoulder. Hey, buddy, want to join us on stage and play a piece? Called out. With only Shen Si carrying a guitar, The surrounding crowd turned their attention to him. Shen Si opened his mouth, intending to decline, but felt his words would lack credibility. After all, to claim he couldn't play while shouldering a guitar was implausible. Not wanting to dampen the atmosphere, he reluctantly ascended the stage. As noticed Shen Si's nervousness and offered reassurance. Feel free to play whatever you like, we can keep up with you. A rock rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Shen Si dared not voice that thought. Chapter 37. Playing rock on the grave. Shen Si slowly opened the guitar case and withdrew the instrument. Upon seeing it, Az and the others exchanged glances of surprise. It was none other than Su Xinghao's guitar. The keyboardist contemplated approaching to inquire further, but swallowed his words upon seeing Az shake his head gently. Holding the guitar, Shen Si suddenly recalled a melody, both strange yet familiar. His fingertips brushed the strings, and an exhilarating tune burst forth, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. No one anticipated that the seemingly gentle Shen Si would unleash such a wild and untamed performance. The audience erupted into cheers and screams, nearly piercing the roof. The band, having briefly lost focus, quickly regained their composure and fell into sync with his rhythm. The speed of his fingers increased, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Their expressions brimming with vitality. They felt transported back to the days when Su Shuixing was still alive, renting an affordable rehearsal studio. Pouring countless hours into songwriting and practice, those were their happiest times. After the performance concluded, the audience remained entranced by the music, unable to extricate themselves from its enchantment. Shen Si's heart raced like thunder, his blood boiling with an impulse to remain on stage forever. In that moment, he felt as though he were Su Xinghao. Shen Si did not allow the overwhelming applause from the audience to cloud his judgment. Once the song ended, he quickly descended from the stage, fearing a request for an encore. Fortunately, the concert had not yet concluded, and the crowd's focus swiftly returned to the band. After the concert, just as Shen Si intended to leave, he was halted by a staff member. "Sir, the band would like to meet you. Would that be convenient?" Shen Si nodded and followed the staff member backstage. Upon entering, the 4 members of the band approached him briskly. "Hello, I'm Az, the bassist," he introduced himself, shaking Shen Si's hand politely. Without further ado, he inquired, "May I ask where you acquired your guitar?" Shen Si replied honestly, "It was rented." At this, the keyboardist's face fell, a look of sorrow washing over him. "It's all my fault." The drummer gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be like that. Your family was in dire need of money. If Haozi were here, he would have done the same," as had keenly observed Shen Si, noting the deep affection and care he had for the guitar. Otherwise, he would have gone to great lengths to reclaim it. "In fact, we have another matter to discuss." As paused before continuing, "Would you be open to collaborating on the song you just composed?" "Indeed, that piece aligns perfectly with our band's style," he assured. "Rest assured, your name will be credited upon release." The others chimed in, each expressing their agreement. Shen Si, feeling out of his element in such a situation, waved his hands dismissively. "It was merely a melody I played casually. If you wish to use it, feel free. As for credit, there is no need." He merely hoped for his name to appear in the credits, harboring no desire for further accolades. "How can that be? Credit is a must," as declared earnestly. "If you prefer not to use your real name, you could adopt a stage name, much like Su Xinghao." Seeing their insistence, Shen Si pondered for a moment before responding. "Then let it be credited as Su Xinghao." While playing, he had embodied the character of Su Xinghao, infusing the piece with its essence. The band members exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. They suddenly realized that Shen Si was, in fact, a devoted fan of their band. It was no wonder he cherished Haozi's guitar and even knew his real name. As said with sincerity, "Thank you. Are you truly considering disbanding?" Shen Si could see their genuine passion for rock, akin to his own love for acting. As replied, "We are uncertain, but we will definitely produce this song." Shen Si smiled, patting his shoulder. "That's good. As long as one harbors rock in their heart, every place can serve as a stage. Keep it up." With that, he turned to leave, as watched Shen Si's retreating figure, which, for some reason, began to morph into another person in his eyes. "As he truly resembles Haozi," the drummer exclaimed with heightened emotion, especially when recalling how he played the guitar. "It feels as if Haozi has come back to life." Indeed, the resemblance is striking. As wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, dedicating the song to Haozi, the keyboardist remarked, "He is undoubtedly a true fan. How could we let his expectations down?" Indeed, money can be earned, but the soul must not disperse. We can earn while performing. The drummer seemed to have made a momentous decision. As looked at the others, "I share the same sentiment." As extended his hand, and the others gathered around, placing their hands atop one another. In unison, they declared, "Rock lives on. The band lives on." At that moment, the room's electrical circuits began to flicker. Amidst the flashing lights, they noticed an extra hand. What the hell? When the circuit stabilized, they realized it was the drummer holding a fake hand. He chuckled. This hand represents Halsey. Get lost. Don't force me to hit you in such a formal setting. Besides, Halsey's hand should be pale. He has been gone for 5 years. You didn't spare Halsey either. They playfully jostled each other, the atmosphere light and affectionate. Su Xinghao stood quietly to the side, smiling as he watched them. He slowly extended his hands, stained with blood. After slaying his enemies, his sins could never be washed away. The melody Shen Si played that night was one Su Xinghao had never completed in life. Su Xinghao had intentionally implanted that song into Shen Si's consciousness. On one hand, he hoped to share the song with his brothers. On the other, he wished to offer Shen Si a reward. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Si inadvertently returned the song to him. Once we perfect this piece, how about we perform it at Halsey's grave? What do you think? Wow. Playing rock at a grave? Aren't you afraid of waking Halsey up from his slumber? So what? Perhaps Halsey has already debuted in the underworld, waiting for us to reunite. Your words are both heartwarming and chilling. Su Xinghao smiled helplessly, gently patting us on the shoulder. As I'm sorry, but I cannot join you. His blood had long since run cold. He could no longer reclaim the feelings of the past. Yet, Su Xinghao firmly believed that his brothers would continue to write the latter half of that song. As suddenly paused, reaching for his shoulder, glancing around. As what's wrong? I feel as though someone just patted me. Who would pat you? Could it be Halsey? Nonsense. If Halsey were here, he would have given you a couple of slaps right away. Chapter 38. You really aren't acting at all? The following afternoon, Shen Si arrived at the villa early. At that moment, Director Qian was directing the staff in the final equipment adjustments. Shen Si entered the makeup room, found a seat, and awaited the arrival of the makeup artist. There was no need for character styling this time, as the guests were to prepare their own attire. Shen Si wore a light blue shirt paired with light denim jeans and sneakers. Though his outfit was simple, he naturally possessed an air of elegance, looking more handsome than the average person, regardless of how ordinary his attire was. In a short while, the other 4 guests entered the makeup room one after another. They were either adorned in high-end designer clothes or custom-made outfits. Hai Lu immediately recognized that Shen Si's clothing was composed of inexpensive brands, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. Indeed, the guests participating in the live broadcast were either seasoned professionals or immensely popular. Shen Si, on the other hand, was merely a supporting character, fortunate enough to be included in the broadcast. Although Hai Lu looked down on Shen Si, she feigned a friendly demeanor. Sitting beside him, she curiously asked, "Brother Shen, what are you reading?" Shen Si held a piece of paper that contained 500 heartfelt questions he had gathered online. He was so engrossed that he did not even hear Hai Lu's voice. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thought to herself, what is he pretending for? Does he think this will draw my attention? Remembering the makeup artist was present, she quickly adjusted her expression. Pouting, she took out her phone and posted a Weibo update. Hai Lu, getting my makeup done. I'll be seeing my darlings soon. Despite being overlooked, Hai Lu is determined to give her utmost effort today. Hai Lu is truly remarkable. Who would dare to ignore her? Is someone bullying her? Yesterday, while watching the live stream, I sensed that the extra was rather indifferent, and I suspect it was him. Hai Lu, you needn't be so kind. The more goodwill you express towards such a person, the more they might interpret it as disdain. Yet, did Hai Lu mention any names? Let us not leap to conclusions. Noticing the last comment, Hai Lu felt compelled to respond. Brother Shen might just be a bit nervous, which is why he didn't acknowledge me. Let's not blame him. Hai Lu's reply indirectly confirmed that the person who ignored her was Shen Si. In an instant, the comments section was flooded with remarks directed at Shen Si. Hai Lu achieved her desired outcome, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She cast a sidelong glance at Shen Si, contemplating, does he not know his own worth? My fans could drown him with a mere drop of water. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Si remained oblivious, having just finished reading through 500 questions. Although the questions were entertaining, they were ill-suited for today's game. To win, one must pose a question that compels the respondent to lie. Shen Si casually tossed the paper into the trash. The makeup artist, noticing this, inquired with curiosity, aren't you going to read more? You barely glanced at the questions. Calmly, Shen Si replied, I've already committed them to memory. As an actor, mastering lines is fundamental. Shen Si had long since acquired the ability to read swiftly and retain information effortlessly. The other 3 guests arrived in succession, followed by the commencement of makeup. Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang had previously collaborated on a film and maintained a decent rapport. Zhu Panpan asked Cui Jiang, if you were to pose a question to me, what would it be? Cui Jiang smiled slightly and responded, that is something I cannot reveal. Zhu Panpan shot him a teasing glare, saying, "How stingy. I could tell you what I would ask instead." "Oh, what question would you pose?" Chui Jiang appeared intrigued. The others leaned in, eager to listen. However, Zhu Panpan denied them this opportunity, whispering a statement into Chui Jiang's ear. His expression changed dramatically. Hai Lu and Jing Xingwei noticed the shift in Chui Jiang's demeanor, realizing Zhu Panpan possessed a significant secret. At this moment, all attention was focused on Chui Jiang. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Si also experienced a change in expression. Thinking, surely, my lip-reading skills cannot be this flawed. Although Chui Jiang quickly regained his composure, his smile appeared strained as he faced Zhu Panpan's enigmatic grin. "Is it necessary to escalate this? It's just a game, right? You're not genuinely upset with me, are you?" Zhu Panpan was adamant about claiming victory. In this industry, who doesn't have their secrets? Chui Jiang's gaze grew icy, and after uttering this, he ceased conversing with Zhu Panpan. The previous amicable atmosphere dissipated entirely. "There's no need for us to clash from the outset," Jing Xingwei interjected, unwilling to let the tension linger. "I believe we can start with more amicable questions and save the competition for later, once the ghost appears. Otherwise, this live stream will end rather swiftly." Hai Lu eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wholeheartedly agree. We can pose some heartfelt and amusing questions that the audience would surely enjoy." She fervently advocated for this, as her own past was fraught with missteps, leaving her somewhat anxious. "I find this idea quite agreeable," Chui Jiang immediately concurred, then turned his gaze toward Zhu Panpan. Zhu Panpan tilted her head, pondering for a moment before nodding. "I have no objections." They reached a cheerful consensus without ever consulting Shen Si. In their eyes, Shen Si's popularity and reputation were the lowest among them. Faced with these seniors, how could Shen Si dare to voice dissent? Once their makeup was complete, the guests gathered at the villa's entrance. At that moment, Director Qian approached with a young man, introducing him as the actor portraying the villa's owner. Director Qian distributed a sheet of paper to each of them, stating, "This contains the content you will need to perform once we begin." Shen Si read it attentively. "Upon entering the villa, the owner invites us to participate in a truth game, which we decline. At dinner time, I discover the owner has not prepared a meal. So I gather the others to go to the owner's room, only to find the owner's decaying corpse. I intend to call the police, but the signal is interrupted. The house is sealed by a mysterious force, rendering escape impossible. The owner, now a vengeful spirit, appears, threatening that we must play the game to leave. Thus we are compelled to engage in a truth game. The subsequent narrative is left to your imagination." Director Qian paused briefly before continuing, stating that the live stream would conclude only after a victor was determined. Furthermore, during the filming, no matter how terrifying the events may become, participants cannot request to exit the live broadcast, as explicitly stated in the contract. Observing the unease on the faces of the guests, Director Qian added, "Of course, if anyone is inadvertently injured, they will be deemed eliminated and escorted out." "Director Qian, you are already setting the mood, and it's a bit frightening," Hai Lu said, hugging herself and trembling slightly. Director Qian glanced at Hai Lu's high heels without comment, merely stating, "The live stream begins in 5 minutes, so prepare yourselves." Action. The 5 of them arrived before the villa, and Hai Lu exclaimed in awe. "Wow." She adopted an exaggerated expression of astonishment. "This villa is stunning." Shen Si furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you acting now?" He recalled Hai Lu previously describing the villa as somewhat shabby and cramped. Hai Lu's expression froze, while the other 3 exchanged incredulous glances at Shen Si. "You really are not acting at all." Chapter 39. Is the owner human or ghost? Long before Hai Lu spoke, eager viewers flooded into the live stream as soon as it began. The screen was inundated with comments from fans passionately praising their beloved stars. Among them, Hai Lu's fans were particularly fervent, overwhelming the screen with their messages. However, following Shen Si's remark, a 3-second silence enveloped the room, succeeded by a barrage of question marks in the comments. "No way. Who is he referring to? Is it Hai Lu? Has he lost his mind? How can one speak to a girl like that? It's downright rude. Earlier, Hai Lu mentioned someone was ignoring her. He must be the one. He clearly lacks emotional intelligence. I truly wonder what Director Qian was thinking, hiring someone so infuriating." Hai Lu's fans dominated the comments, far surpassing the others. Although a few defended Shen Si, their voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of comments. At that moment, Chui Jiang promptly stepped in to mediate. Hai Lu merely wished to lighten the mood. "Let us not tease her too much. We should head into the villa." With that, he led the way inside, followed closely by the others. Hai Lu, with her face downcast, wore an unmistakable expression of disappointment. In truth, she was seething inside. Were it not for the live broadcast, she would have pointedly berated Shen Si. Who does he think he is? Not only did he disregard her, but he also publicly embarrassed her. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will witness the formidable strength of my fans. Is everything all right? Jing Xingwei inquired with genuine concern. Acknowledging that Shen Si had indeed gone a bit too far. Please do not be disheartened, or your fans will surely feel heartbroken. Hai Lu nodded obediently, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Brother Jing. I am fine. She sniffed, her voice slightly choked. After all, as a streamer, I have heard far worse and have long since built immunity to such remarks. We feel for Hai Lu. Our Hai Lu is a remarkably strong and brave girl. Xingwei is truly a gentleman, so considerate towards others. Jing Xingwei, despite his youth, had spent 6 years navigating the entertainment industry and had encountered all manner of people. In his eyes, influencers like Hai Lu were of a lower tier, merely relying on makeup and filters to capture attention. At that moment, he understood why director Qian had insisted that this would still be a contest of acting. Without even a script, they were still able to engage in a lively performance. Cui Jiang stepped forward and rang the doorbell of the villa. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing the actor portraying the homeowner. Greetings. My surname is Cui. We have reserved this house. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. The homeowner welcomed them with warmth. You have already seen the layout online, so I want to give you a tour, but let me show you to your rooms. Their accommodations were on the 3rd floor, with each bedroom similarly decorated. Shen Si paused before room 304 and declared, I will take 304. He felt a sense of familiarity, having previously stayed in that very room while filming. The homeowner hesitated, saying, I am currently occupying that room, but if you wish to stay, I can vacate it for you. Shen Si nodded appreciatively. That would be much appreciated. I can't stop laughing. He directly claimed someone else's room. What is the difference between that and being a bandit? The homeowner clearly was reluctant to relinquish his room to Shen Si. Don't you think the number 4 is particularly unlucky? Hotels here usually avoid room number 4. It's merely a ploy to attract attention. Cui Jiang was equally perplexed. This segment was not in the script. Could it be that Shen Si had a unique storyline? After the group settled into their respective rooms, they gathered in the game room downstairs, which featured billiards and an array of tabletop games. Brother Cui, care to play a round? Jing Xingwei strolled over to the billiards table and casually picked up a cue. Certainly, Cui Jiang responded, joining him for a game. Meanwhile, Hai Lu and Zhu Panpan watched intently from the sidelines. Shen Si, however, showed little interest in billiards. He sat on the sofa, his gaze drawn to a box of black cards among a myriad of colorful, whimsical cards. He opened the box and drew a card, which boldly posed the question, is the homeowner a human or a ghost? Shall we play a game together? Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. Turning, Shen Si discovered the homeowner had silently appeared at his side. He slowly raised his gaze to meet the homeowner's eyes, which bore a smile, yet carried an unsettling aura from Shen Si's low vantage point. This live stream employed multiple perspectives, allowing viewers to choose their favorite star's viewpoint or to open several at once. Most viewers were focused on the board games, and the homeowner's sudden appearance startled them. How did the homeowner appear so stealthily? It gave me quite a fright. I was just watching Shen Si. He drew a card that asked if the homeowner was human or ghost. We knew from the preview that the homeowner would die. So, do you think he is human or ghost at this moment? Watching a supernatural live stream late at night is thrilling. What game are we playing? Shen Si did not outright refuse the homeowner. After all, this was a scripted performance, and adhering too rigidly to the script would render it awkward. Noticing Shen Si's apparent interest, the homeowner promptly sat beside him. At that moment, Shen Si caught a whiff of an unusual odor emanating from the homeowner. He instantly recognized it as the stench of decay. During the filming of Return, he had unearthed a corpse and had encountered that very scent. Clearly, the homeowner had been deceased for quite some time. The game I wish to play is Truth or Dare, the homeowner emphasized, his eyes wide and his demeanor somewhat menacing. Zhu Panpan, wearing an expression of disbelief, replied, Apologies, but we have other plans. Hai Lu clasped her hands together, offering an apologetic smile as she said, I'm sorry. Let us play together when we have time. The homeowner bowed his head, preventing Shen Si from seeing his expression. The atmosphere turned awkward, but the homeowner soon raised his head, maintaining a calm facade. It's fine. Being busy is good. We can play together when you're free. The actor portraying the homeowner spoke with an air of naturalness. Yet, everyone knew the impending developments of the plot, sending shivers down their spines. Shen Si was acutely aware that he was in the presence of a decaying corpse, while the others, being further away, remained oblivious to any abnormalities. Noticing Shen Si's restless demeanor, Hai Lu internally mocked the young actor, thinking that he believed this would garner him more attention. The homeowner stood and exited, and Shen Si waited until he had completely vanished from view before retracting his gaze. Subsequently, he tucked the card into his pocket. During this time, the group played games, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. As the clock struck 11, Cui Jiang began to act according to the script. He glanced at the clock and remarked, "Didn't the homeowner say he would prepare supper at 11? It's been over half an hour, and there's still no food." Jing Xingwei set down his playing cards and said, "I'll go take a look." He then stepped outside. After a while, he returned, stating, "There's no one in the kitchen, and the fridge is empty." Hai Lu pouted, resting her chin on her hands. Perhaps the landlord forgot and went to sleep. "We should ask the landlord for clarification," Zhu Pampan suggested. The group ascended to the third floor together. Jing Xingwei hurried to the door of room 304 and pressed the doorbell. He then placed his ear against the door, saying, "It seems silent inside. Could something have happened?" Hai Lu's eyes widened slightly, preparing for the scene to unfold. "I noticed the landlord didn't seem in good health. What if something truly happened?" Cui Jiang had also crafted a few lines for this moment. Just then, Shen Si squeezed through the group. "What are you pushing for?" Hai Lu felt quite displeased. However, the next moment, she watched as Shen Si produced a card from his pocket and directed it at the door. A beep sounded, and the door swung open. The group stared into the empty room, momentarily stunned. "Goodness, I thought Shen Si claiming the homeowner's room was scripted, but their expressions reveal this is truly improvised. So many unexpected twists. I hope he is the first to be eliminated in the next game." "This is my room," Shen Si stated calmly. Cui Jiang felt a flush creep onto his face. He cleared his throat. Did the homeowner mention which room he occupied? The group exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. "There are more than a dozen rooms here." Hai Lu seemingly made a casual remark, yet it incited a barrage of criticism directed at Shen Si. Viewers accused him of desperately seeking more screen time by overacting. "Let us split up," suggested Cui Jiang. Shen Si willingly relinquished the central area to them, gradually making his way into the depths of the corridor. Upon reaching the final room, a sudden thunderclap echoed. Through the window, he glimpsed a human silhouette. The homeowner was indeed present. Although Shen Si had limited lines, he had gained considerable insight into portraying supernatural beings through recent performances. Just a fleeting glance allowed him to infer how the actor intended to make a frightful entrance. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded. Outside the window, the homeowner appeared, suspended upside down, drenched in blood, with eyes and mouth agape in terror. Shen Si scrutinized the scene. If it were him, he would likely sway, using his head to bang against the window, ideally creating cracks that would evoke a sense of impending doom and a nerve-wracking tension. No, as a normal person, one should feel fear upon witnessing a corpse hanging before them. At that moment, Shen Si recalled his role and quickly opened his mouth, trembling as he pointed at the window, stammering, "There's a dead person." This cracked me up. Shen Si's acting is abysmal. He actually zoned out for a moment. "I could do better." Everyone else burst into laughter. Outside the villa, the stage manager, who was also watching the live broadcast, was equally dumbfounded. His astonishment far surpassed Shen Si's performance. "Director Qian, why has Shen Si's acting suddenly become so clumsy? Is he unwell?" The stage manager could hardly reconcile the man who had previously delivered such a spine-chilling portrayal of a ghost with the one before him now, whose expression seemed utterly vacant. Director Qian stroked his chin, experienced as he was. His initial surprise quickly morphed into understanding. This fellow cannot portray a normal person. Standing nearby, Su Xinghao tilted his head in confusion. What was wrong with Shen Si's performance? His lifeless and stiff demeanor was, in fact, quite remarkable. Su Xinghao could tolerate the earlier negative comments about Shen Si. After all, his own fans had often defended him in disputes. However, he could not accept the audience's assertion that Shen Si lacked acting skills. So, it seems they believe they can bully Shen Si, who has no one in the mortal realm to stand up for him. Slowly, Su Xinghao extended his blood-red hand and pointed it at the corner of the screen, encircling it with a ring of blood. Thus, he successfully bridged the gap between the underworld's live stream and the mortal realm. The previously spectating vengeful spirits from the underworld naturally entered the live stream. It's another night of Shen Si's live broadcast. How delightful. Shen Si's acting remains consistently impressive. What's with this upside-down living person? Their eyelashes are trembling. Why not use a corpse? Suddenly, the live stream was flooded with comments, all praising Shen Si. Did Shen Si buy comments? How much per comment? Let us all make some money together. I'm dying of laughter. Shen Si must know his acting is lacking, so he preemptively bought comments. You might as well praise Shen Si for his looks. That would be harder to refute. The vengeful spirits were equally befuddled by the barrage of comments mocking Shen Si. What do you mean by bot comments? Which grave are you from? How long have you been dead to speak so arrogantly? Such foul language. It seems Shen Si's fans are all uncouth, haha. Brothers, this seems like a mortal live stream. Which ghostly bigwig established this connection? Impressive. Does it matter if it's the mortal or underworld? The key point is that Shen Si is being criticized for his acting. We must help Shen Si reclaim his dignity. Who was the imbecile criticizing Shen Si's acting? Reveal yourself. I'll hang myself in your home tonight. Chapter 41. The mental state of the underworld. The audience from both realms quickly formed two factions in the comments, engaging in fierce exchanges that left neutral viewers astonished. For a moment, no one paid attention to the content of the live broadcast. All were engrossed in this lively dispute. Director Qian's topic of supernatural livestream comment wars swiftly trended. The stage manager, filled with concern, remarked, Director Qian, do we really not need to ban a few of these people? Look at this comment. I'll visit your grave tonight and slap your ancestors for producing such a troublemaking descendant. And if you enjoy scandalous content, I'll strip down in your bed tonight to showcase a grotesque dance. There were simply too many comments to sift through. The stage manager casually read a few, noting their shocking content. What chaos is this? Yet Director Qian appeared unfazed, relishing the spectacle. What is the issue? We are not broadcasting a serious drama, after all. To his surprise, Shen Si had garnered a fanbase, albeit small, but their fighting spirit was formidable, successfully overwhelming Hai Lu's thousands of fans. Hai Lu's fans were not inept. The issue lay in the comment filters that blocked sensitive words. Any excessively vulgar remarks could not be posted. Conversely, Shen Si's fans freely expressed themselves with various morbid and shocking terms, which could be fully transmitted. In the end, regardless of what Shen Si's fans said, Hai Lu's fans simply retaliated, sounding like powerless children in futile resistance. The stars performing live remained completely unaware of this. Shen Si's portrayal amused Jing Xingwei and Hai Lu, yet they restrained their laughter. Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan remained impassive, having encountered poor performances before and long since cultivated emotional detachment. Cui Jiang had seen Shen Si's portrayal of a vengeful spirit, noting a stark contrast. Has Shen Si begun to embrace abstraction for popularity? Cui Jiang rushed over, and upon seeing the corpse hanging outside, his pupils constricted sharply, his face paling as he instinctively took a step back. What is going on? Stay back, Cui Jiang warned, but it was too late. Zhu Panpan rushed over, and upon seeing the homeowner, she let out a piercing scream. Hai Lu was not to be outdone, shrieking and diving into Jing Xingwei's embrace. Jing Xingwei, equally astonished, stared at the suspended corpse. Do Shen Si's fans not have eyes? This comparison clearly shows how poor his performance is. No matter how much you criticize, it's futile in the face of absolute talent. I'm laughing. Such minimal reaction to a corpse can be called acting? No wonder only Shen Si has survived in the underworld as an actor. I'm currently only watching the Recommenders live stream, since the living cannot act. Let us see something authentic. Cui Jiang was the first to regain composure, pulling out his phone and exclaiming, oh no, there's no signal here. Zhu Panpan cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Let South leave this place. The cause of the homeowner's death is unknown, and if it was murder, we could be in danger. Hai Lu tilted her head slightly, glancing at the window, then tightly grasped Jing Xingwei's arm, tears brimming in her eyes. The homeowner looks so pitiful. Should we not bring him down? Jing Xingwei firmly shook his head, speaking in a low voice. Do not touch the corpse. We must leave quickly. The group moved toward the first floor, but when they reached the villa's entrance, they were astonished to find the door unyielding. What is happening? Cui Jiang, adhering to the script, pushed against the door, even pretending to shoulder it. Oh no, we're trapped in here. Hai Lu let out a gasp, exclaiming, how could this be? Is it possible that the landlord was murdered? Could there be a deranged killer lurking about? Upon hearing this, Shen Si felt a stir within him. Recently, in several productions he had participated in, the characters portrayed by others had, to varying degrees, been associated with a murderer, if the unfolding narrative required it. He contemplated adding the attribute of a killer to his character. Meanwhile, the others continued their performances methodically. Shen Si interjected, the landlord must have had a key. Surely. You don't intend to search the body, do you? Hai Lu immediately sensed the impropriety of her words and hastily added, I merely think that would be disrespectful to the landlord. No one wished to search the body, and a heavy silence enveloped them. Shen Si, composed, stated, I can handle it. I have experience in this matter. What experience do you have? Don't go adding any strange attributes to yourself. At that moment, an unprecedented unity of thought emerged among the group. This is hilarious. Desperate to add drama, even a minor character has a habit of body searching. What do you know? Shen Si personally unearthed my body from a pit. Hey, you haven't reincarnated yet? Exactly. I just followed Shen Si. If I reincarnate, I won't have the chance to watch anymore. Just like me. I had the chance to get my number called, but to watch the live broadcast, I gave my reincarnation number to someone else. Are you all alright? Is everyone speaking so strangely? I genuinely question your mental state. The mental state in the underworld surpasses yours by several folds. They returned to the second floor, only to be astonished to find that the landlord, who had been by the window, had vanished without a trace. Hailu involuntarily screamed. Where did the landlord go? Was everything just a prank? Zhu Panpan fell into contemplation. It's possible. I've always found the landlord's demeanor rather peculiar. Hey, landlord. Stop playing around and come out. If you keep this up, I'll have to leave a negative review for your house, Jing Xingwei shouted several times. Just then, the lights on the ceiling suddenly went out. The live broadcast instantly switched to night vision mode, allowing the audience to still clearly see the expressions and movements of the actors. Amidst the astonished and panicked faces, Shen Si's smile stood out conspicuously. What is Shen Si doing? Why does he have such a terrifying smile? Does he think that without lights, he doesn't have to act anymore? Is he even a graduate of the acting school? The audience was filled with confusion, while the spirits from the underworld became increasingly excited. Here he comes. The familiar Shen Si. This is a true actor. I just pressed my ear to their chests, and only Shen Si's heart was racing like crazy. Zhu Panpan suddenly clutched her chest and said, "Who was in front of me just now?" She distinctly felt someone approach her, yet when she reached out, she grasped nothing. Was it a staff member? She resolved to lodge a complaint after the event. As darkness descended, Shen Si's heart involuntarily raced. He had just seen a staff member approach them, feigning ignorance. Only after the individual departed did Shen Si speak. "We have an extra person here. Why did you suddenly say something so frightening?" Hailu was genuinely startled, glaring at him fiercely. She quickly composed herself, remembering they were acting, and said, "This is too scary. How could the power go out?" Jing Xingwei echoed her sentiment. "Perhaps the circuit is unstable. Let's look for the circuit breaker." Just as they moved forward, an eerie sound effect echoed around them. Goodness, is the background music starting? Sounds like a ghost is about to appear. You can't deny that in a supernatural film, about 60% of the atmosphere is thanks to the BGM. Su Xinghao, dissatisfied with the sound effect, approached the playback equipment. His bloodied hand gently rested on the machine, and droplets of blood began to seep into the device. Shen Si's actions suddenly halted, and he sensed a change in the music. However, the others remained oblivious to this shift. In the past, Shen Si might not have noticed. But since embodying the character of Su Xinghao, his musical sensitivity had sharpened significantly. The new music, upon first hearing, felt quite tranquil. But prolonged exposure would inevitably evoke a sense of unease. As the group passed through the hall on the first floor, a beam of light suddenly appeared before them. Cui Jiang was startled, but upon closer inspection, it was the landlord, holding a white candle, his face as pale as paper, smiling at them. "You're all right. Why are you pulling this prank?" Jing Xingwei feigned anger and approached the landlord. "The power's out. Here is a candle." The landlord extended the candle towards him. "What do you think you're doing?" Jing Xingwei swatted the candle away, fuming. "Just turn the lights back on." After saying this, Jing Xingwei suddenly realized he was losing his temper over such a trivial matter. After all, he had debuted with the title of the gentle heartthrob. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Chapter 42. She was not speaking the truth. The candle fell to the ground, but did not extinguish, casting a faint light on a nearby head. The head bore an uncanny resemblance to the landlordess, and it opened its mouth, asking, "Why did you hit me?" Hailu was genuinely terrified by this scene, letting out a piercing scream. Jing Xingwei, equally frightened, turned pale and hurried back to the group. The landlord picked up the candle again, holding it in one hand while cradling his own head in the other. The head smiled and said, "I'm not playing a prank. I merely wish to ask if you have time to play a game with me." No one responded. In that instant, they all shared an unspoken understanding and turned to flee. The actors had previously rehearsed their escape routes within the villa. They pretended to scatter in different directions, but ultimately could not escape. They found themselves back at the starting point. "What do you want from us?" Cui Jiang panted, demanding an answer. The landlord stood silently in place, as if anticipating their return. "I told you, I just want to play a game. If we play the game, will you let us go?" Jing Xingwei, fearing someone might steal his line, quickly interjected. He felt the need to perform exceptionally to make everyone forget his earlier outburst. The landlord replied, "Of course, the winner may leave. And what happens to the losers?" Zhu Panpan astutely inquired about this critical question. "I will grant the losers 3 chances. Once those are exhausted, they must become my eternal companions." Upon hearing this, a deathly silence fell over the group. Shen Si eagerly raised his hand, declaring, "I accept your proposal." At the moment he spoke, a beam of light illuminated a round table in the center of the room, which was set with 5 chairs. "Before you is a card. These are your number tags." Shen Si flipped over his number tag, revealing it to be number 4. Number 3 belonged to Jing Xingwei, and number 5 to Cui Jiang. This meant that Jing Xingwei would pose the first question to him. After Shen Si answered, he would then question Cui Jiang. The questioning would proceed from number 1 to number 2, and so forth, until number 5 questioned number 1. After number 1 answered, the results would be computed. If everyone spoke the truth, number 1 would continue to ask questions until someone lied, at which point they would redraw their number tags. But what if we never lie? Zhu Panpan asked. They were already aware of the rules, yet it was necessary to voice them here to clarify for those spectators who had not viewed the trailer. After 10 rounds of the game without a single lie, I would personally take the stage. The host revealed a chilling smile. By that time, if my answer were the truth, the individual posing the question would meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted noticeably, tinged with fear and tension. Only Shen Si, whose eyes gleamed brightly in the darkness, starkly contrasted with the reactions of the others. Is Shen Si acting strangely? What role is he playing? Is his script different from the others? Shen Si's performance is truly immersive. Indeed, if the boundaries of the living world weren't so rigid, I would have crawled over to snatch their brains, rendering them mindless. Noticing their silence, the host chuckled and declared, "Thus, the game begins." The candle in hand extinguished itself, and the host vanished into the shadows. Beneath the dim light above, the countenance of each individual appeared eerie and foreboding. "Allow me to pose the first question." Hai Lu gently shook her number 1 card. She faced Zhu Panpan and inquired, "Sister Zhu, what is the most outrageous thing you have said recently?" At the suggestion of Jing Xingwei, everyone intended to ask playful questions that could be answered truthfully. Hai Lu understood that to captivate the audience and ensure they remembered her during the live broadcast, her inquiries could not be mundane. This question was meticulously chosen, subtly casting shade on Zhu Panpan. They had not previously agreed upon the questions they would pose to one another. Upon hearing the question, Zhu Panpan narrowed her eyes slightly. She picked up the teacup on the table, pretending to sip water to mask her displeasure. "This damned internet celebrity is trying to undermine me, isn't she? Everyone in this circle has been through thick and thin for years. While their acting may be rehearsed, their cunning is very much alive." Zhu Panpan was acutely aware of the hidden daggers beneath Hai Lu's seemingly innocent facade. However, Hai Lu had miscalculated this time. Zhu Panpan not only possessed acting skills, but also had a straightforward nature. Videos of her engaging in verbal sparring with others had long circulated online. In fact, her fans adored her sharp tongue. Zhu Panpan feigned deep contemplation before saying, "I need to think carefully about the most outrageous thing I've said recently. I can be quite excessive. Ha. This question has truly stumped Sister Zhu. She is indeed nicknamed the Queen of Venomous Tongues. Last time, she called a male celebrity greasy right in front of him, and he was thoroughly embarrassed. I recall now. The most outrageous thing I said recently was to my assistant." Zhu Panpan paused slightly. "She accidentally broke my favorite thermos, and I called her a pig. Reflecting on it now, that remark does seem a bit excessive." Zhu Panpan clasped her hands together, wearing a smile. "I'll give her a raise once we return." She deliberately recounted the incident in a light-hearted tone, creating an atmosphere akin to banter among acquaintances. Sister Zhu is genuinely kind. She raises the salary of her employee even after a mistake. I wish I could work under Sister Zhu, even if I faced her sharp tongue. I would be willing. Zhu Panpan's assistant squatted outside the van. Upon hearing Zhu Panpan's words during the live stream, she clenched her teeth in anger. What transpired that day was nothing like Zhu Panpan described. It was Zhu Panpan's menstrual period that day, and she had prepared warm water in the thermos. Who could have predicted that after an unsuccessful audition, Zhu Panpan would take out her frustrations on her? Zhu Panpan didn't even open the thermos lid. She smashed it on her assistant's forehead. What she said is not the truth at all. The assistant sent a barrage of comments. Yet this comment fell into the vast ocean, creating not a single ripple. Chapter 43. Are those complimenting him all ghosts? Before the game commenced, they donned lie detectors. When an individual begins to lie, their body often undergoes a series of uncontrollable physiological responses, such as an accelerated heartbeat. The stage manager glanced at the lie detector's readings and remarked, "Zhu Panpan's heart rate is normal. It appears she is telling the truth." Just then, Shen Si suddenly spoke up. "Wait." He fixed his gaze on Zhu Panpan, his tone unwavering as he declared, "You are lying." The moment these words escaped his lips, the comments exploded. What does this mean? Is this actor trying to steal the spotlight? A A clown. Let's see how he spins this once the results are out. I had no strong feelings about this actor, but now he's slandering someone. To win, he's already resorting to underhanded tactics. While Shen Si is genuinely engaged in the game, you're here cursing and jumping around. Damn it. I've noted down everyone who dares to insult Shen Si. If you have the guts, don't sleep, for in your dreams, you will see me. Zhu Panpan frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Whether I lied will be determined by the host. Shen Si inquired, when did you scold your assistant? Zhu Panpan, baffled by Shen Si's intent, replied, yesterday. Isn't that recent enough? Then today, have you not said anything outrageous? Shen Si glanced at Cui Jiang and continued, for instance, directed at number 5. At this, both Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang's expressions shifted. Director Qian, Zhu Panpan's heart rate surged. The stage manager hurriedly interjected. Director Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems Shen Si is privy to some insider information. This could be interesting. What gossip? Is he speaking nonsense? Just because they seem friendly, he is fabricating rumors. I think it's true. Haven't you noticed how both their expressions are somewhat unnatural? Shen Si. Panpan has already answered the question. Your actions are disrupting others. Cui Jiang stepped forward to defend Zhu Panpan. He had not anticipated that Zhu Panpan's voice would be so faint that Shen Si could hear her. If he did not intervene, allowing Zhu Panpan to continue, it would spell disaster for him. Some individuals commit wrongdoings yet feel no guilt, treating hurtful words as commonplace. Such people can lie with conviction. Cui Gu. Shen Si turned to Cui Jiang. Do you believe such individuals should be punished? In that moment, Cui Jiang realized that Shen Si was, in fact, aiding him. He remained silent for a long while before slowly responding. We are merely playing a game. Everything is up to the host's judgment. Cui Jiang was adamant that his secret tendencies should not be exposed during the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Shen Si fell silent. Zhu Panpan lowered her head, seemingly devastated by Shen Si's remarks, silently wiping away tears. However, beneath that concealed visage in the darkness lay a visage filled with rage. Damn! Shen Si had been seated so far away, yet he could hear her words. Zhu Panpan had initially intended to use this secret as leverage against Cui Jiang, to coax him into introducing her to resources. With one more person privy to her secret, her negotiating power diminished. As Zhu Panpan grew older, the industry was increasingly dominated by younger actors. Even with her exceptional skills, the field was not lacking in talented young performers. Most of Zhu Panpan's audition opportunities had been snatched away. This time, she had to succeed and secure the lead role in the live broadcast. Zhu Panpan lifted her head once more, her eyes slightly reddened, adopting a facade of feigned strength. It was merely a small joke between me and Cui Gu. We are quite familiar. Jokes among friends can sometimes be difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Cui Gu, wouldn't you agree? Yes. Cui Jiang uttered this response without even casting a glance at Zhu Panpan. As the moment arrived for me to pose my inquiries, Zhu Panpan found herself fervently wishing that Shen Si occupied the third seat. A sense of turmoil stirred within her, prompting her to casually ask, what do you fear the most? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jing Xingwei replied, I am most afraid of ghosts and supernatural beings. I was genuinely startled when I saw the homeowner just now. Hailu, amused, inquired, if you are so terrified, what compels you to participate in Director Qian's paranormal live broadcast? Fearful though I may be, I find it utterly captivating, Jing Xingwei shrugged, adding, moreover, it is precisely because of my fear that my performance becomes more authentic. He was unperturbed by the prospect of his fans discovering this vulnerability. Indeed, such a display of fear could resonate more profoundly with viewers compared to the fearless tank players in the escape room. His willingness to acknowledge this sentiment could, in fact, serve as an asset. Jing Xingwei's candidness was endearing, eliciting comments from fans. I have a friend who claims to fear nothing, yet screams louder than a ghost in a haunted house. Is that friend you? Indeed, it is quite normal to fear ghosts. I sometimes frighten myself when I glance in the mirror. Was that statement made by someone who has recently passed? The more tragic the demise, the more popular one becomes in the underworld. Now, it was my turn to inquire. Suddenly, Jing Xingwei felt a gentle touch on his right thigh. Sitting beside him was Zhu Panpan, and when he turned to face her, he was met with a pair of somewhat somber eyes. Jing Xingwei, perceptive as he was, realized that Shen Si's earlier actions had thoroughly offended Zhu Panpan. After all, she was a seasoned member of the circle with numerous acquaintances, whereas Shen Si was merely a newly graduated extra. In terms of future prospects, Shen Si's commercial value paled in comparison to Zhu Panpan's. The choice of whom to support was abundantly clear. My question is, what do you despise your fans saying the most? This query posed by Jing Xingwei was particularly incisive. Regardless of the celebrity, they are invariably attentive to the opinions of their fans, Yet not every comment is palatable. For instance, Jing Xingwei harbored a profound aversion to being referred to as a gentle male deity. Upon first hearing this moniker, he nearly retched. Yet the company insisted he develop in this direction. Shen Si seemed taken aback, subsequently falling into silence. Jing Xingwei smirked inwardly. Shen Si was likely racking his brain, pondering how to respond without inciting the ire of his fans. It appeared that Shen Si had found his answer, as he raised his head and stated, "I have only one fan." He recalled the urn he had received earlier, which belonged to his first fan. "What? Are you jesting?" Jing Xingwei thought it implausible that someone participating in this broadcast would lack a fan base. "I previously had no fans," Shen Si clarified, having only portrayed minor roles that garnered little attention. The main character he played in the earlier live broadcast had no replay, making it difficult to accumulate any followers. "How could you possibly have no fans?" Zhu Panpan exclaimed, rising abruptly, akin to Shen Si's previous attack. "In the last live broadcast, many praised your acting skills in the comments." Shen Si replied calmly, "That was merely an affirmation of my skills. It does not imply that they are my fans. Just as someone may compliment your appearance, does that guarantee their status as a fan?" Zhu Panpan was momentarily rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to them, the comments section had erupted into a new wave of fervent reactions. "No fans? I shouldn't have said Shen Si's acting was poor. He's truly talented. Does he not read the comments? Are all those praising him merely ghosts? Indeed, did you just realize that? Let us be honest. Admitting to being a ghost is sufficient. So what if we are ghosts? At Shen Si's command, I would willingly sever my own limbs. Could you do that?" Other fans found themselves struggling to keep pace with Shen Si's followers. Is there now internet access in psychiatric hospitals? Each one more bizarre than the last. "If you truly could sever your limbs, I would eat my meal upside down." Chapter 44. The ghost commanded Shen Si to eliminate. Zhu Panpan shot Jing Xingwei a discontented glance, as if to say, "What kind of question is this? How could I have known this would be ineffective against Shen Si?" Jing Xingwei, in turn, responded with an innocent expression, seemingly defending himself. "I never anticipated this outcome." He had indeed overlooked the fact that Shen Si was merely a background actor without any notable popularity or fanbase. Shen Si then turned to Cui Jiang and directly asked, "Do you dislike Zhu Panpan?" "Damn it, I knew it." Cui Jiang mentally chastised Shen Si 1,000 times. Upon witnessing Shen Si targeting Zhu Panpan, he had foreseen that the latter would not hold back during questioning. Hadn't they all agreed to navigate the initial rounds peacefully? This fellow was simply too disruptive. "Of course not. I have collaborated with Panpan on numerous projects, and we are friends in private." Cui Jiang maintained a calm smile, internally wondering if the program's lie detector was truly sophisticated. Seeing Shen Si remain silent, Cui Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. After regaining his composure, he turned to Hailu with a smile. "Now, I shall pose a question." Hailu blinked. "Cui Gu, please proceed. Which part of your body are you most satisfied with?" Hailu covered her chest, blushing as she replied, "Oh, Cui Gu, that's so naughty." Cui Jiang quickly averted his gaze, his smile taking on a hint of awkwardness. In truth, he meant no offense. He had no shortage of women wishing to draw closer, and Hailu's caliber was among the lowest in his estimation. Such a creamy snowflake. "I truly envy Hailu's figure. I am quite pleased with my bosom," Hailu said, her face flushed with embarrassment. After Hailu completed her response, the homeowner reappeared. "The first round of the game has concluded. Everyone, please take your candles and return to your respective rooms. In 10 minutes, the second round will commence." The group picked up their candles and made their way to the second floor. Zhu Panpan suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Shen Si with a dark expression. "You start targeting right from the first round. Do you yearn for victory that much?" Zhu Panpan could hardly swallow her resentment, and her fans were well aware of her temperament. At such a moment, if she were to suppress her feelings, it would only disappoint her followers. "Indeed, I must win." Shen Si's eyes sparkled with a fire brighter than the candle's flame. "Sister Zhu, do you not wish to win?" Zhu Panpan tilted her chin slightly, responding, "Of course, I want to win, but I will not resort to despicable means to ensure my opponent loses." Shen Si, unperturbed, replied, "This is a game of honesty. Do you consider speaking the truth to be a despicable act?" Zhu Panpan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Shen Si, seemingly reticent, could leave her speechless with his eloquence. Shen Si truly lacks gentlemanly decorum. It is merely a game. He has completely tarnished his public image. I find this amusing. Why should he care about your opinions? Can a casual observer pay him? Can they fill his belly or grant him fame? The essence of the game lies in striving wholeheartedly for victory, if we merely yield to each other. Do you think this is child's play? I see that this live broadcast is restricted to adults. How did so many with intellect akin to elementary students manage to sneak in? Zhu Panpan, infuriated yet amused, declared, "Very well. I shall see just how authentic you can be." With that, she stormed ahead in anger. Zhu Panpan completely disregarded everyone else and forcefully slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Cui Jiang looked at Shen Si with a complicated expression, patting him on the shoulder. "Really, there was no need to offend Panpan. I didn't intend to offend her. It was Sister Zhu who overthought," Shen Si replied, though he harbored no ill feelings towards anyone in this place. To him, the nuances of human relationships were insignificant in his pursuit of the next leading role. Upon returning to room 304, Shen Si found the flickering candlelight insufficient, casting only a dim glow around the room, rendering the furnishings mere shadows. Sitting on the sofa, he had just observed the expressions of his peers and concluded that Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang were the ones lying. Both were professional actors, and their forthcoming performances were bound to be captivating. With this thought in mind, Shen Si could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood and approached the door. What is Shen Si planning? He opened the door. The production team should punish him. He has violated the rules. The rules didn't prohibit players from leaving their rooms. What are you complaining about? In a supernatural theme, why are we adhering to logic and rules? Thrilling horror is the essence of this live broadcast. Shen Si's room faced the stairwell directly. As he stepped outside, he suddenly felt a collision with something. He staggered momentarily, but regained his balance. At that moment, he heard a series of thuds emanating from the stairwell. A flicker of panic crossed Shen Si's face. It seemed he had bumped into someone. The audience, equipped with night vision, could see everything clearly. The actor portraying the homeowner had already donned a chilling makeup, slowly ascending the stairs, exuding an aura of terror. However, when Shen Si collided with him, the homeowner tumbled down the lengthy staircase. What the hell? The ghost was taken down by Shen Si. As expected of Shen Si, impressive. Chapter 45. The ultimate malevolent spirit. Shen Si. The soundproofing in the room was abysmal, nearly non-existent, allowing everyone inside to hear the commotion outside distinctly. In their minds, it felt as though a malevolent spirit was stomping on the carpet. The footsteps hurried and frantic. "Oh my, I am not lying. Please don't come after me." Hailu curled up in a corner, hugging herself tightly. Despite knowing it was all an act, the fear within her was uncontainable. Shen Si was equally filled with trepidation as he rushed downstairs, attempting to perform CPR on the unconscious homeowner. Is this a scripted event, or is it real? It's definitely real. Shen Si could not act out such genuine fear. Why hasn't the production team called it off? Someone is in trouble. If they stop, what will we watch? Let it continue. What is the big deal about someone dying? Something feels off. This guy might genuinely be in trouble. I need to check. I'm going to. We can't let Shen Si bear the brunt of this. I'll join as well. Wait. Who are you? Staff members? While Shen Si fervently worked to revive the homeowner, he sensed that the homeowner's condition was deteriorating. Just as he intended to call for help in front of the camera, he noticed 3 dark figures swaying nearby. Were they staff? Shen Si had not brought a candle outside, and the surrounding darkness made it impossible to discern the situation. He vaguely saw one of them nod. Soon after, one staff member grasped the homeowner's feet, another took hold of his head, while a third supported his body. The 3 moved silently and in unison to lift the homeowner, then bounced away. Hope he is okay, Shen Si silently prayed. The homeowner felt a dull ache throughout his body. What is happening to me? Wasn't I working? He recalled bumping into something while ascending the stairs and then falling down. It seemed he was about to regain consciousness. Had they not acted swiftly, he would have become a permanent part of their ensemble. If it weren't for Shen Si, who would willingly partake in this? The homeowner initially believed he was being transported to a hospital, but was taken aback when he opened his eyes to find 3 grotesque, terrifying faces staring back at him. 3 ghastly visages leered at him, revealing blood-stained teeth, and all chimed in unison. "You're awake?" "Ah!" The homeowner let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted once more. The malevolent spirits exchanged glances. "Look at what you've done. You've scared him senseless. Forget it. As long as he is okay. What about him? Just leave him at the villa entrance. Someone will come for him." With the spirits gone, the next steps needed to be addressed. Director Qian fell into contemplation, while the staff member could not maintain the same calm demeanor. As soon as he witnessed Shen Si opening the door, he became restless. Upon seeing Shen Si knock the actor portraying the malevolent spirit down the stairs, the staff member jumped up in alarm. "Oh no, this live broadcast is about to go awry. Stop panicking. The staircase is carpeted. Nothing will happen," Director Qian reassured. Having prepared for such an event, to ensure the guest's safety, every sharp edge had been padded with thick cloth. and the floors and walls were lined with sponge and blankets. The injured actor had already been taken away, but there were no backup actors available. The staff member was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Finding a substitute now would undoubtedly delay the broadcast. Director Chen frowned, but suddenly his expression softened, a smile gracing his face. He pointed at the camera and remarked, "Look, Shen Si is truly a reliable performer. That sentiment might be believed only by him." The staff member silently scoffed, but followed director Qian's gaze. There stood Shen Si, quietly contemplating his hands, stained with the blood of the homeowner he had just revived. At that moment, he smeared the blood across his face and neck. For him, as long as he was given a stage, he could showcase his talents anywhere. He knew precisely how to respond at this moment. Shen Si is about to unleash his full potential. What is happening? What does he intend to do? Open your eyes wide and witness. Approaching you is the ultimate malevolent spirit. No, rather, the ultimate actor, Shen Si. Zhu Panpan had been attentively listening to the sounds outside the door. After the earlier commotion, a profound silence enveloped both inside and outside the room. What was happening? Was this how it ended? It seemed she had been deemed truthful. 8 minutes had passed, with less than 2 minutes remaining. Zhu Panpan sighed in relief, and concurrently, a sense of pride swelled within her. Shen Si had indeed disrupted her rhythm, causing her some anxiety. Clearly, the lie detector was merely a prop. The initiative always resided in the hands of the production team. Shen Si was naive. Resources in this world were reserved for those with greater strength and value, not for someone as insignificant as him. Now assured of her safety, Zhu Panpan slowly approached the small table by the window. On it sat a bottle of red wine she had brought with her. She picked up a wine glass and gently clinked it against the bottle, producing a melodious and enchanting sound. A subtle smile appeared on her lips as she uncorked the bottle and began pouring the wine into the glass. Just as she was about to savor the flavor, a sudden thunderclap resounded outside, illuminated by a flash of lightning. Zhu Panpan caught sight of a figure hunched at the window, bloodied and vacant-eyed, staring intently at her. "Don't drink my blood." Zhu Panpan was rendered speechless by the scene before her, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. She glanced at the crimson liquid gently swaying in her glass. In that moment, it appeared as if the liquid truly resembled blood. "Ah!" With a shriek, Zhu Panpan hurled the glass against the window. Bang! The window shattered, leaving several cracks, and the man who had been standing outside vanished without a trace. Zhu Panpan's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor, her chest heaving uncontrollably. This was a mere act. How could she have been so frightened? Chapter 46. The Veteran Actor's Distinction. This is the first time I have seen Sister Zhu so terrified. Nonsense. She's merely acting, isn't she? Sister Zhu isn't afraid of such things. Indeed. I watched a variety show where Sister Zhu was a fearless tank in a haunted house, playfully toying with the ghosts inside. Veteran actors truly are exceptional. Everyone believed that Zhu Panpan was merely showcasing her acting prowess. Even Shen Si shared this sentiment, considering his own performance to be far from terrifying. Zhu Panpan had no intention of lingering in the room any longer. With less than a minute remaining, she had to escape. Zhu Panpan hurriedly approached the door, grasping the handle, only to be horrified to discover that it was not fully closed. She could not possibly have forgotten to shut it. The door creaked open, and in that instant, she was met with a ghastly, pale visage. "Ah!" Sister Zhu emitted a piercing scream and immediately crouched down, clutching her head and frantically shouting, "Do not come closer. Please, do not come closer." Shen Si made a swift motion across Zhu Panpan's arm, leaving behind a trail of blood. His voice was hoarse and low. "You have 2 lives remaining." He then stepped back from the room, closing the door with a thoughtful touch. The others, upon hearing Zhu Panpan scream, were instantly gripped by fear and trepidation. Jing Xingwei quickly barricaded the door. Although he had not lied, who could say whether the director would deem his words as falsehoods for the sake of dramatic effect? Jing Xingwei heard a slow, muffled footfall approaching. His heart raced with anxiety. Fortunately, the footsteps merely passed by his door. Cui Jiang, realizing the door could not be locked, pressed his body against it firmly. The footsteps vanished before his door. Glancing at the time, Cui Jiang noted that only 40 seconds remained. At that moment, blood began to seep through the crack of the door. The homeowner was outside. Cui Jiang's heart raced again, panic overwhelming him as the blood flowed in. He hurriedly sought refuge in the room, but there was no safe haven to be found. In such a tense atmosphere, his legs began to betray him. Cui Jiang remembered that they were live streaming. He did not wish for the audience to witness his cowardice, so he forced himself to sit calmly in a chair. 25 seconds left. Cui Jiang silently counted down in his mind. Suddenly, a murmur filled the room, as if someone were whispering. The sound emanated from within the room. Cui Jiang's heart tightened. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. The voice was alarmingly close, yet its source eluded him. Straining to listen, he eventually discerned that the sound was emanating from the very chair he had been sitting upon. Yet, the chair appeared entirely unremarkable. Next to the sofa were two zippers, allowing the cover to be removed for cleaning. Upon noticing this, Chui Zhang's anxiety lessened. Inside, there must be a recording device prepared by the production team. He had previously encountered talking dolls in haunted houses that would activate when approached. This must be a similar setup with a pre-recorded audio device. Chui Zhang pulled down the zipper, eager to retrieve the recorder and demonstrate his cleverness. As the zipper descended, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly emerged, fixated intently upon him. Chui Zhang's hand froze, his body immobilized as if under a spell. A pale hand extended from the zipper, pulling it all the way down. Chui Zhang's pupils dilated in terror. The figure was crouching inside the sofa. At such a close distance, Chui Zhang finally understood what the figure was saying. Chui Zhang, die. Chui Zhang, die. Ah! Chui Zhang emitted a scream the likes of which he had never uttered before in his life. As time expired, everyone returned to the hall. Commencing the second round of the game, Chui Zhang truly lives up to his reputation as a professional actor. His performance was incredibly convincing. Did no one realize that the ghost was Shen Si? How could they possibly connect the lackluster performance with the terrifying figure now? I'm astounded. Was Shen Si just being abstract? After toying with us, he began showcasing his acting skills. The audience, possessing an omniscient view, witnessed Shen Si entering the contestants' room through a secret passage. How did Shen Si know all the hidden paths in the villa, including that sofa? It seems Director Qian intentionally arranged for a genuine ghost to mingle among the contestants. This is a common horror trope. Director Qian is still Director Qian. I initially thought he would step back from supernatural films, but it seems he merely switched tracks to continue terrifying us. Outside the villa, Director Qian turned to the production staff, inquiring, how did Shen Si know about the secret passages in the villa? The staff member quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, yesterday, when I showed Shen Si around, the master happened to come by to discuss the rooms. He brought along the design plans, which is likely when Shen Si saw them. Director Qian had also seen those designs and asked, that plan is quite intricate. How long did you show it to him? I didn't specifically show it to him. I merely held it for about a minute, the staff member replied, equally astonished. I also tried to avoid Shen Si. He could only have caught a few fleeting glimpses. He retained such details from just a few glances. Director Qian's perception of Shen Si was once again challenged. Jing Xingwei and Hai Lu waited patiently outside. The former expressed his confusion. Why are we the only ones to emerge? I heard Sister Zhu and Brother Chui screaming. They must be lying. Hai Lu did not revel in this realization. They dwelled on either side of her, and the screams had been distinctly alarming, causing her great unease. Jing Xingwei furrowed his brow, feigning concern. I hope Sister Zhu and Brother Chui are all right. The homeowner is indeed quite frightening, but why hasn't Shen Si come out yet? Regardless, at least two individuals had been determined to be lying, which was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Chui Jiang and Zhu Panpan opened their doors simultaneously. They seemed startled by each other's arrival, both trembling slightly. Sister Zhu, Brother Chui Yu. Hai Lu was taken aback. Their hair and attire appeared meticulously arranged, suggesting they had made an effort to tidy themselves. In the dim candlelight, their faces were as pale as parchment, as if they had aged several years, entirely devoid of their previous vigor. Was it truly that terrifying? Hai Lu inquired. Chui Jiang cast her a sidelong glance, offering a weak response. You will have the chance to experience it. A chill ran down Hai Lu's spine. Brother Chui seemed to have undergone a change. Chapter 47. Director Lin almost called the police at that moment. The door to room 304 creaked open, and Shen Si emerged. He had changed into fresh attire and appeared to have bathed, exuding an aura of crisp cleanliness. Jing Xingwei asked, why did you take so long to come out? Were you caught by the homeowner? Shen Si gently shook his head. No, I spoke the truth. I was bathing inside. Jing Xingwei could not help but exclaim. You truly have a bold heart, daring to bathe at such a time. They returned to the hall and took their seats in succession. The same scene unfolded. Yet each person's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Because someone had lied, the second round of the game was reshuffled. Now you may draw your numbered cards. The host did not appear but communicated as a narrator. The second round of drawing was complete. Zhu Panpan drew number 1, Hai Lu number 2, Chui Jiang number 3, Shen Si number 4, and Jing Xingwei number 5. After everyone had drawn their numbers, the glances exchanged were rife with surging undercurrents. Zhu Panpan waved her number 1 card, and then directed her gaze towards Hai Lu. Before Hai Lu could don her ingratiating smile, Zhu Panpan bluntly asked, Are you still a virgin? Hai Lu's expression instantly froze, as if she had been struck by a spell. Wow, It's only the second round. And we're diving into such provocative questions? Why is Zhu asking such an outrageous question? Truth or dare is meant to be thrilling. Otherwise, what is the point? Asking if you prefer your dad or your mom. Hai Lu's eyes brimmed with tears, and in the blink of an eye, 2 streams cascaded down her cheeks. Zhu Jie, what do you mean by that question? Do you have something against me? You can tell me. I will change. Yet, Zhu Panpan remained unperturbed, coldly insisting, answer the question. Having experienced the host's terror, Zhu Panpan was acutely aware that the notion of peaceful coexistence was utterly impossible. She must eliminate everyone as soon as possible. Hai Lu cast a pleading look towards Cui Jiang, but to her astonishment, Cui Jiang, who had previously been the peacemaker, now averted his gaze. Hai Lu then turned to Jing Xingwei, but he had long since shed his previous protective demeanor. He merely smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to the distress signals in Hai Lu's eyes. Hai Lu, this question should be an easy one for you, shouldn't it? At this, Hai Lu felt a chill run through her. She couldn't comprehend how, after merely 10 minutes apart, everything had changed so drastically. I am of course a virgin. She stammered, her hand gripping tightly beneath the table, her nails digging painfully into her flesh until they drew blood. Her heart was filled with fury and humiliation. That wretched Zhu Panpan. How dare she attempt to tarnish the pure image I have worked so hard to build? How could Hai Lu, being so innocent, possibly not be a virgin? What does innocence have to do with virginity? Do you really think your idol is a child, not allowing her to have a boyfriend? Hee. I sensed the aroma of deceit. Hai Lu wore a mask-like, stiff smile as she gazed at Cui Jiang, who was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Hai Lu interrupted him. Cui Gu, what was the most outrageous thing Zhu Jie said to you yesterday in the makeup room? Cui Jiang's face turned as pale as a sheet. Although Hai Lu was unaware of the secret Zhu Panpan held over Cui Jiang, it mattered little. What was crucial was that she knew he would never reveal it. He had no choice but to lie. As expected, the anger on Cui Jiang's face swiftly dissipated. He feigned a relaxed smile and replied, Are you also curious about what Panpan told me? She said she couldn't accept my confession and hope we could still be friends. Zhu Panpan understood the implication behind Cui Jiang's words. The best way to bury a scandal was to throw out another rumor to divert attention. Although this was fabricated, their prior interactions during filming were well documented on social media, lending it considerable credibility. Wow, my favorite couple has become real. I knew Cui Gu liked Zhu Jie. Is it possible that your couple has broken up? Didn't Zhu Panpan directly reject Cui Jiang? No wonder I felt their atmosphere wasn't as sweet as before. Can you truly remain friends after rejecting a friend's confession? This is an eternal question. Cui Jiang appeared unruffled on the surface, yet he discreetly observed Shen Si from the corner of his eye, his heart fluttering with anxiety, fearing that Shen Si might question him just as he had done to Zhu Panpan. Fortunately, Shen Si merely sat quietly. Cui Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Shen Si was adept at social grace, sparing him some face. Both Hai Lu and Cui Jiang had lied, and Shen Si silently noted this. With just a glance, he could discern from their subtle expressions and movements whether they were speaking the truth. Oblivious, Cui Jiang posed a relatively simple question to Shen Si. Among the roles you have portrayed, which one do you like the most? Shen Si replied without hesitation. I love each one. Zhu Panpan was dissatisfied with Shen Si's response and crossed her arms, saying, Your answer is far too vague. Do you even like the minor roles you've played? Regardless of the role, I delve into the story behind it. If they're ISNT1, I write a character background and learn the life skills required by the character, Shen Si said earnestly. Yet, those present did not take his words seriously. Does Shen Si really need to lie about such a question? Could he truly not have a role he liked? No, he's speaking the truth. This comment came from director Lin, who held the most authority on whether Shen Si had lied. At that time, Shen Si had merely played a thief without any lines in the production. To prove his capability in portraying the character, Shen Si had even infiltrated director Lin's home to steal a pair of his underwear, nearly prompting Lin to call the police. You say you learned skills for each role. Zhu Panpan scoffed. Does that mean when you live-streamed as a ghost, you had to learn ghost skills too? The audience, possessing a godlike perspective, felt a complex array of emotions, having witnessed the moment when Shen Si's portrayal of a vengeful spirit terrified Zhu Panpan to the brink of madness. No one would dare call Zhu Panpan timid, for in their shoes, they too would have been utterly frightened. I can't even imagine what Zhu Jie will think when she watches the replay. Well, at least it's not just her who is embarrassed. We all share the humiliation together. Chapter 48. Are we no longer speaking human language? Shen Si smiled bashfully, exuding a demeanor of innocence and vulnerability, leading Zhu Panpan to mistakenly believe she had outwitted him. She huffed coldly and refrained from saying more. Next, It was Shen Si's turn to pose a question to Jing Xingwei. Jing Xingwei felt a pang of anxiety. He was acutely aware that his previous proposal had now lost all efficacy. In light of the lies and the ensuing terror from the vengeful spirit, they were now desperate to drag others down with them. Come on, no matter the question, I will answer truthfully. What do you dislike being called by your fans the most? Bang! Jing Xingwei slammed the table, rising to his feet and shouting at Shen Si. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately provoking me? He masked his inner turmoil with anger. Why did Shen Si have to ask that particular question? Jing Xingwei had debuted as a singing and dancing artist solely due to the support and financial backing of his fans. It could be said that he was at their mercy. He would meticulously review every gift and handwritten letter from fans. It was not that Jing Xingwei adored his fans excessively, but rather because they were his lifeblood. At first, he was moved by their support. But as the stage grew increasingly dazzling and the applause ever louder, he gradually lost sight of his original intentions and could no longer hear the voices of his fans. The fans are my most important family, and I will never harbor disdain for them. Jing Xingwei's tone was resolute and resonant. Xingwei is truly wonderful. I will support him for a lifetime. Does Shen Si think Xingwei is like those other superficial stars? How absurd. Shen Si has no idea how arduous Xingwei's journey has been. We have weathered countless storms alongside him. We and Xingwei have long been family to each other. In the barrage of comments, Jing Xingwei's fans began to reminisce about the beautiful moments they once shared. Meanwhile, the stage manager glanced at the instrument's readings and turned to director Qian, stating, Jing Xingwei has lied. The cold machinery is far more reliable than those seemingly fervent words. It was a response that stirred emotions. Shen Si uttered this statement, yet his demeanor remained notably indifferent. He had already discerned Jing Xingwei's deceit and hypocrisy. May you one day have the opportunity to comprehend this feeling. Jing Xingwei could not help but retort sarcastically. Next, it was Jing Xingwei's turn to pose a question to Zhu Panpan. Not wishing to offend her, he pondered momentarily and settled on a relatively simple inquiry. Sister Zhu, why did you reject Brother Chui's confession? In Jing Xingwei's view, this was an easy question that could also provide some juicy gossip for the audience. However, to his surprise, Zhu Panpan's expression instantly morphed into one of sheer terror as she glared fiercely at him. Jing Xingwei was utterly bewildered by Zhu Panpan's fierce gaze, filled with confusion. Was this question truly so difficult? Could it be that Brother Chui had some unspeakable peculiarities that led Sister Zhu to decline him? From a certain perspective, Jing Xingwei had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. He received a similarly unfriendly glare from Cui Jiang. In that moment, his heart sank. Had he truly offended two seniors in one fell swoop? Would he still have a chance to advance in the film industry? May I change the question? Jing Xingwei attempted to make amends, but the narrator coldly rebuffed him. Zhu Panpan was filled with dread. This question was practically a death sentence. If she were to speak the truth, it would effectively negate what Cui Jiang had just stated. If others caught wind of it, they would certainly continue to press her to lie. In such a predicament, she would face either elimination or the revelation of Cui Jiang's secret proclivities. Zhu Panpan merely wished to leverage Cui Jiang for resources. She had no intention of ruining him, as that would serve her no benefit. I rejected Cui Jiang because my preferred type is a cute boy. Zhu Panpan's words were half-truths, and she was uncertain if they would suffice. The second round of the game concluded, and everyone stood up to head towards their respective rooms. Jing Xingwei approached Zhu Panpan, hands clasped together, and hurriedly explained, Sister Zhu, I truly did not mean to put you in a difficult position. I thought this question would be simple for you. Zhu Panpan slightly pursed her lips. There was no way she could divulge the matters between her and Cui Jiang. You need not apologize. Jing Xingwei initially believed Zhu Panpan had forgiven him. But before he could feel relieved, he heard her next words. If you wish to win, do not concern yourself with feelings. With that, Zhu Panpan closed the door. Following this round of the game, the outward harmony among the group had been nearly shattered. They fell silent and returned to their respective rooms. Suddenly, Shen Si heard a knocking sound emanating from the wardrobe. He approached and slowly opened the wardrobe door, only to see a pair of hands emerging from within, holding a set of bloodied clothes. A piece of paper lay atop the garments. Shen Si recognized this as a prop sent by the staff, and he nodded, accepting the items while saying, Thank you for your hard work. The staff member made an O gesture before shutting the wardrobe door again. The staff had prepared blood bags for Shen Si. The paper contained records of all players' heart rates and results during the questioning. Except for Shen Si. Every guest in this round had lied. I refuse to believe it. Is the production team engaging in foul play? Prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. Those who previously exposed the dark side are now behind bars. Even the most advanced lie detectors can yield inaccuracies. Even if others lie, our Xingwei always speaks the truth. Do you know how much we have sacrificed for him? What do you mean by others? I can see Jing Xingwei's eyes wandering when he speaks. It's obvious he's lying. Jing Xingwei has been spending your money while not knowing how many girls he has been with. How dare you speak such nonsense? Jing Xingwei is a pure-hearted young man. I will not allow you to slander him. Brother Chui revealed his heartbreak during the live broadcast. Yet he was deemed a liar. Production team, you lack a conscience. Indeed, Brother Chui was willing to share his failed confession. How could he possibly lie? Sister Zhu could never be lying. It's perfectly normal to like cute boys. The announcement of these results sent fans into an uproar. What I cannot accept the most is Shen Si's response. You claim it to be the truth? This statement garnered a plethora of likes from viewers. Is Director Qian giving him a special favor just because he needs to scare people? The vengeful spirits in the shadows had initially relished the spectacle. But now the flames had unexpectedly reached Shen Si. Are you not speaking human language? Don't drag Shen Si down with your bias against the one you support. The team is using a professional lie detector. The data speaks for itself. What is there to argue? I have watched Shen Si perform. He loves each ghost character equally and scares me just the same every time I watch the show. We protest. The production team is running rampant. I will report this. A torrent of comments surged across the screen, with some viewers even calling the production team to lodge complaints. The stage manager observed the chaos and said, Director Qian, the audience's opinions are quite strong. Should we find a way to explain? This time, Director Qian did not intend to let the situation spiral out of control. There must be a balance between fire and excess. He picked up his walkie-talkie and commanded, send a message to Shen Si, instructing him to ensure that while scaring the guests, they must admit to their lies. The stage manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Just like that? What is happening? The stage manager was nearly overwhelmed, exclaiming, you're leaving such an important task to Shen Si? Can he handle it? Director Qian stroked his chin, uncertain. He should be able to, right? The stage manager shook his head, unsure if Director Qian was genuinely confident in Shen Si or simply resigned. He could only pray that Shen Si would successfully navigate this daunting task. Chapter 49. Shen Si's scheme. Shen Si was meticulously applying makeup in the bathroom mirror when, suddenly, red blood began to seep from the glass. This unexpected sight startled him, causing him to instinctively step back. The blood slowly flowed, gradually forming a line of text. Have the guests admit to their lies? Shen Si pondered, contemplating the production team's motives for such an action. Perhaps they were aware that some fans did not believe the instrument's determinations. All right. As soon as he spoke, the blood letters on the mirror vanished. Observing this, he could not help but marvel. Director Qian truly excels at crafting supernatural tales. Had it not been for the homeowner's injury, he likely would have been frightened out of his wits. This director is as skillful as a talent scout. He certainly knows how to create a spectacle. Being scared is already quite miserable, yet they insist on forcing someone to confess to lying. This is inhumane. I like it. You are coercing confessions under duress. I will file a complaint against you. Who did that? Don't engage in petty slander. What is the matter? Is it because you're afraid that the one you support can't withstand it and might reveal their dark past? Each room in the villa conceals secret passages. Shen Si lifted a section of the bathroom floor and directly slipped into the hidden corridor. He intended to start with Jing Xingwei. Shen Si crawled forward slowly, remembering that this passage connected to the underside of Jing Xingwei's bed. The audience, possessing a godlike perspective, could see that Jing Xingwei's room was empty. However, Shen Si remained oblivious to this fact. Upon reaching the bed's underside, he lay there, contemplating how to instill fear in Jing Xingwei next. How amusing. Shen Si resembles a jester. How could Xingwei possibly sit idly by? He has been on guard against you for a long time. What are you so pleased about? If your person isn't lying, why run? This is a sign of guilt. You may slander, but I shall always believe in my brother. Your brain is truly priceless, for you have never utilized it from birth until now. Suddenly, Shen Si heard footsteps approaching. Is it Jing Xingwei coming? He turned to look, only to see a pair of pale feet standing by the bed. Do Jing Xingwei's feet appear so eerie? Shen Si felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he did not forget his purpose. Still diligently emitting a hoarse growl before reaching out to grasp that foot. The moment he grabbed it, he felt as if he had clutched an ice block. He quickly released his grip, and the pair of feet retreated a few steps. The owner of those feet leaned down and locked eyes with Shen Si. It was then that Shen Si realized this person was not Jing Xingwei, but a complete stranger. Who are you? Shen Si inquired. The man did not answer, instead seizing Shen Si's wrist. Shen Si was effortlessly pulled out. He stood up and looked around, only then noticing that there was no one else in the room besides them. Shen Si assumed the man was a staff member and directly asked, "Where is Jing Xingwei?" The man raised his hand, pointing towards the door. So he has fled. No wonder the staff came specifically to inform him. Shen Si smiled and said, "Brother, thank you. But were you sent by Director Qian to replace me?" The man shook his head violently, but suddenly, his head stopped mid-motion, as if the machine had abruptly jammed. Supporting his head, a sound of bones cracking echoed as he turned his face back to Shen Si. Then, he crouched down and crawled beneath the bed frame. "Are you not coming with me?" Seeing the other party silent, Shen Si decided to search for himself. Unbeknownst to him, the barrage of comments erupted once again due to his actions. Who is Shen Si talking to? From the audience's perspective, Shen Si appeared to be speaking to himself in Jing Xingwei's room. He must be communicating with the backstage staff via headphones. But if he were communicating with earpieces, the staff wouldn't have had to come specifically to relay messages, right? Then who is he talking to? I'm getting goosebumps. Did you notice that Shen Si didn't seem to crawl out? He looked as if someone yanked him out. Why are Shen Si's fans silent now? Scared stiff? Humph. They usually chatter so much. They must be terrified now. The vengeful spirits were too preoccupied to pay attention to the comments. They watched as Jing Xingwei stealthily exited the room, disappearing from the camera's view. Thus, the vengeful spirits quietly emerged from the underworld, infiltrating the villa. They meticulously searched every corner for Jing Xingwei. "I found him. He is hiding in the washing machine on the fourth-floor balcony." One vengeful spirit hung upside down before the washing machine, gazing at Jing Xingwei nestled within. The washing machine isn't large, yet this little thing can hide quite well. Go tell Shen Si. I can't wait to see the show. As Shen Si stepped out of the room, a sudden chill enveloped him, and he instinctively glanced in the direction of the wind. He saw a woman dressed in a red nightgown, her long hair flowing, waving at him. How could the staff be so careless as to appear? If the audience saw, it would surely spark significant criticism. Shen Si thought to himself that he had no fans. Thus, no one would pay attention. Little did he realize that everyone had ceased to focus on the other guests. All eyes were on Shen Si as he conversed with himself in the dark villa. His actions and demeanor were so genuine that it led people to believe that someone truly existed around him. Wait, why did he stop moving? Who exactly is Shen Si talking to? Is my phone screen too dim? I've turned my screen brightness to the maximum. There's a wall right in front of him. He must be acting there, deliberately creating a spectacle. If it were someone else, I might think so. But you haven't seen how poor his acting was before. I heard this place was built on an old graveyard. Could it be that there are truly unclean things here? The stage manager was sweating profusely. The last live broadcast had already encountered an incident, and this time it seemed even more severe. Director Qian, what should we do? Should we pause the live broadcast? It feels like something big is about to happen. Calm down. Don't lose your composure. Director Qian squinted slightly. This might be a trap set by Shen Si. The stage manager looked puzzled. What do you mean? Director Qian confidently deduced. Think about it. If it were truly haunted, could Shen Si remain so calm? No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't be able to act like this. This is his greatest strength, to frighten everyone, including you and me. The stage manager asked. You mean Shen Si is deliberately pretending there's someone around to make the audience believe it's truly haunted? Director Qian nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, how could only he see those things? The stage manager pondered for a moment. That makes sense. If that is the case, what should we do next? Director Qian waved his hand. We'll wait and see. Shen Si's adaptability is strong. If he needs anything, he will surely give us a hint. So all backstage staff should remain on standby. Chapter 50. You lied. Shen Si followed the woman in the red dress closely. At such a close distance, he caught a whiff of an overwhelming stench of blood. It was then that he noticed the woman's clothing was actually stained with blood. With each step the woman took, she left behind vivid red footprints on the floor. The design was indeed remarkable, and her stiff walking posture was quite standard. The temporary actors hired by Director Qian were all skilled. Shen Si carefully observed the woman, diligently studying each of her subtle movements and seeking to improve upon them. The woman in red had her head entirely shrouded by her black hair. Shen Si failed to notice that her head was completely inverted. Peering through the gaps in her hair, the woman fixated on Shen Si. How terrifying. My idol scares me too. The woman in red thought apprehensively. In life, she was merely an ordinary homebody who, one fateful night, while taking out the trash, was stabbed over 20 times by a stalker. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and her resentment transformed her into a vengeful spirit. The woman in red could not touch the living, but unexpectedly, when she appeared before the stalker, he was scared to death on the spot. After avenging herself, the woman in red intended to reincarnate. However, while waiting in line, she accidentally entered Shen Si's live broadcast and subsequently became one of his fans. Now that her wish has been fulfilled, the woman in red realizes that things are not quite as she had imagined. Her idol is undeniably terrifying. Glancing forward, She feels a chilling breeze behind her, turning back. The sight of Shen Si's face sends shivers down her spine. The woman in red cannot comprehend this sensation, having encountered numerous spirits in the underworld, each with a gruesome tale of demise. Any one of them could easily terrify the viewers in the comments. Yet, inexplicably, none seem to instill the same fear as Shen Si does. Ultimately, unable to bear the increasingly horrifying visage of Shen Si trailing behind her, she comes to an abrupt halt. Shen Si slowly turns his head to regard the woman in red, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Why has she stopped? The woman in red seizes her left hand and, with a forceful tug, sends her severed hand flying to the ground, blood splattering in its wake. In the next moment, the dismembered hand seemingly comes to life, crawling forward like a reptile. How technological! Shen Si marvels inwardly. After taking a couple of steps, the hand halts and twists its palm backward, as if beckoning Shen Si to follow. Shen Si waves his hand, acknowledging the woman in red, and continues to follow the dismembered hand. It guides him into a room, pointing towards the washing machine on the balcony. Shen Si is quite taken aback to find Jing Xingwei curled up inside the washing machine, disregarding his image. Though the machine is spacious enough to accommodate a person, staying curled up inside for an extended period must be uncomfortable. At that moment, Jing Xingwei feels utterly uneasy. This is the perfect hiding spot he had meticulously sought, allowing him to evade surveillance while ensuring his safety. Thus, even in disarray, his fans would remain oblivious. Just then, a head appears at the opening of the washing machine. "Ah!" Jing Xingwei exclaims. "Teacher Jing." The ghostly visage speaks with a rustic tone. "I am a staff member here to escort you away." Jing Xingwei, still shaken, responds. "What do you mean by leaving? Please step out first." Shen Si extends his hand. After a brief hesitation, Jing Xingwei reaches out. Upon touching the warm skin of the other, a sense of reality washes over him. With Shen Si's assistance, Jing Xingwei climbs out of the washing machine. "What do you mean by taking me away?" Shen Si explains. "Your manager mentioned that there are other work arrangements, so you must withdraw from this live broadcast." Jing Xingwei's eyes widen in disbelief. "What? I never agreed to that. Doesn't he realize how important this live broadcast is to me? You need not worry. Your fan club has expressed a strong willingness to invest funds. Director Qian has already decided that there will be an episode featuring you as the main character in the upcoming broadcasts." Jing Xingwei breathes a sigh of relief, smiling as he says, "I see. Then let us go." He truly does not wish to remain in this place of fear any longer. The pervasive darkness is one thing, but the eerie music continues to play incessantly. "Very well, to avoid your being captured by surveillance cameras, I will escort you through the staff passage." Jing Xingwei follows closely behind Shen Si, gradually noticing that the surroundings seem to grow darker. Consequently, he feels compelled to cling even tighter to Shen Si's presence. He observes Shen Si navigating effortlessly through the pitch blackness. "You seem quite familiar with this place." "Indeed, we staff members must familiarize ourselves with these passages in advance. However, you are quite fortunate. Most stars do not have fan clubs with such ample resources." "Yes," Jing Xingwei replies calmly, accustomed to such remarks, having heard them before. "You do not seem particularly excited. Have you grown accustomed to it?" In the enveloping darkness, where nothing is visible, Jing Xingwei remains closely behind Shen Si. The latter's steady voice gradually instills a sense of trust within him. Typically, Jing Xingwei has no one to confide his grievances to, but here, he cannot help but speak up. "What is there to be happy about? This is just standard procedure for me. Others envy your situation, yet they cannot attain it. I have seen online that your fans affectionately refer to you as the gentle idol. Please, do not call me the gentle idol." Jing Xingwei interjects sharply, unable to suppress his growing agitation. After all, there is no one else around. "I absolutely detest that title. Don't you find it revolting?" Without waiting for Shen Si's response, he continues, venting his frustration. "Every day, I am forced to smile like a fool. They even restrict my singing style. I finally persuaded the company to let me participate in Director Qian's supernatural live broadcast, hoping to transition into the film industry. Only then can I escape the label of the gentle idol. But unexpectedly, I am still being arranged for this." Jing Xingwei lets out a sardonic laugh. "Are these matters not to be disclosed to the fans? They adore you. Surely they wouldn't force you into anything." Jing Xingwei scoffs at the other's naivety. "Impossible. They adore the version of me that they have created. If only they could be like a true ATM, dispensing money without a word. Then they would truly be my perfect fans, huh?" Suddenly, Shen Si comes to an abrupt halt. "So, you have lied." Chapter 51. Is there a vehicle to leave Earth? Jing Xingwei is taken by surprise, colliding into Shen Si and stepping back, clutching his nose in discontent. "Why did you stop so suddenly? We have arrived. You may exit on your own, Shen Si states, stepping aside. Jing Xingwei assumes the other is returning to work, nodding as he strides out. Shen Si watches Jing Xingwei depart, his expression icy. Though he had long suspected Jing Xingwei's deception, hearing him admit it stirs an uncontrollable anger within. Genuine affection is hard to come by, yet Jing Xingwei carelessly betrays the many who genuinely admire him. Such a person deserves whatever punishment may come. Go. Experience the utmost fear that belongs to you. Upon exiting the villa, Jing Xingwei notices numerous staff members watching him. He pays no mind. Having long since become accustomed to being the center of attention as an artist, stretching his limbs, he finds the scenery outside remarkably beautiful and the air refreshingly crisp. The absence of that irritating music leaves his mind feeling much clearer. He realizes he should not have said so much earlier, should the other harbor ill intentions. Recording him would be disastrous. Jing Xingwei had not anticipated revealing so much to a stranger. Perhaps he has simply been too fatigued and stressed lately. A staff member rushes over. Brother Jing, the recording has not yet concluded. Why have you come out? Jing Xingwei raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Wasn't it arranged with your program team? I do not need to participate in the upcoming recording. The staff member appears bewildered. I have not received such notification. Jing Xingwei assumes Director Qian has yet to relay the message, so he simply says, let's not discuss this now. Give me my phone. They had all surrendered their phones prior to recording. The staff member hands Jing Xingwei his phone. As he accepts it, he notices that the staff's gaze is not one of admiration, but rather a complex mix of disdain and schadenfreude. Puzzled, Jing Xingwei dials his manager's number. As soon as the call connects, he states, hello, I just came out of the villa. Come pick me up. How dare you call me to pick you up? His manager's fury nearly scorches Jing Xingwei's ear. What did you say during the live broadcast? That fans are your ATMs? That you feel nauseous at the title Gentle Idol? Jing Xingwei's expression freezes. Get your ass back to the live broadcast. This is your last chance. If you lose it, prepare to pay the breach of contract. The manager hangs up in a fit of rage. Jing Xingwei stands there, his body rooted while his spirit seems to drift into an unknown distance. It seems inappropriate for Jing Xingwei to remain standing here for too long, prompting a staff member to approach and inquire, Brother Jing, would you like to return to the villa? In a daze, Jing Xingwei asked, is there a vehicle that can take me away from Earth? One that departs immediately? The staff member was taken aback. Upon hearing Jing Xingwei's heartfelt expression, the once fervent support from the barrage of comments dissipated in an instant. The passage that Shen Si used to lead Jing Xingwei, labeled as the employee corridor, was merely an ordinary hallway, obscured by darkness, rendering it indistinguishable. One must still strive to be a good person. Just look at how Jing Xingwei's demeanor changed after he spoke those words. Just a moment ago, they were shouting their love for him and pledging eternal support. Why the silence now? Everyone, your brother needs your support and companionship now more than ever. Rise and show your financial backing. The malevolent spirits displayed no empathy, reveling in malicious comments. Jing Xingwei's fans felt utterly powerless, with some even changing their IDs on the spot to join the ranks of the damned. How could anyone support someone like Jing Xingwei? He looks rather peculiar. He must realize he can't survive in the beauty industry, hence his desire to venture into acting. Stay away from the film industry. From now on, I will blacklist all products endorsed by Jing Xingwei. This wave of unfollowing and backlash opened the eyes of the malevolent spirits. That ID looks familiar. Weren't you just claiming to be Jing Xingwei's wife? You must be mistaken. I am Jing Xingwei's great-grandmother, wishing to take him away from this world. Those who support such a person must have something wrong between their ears. Following the collapse of their idol, Jing Xingwei's fans quickly erected a fortress to defend Shen Si. Upon closer inspection, Shen Si is quite handsome. Do directors today lack vision? A tall man, 185 meters, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. And no one is casting him as the lead. With Shen Si's cinematic presence, I could effortlessly pen a profound story of 5,000 words. You shouldn't say that. Shen Si's name exudes a certain carefree charm. Stop flattering him, it's frightening. How quickly the living can change their hearts. I suspect you are the ones lacking in compassion. Shen Si glanced at the only clock in the villa that displayed the time. 6 minutes had already elapsed. He had lingered too long with Jing Xingwei. And 3 more individuals awaited his frightful encounter. Only 3 minutes left. We won't even have time to ascend the stairs. The production team is determined to make things difficult for Shen Si. Prior to entering the villa, the production team had confiscated all the guests' phones. The only time indicator was the clock hanging in the villa. When 10 minutes elapsed, the clock would chime, signaling the commencement of the next round of the game. Shen Si slowly approached the clock, extending his hand to turn back the incessantly moving hands. He rewound the clock by half an hour. Subsequently, he turned to a corner of his field of vision, using his blood-stained finger to inscribe a line of text. What is it that we VIPs cannot see? Let me see, let me see. Where is the promised all-encompassing live broadcast? Seeing the rising demands, Director Qian instructed the staff to focus the cameras on the blood-inked words. The camera gradually moved, and soon, an eye-catching line of blood script appeared before all. Help me flush them out. I will deal with them all together. Is this what humans do? He aims to capture them all. While others play games for money, Shen Si plays for lives. Other fans frantically pleaded for mercy on behalf of their idol. I admit that Brother Cui and Sister Zhu were lying. I beg you not to frighten them. Hailu truly did not lie. The production team must not go too far. If you continue to scare the guests without limits, I will file a complaint. Some audience members remained oblivious to the true nature of Director Qian. His madness knew no bounds. Even amidst a haunted production, he dared to continue filming. Upon seeing the blood-written words, Director Qian waved his hand, commanding, have the guests made up to scare the others out of the room. Additionally, he communicated with the crew to maintain control over the pacing of the mechanisms. Shen Si, in an effort to sustain the image of the malevolent spirits, refrained from direct discussions with the production team in front of the camera. This led to the spirits' faces lighting up with excitement upon seeing the blood script. Shen Si is interacting with us. We're obligated to assist. They wish to show the living how they supported their idol. The spirits began to boast about the circumstances of their deaths. Let me go? I was crushed by a truck, turning into a puddle of flesh. My true form will be utterly shocking. Is that all? I was brutally dismembered, and my pieces could easily be stacked into a terrifying tower before the living. Those gory tales are trivial. I was burned alive, and now I am a solidified lump of charcoal, stirring profound fear. The gruesome deaths of these three spirits quickly distinguished them among the others, taking on the responsibility of scaring out the three guests. Many spirits who were not selected lamented with their fragmented bodies. If you can't scare them out, let me take over. The spirit crushed to death revealed its true form. A writhing mass of human flesh and red mud slowly forming a middle finger. Chapter 52. What have you been through? Hailu covered herself completely with a blanket. Every seam tightly sealed. Despite her faint hope that her lies would go undetected, her body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Hailu found it perplexing. She did not consider herself timid and often watched supernatural films. Upon seeing the homeowner's ghostly makeup, she had not found it particularly frightening. After being cocooned in the thick blanket for so long, she felt not warmth but an intense chill. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Yet the sound of the concluding chime had not yet been heard. Hailu's heart raced anxiously. Her thumbnail was chewed to shreds. What was there to fear? The homeowner could do nothing to her. Could he possibly rip the blanket away? Hailu continuously reassured herself. Suddenly, she felt a dampness above her head. Initially, she thought it was merely sweat from being trapped under the blanket for too long. When she reached up to touch her head, she withdrew her hand to find it stained with a metallic scent. While others' sweat might carry a pleasant aroma, how could hers reek like this? Could this blanket be old and unwashed? As this thought crossed her mind, her skin began to itch. Yet, she dared not leave the blanket. The faint background music seemed to echo with a woman's sigh in her ear. The heaviness above her head intensified. Hailu realized something was amiss. Upon touching it again, she found the blanket was wet. A foul odor permeated the enclosed space, and she could no longer bear it. Hailu flung the blanket aside and leaped from the bed. In the dim light, she discovered a large black stain in the center of the white sheets. Raising her gaze, she was horrified to see water dripping from the ceiling. The complaints about the villa being dilapidated were indeed justified. Hailu grumbled inwardly, cursing Director Qian's lack of conscience. Yet, she feigned a sultry tone in her complaints. Director Qian, even if this is a makeshift setup, it should not be so careless. Water continued to drip from the ceiling, and she knew the bed was no longer an option. Hailu approached the bedside table and picked up a candle. As she drew near to the candle, she was astonished to see her hands stained red. Hailu gasped in shock as she caught a whiff of her hand, confirming it was blood. From where did it originate? Wait. She swiftly picked up a candle and hurried to the bedside, the flickering flame casting a dim light. At last, Hailu clearly discerned that the droplets falling onto the bed were not water, but unmistakably blood. Each drop cascading from the ceiling drew nearer to her. Hailu let out a terrified scream and scrambled away in a panic. Multiple spots on the ceiling exhibited signs of blood seeping through, with the crimson liquid incessantly dripping down, as if the room had succumbed to a torrential blood rain. Hailu, in a state of utter disarray, ran about frantically, shouting loudly. Ultimately, cornered with nowhere to flee, she flung open the door and dashed outside. However, as she emerged, she collided head-on with someone, tumbling to the ground. Numerous objects fell upon her. Supporting herself with her hands, Hailu suddenly brushed against something on the floor. Upon picking it up, she was horrified to find it was a bloody chunk of flesh. The chill emanating from it suggested it had just been retrieved from a refrigerator. Hailu was taken aback, and in her frenzy, she hurled the meat far away. At that moment, she slowly raised her head and realized the person she had collided with was Cui Jiang. The very flesh had fallen from him. Cui Jiang was smeared with blood, bits of flesh clinging to him, presenting the appearance of someone who had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. Were it not for the terror etched on his face, he would have resembled a cold-blooded killer. Cui Gu, why do you look so disheveled? Hailu exclaimed, recognizing him like a lifeline in a storm, and rushed closer. Why, you are Hailu? Cui Jiang, initially intending to evade, recognized her voice. He immediately reached out to pull her up. Hailu, what on earth have you experienced? What's wrong with you? Hailu wore a baffled expression. In her extreme fright, she was oblivious to her disheveled appearance. She was drenched in blood. Her meticulously styled hair, now a chaotic mess, sticking to her face, rendering her every expression and movement particularly horrifying. Cui Gu, may I stay in your room for a while? My room is under a blood rain, and I dare not return, she pleaded. Cui Jiang could only manage a wry smile at her words. Do you think I emerged for no reason? My room is no refuge either. A ghost keeps hurling its flesh at me. How could you endure that? Hailu shuddered violently, never expecting that Cui Jiang would also be lying. Could it be that his confession had not been rejected, but rather had succeeded? Then let us inquire with Sister Zhu. She should not have lied. We can take refuge there. At this moment, Cui Jiang, still shaken, could no longer maintain his usual composure. No, she must have lied as well. She has undoubtedly faced the same malevolent spirit attack as us. Hailu was bewildered. Cui Jiang, without even knocking, flung open the door to Zhu Panpan's room. The moment he opened the door, a wave of heat enveloped him. Blazing flames illuminated the room, revealing Zhu Panpan sprawled amidst the roaring fire. Initially, Cui Jiang believed the room was ablaze, but upon closer inspection, he realized the flames were merely special effects. Cui Gu, look at Sister Zhu. Hailu cried out in terror. Zhu Panpan lay on the ground because something was pinning her down. Cui Jiang rushed over, and upon closer inspection, he was instantly frozen in shock. The object weighing down Zhu Panpan was a charred corpse. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the kind of bodies Cui Jiang had encountered during his past role as a forensic investigator, having witnessed numerous gruesome deaths, including those of charred remains. The scent emanating from the corpse was so authentic that it caused bile to rise in Cui Jiang's throat. He retched a few times, suppressing his fear and nausea, and pushed the corpse aside. He assisted the weak Zhu Panpan toward the door. As they reached the entrance, Cui Jiang instinctively glanced back. The charred body remained in a crawling position amidst the flames, as if striving to escape until its final breath. This scene left Cui Jiang profoundly astonished, even a touch mesmerized. Those temporary actors, earning meager daily wages, portrayed ghosts with such terrifying realism. In that moment, Cui Jiang began to deeply question his career as an actor. Do I truly deserve to be an actor? Chapter 53. They had actually been gone for quite a while. The three exited the house, and Cui Jiang promptly shut the door behind them. Exhausted, they leaned against the wall, drenched in sweat as if they had just been pulled from water. Hailu gasped for breath, anxiously glancing at the door, uneasily asking, they won't come out, will they? They shouldn't. It wouldn't be so extreme, Cui Jiang reassured her, still aware of the live broadcast. He then turned to Zhu Panpan, inquiring, are you all right? Zhu Panpan slowly shook her head, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, her limbs numb and unresponsive. Each second felt interminably long, stretching time to an agonizing degree. Cui Gu, don't you think these 10 minutes have dragged on far too long? Hailu's heart raced with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. She harbored grave suspicions that Director Qian had eliminated the time limit to entertain the audience, intending to torment them thoroughly. How could you think that? It's merely that we've undergone such terrifying experiences that we subconsciously perceive time as prolonged, Cui Jiang explained. He understood Hailu's sentiment, but could not risk offending a director, as that would be a grave miscalculation. Indeed, I am simply too frightened, Hailu replied softly, hoping to evoke sympathy, but her blood-soaked visage only elicited fear. Cui Gu, what should we do next? What to do? How would I know? Cui Jiang's mind roared, though his face instinctively maintained a facade of composure. Because we lied. We triggered those spirits. Now we can only wait outside until time runs out. Hailu pouted, secretly thinking, isn't that a redundant statement? Yet she feigned admiration, saying, I shall follow your lead. Cui Jiang, internally exasperated, had previously enjoyed Hailu's adoring gaze. Yet now, enveloped by fear and despair, he saw through her false flattery. The dark corridor was devoid of light. A chilling wind swept in from afar, carrying an icy dread. The music played softly, yet it perpetually instilled a sense of impending horror. The guests had never been ensnared in such a desperate and terrifying predicament, their hearts brimming with fear and unease. Every sound heightened their taut nerves. Zhu Panpan tightly shut her eyes, too afraid to gaze at her surroundings. She was consumed by dread, fearing that something might suddenly leap out, shattering her already fragile persona. Hailu occasionally edged closer to her, seeking comfort. Initially, Zhu Panpan refrained from speaking, as she too was deeply frightened. In such moments, huddling together could offer some semblance of safety. However, as Hailu encroached upon her space, Zhu Panpan felt discomfort from the squeezing. Reluctantly, she shifted aside. Cui Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. Panpan, why do you keep moving towards me? Zhu Panpan anxiously replied. It's not me. Hailu keeps pushing against me. Sister Zhu, what are you talking about? I found myself seated beside Brother Cui. How could I possibly reach you? Hailu retorted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Panpan was momentarily taken aback. Then who is seated to my right? The moment these words escaped her lips, the three of them were struck dumb. Trembling with trepidation, Zhu Panpan turned to look, only to spot a vague shadow crouched beside her. The shadow then spoke. I am Jing Xingwei. Cui Zhang's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he suddenly leapt to his feet, flustered as he exclaimed, I need to use the restroom. I also wish to go to the restroom. Hailu hastily rose, gripping Cui Zhang's arm tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Let's go together. Zhu Panpan urgently squeezed herself between the two, wrapping an arm around each of them. The trio resembled conjoined twins, quaking as they moved forward. At that moment, Jing Xingwei stood up. I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Cui Jiang exerted all his strength to violently shake off Hailu and Zhu Panpan. In an instant, he dashed away at breakneck speed. Zhu Panpan and Hailu had no time for complaints and hurriedly followed suit, running as if a great beast were in pursuit. Don't run. Take me with you. Jing Xingwei called out from behind. You're a nuisance, Jing Xingwei. Cui Jiang shouted in frustration as he ran. First clear that phlegm that has been lodged in your throat for decades before pretending to be a singer. His voice echoed through the empty corridor, filled with anger and fear. His pace did not slow. Instead, it quickened, as if stopping would allow the terrifying Jing Xingwei to catch up. Hailu and Zhu Panpan trailed closely behind, their faces pale, their eyes brimming with dread. I'm dying of laughter. Turns out Cui Jiang has a talent for comedy. Shen Si, at least try to rein it in. That voice made me think my great-grandfather had come back. Shen Si walked leisurely, filled with exasperation. Although his falsetto could mimic various voices, he had yet to master the art of perfectly replicating another's vocal timbre. The audience in the live chat did not mock the trio's predicament. Many were genuinely frightened. Goodness, Director Qian is becoming increasingly twisted. It feels even more terrifying than his previous supernatural films. In the past, supernatural films had to go through scrutiny, but now, during a live broadcast, Director Qian has truly unleashed himself. I was so scared I exited the live stream, asking my friend if it was over, only to find my friend had exited too. Living people just haven't seen enough of the world. We haven't even begun to exert ourselves, and you're already down. Forget it, forget it. This is the mortal realm. We should return the stage to Shen Si. Outside the villa, Director Qian's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly glued to the equipment. The performances of those portraying the vengeful spirits were astonishingly impressive, exceeding his expectations. Where did you find such talent? Absolutely remarkable. Director Qian praised fervently, only to realize that the stagehand was unresponsive. Turning around, he noticed the stagehand slumped over in his chair, asleep. How could he be asleep? Director Qian nudged the stagehand. To his surprise, the stagehand slipped off the chair. Even so, he did not awaken. Director Qian immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed to slap the stagehand's face, urgently calling out, Wake up. Get the medical team over here. The medical personnel, always on standby, hurried over at the sound of his cries. It was then that Director Qian realized, although the stagehand appeared to be asleep, he had actually been unconscious for some time. Chapter 54. You call this a minor fright? Under the diligent efforts of the medical staff, the stagehand gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he shouted, This is bad. Director Qian quickly steadied him, saying anxiously, Don't rush. The doctor said you mustn't be stimulated. The stagehand, however, gripped Director Qian's hand tightly, urgently saying, You must listen to me. Those ghosts were not the ones I hired. Director Qian, bewildered, asked, What do you mean? The stagehand then realized he shouldn't disclose such information in front of so many people. He pulled Director Qian back to the equipment room. lowering his voice as he said, "The actors I hired never even entered the villa. I don't know who locked the door. They can't get out. And the blood on the ceiling, the flame effects, and that human-shaped charcoal were not my doing." Director Qian's face paled instantly, his voice trembling as he said, "Are you implying that it's haunted again?" The stagehand gazed deeply at Director Qian, exasperatedly replying, "What do you think made me faint? I was scared to death." Director Qian held his head in despair, wishing he could simply faint away. "Director Qian, you must hold on. You cannot faint now." The stagehand pressed down on Director Qian's acupoint. "We need to rescue the people quickly." Director Qian's expression wavered. The live stream had finally gained traction, and if they rescued the guests now, the show would come to an end. "Director Qian, at this moment, you're still thinking about the show?" The stagehand was exasperated, stamping his foot. "Which is more important, the show or the lives of the guests?" "The show is more important," Director Qian blurted out. Upon receiving the stagehand's incredulous gaze, he quickly coughed and clarified, "I was joking. They are still alive, after all. We have encountered such situations before. I'll contact professionals to handle it." Director Qian instructed the stagehand to reach out to Shen Si, advising him to not scare them further, as his performance was more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. It was precisely because Shen Si was so frightening that Director Qian had unconsciously failed to notice that the horror level of those vengeful spirits had surpassed what any human could portray. The stagehand, upon hearing this, glanced at the live stream. Blood handprints of varying sizes were continuously emerging on the surrounding walls, seemingly guiding Shen Si to find them. Shen Si was agilely twisting his joints, crawling on the ground with a spider-like grace. Seeing this, the stagehand quickly adjusted the equipment, picking up the intercom. "Shen Si. Shen Si, can you hear me?" As Shen Si was crawling in the shadows, he paused, slightly raising his head to look at the camera that had spoken. His face was as pale as a sheet, adorned with eerie patterns etched in blood. The hollow gaze that had been mocked countless times now resembled that of a terrifying ghost from the underworld. The stagehand felt as if he had been struck in the face. After a moment, he said, "The guests have all admitted to lying. You can return to your room now." Shen Si tilted his head stiffly, but the other guests had merely experienced a slight fright. The stagehand looked at the guests in the live stream, who appeared soulless, and felt a chill. "You call this a minor fright? How can it not be considered a minor fright? They are still alive, aren't they?" The live broadcasts in the mortal realm are overly dramatic. If it were in one of the streams I usually watch, a couple of deaths wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. The audience in the mortal realm struggled to join Shen Si's fan club, but found it difficult to keep up with the pace of the vengeful spirits. Playing abstract concepts can't compete with your innate talents. Shen Si endeavored to secure one of the few remaining opportunities for performance. Their exposure to supernatural horror has been limited. It's normal for them to be a bit frightened at first. Shen Si attempted to reassure the stagehand, believing they would adapt quickly. The stagehand, however, was deeply worried. He couldn't reveal the truth to Shen Si. This wasn't merely a matter of adaptation. He feared that if things continued down this path, the guests, already tormented by vengeful spirits, might indeed be terrified to death by Shen Si. If something serious occurred, the concern would not be whether the show could continue, but rather the potential for years of imprisonment. Other plot developments were in store. The stagehand could only concoct a reasonable lie. Upon hearing this, Shen Si's eyes lit up. He flipped his body back to normal. "I'll return now. If you need me, I'm always available for a performance." The stagehand made an effort to conceal his anxious demeanor. Go on, go on." Their conversation was broadcasted without reservation during the live stream. Yet the audience found it quite reasonable. Do not let Shen Si frighten you so. One cannot truly live in fear. I beg you. Even hanging oneself still allows for a breath. Having watched the live stream, I dare not utter a falsehood. Meanwhile, Director Qian began to sift through his contacts. Having spent years in the realm of supernatural filmmaking, he was acquainted with several exorcists. Dialing a number, he spoke. "Master, it's Xiao Qian, the one who makes the supernatural films. Do you remember me?" "Ah, Qian, it has been quite some time. What brings you to seek me?" The master's voice resonated from the other end. "Well, I have recently been engaged in a live stream and unexpectedly encountered something unclean. I wish to invite you to come and dispel it." Qian replied earnestly. "Very well, but my fees have changed since a few years ago." The master responded with a hint of shrewdness. I understand. We can negotiate the price," Qian quickly assured him. After providing the address, he hung up the phone, a pained expression crossing his face as he lamented, "Bringing this master here costs a fortune." The crew was familiar with this master and understood that he possessed genuine skills. They comforted Qian, saying, "For the safety of our guests, this expenditure is indeed necessary." Qian sighed. If only these spirits could understand human speech. Then perhaps we could avoid such expenses. The crew, feeling a bit embarrassed, thought to themselves how heartless Qian was, even seeking to exploit ghosts. All the rooms in the villa were locked. The only places to hide, aside from one's own room, were the hall and the main area. Cui Jiang dashed to the first floor, casting his gaze towards the villa's entrance. Must he truly flee? No, he had already lost too much in this live stream. Cui Jiang would rather endure the fright than abandon the game. Hai Lu suddenly halted, trembling fingers pointing ahead as she stammered, "There is someone up ahead." Although the surroundings were dark, their night vision had improved after prolonged exposure to the gloom. They saw a shadow quietly seated at the gaming table. Cui Jiang, weary and feeling the time slipping away, thought, "It's fine. If we don't approach, we won't trigger a chase." He tried to reassure others with his scan experience in escape rooms. However, as soon as Cui Jiang's words left his lips, the shadow seated there began to move and approached them briskly. "Ah, don't come closer." Hai Lu screamed in terror. "What is the matter with you?" "It's me, Jing Xingwei," the figure exclaimed, looking utterly perplexed. He had just been returned by the staff, feeling utterly dejected, and had simply sat there awaiting the game as commencement. Upon hearing this, Cui Jiang could no longer contain his anger. It was clear that these spirits were portrayed by real people, yet here he was, a grown man, fleeing like a frightened dog. In that moment, fury triumphed over fear, and Cui Jiang stepped forward to deliver a punch. "You're nothing." Chapter 55. Who would want to stay in this haunted place? Jing Xingwei cried out in pain as Cui Jiang's punch landed, falling to the ground. After venting his frustrations, Cui Jiang realized the impulsiveness of his actions. Before he could apologize, Zhu Panpan interjected, "He does seem to be Jing Xingwei." Zhu Panpan recognized Jing Xingwei's voice. After all, as a singer and dancer, his tone was more melodious than most. Upon hearing this, Cui Jiang felt a wave of sweat rush down his brow. He took a few steps back and cautiously asked, "You really are Jing Xingwei?" Jing Xingwei shielded his eyes, fuming as he shouted, "Of course. If it weren't me, would it be a ghost?" Cui Jiang twitched his mouth, quickly crouching to help him up. "I'm sorry, Xingwei. I didn't mean to hit you. It's just that a ghost was impersonating you, so I thought it was again." Jing Xingwei was taken aback. "They're even impersonating me now? They truly intend to leave us with no way out. But why did you all come out?" Jing Xingwei's question caused the others to exchange uneasy glances, their expressions becoming unnatural. They were unsure how to respond, for the earlier experience had been far too terrifying. Finally, Cui Jiang spoke. "We all lied, and when the room became haunted, we fled. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go hide in your room." Cui Jiang believed there was no way Jing Xingwei was lying. Jing Xingwei's face turned grim. "Don't think about it. I lied too." His admission was strikingly candid, as if he had already resigned himself to despair. "You can lie too?" Cui Jiang nearly uttered an expletive. "What of it? Did you not all lie as well?" "Let us not point fingers." Jing Xingwei counted the people present, raising an eyebrow. "Where is Shen Si? Why isn't he here?" Hai Lu shook her head. "We haven't seen him since earlier." "Right. We can go wait in his room." "Do you think Shen Si isn't lying?" "I don't believe it." Zhu Panpan frowned. "We'll know once we check." Cui Jiang felt utterly lost in discerning truth from deception. This game had thoroughly taught him not to judge by appearances. They approached room 304, and Cui Jiang knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, Zhu Panpan rolled her eyes and said, "See? I told you he must be passed out from fear in there." However, Cui Jiang felt it unlikely. If something truly happened, the staff would have come out to handle it. A soft click echoed, startling everyone. The door creaked open, revealing Shen Si standing there, feigning ignorance. Shen Si inquired with a surprised expression, "Elders, what has transpired?" His demeanor and movements remained as stiff as ever, yet the group, exhausted in body and spirit, paid little mind to it. Upon seeing Shen Si's neat and tidy appearance, they realized he had, indeed, spoken no falsehood. Suddenly, the bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the third round of the game. The guests returned to the gaming table, every face, save Shen Si's, appearing haggard. "Those who wish to mature, come and play this game. It will age you by a decade." I'm dying of laughter. It's just Shen Si who remains cheerful. I feel that Shen Si has a great chance of winning. He has not lied at all. Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan are left with only one life. As everyone drew cards, the sequence was Jing Xingwei 1, Zhu Panpan 2, Cui Jiang 3, Shen Si 4, Hai Lu 5. Goodness, Shen Si is fated to be 4? Honestly, I feel that number is somewhat ominous. Who says that number is unlucky? It's absolutely splendid. Zhu Panpan sighed in relief upon discovering that the person in position 1 was Jing Xingwei. Since their first encounter, he had been subtly flattering her. She assumed he would pose a relatively simple question to avoid offending her. However, she could never have anticipated that Jing Xingwei had already fallen from grace. For him, this game was now his last chance. Upon seeing that position 2 was Zhu Panpan, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. At this moment, the person he feared most was none other than Shen Si. As the saying goes, those barefoot do not fear those in shoes. Shen Si was indeed in such a state. I shall begin with the questioning. Jing Xingwei directed his gaze towards Zhu Panpan. Sister Zhu, what is the most outrageous thing you've said to Brother Chui? Zhu Panpan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked at Jing Xingwei. She had indeed considered that someone might exploit this question, but she never expected that person to be Jing Xingwei himself. Wow, we're back to this question. Don't say. I'm also very curious about what outrageous thing was said that made them prefer to lie. Right. I just realized that Shui Jiang's declarations in the second round were all false, weren't they? Damn it. Zhu Panpan shot a fierce glare at Shen Si. Had he not overheard their conversation, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. The mere thought of the terror that lying might entail caused Zhu Panpan to waver. The authenticity of the actor portraying the vengeful spirit had been overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, Zhu Panpan felt as though she were engulfed in raging flames, the searing pain of her burning skin seemingly lingering even now. She had come here with the singular aim of securing the opportunity to play the lead role, had she not? To be fair, even with the secret she held about Chui Jiang, there was no guarantee he would provide her with such advantageous resources. Chui Jiang had been keenly observing Zhu Panpan's demeanor, and upon noticing her apparent softening, he promptly spoke up. Panpan, do not force yourself. Even if you are eliminated, we will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. At first glance, his words appeared to be a comfort to Zhu Panpan. However, she understood all too well that Chui Jiang was actually pleading with her not to divulge the secret. If the secret were to be exposed, it would not only spell disaster for Chui Jiang, but Zhu Panpan's own actions of leveraging other secrets for threats would surely lead to dire consequences as well. Sister Zhu, what is your answer? After a prolonged silence, Jing Xingwei could no longer restrain himself from urging her. I refuse to answer that question, Zhu Panpan replied, too weary even to fabricate a response. Over the years since her debut, her past transgressions were numerous. Should anyone start unearthing them one by one, even 10 lives would not suffice. Weighing her options, she concluded that Chui Jiang could indeed offer her greater benefits. I choose to forfeit and withdraw from the game, Zhu Panpan declared, leaning back in her chair and slowly closing her eyes. Once the third round concluded, she would leave this villa. This cursed place was not worth her time. Chapter 56, A Dramatic Demise. Ah, Sister Zhu, I truly did not expect you to choose to forfeit outright. The audience reacted with outrage, accusing Jing Xingwei of pressuring Zhu Panpan into quitting the game. Yet, Jing Xingwei was overly concerned. The barrage of comments showed no one was discussing him. Goodness, I genuinely want to know what Zhu Panpan said. She would rather forfeit than speak. Unfortunately, this is merely a secret between Zhu Panpan and Chui Jiang. If they are unwilling to share, we are left in the dark. Who said that? Isn't there a third person who knows? Exactly, Shen Si is aware. Player 2 has exited the game. Player 3 has been skipped. And now Player 3 will pose a question to Player 4. Upon hearing this, Chui Jiang let out a silent sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, he had managed to navigate this round unscathed. In truth, after witnessing Zhu Panpan's withdrawal, he too began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Chui Jiang was acutely aware that his secret had been exposed. Moving forward, anyone could likely press him to lie regarding the matter. His reason for not exiting the game immediately was that he needed to eliminate Shen Si. Otherwise, should anyone inquire about what Zhu Panpan had confided to Shen Si, who had no vested interest in the situation, he would undoubtedly speak freely. At that point, everything would be irrevocably ruined. Now, it is my turn to pose a question. Chui Jiang pondered, contemplating how he might compel Shen Si to lie. My question is, what is your secret? Chui Gu, that question is brilliant. A guaranteed kill. I imagine I would struggle to speak the truth if I were in his shoes. What if Shen Si has no secret at all? Shen Si pressed his lips together, his expression reflecting considerable distress. Judging by Shen Si's demeanor, Chui Jiang felt assured that he indeed harbored a secret. A wave of relief washed over him. At last, he had the opportunity to extract something from this individual. If you do not wish to answer, you may choose to decline like Zhu Panpan did. Chui Jiang feigned concern for Shen Si. No, I am merely contemplating how to articulate it. Shen Si paused. My secret is that I wish to die. A shared look of confusion spread across the faces of the guests present. The barrage of question marks flooded the comments section. In stark contrast, The vengeful spirits in the underworld grew increasingly excited. Wishing to die? That hardly qualifies as a secret. It is clearly a desire. I could help Shen Si fulfill that wish right here and now. Welcome to the underworld, this big family. If Shen Si were to die, wouldn't he be able to stream continuously for us 24/7? Now that you mention it, I am genuinely tempted to take Shen Si out. Let me handle it. I was a pharmacist in life, and I can concoct a poison that ensures Shen Si departs without suffering. Poisoning is too unsightly. Let me do it. I was a butcher in life, and my methods are terrifyingly efficient. I can simply behead Shen Si, and later stitch him up to make a complete, lifeless corpse. Is that all? We should at least arrange a death that befits Shen Si. I could rig a bomb, ensuring Shen Si meets a spectacular end. The other audience members were left in awe at the flood of comments. Wait, did I stumble into the wrong stream? Why is there a group of assassins chatting? You're in the right place. These assassins are Shen Si's fans. But who gets so excited about wanting to eliminate their own idol? Huh, don't say that. I genuinely want to take out Jing Xingwei right now. Cui Jiang was utterly astonished, having never suspected that Shen Si was speaking untruthfully. Could it be that Shen Si was suffering from severe depression? This could spell disaster. His question might exacerbate Shen Si's condition. He merely wished to prevent Shen Si from revealing his secret, never intending to inflict harm. All right, I can accept that answer. No need for further elaboration. Cui Jiang waved his hands repeatedly, anxious to avoid stirring painful memories for Shen Si. That cannot be. I must candidly express this secret. Shen Si insisted, his expression grave. I have always dreamed of one day sacrificing my life for my acting career. When Shen Si spoke those words, he did so with an almost reverent sincerity, akin to a solemn vow. If there was any lingering regret, it was that if such a day were to come, he would not be present to witness it. Rest assured, if that day truly comes, I will ensure it is well documented. Sue, are you really planning to follow Shen Si around forever instead of reincarnating? Reincarnate? I do not wish to have my musical talents washed away by Meng Po's soup. I must say, with Sue's musical prowess, this stream is undeniably captivating. Su Xinghao adeptly controlled the musical ambience within the villa. The staff responsible for the background music had since fallen asleep soundly at their desks. After becoming a vengeful spirit, Su Xinghao had initially believed he had lost his creative abilities. However, just moments ago, he realized that his talents had not vanished. Rather, they had been revitalized. As long as his heart brimmed with passion, even the underworld could serve as a stage. The music of the netherworld was still music. To his astonishment, Shen Si's fervor for acting was genuine. The results determined by the equipment confirmed that Shen Si was indeed speaking the truth. I believe after this concludes, we should have Shen Si consult a psychologist. His mental state is excessively fixated. Director Qian expressed his sentiments. You do not understand. Individuals like him are simply devoted to their craft. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone with such passion. Nowadays, actors, even if they merely scraped a knee, would cry out for a stunt double. Director Qian had originally thought Shen Si was just another fresh graduate from the Shanghai Theater Academy, harboring dreams of fame and becoming a leading man. He never imagined he would encounter such a pure-hearted actor. Hai Lu's lips twitched slightly. She found it entirely incomprehensible that Shen Si held such a mindset. Are you all right? Playing games with someone so unhinged is increasingly unsettling. Upon hearing this, Cui Jiang's expression grew exceedingly complex. As an actor, Cui Jiang possesses the ability to empathize deeply with Shen Si. It is not to say that he would willingly sacrifice his life for acting, but rather that he once harbored the same fervent desire to fully embody his roles. The passion that Cui Jiang had lost is now vividly reflected in Shen Si. With a resigned sigh, Cui Jiang allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before shaking his head gently. He then raised his hand and declared, I withdraw from this game. Jing Xingwei felt a heaviness in his heart. The consecutive withdrawals of two participants did not bring him the joy he anticipated. Although it appeared he had eliminated Zhu Panpan, the reality was that both had reached this point due to Shen Si's initial revelations. Jing Xingwei scrutinized Shen Si, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, exuded a profound and unsettling cunning that was difficult to guard against. Shen Si was truly formidable. Chapter 57. Have I arrived in the underworld? Shen Si paid no heed to the thoughts and emotions of others. From the moment the game commenced, his sole focus was on victory. Suddenly, he turned to gaze at Hai Lu, who shivered at the intensity of his icy stare. What was wrong with him? How could someone who typically played minor roles possess a presence that overshadowed even Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan? Now, it is my turn to pose a question to number 5, Hai Lu thought, her lips twitching slightly at the realization that he couldn't even be bothered to utter her name. What was the name of your most recent bedmate? Hai Lu's expression shifted dramatically. After admitting she was no longer a virgin, she had assumed that no question would cause her further distress. As a popular internet celebrity, reconstructing her persona after a fall from grace was not a daunting task. For Hai Lu, public opinion was something she could manipulate at will. Yet, Shen Si had the audacity to inquire about names. Even if he had asked who it was, she could have easily deflected with a simple "my boyfriend." Do I withdraw from the competition? No, that was not an option. The majority of her popularity stemmed from live streaming. If she remained silent this time, the next time she opened her stream, 99 out of 100 viewers would undoubtedly inquire about it. Why isn't Hai Lu answering? In these 5 minutes, Hai Lu's expression has been nothing short of unpredictable. You have to admit, her acting is more compelling than Shen Si's. This is hilarious. It seems the answer is quite provocative. Who would have thought Shen Si, with his seemingly honest demeanor, could ask such incisive questions? His name is Chen Wei. After considerable contemplation, Hai Lu chose to speak the truth. With only 2 opponents remaining, securing the next streaming role would allow her to officially transition her career. At that point, none of this would matter. Unbeknownst to Shen Si, he had no knowledge of who Chen Wei was. He merely gauged Hai Lu's limits through her expressions and pressed on relentlessly. Hai Lu's face turned pale. She was acutely aware that the comments section would surely explode. Chen Wei was her top supporter in her streaming room. What? Chen Wei? The top supporter? Goodness, isn't he 60 years old? And that bald, buck-toothed profile is indeed him. Wow, is Hai Lu really into that type? With Hai Lu's tolerance, she could succeed at anything. Hai Lu, is this how you repay my affection? You claim to be waiting for true love, but it turns out your criteria are based on donation rankings. Exhausted, Hai Lu slumped against the back of her chair, her shoulders drooping as if all strength and means had drained from her. Hai Lu, are you alright? Jing Xingwei inquired with concern. Just as she was about to respond, he continued, if you're tired, perhaps you should withdraw. Hai Lu's expression darkened instantly. She straightened in her seat, forcing a smile as she replied, I'm fine. Jing Xingwei, the hypocrite, had pretended to be a gentleman earlier. Yet now he wouldn't even maintain the facade. Now it is my turn to ask, what derogatory term would you use to describe your fans? Hai Lu understood Jing Xingwei well. Fundamentally, they were alike, both reliant on the influence of their fans rather than their own abilities. Once stripped of their fan support, they would swiftly become mere bystanders. Success or failure hinged upon fans. Beneath her superficial flattery, Hai Lu harbored a deep-seated disdain for them, especially for an idol like Jing Xingwei. Trash. Jing Xingwei promptly provided his answer. Hai Lu was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own hearing. What did you say? I said trash. Jing Xingwei's expression was utterly nonchalant, as if discussing something as mundane as eating or drinking. Hai Lu's worldview was thoroughly shaken. She couldn't help but blurt out, you are scum. I can't breathe. I declare that at this moment, Hai Lu is my mouthpiece. You have to admit. Hai Lu, representing the former fans of Jing Xingwei, just uttered a curse. Jing Xingwei, I want a refund. Is that all you can do? Shout for a refund? If he dared to treat me like that, I would demand his life. Jing Xingwei, will you return to the mortal realm after the game ends? With his kind, they won't reap any benefits in the underworld. Outside the villa, Director Qian and the crew hurriedly approached a man in his 50s, flanked by 2 haughty young men. Director Qian wore a smile of ingratiation as he said, Master Tang, we have finally awaited your arrival. If you had delayed any longer, this live stream would have spiraled out of control. Master Tang donned an ill-fitting yellow robe, his round belly nearly straining the fabric. His chubby face bore a comical charm when he smiled. Out of control? So your live stream has not halted? Master Tang observed Director Qian from head to toe, adding, Xiao Qian, it seems your courage has grown since the filming days of a few years ago. Director Qian chuckled awkwardly. Wasn't that due to your protection? Those little ghosts would never dare to cause trouble under your watch. Director Qian spoke the truth. During his filming of supernatural films, he had often faced various unexpected situations, such as tightly secured equipment suddenly breaking free and injuring crew members, or actors falling ill and experiencing nightmares during shoots. At that time, he had met Master Tang through a connection, and after a ritual, the entire filming process had proceeded smoothly. Master Tang appreciated Director Qian's words, nodding as he asked, what kind of mischief are the little ghosts causing this time? Is anyone injured? It's not as severe as before. They merely frightened some people, Director Qian replied honestly. Little ghosts have frequently been running amok in the human realm. The crew member quickly flattered. These little ghosts will be sent fleeing in an instant with just a wave of your hand. Ha! Master Tang felt quite pleased by this remark. He extended his hand and said, bring me the bell and sword. The young men following him respectfully retrieved these items from their bags and presented them to Master Tang. Director Qian noticed that the package contained various tools for exorcism. Curious, he asked, Master Tang, why not take everything inside? It's better to be prepared. The crew member also voiced his concern. Yes, there's more than one ghost inside. Rest assured, for me, the difference between one little ghost and 100 is negligible. Master Tang replied with an air of nonchalance, exuding an otherworldly grace. Enough of the chatter, Master Tang declared as he stood at the entrance. I alone shall enter. With that, he opened the door and strode confidently inside. The viewers in the live stream quickly took notice of Master Tang's presence. Who is this? Is he part of the crew? That robe he is wearing must signify a key role. Wow, looks like the plot is about to intensify. I detest living people dressed in such attire. If I encountered him elsewhere, I would confront him directly. Never mind, he's just an insignificant living person. As the door closed automatically behind him, Master Tang felt a chilling wind rush towards him the moment he stepped inside. He squinted slightly, his demeanor instantly shifting from the polished and worldly to something far more serious. The oppressive aura of malevolence was unmistakable. It seemed there were indeed numerous spirits present. This was unexpected, as locations that typically attracted such a multitude of ghosts were usually hospitals or graveyards. He retrieved a small gourd from his pocket, no larger than his thumb, and poured a few contents onto his fingertip, applying it delicately to his eyelids. Upon reopening his eyes, his sparse hair stood on end. Malevolent spirits crowded every corner of the villa. At that moment, pairs of blood-red eyes turned towards him, their gaze piercing through the very essence of his soul. Ah, so he is not an ordinary person? Goodness, did the production team actually hire a real master? Have we been discovered? Is it possible we never concealed ourselves at all? What the hell? This is not just 100 little ghosts. They are all malevolent spirits. Have I arrived in the underworld? Chapter 58, Seal the Door. Seeing a malevolent spirit nearly face to face, Master Tang instinctively raised his peachwood sword and swung it forward with all his might. The spirit cried out in a shrill, piercing scream. Instantly, the expressions of all the malevolent spirits turned frigid. This is bad. Pearls of sweat rolled down Master Tang's forehead, panic evident in his eyes. If he lingered here any longer, he would meet his end. He turned to flee, but to his astonishment, the door was firmly shut, refusing to yield. He pounded on it. Open up. Let me out. Outside, Director Qian and the crew watched the live feed of Master Tang's predicament, their faces etched with confusion. Was Master Tang acting? Having witnessed his abilities before, Director Qian knew he wouldn't be the type to call for help after barely a minute inside. Could it be that the ghosts within were easily manageable, prompting him to play along with the act? A crew member suggested this possibility. Director Qian was uncertain. If even Master Tang could not handle the spirits, the live broadcast would have to be halted. He turned to Master Tang's two disciples, politely inquiring, should we open the door in this situation? One disciple shot a cold glance at Director Qian. What? Do you look down upon my master? Director Qian quickly clarified, No, I just find myself uncertain. Humph. The other disciple scoffed, my master often indulges in such whims. With his abilities, he could traverse even the underworld effortlessly. These minor spirits are mere playthings for him. The disciple warned them sternly, do not make any foolish moves. If you dampen my master's enthusiasm, you will regret it. All right. Director Qian responded hastily, then called for the staff, pointing at the door, weld it shut. No one is to be let out until the live broadcast concludes. Little did Director Qian know, by sealing the door, he had locked away far more than just a portal. Open the door. Can't you hear me? Let me out. Master Tang banged on the door desperately, but there was no reply. At that moment, a pale hand crept onto Master Tang's shoulder. He turned his head slightly to see a ghostly figure with a deathly pallor and a face twisted in resentment, cocking its head to gaze at him. It hurts. Master Tang realized he was utterly immobilized, his limbs ensnared by other malevolent spirits. Do you think this is a restroom? Just come in and leave? Hee. I've never killed a master before. Let me dig out your heart and see what color it is. Leave his blood to me. What do you mean leave it to you? We're all here. We must share. Eat cleanly. Don't make it troublesome for Shen Si. The spirit's words sent chills down Master Tang's spine, leaving him trembling in terror. Help! Before Master Tang could utter another cry, a ghostly hand thrust into his mouth, gripping his tongue painfully. Stop! A commanding voice rang out. Master Tang felt a sudden lightness. And then he found himself crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death. The spirits that had nearly claimed his life slowly retreated, seemingly avoiding something, and soon vanished into the shadows. What just happened? Master Tang was filled with confusion when he saw a group of people approaching from across the room. The leader was a tall, striking man, exuding an air of charisma reminiscent of the protagonists seen in dramas. Shen Si extended a hand to help Master Tang up, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" After finishing the third round of their game, they were about to return to their rooms when they heard cries for help and rushed over, witnessing the scene before them. Although the script did not include such a scenario, it was common in any program for NPCs to enact a storyline unexpectedly. Thus, Shen Si stood still, observing until the moment the ghost reached into Master Tang's mouth, at which point he felt it was time for him to intervene. Director Qian had orchestrated this scene. Surely, they wouldn't let a living person be killed by a ghost right before their eyes. As expected, once he saved the individual before him, the malevolent spirit seemed to have completed its task and vanished. Noting that the others remained silent, Shen Si asked, "Who are you? How did you end up in this villa?" Master Tang widened his eyes. "Don't you know why I'm here? This villa is haunted. I came specifically to rescue you." "Really? But you nearly died just now," Shen Si said, unaware that sometimes his honesty could be more hurtful than deception. Master Tang coughed awkwardly. "That was merely a moment of oversight, and you have no idea. The number of malevolent spirits in this villa far exceeds your imagination. In any case, follow me. I'll help you all escape. The game isn't over yet. I can't leave," Shen Si firmly declined. "Are you serious? If you stay any longer, you could lose your life. What game could possibly be worth that?" Master Tang, believing Shen Si to be a straightforward person since he had just spoken up to save him, earnestly tried to persuade him. "As long as we win, we won't die." Shen Si, now entirely excited, had initially thought this live broadcast was merely a game. But now the director had incorporated his favorite narrative elements. "Have you lost your mind?" Master Tang could hardly believe what he was hearing. He turned to the others. "Are you all like him?" Cui Zhang's perspective diverged from Shen Si's. He believed Master Tang was an actor in disguise, sent to usher them out of the game. He exchanged glances with Zhu Panpan, and the former stepped forward, saying, "Master, we will follow you. I've said all I need to. If you insist on staying here, I won't stop you." Master Tang waved his sleeve and turned away. "Let's go. I'm going to rest for a bit. Feel free to do as you wish." After witnessing the conclusion of the scene, Hai Lu yawned. After the recent frantic escape, all she wanted was a moment of respite. Jing Xingwei also intended to leave, but noticed Shen Si standing still. Shen Si smiled as he watched Master Tang depart. The game had already stated that only the last surviving victor could leave the villa. "We will meet again." Hearing this, Jing Xingwei looked at Shen Si in horror. "No way, buddy. How can you say something so terrifying with such an innocent face?" Chapter 59. Quick, play dead. Master Tang hurriedly led the two individuals toward the villa's exit. As Zhu Panpan walked, she huffed warm breath into her hands, rubbing her palms together before stroking her arms. "Have you all noticed that the villa is becoming increasingly cold?" Cui Jiang shared the same sentiment, suggesting, "Perhaps the temperature has been lowered in the back. Just hold on a little longer. We will be leaving soon." Zhu Panpan sighed. "I turned down several audition opportunities to participate in this live stream. In hindsight, it feels like a significant loss." Cui Jiang chuckled wryly, who isn't in the same boat. However, cutting losses in a timely manner is also a strategy. The tension between them dissipated at the thought of imminent freedom. "You two still have the energy to chat?" Master Tang, listening to their endless banter from behind, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Zhu Panpan, bewildered by his outburst, frowned. "Do we need your approval to converse?" Cui Jiang remained silent. Yet it was evident he shared Zhu Panpan's perspective. "What kind of attitude is this?" Master Tang exclaimed, feeling unaccustomed to such disdain. He pointed at them, unleashing a tirade of insults. "You fools, even in the face of death, you remain unafraid. Is this how Director Qian instructed you to perform?" Cui Zhang's expression shifted suddenly. "We have exited the game. There is no need to cooperate with your live performance. Try insulting us again. I could insult you 100 times over, you imbeciles." The eerie music surrounding them heightened Master Tang's agitation, igniting his already volatile temper. "You." Just as Cui Jiang raised his hand to teach Master Tang a lesson, his demeanor abruptly changed as if he had seen something unimaginable. Master Tang barely noticed the swift change in his expression. With a forced smile, Cui Jiang said, "Master, you are right. I shall remain silent to allow you to perform at ease." As he spoke, he began to pull Zhu Panpan backward. "Perform what?" Master Tang felt a chilling sensation run down his back and spun around, nearly terrified beyond measure. Before him stood the very malevolent spirit that had almost claimed his life earlier. The spirit stood silently at the exit, head bowed, motionless. Even in the dim light, its presence was overwhelmingly palpable. Suddenly, the spirit stepped forward and collapsed to the ground. "What is happening?" Master Tang wondered, brandishing his peachwood sword while preparing to attack. He cautiously approached, akin to a turtle inching forward. Upon closer inspection, Master Tang's expression turned grave. The spirit had not merely fallen. It appeared disassembled. Limbs and head detached from its body. The only part still connected to its form was its right hand, which clutched a severed leg, positioning it on its left hand. Subsequently, the spirit grasped its decapitated head but accidentally let it slip, rolling to Master Tang's feet. "Could you assist me in reattaching my head?" The head inquired. "Just a moment, let me find some glue, otherwise, it won't stick properly." Master Tang, a seasoned individual, retreated slowly, fully aware that a spirit suffering such a tragic fate would harbor immense resentment, far beyond what his peachwood sword could resolve. If he could exit the villa and combine his talismans with his disciples' aid, they might contain this spirit. However, the villa was rife with spirits of this caliber. As Master Tang turned back, he intended to discuss the situation with Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan. The moment Zhu Panpan spotted him, she screamed and fled as if she had seen a ghost. Cui Jiang, too, turned pale and muttered a hasty farewell before following suit. "Why are you both running?" Master Tang was utterly perplexed. At that moment, he felt sharp pains in his arms and calves. Glancing down, he discovered severed heads dangling from his limbs, each bearing expressions of deep-seated malice. Master Tang gasped in horror, swiftly swinging his sword to strike down each head. The heads emitted chilling cries as they fell, rolling across the ground and relentlessly pursuing Master Tang. "Master, don't run. Please help me reattach my head." "Me too." Ignoring the searing pain coursing through his body, Master Tang sprinted forward, unwittingly distancing himself from the exit. Lacking regular exercise, his somewhat heavy frame quickly succumbed to exhaustion, and he stumbled to the ground. Turning sharply, he saw a head flying towards him, mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged. "Freeze!" With a commanding shout, a yellow talisman was firmly affixed to the head. The head paused, its eyes rolling upward in confusion. "Who dares?" Shen Si glared solemnly at the head. Before the head could react, it was knocked down by other heads. "You dead spirit, what are you waiting for? Play dead quickly. If you delay Shen Si's performance, don't expect to linger in the afterlife." The heads, once animated, now seemed lifeless, falling to the ground. Master Tang was left dumbfounded, never expecting to encounter a fellow practitioner in such a place. Shen Si's initial approach was distinctly that of a seasoned exorcist, suggesting his lineage traced back to elite masters. Shen Si silently commended the staff controlling the heads, then turned to Master Tang. "Master, are you all right? My apologies for arriving late. Please don't call me Master. Just refer to me as Xiao Tang." Master Tang felt no inclination to boast before Shen Si, who evidently possessed superior skills. "You are much older than I. I shall respectfully address you as Brother Tang." Shen Si replied with deference. "My name is Shen Si. You may call me by my name." Shen Si's courteous demeanor instantly endeared him to Master Tang, who felt remorse for having previously deemed him a madman. "Shen Si, do you understand the nature of these spirits?" "I am not entirely certain. There have been frequent disappearances recently, and upon investigating at the behest of my client, I discovered something peculiar about this villa." Shen Si's expression turned grave. "Coincidentally, Director Qian intended to shoot here, so I assumed the role of an actor and came." That makes sense," Master Tang realized. "I wondered why you were summoned here when Director Qian could have managed without you." The severed heads on the ground narrowed their eyes, secretly observing the unfolding events. Why isn't Shen Si adhering to the script? Why not join us in scaring people? Instead, he's playing the very exorcist I despise. How annoying. I wish I could kill him. The talisman he pressed to my head is causing me immense pain. Just endure. It won't lead to your demise. Chapter 60. This performance is more impressive than Shen Si's with Shen Si's assistance. Master Tang rose to his feet. Though his body bore numerous wounds, they were primarily superficial. "Shen Si, what are your plans moving forward?" "I initially intended to help everyone escape the villa, but that plan failed. The spirits here possess a peculiar obsession. A game must be played for a chance at survival." Master Tang indicated his own predicament. "Must I also partake in this game?" Shen Si nodded, and the narrator announced the commencement of the fourth round. Except for Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan, everyone else returned to the round table. Upon seeing Master Tang, Jing Xingwei looked perplexed. "Weren't you supposed to be leaving with Brother Cui and Sister Zhu? Why are you back?" Master Tang is an individual who is exceedingly concerned about his reputation, naturally unwilling to let others witness his disheveled state. Feeling a sense of responsibility towards the others, he resolved to discern the true nature of the game. Shen Si exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction, which relieved Master Tang inwardly. "Oh, as long as you are happy," he remarked. Jing Xingwei wore an expression of indifference. He truly had no grounds for expressing discontent. However, the inexplicable addition of yet another opponent stirred a sense of agitation within him. Jing Xingwei casually found a seat and initiated a conversation with the nearby Cui Jiang. "Brother Cui, did you come specifically to observe the match?" Cui Jiang, sitting beside him, remained silent, without even a candle in hand, leaving only a silhouette visible. "Brother Cui, why are you not speaking?" At that instant, Jing Xingwei's expression shifted dramatically. The individual beside him was certainly not Brother Cui. His voice trembled involuntarily as he slowly extended his hand, yearning to make contact. "If I were you, I would refrain from touching." Jing Xingwei's hand halted midair as he turned to face Shen Si, whose composed demeanor made him appear cowardly in comparison. What does this mean? Within the villa, there were only 6 living souls. Shen Si's words were final, and he offered no further commentary. With 5 guests and this master, they totaled 6. Jing Xingwei's heart sank. Thus, the figure beside him was a specter. Calm. It was merely a staff member impersonating a ghost. Jing Xingwei knew this in his mind. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Jing Xingwei's expression of fear seemed all too genuine. "Jing Xingwei, refund now. This performance surpasses Shen Si's." How had it come to this? Hadn't the host stated that the games would not conclude until after 10 rounds? Hai Lu also felt an overwhelming fear, as if the individual before her emanated a chilling aura, accompanied by a putrid stench that assaulted her senses, akin to sitting beside a decaying corpse. Once Shen Si entered the performance phase, he adeptly adapted to unexpected circumstances. Perhaps the intrusion of an outsider had compelled him to alter his plans. The rules had always been set by him, thus he could amend them at will. Master Tang sensed the discontented gazes of the others and felt a twinge of guilt, yet he quickly straightened his posture with conviction. "So what? I am here to save you." Hai Lu rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging with this NPC. They began to draw cards. In this round, Master Tang was designated as number 1, Hai Lu as number 2, Jing Xingwei as number 3, Shen Si as number 4, and the Spectre as number 5. Suddenly, a wave of panic surged within Shen Si. His brow furrowed as an intense gaze compelled him to look up, locking eyes with the Spectre across the table. Although visibility was obscured, he could sense the Spectre grinning. The other Spectres frolicked nearby. "You are truly a despicable character. A wager is a wager." It was agreed that the winner of the rock, paper, scissors would take a seat and play with Shen Si. "You are taking advantage of the fact that I have no fingers. How can I win if you keep throwing rock? What does that have to do with me? Go find Old Wong for help. Old Wong charges exorbitantly. No one even burns paper money for me anymore. I simply cannot afford it. Pauper, go away. Do not disturb my game. I am number 1. Master Tang, unaccustomed to gaming, pondered for a long moment before asking, "What is the name of the person you despise the most?" Chenwei. Hai Lu had already sacrificed too much for victory and was now indifferent to losing even more. "Hai Lu, refund now." Jing Xingwei, refund now. Laughing to death. The refund team has gained another heavyweight. Hai Lu then posed a question to Jing Xingwei. "If you had no fan support, how would you plan to reclaim your peak?" "I would seek a benefactor to sponsor me." While Hai Lu displayed a hint of conflict in her response, Jing Xingwei seemed to have completely come to terms with it. Master Tang was taken aback, although he did not follow celebrities. He occasionally stumbled upon their videos while scrolling through short clips. How could they respond so succinctly without fear of losing fans? Unbeknownst to him, the ruins of their careers lay behind them. Next, it was Jing Xingwei's turn to inquire, his gaze fixed upon the round table, not daring to meet Shen Si's eyes. What question should I ask? For a moment, Jing Xingwei was at a loss. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Utter honesty is invulnerable. Shen Si embodied this state. If one day you could no longer be an actor, what profession would you pursue? Upon hearing this question, Shen Si fell silent. While this inquiry might be easy for others, it posed a significant challenge for him. Observing Shen Si's prolonged silence, Jing Xingwei believed he had found an opportunity. "Hurry up and answer. Don't waste time. If I cannot act, my first thought would be that it is better to die." Master Tang's eyes widened at this, for he saw the specters swarm around Shen Si after he spoke, clinging to him like venomous snakes, completely enveloping him. "Let me take action. No one contest with me. Get lost, you drug-addicted fool. Do you think you deserve to compete with me? Don't force me to tear you apart." Finally, the moment had arrived. Hai Lu noticed the round table beginning to tremble and turned to see that it was Master Tang's body that was shaking, causing the table to quiver as well. "Are you all right?" Hai Lu shifted her position, wishing to distance herself from him. "The one in trouble is not me, but rather Shen Si." Chapter 61. How does a ghost prove its existence? Master Tang was convinced that Shen Si was a kindred spirit. The fact that he could remain composed amidst the throngs of specters was nothing short of remarkable, steadfast as a mountain, unflustered in the face of danger. Truly impressive. He feared he would never reach such a level in this lifetime. Shen Si merely felt a slight chill. But this sensation was familiar to him from his previous acting experiences. He had developed immunity to it. He continued, however, I fear that if I die, I will lose the opportunity to act. How could that be? If you die, there will be even more chances to act. This realm has only you. Quickly tell Shen Si, you dead ghost, to stop sitting there like a statue. The specter seated there was bombarded with resentful glances from its peers, nearly leading to its own demise. Dying is no issue. Once the specter spoke, an involuntary chill surged within everyone. Its voice was unlike anything a human could produce, sounding as though its throat had been slit, uttered in a strained whisper. The others were startled by its voice. Shen Si interpreted this as a form of consolation. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he smiled faintly and said, thank you for your encouragement, but I have already decided on my answer. Shen Si turned to Jing Xingwei. If I could no longer be an actor, I would likely choose to become an idol, just like you. Jing Xingwei, having debuted as a singer-dancer, stood out among his peers. Although Shen Si's physique barely met the standard, his rigid expression and clumsy body language clearly indicated a lack of dancing talent. Before Jing Xingwei could form a judgment, Shen Si added, I believe that working in your field would challenge my acting skills. Jing Xingwei, momentarily perplexed by Shen Si's meaning, blushed fiercely when he finally comprehended. With a resounding clap, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and pointing at Shen Si in outrage. How dare you say that? Oh, he has gotten heated. He has upset. Someone merely spoke a few truths, and Jing Xingwei couldn't hold himself together, laughing to death. I've never seen someone curse so fiercely without using profanity. Jing Xingwei, refund now. Shen Si appeared utterly perplexed as to why Jing Xingwei was so enraged. What I said is indeed the truth. What utter nonsense. You are clearly trying to humiliate me. Jing Xingwei was incensed to the point of climbing onto the table, prepared to throw a fit. At that moment, a black hand gently tapped on the tabletop. The fiery anger in Jing Xingwei's eyes suddenly dulled, and he slowly retreated, resuming his seat with his head bowed, silent. The black hand then turned palm up, extending a finger toward Shen Si. Understanding its intention, Shen Si spoke, I will now pose a question to player 5. The ghost seated opposite displayed a ghastly smile tinged with blood. My question is, are you human or a ghost? The temperature in the room seemed to plummet by several degrees, instantly transporting everyone from the sweltering summer to a biting winter. The ominous music that had been playing abruptly ceased. Yet, the atmosphere felt even more terrifying, as though something dreadful was about to occur. In that moment, Hai Lu's sixth sense surged, her heart pounding violently, and a singular thought flashed through her mind. Escape. She must flee from this place. Just as she contemplated her next move, she realized her legs had lost all strength. Shen Si, have you lost your mind? Master Tang exclaimed in disbelief. How can you ask him such a life-threatening question? Are you out of your mind? Regretting his choices, Master Tang recognized Shen Si's superior abilities, but lamented that his youth may lead to reckless behavior. He contemplated a retreat, thinking that if he abandoned the others, he could easily escape. However, he soon discovered that he too could not move his legs, looking down to find them firmly grasped by the ghost. The group was ensnared in place. The black hand trembled as it inscribed a single word in blood upon the table. Ghost. The viewers in the live stream were baffled. Why is Shen Si asking such questions? Isn't it obvious he's a ghost? Shocking. Live broadcast scandal. Shen Si is eliminated. The ghost, both startled and elated, did not comprehend why Shen Si would willingly invite death, yet they fervently hoped he would join their ranks. Had I known Shen Si was going to offer his life, I would have played rock, paper, scissors with my toes. At least I have 5 toenails to spare. This is too abrupt. I wasn't prepared to welcome my idol to the underworld with a funeral wreath. The ghost seated in the chair slowly rose. A pungent scent of blood emanated from him, and that black hand suddenly reached toward Shen Si. Just as it was about to make contact, Shen Si spoke. You lied. The hand halted instantly, and the surrounding ghosts looked at Shen Si in confusion, some turning their heads so forcefully that their heads fell to the ground, though the ghosts remained silent. Shen Si could feel their sharp gazes upon him. Shen Si, what are you thinking? Can someone with such a demeanor still be human? Jing Xingwei trembled uncontrollably, but still attempted to provoke Shen Si. To him, Shen Si posed a greater threat than the ghost. Shen Si ignored him. What constitutes truth? What is falsehood? And who is to judge it all? Of course, it's the production team. What on earth is Shen Si saying? It has the flavor of a riddle. Outside the villa, Director Qian and the staff wore grave expressions. The guests could use the lie detectors they wore to ascertain the truthfulness of their statements. But this ghost was a genuine specter. Director Qian, what should we do? If this ghost adheres to the game rules, Shen Si could be in grave danger. Don't panic. Look at Master Tang. He sits there like a mountain, clearly in control of the situation. Director Qian mistakenly believed Master Tang had everything under control. However, he understood Shen Si's hint. Director Qian retrieved his walkie-talkie and issued a directive to the staff. After Shen Si uttered this statement, the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. Was it even necessary to determine if we are ghosts? Isn't it obvious? From Shen Si's perspective, he is a living person, so questioning is only natural. This is simple. We merely need to prove we are ghosts. The participating ghosts, rigidly turning their heads, sought assistance from one another with their gazes. How does a ghost prove it is a ghost? The ghosts found themselves in a quandary. They had all met tragic ends due to significant accidents in life. And collectively, they couldn't even assemble a complete brain, let alone engage in such cerebral tasks. Chapter 62. Why does Brother Tang bestow this great gift? Player 5 was determined to be lying. At that moment, as the narrator spoke, everyone in attendance, except Shen Si, was taken aback. Why was that determined? Don't tell me. This ghost is portrayed by a staff member, so it's not wrong to say it's human. But in this villa, it plays the role of a ghost. Who said there's a script here? Aren't we all performing as ourselves? Goodness, I'm utterly confused. Master Tang was horrified to realize that the ghosts were beginning to fidget restlessly. What nonsense. I am a terrifying ghost, steeped in blood and resentment. How dare they mistake me for a weak living person? Unforgivable. The black hand slammed down on the table, leaving a deep imprint on the surface. Then you shall personally experience whether I am human or ghost. The icy black hand tightened around Shen Si's neck. Shen Si exhibited no sign of panic. He merely cast a brief glance downward before raising an eyebrow and saying, "Do you really think that killing me would prove you are a ghost?" The ghost felt an excruciating headache. He frantically tugged at his hair, black strands falling to the ground in disarray. Although he had known Shen Si to be obstinately stubborn, he never anticipated he would be this resolute. The truth of a statement has never been determined by the person involved. Shen Si slowly surveyed the crowd. Beneath your skin, whether you are human or ghost is known only to you. Yet most people only believe in the superficial glamour you present. Jing Xingwei and Hai Lu instinctively averted their gazes from Shen Si. Shen Si's attention returned to the frenzied ghost, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If you are dissatisfied, you can certainly seek out the owner of this villa to determine the rules once more. Outside the villa, Director Qian was taken aback by this statement. Was Shen Si not effectively inviting the ghost to confront him? He hurriedly seized the young apprentice beside him, exclaiming, "Quick! Hurry and give me the artifact for preserving my life." The ghost suddenly fell silent, slowly returning to its seat. Not going to kill me? If he wishes to play, I am more than willing to oblige. I have never lost at games in my life. Shen Si felt no surprise. On the contrary, he was immensely satisfied. The actor portraying the ghost had perfectly captured the narrative he envisioned. Despite not having rehearsed beforehand, an unspoken understanding existed between them. Shen Si was acutely aware that the opportunity to play the lead role would certainly be offered to the guests invited by Director Qian. The ghost's participation in the game was merely to enhance the thrill and tension of the livestream, regardless of the questions he posed. The production team would ultimately declare the ghost's statements as lies. Master Tang sensed the ghost's gaze fixating on him, and in an instant, his body tensed. Am I human or ghost? Upon the ghost's utterance, Shen Si's expression shifted slightly, yet his heart raced with excitement. The ghost was remarkably astute, posing this question to Master Tang, who was also an NPC. Should Master Tang respond that he is a ghost, it would contradict Shen Si's claim, confirming that one of them was indeed lying. Conversely, if he declared himself human, he would violate his role's premise and be deemed a liar, consequently facing the ghost's wrath. Wow, I have goosebumps. This ghost is formidable. I initially thought this was merely a casual game, yet it has taken on a flavor of intellectual rivalry. The performances of the actors portraying the fierce spirits and Master Tang are truly commendable. It feels akin to witnessing a duel between two seasoned thespians. Indeed, the realism is so intense that I find myself beginning to feel frightened. There's no denying it. Their acting surpasses that of Shen Siren. Impressive, my friend. It's no wonder you triumphed in rock, paper, scissors. It turns out you possess quite a skill. Is it possible that anyone playing this game with you would inevitably lose? Get lost. I've now mastered the art of using my foot to play rock, paper, scissors. Master Tang, now subjected to a metaphorical roasting, stood frozen in shock. Countless pairs of fierce spirit eyes fixated on him, as if poised to pounce and tear him to shreds at any moment. He had never faced such a perilous situation in his life. Meeting Shen Si's gaze, he found not a hint of panic therein, but rather an expression of excitement. Shen Si appeared utterly composed, as though his eyes conveyed a reassuring message that everything would be fine. Following Shen Si was undoubtedly the right course of action. Master Tang clenched his teeth and spoke. "You are human." Upon witnessing this scene, the stage manager inquired, "Director Qian, should we provide a voiceover to indicate that Master Tang is indeed speaking the truth?" Director Qian nodded vigorously. "We must offer a prompt, otherwise it would solidify our suspicion of cheating." "Wait a moment." One of Master Tang's disciples intervened, his gaze as cold as frost. "Do you look down upon my master?" Director Qian hastily clarified. "No, young disciple. From where does this assertion arise? If you do not regard my master with disdain, then refrain from such futile actions. My master is attempting to provoke the spirits into attacking him, thereby allowing him to subdue them more effectively." The disciple's reasoning seemed quite sound. Director Qian suddenly understood. So that is the case. Master Tang is indeed a strategist. It is I who have not considered the situation thoroughly. Master Tang had been waiting for the voiceover to announce the verdict, yet after a considerable pause, no result was declared. As the fourth round concluded, the players were instructed to return to their rooms, with the next round commencing in 10 minutes. Master Tang's complexion turned ashen. What does this mean? Why was no verdict announced? It implies that one among us has told a lie. Jing Xingwei rose, stretching leisurely. He was in a rather jovial mood. After all, having one less opponent was indeed a fortunate event. The fierce spirits that grasped his legs released their hold, but Master Tang remained seated for an extended moment. Just as Shen Si was about to depart, Master Tang, seeing this, hurriedly grasped his arm, only for his legs to weaken, causing him to fall to his knees before Shen Si. Shen Si was taken aback, quickly reaching out to assist him. "Why such a profound gesture, Brother Tang?" Master Tang intended to clarify that this was not his intention, but he found it difficult to confess his weakness. Thus he said, "I wish to ask you for a favor. You may speak. Let me stay in your room." Given the circumstances, Master Tang had no choice but to follow Shen Si. He understood that only by remaining with Shen Si could he ensure his safety. Shen Si did not refuse, nodding in agreement. "Very well, should anything occur, we will look out for one another." Master Tang was deeply moved, though he occasionally found Shen Si somewhat peculiar. He generally perceived him as quite sincere. In this treacherous environment, filled with malevolent spirits, Shen Si's reliability felt like a lifeline from Master Tang. Chapter 63. A kind smile. Master Tang followed Shen Si to room 304. Upon seeing the room number, he halted abruptly at the door. "Surely, it cannot be that I am assigned to a room containing the number 4. This is far too ominous." Having already entered, Shen Si turned to inquire, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing." Master Tang dared not question Shen Si. As fellow practitioners, surely he must understand the inauspiciousness of this number. He likely has his own reasons. Once inside, Shen Si set a candle upon the living room table. Although the candle provided only a meager illumination, barely reaching the sofa area, this faint light offered Master Tang a modicum of comfort. Master Tang plopped down onto the sofa and noticed Shen Si standing nearby, beckoning him. "Why do you stand there motionless?" With a worried expression, Shen Si gazed at Master Tang and said, "Brother Tang, were you not injured earlier? Let me search for a first aid kit to tend to your wounds." Master Tang was touched by this concern, repeatedly shaking his head. "No need, it's just minor injuries. And they stopped bleeding. Yet, should we leave them unattended, there is a risk of infection, which could lead to complications. Given our predicament, we cannot ascertain when we might leave." After saying this, Shen Si entered another room. Suddenly, Master Tang found himself alone in the living room. Feeling a surge of fear, he picked up the candle and cautiously approached the direction Shen Si had gone. By the flickering candlelight, Master Tang discovered a tightly shut door before him. He opened it and entered. "Shen Si, are you there?" Master Tang called out loudly, but no response came. With one hand clutching the candle and the other gripping a peachwood sword, he discerned that he was in a storage room filled with boxes of various sizes and some tools. Despite the clutter, the space exuded a sense of cleanliness, accompanied by a faint scent of lemon detergent. Not finding Shen Si, Master Tang turned to leave. However, as the storage room was already filled with various items, he accidentally knocked over a stack of wooden boxes while attempting to turn around. The boxes toppled to the ground, along with the contents inside, landing atop Master Tang. Once the commotion subsided, he lowered his raised hand. Glancing down, he was startled to find numerous severed heads with closed eyes scattered on the floor. Master Tang gasped in shock, but upon prodding them with his peachwood sword, he realized they were merely prop models. Exercising caution, he used his sword to strike each head, ensuring no spirits were concealed within, before exhaling a sigh of relief. As Master Tang made his way outside, he unexpectedly encountered Shen Si emerging from another room. Upon seeing Master Tang, Shen Si's expression abruptly shifted, and he instinctively took a step back. He swiftly drew talisman paper. Assuming a defensive stance, his expression icy as he sternly declared, "What have you done to Brother Tang?" "What are you talking about?" Master Tang exclaimed, startled by the sound of his own voice, which had transformed into that of another person. Shen Si rushed toward Master Tang, his demeanor so terrifying that Master Tang instinctively turned and fled. As he ran, the candle extinguished, plunging him into darkness. In a state of panic, Master Tang darted about aimlessly before finally seeking refuge in the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. Shen Si stood at the door, his cold voice penetrating the silence. "You cannot escape. Emerge from Brother Tang at once." "What are you saying?" "I am Brother Tang." Master Tang felt utterly wronged, on the verge of tears. At that moment, he glanced up and saw a terrified, unfamiliar face staring back at him in the mirror. He jumped back in fright, fearing he had encountered a ghost, and hastily raised his peachwood sword. To his astonishment, the reflection mimicked his every move. "What is happening?" Master Tang immediately touched his own face, and the figure in the mirror mirrored the action. Suddenly, it dawned on him. His head had been swapped with that of another. This is bad. No wonder Shen Si could not recognize him. He had been possessed by a spirit. It must be the malevolent spirit concealed in the storage room that orchestrated this mischief. Master Tang immediately explained to Shen Si, "Shen Si, I am truly Brother Tang. My head has been swapped by a malevolent spirit." Shen Si, skeptical, replied, "Do you believe such words?" Master Tang, in a state of desperation, insisted, "I am not lying. My head must be in the storage room. If you don't believe me, come with me to retrieve it." After a moment of silence, just as Master Tang was on the brink of despair, Shen Si said, "All right, you may come out now." Trembling, Master Tang opened the door, only to meet Shen Si's icy gaze, which chilled him to the bone. He cursed inwardly, having merely had his head replaced by a ghost. Shen Si appeared as if he had been entirely transformed. Hurriedly, Master Tang made his way to the storage room, struggling to search in the darkness. Shen Si, ever considerate, found a candle and lit it, knowing that too much darkness would diminish the scare factor. A flicker of light allowed for a more intense focus, amplifying the horror. As the storage room brightened, Master Tang turned to see Shen Si. "Thank you," he said gratefully. With the newfound illumination, Master Tang quickly located his head among the assorted ones. He eagerly lifted it, exclaiming, "Look, this is my head." At that moment, the head in his hand suddenly opened its eyes and shouted, "Shen Si, save me. The ghost has taken my body." Startled, Master Tang's hand trembled, causing the head to drop to the ground. Shen Si picked it up, perplexed, and asked, "Whom should I trust?" The head cried out, "Shen Si, of course. You should trust me." Master Tang, now irate, replied with a sharp voice, "Shen Si, do not listen to him. The ghost must have possessed my head. That makes sense. I will assist you in returning to your original state," Shen Si calmly stated. Hearing Shen Si choose to believe him eased Master Tang's heart slightly. "How will we restore it?" Master Tang inquired eagerly. "It's quite simple," Shen Si said, drawing a kitchen knife from his waist with a benevolent smile. "Just sever the ghost's head and reattach yours." With that, Shen Si lunged toward Master Tang. Instinctively, Master Tang dodged to the side. The knife cleaved a wooden box in half. Observing this, Master Tang scrambled to escape. Shen Si, holding Master Tang's head in one hand, withdrew the knife with the other. "Don't run. This makes things difficult for me," Shen Si stated with a hint of exasperation. "Exactly. If you don't stop, how can we reattach the head?" The head remarked, chuckling mockingly from Shen Si's grasp. "If you strike me down, I will truly become a ghost." Chapter 64. Is this the little ghost you mentioned? At that moment, Master Tang's latent potential surged forth. He sprinted with astonishing speed. As he ran, the ground trembled beneath him, producing a loud thudding sound. Jing Xingwei, bored in his room, couldn't resist peeking through a crack in the door after hearing the commotion. Upon doing so, he witnessed a yellow figure flash past, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Then, he locked eyes with a pair of blood-red, murderous orbs. "Oh my!" Jing Xingwei gasped, falling back in fright. Was that Shen Si? Why does he look so terrifying? And why is he chasing that NPC? Shen Si's script was evidently different from theirs. Unable to contain his frustration, Jing Xingwei complained to the camera, "Director Qian, you big fatso. How could you give Shen Si special treatment?" Director Qian's mouth twitched in irritation as he chuckled. All right. So you want this fortune, do you?" Just then, as Director Qian picked up the intercom, the stage manager quickly intervened. "Director Qian, please don't be angry. Jing Xingwei is unaware of the true situation. With Master Tang around, what is there to fear? Didn't you see how Master Tang was enjoying himself with the malevolent spirit? Immediately after, Director Qian spoke into the intercom. Notify Shen Si to intensify his efforts, spare no one in the villa. Shen Si pursued the fleeing Master Tang with great familiarity of the villa's layout, navigating the darkness with greater ease than in his own home. While others might be gripped by an unknown terror in the dark, Shen Si felt entirely at ease. He veered left, the head he held guiding him toward Master Tang's escape route. Shen Si was aware that the head contained a speaker, which the crew was using to provide him with continuous updates through the surveillance. Earlier, when Shen Si requested talismans from the staff, he had proposed the concept of a head swap. At the time, he was unsure if the production team could accommodate such a request. To his surprise, from props to actors, they had flawlessly brought his envisioned narrative to life. Shen Si felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He was reveling in his performance. He struggled to maintain a composed expression, his smile appearing rather sinister. Who says Shen Si lacks acting skills? This performance is exceptional. Wow. From a clumsy background actor to a composed and powerful celestial master, then to a psychopathic killer, the transitions are seamless. Shen Si is undoubtedly an actor of award-winning caliber. I think Master Tang's performance is commendable too. Just look at how wet his pants are. He's truly giving it his all. Is it possible he was genuinely scared to the point of wetting himself? And he calls himself a master while behaving like this? Outside the villa, the audience was intently watching the live stream, with Master Tang's two disciples engaged in conversation. I have never seen our master so joyful and carefree. Indeed, he has always taught us to be solemn and composed. It's rare for him to relax. Let's wait until he has his fun before we go in. Master Tang stumbled and ran, too exhausted to even call for help. He could not fathom why no one was coming to his aid, especially his exceptionally talented disciples. Even if they couldn't subdue the malevolent spirit, surely they could rescue him. Was it possible that the malevolent spirit had cast a spell to confuse those outside? The thought chilled Master Tang's heart. Suddenly, Master Tang tripped and fell. Just then, he heard a loud crash above him and looked up to see a kitchen knife embedded deep into the wall. So close, Shen Si's voice echoed from behind. What do you mean close? I nearly lost my life. Terrified, Master Tang felt as if his soul had left his body. He noticed a nearby door ajar. Without a second thought, he rushed inside and slammed the door shut behind him. Master Tang leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Previously, he had only to contend with the malevolent spirit. Now Shen Si was added to the mix. Master Tang felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Knock, knock. Shen Si gently tapped on the door, his tone soothing. Brother Tang, open the door. I am here to help you. The malevolent spirit, possessing Master Tang's head, urged impatiently. Hurry, hurry. Break down the door. At that moment, the spirit felt a sudden tightness in its scalp, followed by its entire head being lifted. Shen Si met the spirit's gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes were devoid of warmth as he coldly stated, Are you ordering me? The spirit fell silent, tightly sealing its lips. Wow, this is terrifying. If I could master Shen Si's gaze, I could frighten my enemies to death. When I was alive, I feared ghosts. Now, as a ghost, I find myself fearing humans, my life as a coward. Since you are so eager, you may enter first, Shen Si declared, throwing the head with force as if it were a bowling ball. As the head flew toward the door, it suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A powerful gust of wind rushed in, prompting Shen Si to raise his hand to shield himself. When he lowered his hand, the scene behind the door was clearly revealed. In the center of the living room, Master Tang was on his hands and knees, surrounded by a blood-soaked formation. Master Tang's expression was stern, and only at this moment did the true aura of a master reveal itself. The severed head fell precisely within the formation, and a piercing scream erupted from the vengeful spirit before it closed its eyes and toppled to the side. The head swiftly drained of color, turning putrid and blackened. Outside the villa, Master Tang's two disciples witnessed this scene and abruptly sprang to their feet. This is bad. Master is casting a life-and-death formation. He is in danger. Director Qian was engrossed in the spectacle, as it was a genuine confrontation between a master and a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing their words, he looked perplexed. What do you mean? What is a life-and-death formation? This is the master's ultimate technique, utilizing his own blood as a guide to gain the power to drive away vengeful spirits. However, this formation consumes one's lifespan. The stronger the spirit, the greater the toll on life. I had only heard the master mention it in passing. I never expected to witness it in my lifetime. Enough with the sentimentality. We must hurry in to save the master. The two rushed to the door, but as soon as they touched it, their hands recoiled as if electrocuted. The hand that had grasped the doorknob was instantly covered in frost. This terrifying force was the vengeful spirit. One disciple widened his eyes in anger, glaring at Director Qian before seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. Is this what you call a minor spirit? Chapter 65. I regard my master as my own father. Director Qian hurriedly protested. No. It's a misunderstanding. I was speaking the truth. The spirit inside hasn't harmed anyone. I have no idea what is happening now. Enough of this nonsense. We need to save the master immediately. The other disciple unwrapped a bundle and retrieved 2 black talismans, inscribed with mysterious symbols in red ink. He hesitated and said, Senior brother, should we use the soul separation talisman? I'm afraid the master will scold us for wasting such important talismans. The one referred to as senior brother released Director Qian and coldly responded, if you don't take it out now, what if the master dies? He'll haunt you in your dreams every day. The younger disciple, upon hearing this, felt it made sense and handed over the other talisman. They pressed the talismans to their foreheads, their faces instantly turning as pale as paper, devoid of life, their heartbeats ceasing. This talisman enabled them to transition from living beings to ghostly forms in an instant. They successfully opened the door and swiftly entered. Director Qian attempted to follow, but the door closed automatically, remaining impervious to his efforts to reopen it. Once inside the villa, the 2 disciples realized it had become a playground for vengeful spirits. Spirits of various forms and gruesome fates brushed past them. The chilling cries, hushed whispers, and maniacal laughter incessantly invaded their ears. The more timid disciple trembled involuntarily. Senior brother, I have never seen so many vengeful spirits in my life. Don't mention it. I haven't either, the senior brother replied, his face darkening. However, there was something even more terrifying than the spirits surrounding them. What could be more frightening than this? The master's plea for help when he first entered was genuine. Oh no. The younger disciple suddenly recalled this fact. They had initially thought the master was merely acting, failing to rush in to assist. Remembering the master being chased by spirits, forced to play games, and even frightened to the point of wetting himself, they felt cold sweat trickling down their backs. And they instinctively halted. Senior brother, why have you stopped? Do you not want to save the master? Nonsense. I only stopped because you did. It's you who doesn't want to save him, right? Impossible. I am the most respectful of my master. I regard my master as my own father. The scene drew the attention of those observing, who noticed the 2 standing like statues, frozen in place. Director Qian, what is wrong with them? Are they in trouble? Director Qian lay back in his chair, his mouth slightly ajar, looking as though his spirit had left his body. He weakly remarked, I don't know. If something truly happens, we will be the ones in trouble. Shen Si's gaze fell upon the decayed head on the ground, silently marveling at the prop team's prowess. His previously cold demeanor softened. Brother Tang, are you all right? Shen Si approached and helped Master Tang to his feet. As Master Tang opened his mouth, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He visibly aged at a shocking rate. With a mournful gaze, he looked at Shen Si. Do I look like I'm fine? One spirit had cost him half his life. Could he survive to leave? Shen Si sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. Brother Tang, you are too anxious. Your head is completely rotten now. How can it be put back together? Master Tang glanced at his own head, his heart jolting. It turned out his death would render him in such a horrifying state. Master Tang shook his head, resigned. Forget it. I am altered by supernatural forces, beyond human restoration. We should leave here quickly. Now, Master Tang could only rely on Shen Si. The game is not over. I cannot leave, and they will not allow me to. In Shen Si's and the audience's perspective, nothing was visible outside the door. However, from Master Tang's viewpoint, a multitude of vengeful spirits stood at the entrance, their heads tilted, peering inside with vengeful eyes. It seemed that should Master Tang utter a single wrong word, they would rush in and tear him apart. Master Tang trembled slightly and reluctantly said, Indeed, I have been eliminated. It is now up to you. You must win and lead everyone to escape. Especially me. Rest assured. Brother Tang, I will certainly win. Shen Si declared with fervor, filled with ambition. At that moment, he felt as if he were the protagonist of the story, radiating brilliance. As if in response to his grand declaration, the clock in the hall chimed, resonating throughout the villa. The 5th round of the game commenced. Hailu was in her room, washing away the blood and grime. She emerged with a refreshed expression and happened to run into Jing Xingwei. Approaching him, she gave him a light pat on the shoulder. To her surprise, Jing Xingwei flinched, turning with a face full of terror. Recognizing it was Hailu, he placed a hand over his heart, still shaken. It's you. Do you know scaring someone can be deadly? Hailu crossed her arms and scrutinized Jing Xingwei from head to toe. Why do you seem so effeminate? Jing Xingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. staring at Hailu as if she were a ghost. Why has your voice changed? Previously, her voice exuded a sweet and delicate charm. But now it sounded like a street vendor shouting hoarsely. Well, it's already a mess, so why bother? I might as well be myself. Hailu placed her hand on Jing Xingwei's shoulder. You think the same way, right? Don't include me in your thoughts. Jing Xingwei distanced himself from Hailu, visibly disgusted. And I am certainly not a sissy. This is hilarious. I suddenly find Jing Xingwei and Hailu somewhat interesting. Let us form a CP and debut. Even if it's black and red, it's still fame. They arrived at the table where Shen Si was already seated, waiting. Finally, we are about to reach the match point. I have high hopes for Jing Xingwei and Hailu because those who have nothing to lose will risk everything. But Shen Si has nothing to lose too. Who said he has nothing to lose? Look at that army of fans behind him. I laughed. Is this what you call risking everything? Is the lower limit of living people this low? Shen Si would risk his life to put on a good show for us. The fan filter is too strong. Risking one's life? What era is it where you need to gamble your life to perform? You'll understand when you're dead. Wow, cursing. Is the moderator not going to intervene? Are you truly allowing Shen Si's fans to insult others here? The stage manager could no longer bear it, and promptly instructed the administrator to ban some of the excessively aggressive usernames. After a short while, the administrator informed the stage manager that the IDs in question were non-existent. The stage manager immediately understood that these untraceable IDs were malevolent spirits. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and he hastily declared, "No need to search for them. Ignore those comments." Observing that the audience remained oblivious to the situation, the stage manager hesitated briefly before sending a message. "Administrator, please adhere to proper conduct. Shouldn't you reflect on your own words? Are we the ones who lack decorum? Manage Shen Si's fans. We understand you wish to support Shen Si, but you cannot condone their vitriol here." Exactly. Shen Si is finally gaining traction. Yet his fans are ruining his reputation. Leave us out of this. We do not need your meager popularity. The stage manager watched helplessly as the audience and the malevolent spirits exchanged heated barbs, nearly driving him to madness. Oh heavens! He silently lamented. Please, do not continue this quarrel. Do you even comprehend what you are arguing with? Chapter 66. Your timing could not be better. The stage manager felt an unbearable discomfort, tormented by the knowledge of the truth he could not voice. Director Qian, how should we handle this? Whatever, let it all end in ruin. Director Qian, you must muster your resolve. The other staff remained unaware and continued to maintain the game's progress. Please draw your numbers. In this round, a malevolent spirit was set to enter. Though its form remained indistinct, it appeared to be female. After the numbers were drawn, Hailu was number 1, the spirit number 2, Jing Xingwei number 3, and Shen Si number 4. Master Tang followed Shen Si into the hall and suddenly spotted 2 figures standing nearby, resembling zombies. Others mistook them for models placed by the production team, but Master Tang recognized them as his 2 wayward disciples at a glance. He rushed over and slapped the back of their heads. Wayward disciples. The 2 turned around furiously, and upon seeing Master Tang, the senior brother exclaimed in surprise, "Master, you're still alive? No, I mean, are you alright? Do you wish for my demise?" Master Tang, exasperated, pointed at them. "And you wasted such a precious item as the soul departure talisman." The junior brother's eyes darted, and he quickly approached with a fawning smile. "Master, please calm down. No talisman is more precious than your life." The senior brother looked abashed. "It's just that we had never encountered such a scene and were too frightened to move. How foolishly I have trained you." Master Tang fumed, adamant he would never admit that he too had been terrified when he first entered. "Master, let us leave." "Wait." Master Tang gestured to stop him. Now that he had a plan for escape, he felt more composed. "I shall remain here until the game concludes." The senior brother was puzzled. "Why? Remaining here for even a minute increases our danger." Master Tang, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of wisdom. "Many are trapped here by malevolent spirits. I must bring them out as well. Do you truly believe I cannot escape?" The senior brother gazed at him with admiration. "So, you were running about in fear earlier, even wetting your pants, merely to mislead the malevolent spirits?" Master Tang's expression soured instantly. Had these 2 brats witnessed that? He could only force a nod. "Indeed, it was all part of my ruse." The junior brother raised a thumb. "Master, you are impressive." The senior brother, equally convinced. "Master S. foresight is unparalleled. Will our entrance disrupt your plan?" "Not at all." Master Tang smiled. "Your arrival is perfectly timed. The fears and despair I have endured must also be experienced by you both. How else shall you grow?" As Master Tang approached the round table with his disciples, he felt a shiver upon seeing the malevolent spirit seated there. He sensed this female spirit was even more formidable than the last. Master Tang leaned closer to Shen Si, cautioning him. Shen Si, be wary. Shen Si interpreted Master Tang's words as encouragement and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Tango. But why are there 2 zombies following you? They are my disciples. They may prove useful if danger arises. That sounds good. Shen Si smiled at them. The disciples were perplexed by Master Tang's apparent respect for Shen Si. Master, why are you being so courteous to this third-rate actor? He has no notable works. He merely caught the wave of this live broadcast. You two understand nothing. Master Tang smacked both their heads again. Without Shen Si, I would have perished long ago. Show him some respect. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, astonished, realizing Shen Si was a hidden master in the bustling world. I am number 1, so I shall begin. Naturally, Hailu would not bring up the previous question posed by Shen Si. She was acutely aware that her commercial value had plummeted after her persona collapsed. The production team would not grant her any favors. What question could one pose to an absolute stranger that might elicit a lie? Hailu fell into contemplation. After a moment, she declared, share a secret known only to you. The female spirit chuckled. Ah, I do have one, but it shall soon cease to be a secret. A chill ran down Hailu's spine. The woman's laughter was terrifying. Could she be a professional ghost performer? The spirit placed her hands on the round table, and in the candlelight, her scarred hands were revealed, marked by bruises and even burn marks from cigarette butts. 3 days ago, I killed my husband's entire family. The spirit's confession sent a shockwave through the crowd. Goodness, is that true? A murderer has infiltrated the live game? Can you all wake up? The female spirit is merely an NPC. She is just reciting a script. However, the malevolent spirits knew her words to be true. Sister, you avenged yourself? Yet why does your resentment still linger? Not enough, never enough. After a brief moment of shock, Hailu regained her composure. It was just a script. Yet she had momentarily believed it to be real. How absurd. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, why did you kill them? The spirit drew a 2 on the table. This is the second question, but alas, you shall have no opportunity to ask me again. Realization dawned on Hailu that the spirit had spoken truthfully, and she had been eliminated. Frustrated, she slammed her hand on the table. Am I truly not allowed to speak? Shen Si understood the struggles of lower-tier actors. He knew the script must contain more than just this scant line, and he wanted to afford the actors more opportunities. If you wish to know, I can share. The spirit's demeanor towards Shen Si contrasted sharply with that towards Hailu. But first, you must assist me with a task. All right. Shen Si, uncertain of what request would be made, nonetheless agreed without hesitation. You truly agree? You really agree? The spirit laughed, her shoulders trembling. Drops of blood fell onto the round table, resembling tears she had shed. Hey, are you all right? Jing Xingwei felt that this NPC seemed to be performing in an explosive scene, involuntarily leaning back. The spirit soon quieted, slowly stating, now, I shall pose a question. She turned to Jing Xingwei, her voice laced with a chill. Are you afraid of me? Chapter 67. What has Shen Si truly experienced? What kind of question is that? Jing Xingwei found it amusing. To him, it seemed like a simple question. He could not help but ponder whether this NPC might be a fan of his. With this thought, Jing Xingwei felt a surge of delight within. He did not perceive admitting to his timidity as a shameful act. After all, he was afraid of Shen Si, let alone these deliberately frightening NPCs. Of course I fear you. No, the female ghost pointed at Jing Xingwei. You are lying. Is there any need for me to lie about such a matter? Jing Xingwei boldly propped his foot on the round table. Have you resorted to baseless slander to win? He scoffed disdainfully. Or is it that the production team is so intent on promoting Shen Si that they have abandoned all pretense? Though Jing Xingwei often spoke nonsense, this time I found his argument quite reasonable. The female ghost certainly emanated a frightening aura. I would be terrified too. Jing Xingwei was merely a step away from soiling his pants in fear. True fear is not manifested in the manner you currently display. The female ghost remained unperturbed by Jing Xingwei's arrogant demeanor. On the contrary, she exuded an air of tranquility, devoid of aggression. Jing Xingwei snorted dismissively, interpreting the NPC's calmness as a sign of weakness, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Now it is my turn to pose a question. He directed his gaze towards Shen Si. However, the moment he locked eyes with Shen Si, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. He suddenly realized that, compared to the terrifying female ghost beside him, he was far more afraid of the seemingly honest and easy-to-bully Shen Si. At that moment, the horrifying image of Shen Si wielding a knife and pursuing him flashed through his mind. Generally, the more honest a person appears, the more ruthless they become when cornered. Have you ever killed anyone? Jing Xingwei was momentarily taken aback by Shen Si's expression, realizing he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. In a panic, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, that is not the question I intended to ask. Are you trying to play tricks? Shen Si seized the opportunity. And how can you be certain that I will speak the truth? Then what is your answer? A glimmer of hope arose in Jing Xingwei's heart. Of course I have never killed anyone. Are you foolish? Shen Si's eyes were filled with disdain. Where are all the fans who once adored Jing Xingwei? What appears to be Jing Xingwei's dark history is, in fact, mine. Damn, you actually tricked me? Jing Xingwei abruptly stood, reaching out to grab Shen Si. However, just as his hand extended, it was firmly seized by a pale, cold hand. The female ghost's face remained shrouded in darkness, yet her voice radiated an icy chill. The 5th round of the game has concluded. Jing Xingwei attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find the female ghost's grip astonishingly strong. He exclaimed, "So what if it has ended? If no one is lying, shouldn't we draw cards again? Someone has lied." Upon finishing her statement, the female ghost released her grip. Jing Xingwei glanced at Hai Lu, realizing he had almost forgotten that she had been eliminated and would now have to endure a scene of torment by the ghost. Jing Xingwei clicked his tongue in annoyance, toppling the chair he had been sitting in and striding away without looking back. The female ghost slightly turned her head, directing her gaze at Shen Si. Sensing her attention, Shen Si met her gaze. Without uttering a word, she turned and followed closely behind Jing Xingwei. Hai Lu approached Master Tang, noting that although the NPC portraying Master Tang had the same physique, it was a different person altogether. However, she was not concerned. She merely sought the one clad in the yellow robe. "Master Tang," Hai Lu called out in a high-pitched, coy voice. The two disciples immediately positioned themselves in front of Master Tang, watching Hai Lu warily. "State your business. Speak properly. Are you a monster? You two step aside." Master Tang pushed the two away, irately stating, "When I faced danger, I did not see you both risking your lives for me." After saying this, Master Tang turned to Hai Lu with a smile. "My dear, what is it you desire?" Hai Lu stepped forward, linking her arm with Master Tang's, and sweetly asked, "Master, could you stay by my side and protect me?" Master Tang, feeling the soft touch on his arm and catching only the word "stay close," beamed with delight. "Of course. Rest assured, with me by your side, you will be safe. I knew you were the best." Hai Lu reached up to cup Master Tang's head, intending to bestow a sweet kiss upon him. However, with a slight exertion, Master Tang's head was unexpectedly detached. Unaware of the anomaly, he pouted, eager to kiss Hai Lu. "Ah!" Hai Lu screamed, tossing the head away. Master Tang's head was hurled far, rolling away on the ground as it emitted a series of lamentations. "Master!" The disciples, in a state of panic, rushed to chase after the head. Shen Si, witnessing the scene, shook his head helplessly. "I told you it wouldn't be secure if it wasn't the original." Hai Lu remained shaken, gazing at Shen Si with wide eyes. "Aren't you afraid? Every experience has its first time. One gets used to it." Shen Si recalled his initial fear while starring in a supernatural film, though he had since adapted. What kind of habit is that? Who would grow accustomed to such a thing? What had Shen Si truly experienced? Hai Lu's mind was filled with unease and confusion. Chapter 68. The true form of your fear. Jing Xingwei sensed the female ghost closely trailing behind him, the distance between them merely a step. Reflecting on his past fame, often plagued by the harassment of fervent fans, he felt a growing aversion to the ghost's behavior. Suddenly halting, he turned to confront her, and, unsurprisingly, she stopped as well. There was no doubt, she was indeed following him. Displeasure was etched across Jing Xingwei's face as he exclaimed, "The corridor is so wide. Must you follow me so closely?" Pointing towards the other side, he commanded, "Keep your distance. I may not strike a woman, but I shall show no mercy to a ghost." He waved his fist as a warning. This is hilarious. Jing Xingwei cannot possibly believe this threat carries any weight. Is that a fist? It resembles a tiny bun. After delivering his statement, Jing Xingwei turned to leave. He took a few steps before glancing back, only to find the female ghost still standing there, seemingly frozen. "Oh, now you know fear, don't you? In the end, you are just a woman." Upon returning to his room, Jing Xingwei intended to rest on the sofa. But before he could settle in, a series of heavy knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock. The sound was particularly weighty. "Who is it?" Jing Xingwei was unperturbed, for he had spoken the truth earlier and was confident he would not be assaulted by a vengeful spirit. When no response came, he peered through the peephole, finding the outside empty. Did I mishear? Could the knocking be coming from next door? Jing Xingwei recalled that room 302 was occupied by Hai Lu. Could the ghost be attacking her? Just as he turned to leave, the dull knocking reverberated once more. This time, being closer to the door, he could ascertain it was indeed his room being knocked upon. A flicker of irritation surged within him as he hastily approached and flung open the door. only to find it still empty. Jing Xingwei directed his gaze to the door and began to explore the frame. Sure enough, he discovered a mechanism hidden within the recess. I knew it, Jing Xingwei exclaimed, his excitement akin to uncovering treasure. Is this all? You think you can scare me? All fear stems from a lack of knowledge. He casually discarded the mechanism and closed the door again. Now, he leisurely sat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. However, just as his lips grazed the rim of the glass, the knocking sounded once more. Knock, knock. The sound startled Jing Xingwei, causing him to tremble all over, and water from his cup inadvertently splashed onto his trousers. He hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe it off. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Didn't I dismantle the mechanism? Jing Xingwei rose and approached the door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each time someone knocked, the door would tremble slightly. It was important to note that this was a very sturdy door. Jing Xingwei peered through the peephole and, confirming that no one was outside, he slowly opened the door. He glanced left and right down the dark corridor, seeing nothing. After the music ceased, the silence was so profound that he could only hear his own breathing. Suddenly, Jing Xingwei felt as though he was the only one left in the villa. A gust of cold wind swept over him, stirring a sense of unease within. Just as he was about to close the door, he was astonished to discover a fresh bloodstain on it. The blood flowed down the door panel, creating long streaks. In the area where the blood was most concentrated, there was even a slight indentation. The door had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. He would never open it again. Returning to the sofa, he reached for his cup, only to suddenly see something dripping into it. A red liquid floated within the transparent water, and in an instant, it turned a deep crimson. Instinctively, Jing Xingwei looked up, only to find a person hanging from the ceiling. The individual's head was dripping blood, each drop landing on Jing Xingwei's face. What the hell? Jing Xingwei was so startled that he flipped over, sofa and all, and quickly scrambled into the corner. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he soon realized that the specter was not hanging, but rather standing on the ceiling, with its feet pressed against it. I was so scared I got goosebumps. This actor is really committed. How is that even possible? It's quite simple. Once you master the art of levitation, walking on the ceiling becomes effortless. As for how to learn it, I haven't figured that out yet. This is just basic skill, no need to be alarmed. I could even dribble my own head like a basketball on the ceiling. How enviable. I got shot in the head. But does any ghost want to use my head as a ball? Evil spirits get their comeuppance. How on earth did you get in here? Jing Xingwei's face turned as pale as a sheet, unable to comprehend how the figure had silently appeared. Even if there were secret passages, there should have been some noise. Right? The ghostly woman did not respond, instead raising a hand and pointing towards the door. Jing Xingwei was entirely perplexed by this gesture. Yet he understood what he needed to do. He crawled towards the door with all his might. However, the moment he grasped the doorknob, he was terrified to find that it would not budge. The ghostly figure on the ceiling was advancing towards him step by step. No, please, Jing Xingwei shouted, hurriedly shutting his eyes. After a moment of silence, he cautiously opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the ghost had vanished, and even the cup of blood-stained water had returned to its original state, as if all of it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Jing Xingwei felt as though he had survived a calamity, gasping for breath. Once he had somewhat regained his composure, he noticed that his face and body were drenched in cold sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. He decided to take a shower, but as he stepped into the bathroom, he heard the sound of running water. The sudden noise startled him, and he noticed a curtain from which the sound emanated. Jing Xingwei instinctively turned to flee, but paused, recalling how foolish he had looked when startled earlier, and suppressed the urge to run away. After all, this was live streaming. How many people were watching? No matter how timid he was, he could not afford to appear cowardly. That ghost, no matter how terrifying, was merely a person in disguise. There was nothing to fear. He must not intimidate himself. Resolutely, Jing Xingwei decided to take the opposite approach. If he maintained a fearless demeanor, he could surely intimidate the ghost. After steeling himself, he grasped the curtain firmly and yanked it open with all his might. To his surprise, the space behind was entirely empty. The faucet continued to run, and water overflowed from the bathtub, soaking his shoes. Jing Xingwei bent down to turn off the faucet. Just then, the water in the bathtub began to ripple, and strands of black hair surfaced. Suddenly, a pale and vengeful face emerged from the water, appearing grotesquely distorted as the waves rippled around it. Before Jing Xingwei could react, a pair of ghostly white hands seized his shoulders, forcefully dragging him into the water. Ugh! He struggled desperately, yet could not prevent his upper body from being pulled beneath the surface. Countless bubbles erupted from his open mouth as he fought to grasp the edge of the bathtub, but it was too slippery to hold on. Just as he was about to suffocate, the pressure suddenly vanished. Coughing violently, Jing Xingwei burst out of the bathtub, sitting on its edge, gasping for air. At that moment, he was entirely devoid of his usual handsome appearance. His meticulously styled hair was drenched, clinging to his pale face. That damned woman, did she intend to kill him? At that moment, Jing Xingwei was filled with a murderous impulse towards her. He glanced back at the bathtub and even reached into the water, frantically searching for her. She was gone, vanished without a trace. How had she appeared and then disappeared? His throat began to sting painfully, rendering him speechless. Damn it, once this is all over, I must lodge a complaint. Did the production team not intend for the guests to survive? Jing Xingwei steadied himself against the wall, slowly rising. Trembling, he approached the mirror, intending to fix his appearance. However, the moment he looked up, he saw the ghost standing behind him. The mirror reflected the ghost's face obscured by thick black hair, paired with Jing Xingwei's expression of sheer terror, creating a chilling tableau. Jing Xingwei felt the world spin, and breathing became exceedingly difficult. As his eyes rolled back, in the final moment of consciousness, he seemed to hear the ghost's chilling voice. Now you see your true self, the one you truly fear. Chapter 69. I understand your meaning. The villa had decent soundproofing, yet even with the door closed, Hai Lu could still hear Jing Xingwei's occasional cries from next door. When silence fell, devoid of any further sounds from him, an oppressive stillness seeped through the walls, instilling a profound fear in Hai Lu. As it signified that her turn was imminent, the blood left behind by the ghost's intrusion still lingered in the room. The acrid metallic scent pervading the air with every breath. Clutching a candle tightly, Hai Lu felt its light barely illuminated a small area, while darkness loomed like a ferocious beast, engulfing the room and transforming it into a cage that trapped her. No, if this continues, I will truly go mad with fear. Hai Lu dashed out of the room and knocked on the door of Cui Jiang's room. Brother Cui, are you there? She pounded on the door incessantly. Is that you, Hai Lu? A puzzled voice responded from within, clearly taken aback by the absence of her usual high-pitched tone. It's me, Brother Cui. Could you please open the door and let me in? I feel extremely frightened all alone. Cui Jiang did not open the door, but merely inquired. Have you lied while playing the game? I did not lie. The malevolent spirit simply descended prematurely, and now I have become her target. Brother Cui, please open the door and let me in, Hai Lu pleaded, standing in the cool, dim corridor, her nerves heightened by even the gentlest breeze. The thought of a ghost's descent filled Cui Jiang, who had experienced profound terror, with an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness he had voluntarily exited the game. Otherwise, his fate would mirror Hai Lu's. I'm sorry, Hai Lu, but I cannot let you in. You must adhere to the rules of the game and wait in your room. He replied, having already withdrawn from the game, unwilling to endure such torment any longer. Brother Cui. After her pleas and protests fell on deaf ears, Hai Lu, in a fit of frustration, kicked the door. Cui Jiang, aren't you supposed to be a gentleman? Is this how you treat a girl? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. Firstly, we are not well acquainted, and secondly, we both experienced the terror of the spirits here firsthand. Cui Jiang remained unperturbed by Hai Lu's outburst, his tone remarkably calm. As for the notion of being a gentleman in such a place, he thought it best to refrain, fearing that he might grow cold before he could warm her. Despite her desperate entreaties and accusations, Cui Jiang offered no further response. Reluctantly, Hai Lu abandoned her efforts. She had no intention of seeking out Zhu Panpan, as she was not accustomed to mingling with other girls. Moreover, during the recent game, she had deliberately targeted Zhu Panpan. With malicious intent, Hai Lu speculated that Zhu Panpan was likely eager to witness her misfortune on a live stream. Clutching her phone, a sudden chill swept through the air, as though someone were sighing softly beside her. Hai Lu felt the hairs on her body stand on end. She was resolute in her unwillingness to return to her own room. Ultimately, she arrived at the door of room 304. After much hesitation, she gently knocked. Her knock was tentative, barely audible. Yet, the door opened almost immediately. It was Shen Si, who, upon seeing her, said, "Oh, it's you." Shen Si's performance was superficial, and even someone like Hai Lu, who had only attended a few acting classes, could easily discern it. His face openly displayed disappointment, and this feeling of being belittled ignited Hai Lu's anger, overpowering her fear. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, "If it's not me, then who do you think it is? Surely it's a ghost." Shen Si replied dismissively, "I only want to see a ghost, so what are you here for?" At that moment, Hai Lu recollected her purpose. Clearing her throat, she adopted a coy tone. "Brother Shen, could I stay with you? It's so dark in my room, and I'm really scared." Shen Si coldly responded, "I'm not a light. I can't illuminate anything." What an unromantic brute. Hai Lu closed her eyes, repeatedly reminding herself to remain composed. She forced a smile. Being together would make it less frightening. With that, she boldly stepped inside, sidling through the door. Once inside, she realized that Shen Si was not alone. 3 NPCs were also present. The sight of others brought her some comfort. Shen Si did not eject Hai Lu. Instead, he simply closed the door and walked in. Master Tang sat upright on the sofa, while his 2 apprentices worked diligently, one holding a candle, the other stitching his neck with needle and thread. Hai Lu watched in horror as the needle pierced flesh, the white thread stained crimson with blood. Although the scene was not overtly gory, she felt a phantom pain in her own neck. "Please, have a seat," Shen Si said, turning towards the kitchen. After a moment, he emerged with a steaming cup of coffee, offering it to Hai Lu. Surprised by his kindness, she accepted the coffee and quickly expressed her gratitude. To her astonishment, she discovered honey had been added, revealing a thoughtful side to Shen Si that she had previously overlooked, having mistaken him for an unfeeling man. Stealing glances at Shen Si, she noted his strong brows and deep-set eyes, embodying the appearance of a genuinely good person. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, jolting Hai Lu from her thoughts. The cry belonged to Master Tang, who was drenched in sweat. "Why did you push the needle in so deep? That hurts like hell." "Master, I'm sorry." The apprentice quickly apologized, pulling the half-inserted needle out. Master Tang held once more. In truth, neither apprentice was skilled in sewing, let alone on a living person. Their stitching was awkward and crude. Nevertheless, Master Tang was left with no choice. He could not leave just yet, and had to endure the makeshift repair to prevent his head from falling off. Although he felt no discomfort when his head was detached, who could say if he might suddenly perish? The apprentice, drenched in sweat, finally completed the task after considerable effort. He tied a large knot at the end of the thread and wiped his brow. "Master, it's done." Master Tang looked at his reflection in the mirror, realizing he needed no makeup for a ghost festival. Standing there, countless people would line up to take photos with him. He sighed deeply, lamenting how he had come to look like a wraith. Earlier that day, he had consulted the almanac, and it had warned against leaving. It was all his fault for being greedy and seeking danger. The apprentice urged, "Master, we should leave. You need a professional to tend to that wound." The other apprentice echoed, "Indeed, using such rough thread without disinfection makes infection highly likely." "Is infection the issue now?" Master Tang waved his hand irritably. Not only had he lost his head, but if he did not complete the commission, all his efforts would be in vain. He would not allow himself to suffer such a loss. "Shen Si, what are your plans moving forward?" Master Tang inquired. "We just need to win the game." Shen Si insisted. "If we win, will the ghosts truly let us go?" Master Tang, a seasoned veteran, understood the game's intricacies better than Shen Si. "You are still young. Shen Si, you have encountered fewer spirits than I. Even if ghosts are formed from the souls of the deceased, they cannot be judged by human standards. I have seen childhood friends who, after an accidental death, return as vengeful spirits to exact revenge on their former playmates. I have witnessed lovers, one of whom has passed away, drawing the other into dreams to claim their soul." Master Tang sighed, noting that such occurrences were far too common. While ghosts possess human-like thoughts, they have long since shed human emotions, acting solely on their most primal malevolence. Observing Shen Si's stunned expression, Master Tang recognized that his words had struck a chord. Shen Si was still too young. He required guidance in these matters. Indeed, Shen Si felt astonished. He had believed the live stream would conclude after winning the game. Master Tang's words hinted at an impending climax at the game's end, when countless malevolent spirits would surge forth to claim their lives. They would need to rely on their own wits to escape the villa. So this was the follow-up arrangement mentioned by the agency. Shen Si quickly grasped the implication. Suppressing his excitement, he nodded solemnly. "Brother Tang, rest assured, I understand your meaning." Master Tang felt a sense of relief. Shen Si was indeed perceptive, grasping the nuances immediately. He glanced at his 2 apprentices, his frustration mounting. Unlike them, who seemed as dense as wood, Shen Si was sharp and quick-witted. Chapter 70. Shen Si doesn't even spare the ghosts. Moments later, Hai Lu suddenly clasped her legs tightly, visibly restless. Shen Si keenly sensed Hai Lu's unusual demeanor and asked with concern, "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Given the prior warmth of Shen Si's hospitality with coffee, Hai Lu instinctively felt a greater closeness and trust towards him. Blushing, she softly replied, "I need to use the restroom." Despite the presence of others in the room, Hai Lu hesitated to venture to the restroom alone. Fortunately, Shen Si seemed to understand her predicament and promptly stood up, saying, "I will accompany you." "All right," Hai Lu agreed, rising to her feet. Just then, Master Tang retrieved a talisman from his bag and affixed it to the restroom door, proclaiming, "This will keep the spirits at bay." Upon hearing this, Hai Lu's eyes brightened. She swiftly snatched the talisman from Master Tang's hand. The NPC's words indicated a high likelihood that no spirits would assail her. At that moment, she truly felt at ease. Nevertheless, Hai Lu did not decline Shen Si's company, for having someone by her side was undoubtedly preferable to being alone. Shen Si followed Hai Lu to the restroom, where she discreetly placed the talisman on the inside of the door after entering. Outside, Shen Si held a candle, his expression ambiguous under the flickering light. Suddenly, panic struck. "Oh no, the talisman really works. I can't get in. What now? I want to have a chance to perform." After finishing, Hai Lu walked to the mirror to wash her hands and inadvertently glanced up. Hearing her scream, Shen Si rushed to the door, gripping the handle tightly. On the surface, he appeared to be straining to turn the knob to open it, but in reality, he was secretly bracing himself against the door. "Hai Lu, what is happening?" Inside, Hai Lu twisted the handle with all her might, but the door remained unyielding. She cried out in desperation, "I'm hurt. Help me. My mouth is full of blood." As she gazed into the mirror, she was horrified to see blood around her mouth, and upon closer inspection, she discovered her teeth and gums were drenched in crimson. Overcome with nausea, she could not help but retch, producing a stream of red saliva. Memories of terrifying scenes from supernatural films flooded her mind, and she feared that she might vomit up a clump of hair. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Upon realizing the door could not be opened, she was on the brink of collapse. "Hai Lu, remain calm. Listen to me." Shen Si's voice was steady and reassuring. On the wall where the washcloth hangs, press at the bottom, there is a secret passage that leads directly to the hall. Escape through there. Grasping this lifeline, Hai Lu followed Shen Si's instructions and indeed found the secret passage. With a firm push, the passage opened automatically, and she quickly slipped inside. Hearing Hai Lu's screams, Master Tang and the others hurried over. Supporting his head with one hand, Master Tang anxiously asked, "What happened?" Sensing the tension in the door dissipate, Shen Si released his grip and turned around with a grave expression. "Hai Lu has been attacked by a spirit." Master Tang froze at this revelation. "That shouldn't be. The talisman is genuine and should deter spirits." Shen Si shook his head, saying resignedly, "The spirit has been hiding in the restroom all along." "What? I didn't anticipate such a scenario. It's truly unpredictable. Fortunately, there is a secret passage in the restroom. I've already instructed Hai Lu to head there. I will go to assist her." Shen Si glanced at the restroom, acknowledging that although Master Tang's talisman kept the vengeful spirit at bay, it was prudent to have someone guard the area. Master Tang understood Shen Si's intent and nodded. "Rest assured, with me here, that malevolent spirit won't escape. I'm counting on you, Master Tang." Shen Si smiled, then swiftly exited. Master Tang marveled at Shen Si's selfless determination to save someone he barely knew. His two disciples were equally moved by Shen Si's courage, deeply admiring his noble spirit. "Now I understand why you think so highly of him, Master. Such lofty ideals are truly commendable." As the esteemed Shen Si stepped outside, he gradually relaxed his pace after confirming no footsteps followed him. Suddenly, he seemed to lose his balance and leaned against a wall, which astonishingly rotated, transporting him into a dark space. Shen Si navigated the darkness with ease, humming a tune while slowly drawing two blood-stained kitchen knives from behind his waist. His once serene countenance morphed into one of menace and danger as his smile widened ominously. The passage was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one person to traverse at a time. Hai Lu could only crawl forward. In her panic, she neglected to bring the candle, forcing her to crawl through the cold, dark passageway. Despite her vigorous movement, an increasing chill enveloped her. Was someone behind her? The more she pondered this, the more she feared stopping, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirit trailed closely behind, crawling as well. It was the fortunate spirit that had triumphed in the recent game of rock, paper, scissors. It had assumed that with the talisman in place, it would not have the opportunity to emerge. Yet, Shen Si's cleverness shone through. He had added edible red dye to the coffee. How could Hai Lu have suspected that the seemingly ordinary coffee concealed such a secret? Had she not escaped through the passage, the spirit would have truly missed its chance to appear. "Why is no one speaking? Are you jealous of me?" The crawling spirit incessantly jabbered. Noticing a lack of responses from its peers, "I'm pondering why Shen Si would lure Hai Lu into the secret passage. Well, it's a wonder you have any wits about you. If Shen Si hadn't brought her here, how could I frighten her? What I mean is, on what basis does Shen Si assume that leading her to the passage guarantees our appearance? From Shen Si's perspective, we are merely standby staff." Suddenly, the crawling spirit froze mid-motion. Indeed, Shen Si hadn't positioned any staff to act as spirits in waiting. What could his intentions be? Unbeknownst to them, a wave of ominous foreboding washed over the spirit. Tap, tap, tap. A new sound echoed through the passage. Hai Lu, crawling ahead, felt a jolt of fear and tightly shut her eyes, pressing on regardless. Don't look back. Never look back. It can't be good if I do. As long as I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Hai Lu steadfastly refused to turn around, but the pursuing spirit twisted its head to look back. There stood Shen Si, brandishing two knives, his face contorted into a savage and exhilarated grin, swiftly approaching. Among peers, even the most gruesome demise would not evoke fear. But Shen Si's murderous visage stirred profound terror reminiscent of their former humanity. Oh my! The spirit even forgot it could simply float away. The spirit cried out in panic. Someone, please save me. Hee. Don't run. Let us play a game together. Hearing the commotion behind her, Hai Lu screamed in terror. No. Help. Help me. Within that confined passage, evil laughter intertwined with fearful cries and desperate screams, forming a chilling symphony. At that moment, the screen filled with a void of silence. Both the living audience and the spirits were momentarily stunned. Thank goodness I wore a diaper. Otherwise, I would have leaked. Do you believe Shen Si is acting, or do you trust on the mayor? Mr. Mayor, I suspect Shen Si has a criminal record. A thorough investigation is warranted. Shen Si doesn't even spare spirits? Good news. We are being treated as humans. Bad news. We are being treated too much like humans. Chapter 71. Shen Si will eventually die. Shen Si was utterly unprepared for the unexpected appearance of a staff member, who, without prior notice, came to frighten Hai Lu. Perhaps Director Qian believed he was too preoccupied to scare anyone himself, and thus sent someone as a substitute. Fortunately, the staff member proved to be quite clever, swiftly transforming from a terrifying ghost into a frightened victim, even screaming louder than Hai Lu. The chilling wails of the ghost echoed through the villa, almost piercing the night air. Stop screaming. Shen Si is no longer here. It's late at night. Can you be a bit quieter, like a corpse? Amidst the reminders from other ghosts, the crawling specter seemed to lose its strength, tilting its head and gradually vanishing. Finally, Hai Lu emerged from what felt like an eternally long passage, collapsing onto the ground. Hai Lu, are you alright? Shen Si timed his appearance perfectly. However, he called out several times, and Hai Lu did not respond. Outside the villa, Director Qian observed the scene and promptly instructed the backstage to sound the bell. He feared that if the ghost did not scare anyone to death, Shen Si might frighten them first. Upon hearing the bell, Shen Si was taken aback. Had time passed so quickly? Or was he so engrossed in his performance that he lost track of time? Returning to the hall, he found the female ghost quietly waiting at the round table. He suddenly felt a dampness beneath his feet. Bending down to inspect, he discovered a large pool of fresh blood on the floor. Following the trail of blood, he realized it was seeping from the female ghost. The blood stained the chair she sat upon, spreading ominously across the floor. To a normal person, such a terrifying scene would evoke horror. Yet Shen Si found an inexplicable sadness in it. He approached and sat opposite the female ghost, reaching for the number plate on the table. At that moment, the ghost pressed her hand on the plate. Looking up, Shen Si saw her leaning forward, her face alarmingly close to his. The stench of putrid blood wafted from her. The ghost took the plate into her possession, returned to her seat, and pointed to herself. Me. Then she pointed at Shen Si. Ask you a question. Shen Si nodded. All right. Do you believe in ghosts? The ghost question caught Shen Si off guard. It was reminiscent of a previous inquiry from another ghost. Yet it felt distinctly different. He didn't need to ponder this question. The answer had long been settled in his heart. I do not believe. At that moment, the female ghost slowly rose and walked behind Shen Si. She extended her hand, gently exploring from his shoulder down to his heart. While such a gesture might typically be perceived as intimate, the ghost's terrifying visage rendered it utterly chilling. This ghost is something else. I feel like she might just rip Shen Si's heart out any moment now. Shen Si is not cooperating with her performance at all. At least pretend to be scared. The other ghosts sensed the murderous intent radiating from the female ghost. Hey, don't harm Shen Si. Just kill him directly if you must. Yes, make it swift and clean. Do not let him suffer. The ghost, now behind him, inquired, why do you not believe? Shen Si chuckled softly. That is the second question, but regrettably, you will not have the chance to ask me again. He echoed the words he had spoken when the ghost asked Hai Lu a question. The ghost sensed the steady rhythm of Shen Si's heartbeat and gradually withdrew her hand. You have won. Congratulations to Shen Si for triumphing and becoming the sole victor of this game. The narrator's voice resonated throughout the villa. Shen Si stood up in excitement. So we can leave now, right? At last, he was about to witness the film's thrilling climax. The ghost slowly rose, of course. But the premise is that you must be able to escape. As her words faded, Shen Si's pupils dilated in shock. Behind the ghost, countless specters materialized, each bearing distinct and horrifying deformities. The only commonality among them was the overwhelming aura of resentment they exuded. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. Director Chien really pulled out all the stops. I think this effect works better. Otherwise, if living people played the ghosts, it would look more like a horde of zombies rather than vengeful spirits. Shen Si's eyes widened, his heart racing as he turned and bolted. He shouted to Master Tang and the others approaching, "Run." Upon seeing the grotesque faces of the pursuing ghosts, Master Tang screamed in terror. He was too frightened to contemplate fighting back, immediately covering his head and fleeing. However, Master Tang's somewhat heavy frame hindered his speed. His two disciples, in perfect sync, lifted him and dashed forward. "Hey, be gentle. My head is going to fall off." Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang descended slowly from upstairs. Upon hearing the end, Cui Jiang sighed in relief. "I think I won't be watching any supernatural-themed films for a long time." Zhu Panpan replied, "Don't even mention watching. I will never participate in such films again." As they conversed and walked, they were suddenly frozen in place by the sight of a myriad of ghosts parading through the hall. A portion of the apparitions turned their heads in unison at the sound. "Damn!" Cui Jiang exclaimed, startled. Zhu Panpan turned pale with fright. The script did not mention this scene. Then, they too found themselves fleeing in all directions, jumping frantically. "This is hilarious. I feel like everyone's expressions of terror are genuine." "Not everyone. Look at Shen Si. His panicked expression seems overly fake." "Indeed, I hope he can improve his acting skills in this regard. At least he could try to suppress that smirk. Who can laugh so joyously while being chased by vengeful spirits?" The audience watched in delight, and the ghosts reveled in the chaos. The only ones who remained unhappy were Director Chien and the crew, who understood the truth. Earlier, Director Chien had tried to open the door, but it seemed to be firmly held shut by some mysterious force, utterly unyielding. Now, seeing the terrifying ghost swarm, he could no longer worry about being discovered and shouted, "Bring the chainsaw." "I refuse to believe this door cannot be opened." Just as Director Chien issued his command, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. Shen Si was the first to dash out, followed closely by Master Tang, who was being carried by his two disciples, along with Cui Jiang and Zhu Panpan. Except for Shen Si, the rest collapsed to the ground, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. Shen Si turned back to see the pursuing ghosts had not crossed the threshold of the villa, merely standing in the doorway, tilting their heads as they gazed at him. Suddenly, Shen Si recalled the group of ghostly extras from the last performance of the invitation. They had all been such delightful individuals. He smiled and waved at them, but the ghosts vanished in an instant. Shen Si assumed the projector had turned off, unaware that the ghosts had shyly hidden away. "Shen Si is so cool. I just touched Shen Si's body, and it was a bit warm. If it were cooler, it would have felt even better." "It's all right, ghosts. Shen Si will eventually die." Chapter 72. The True and False Celestial Master Shen Si. Upon hearing his name called, Shen Si turned to find Director Chien's tear-streaked face, startling him. "Director Chien, are you all right?" This question should have been directed at him. Director Chien tightly grasped Shen Si's shoulders, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Once assured of Shen Si's safety, he tearfully exclaimed, "I'm so relieved you're unharmed." He had nearly feared that this live broadcast would be his last work. Shen Si completely misunderstood Director Chien's intention. "Yes. Although there were quite a few unexpected situations during the process, I still interpreted it perfectly in the direction you anticipated." "Huh." Director Chien noticed that aside from the sweat caused by his earlier sprinting, Shen Si's complexion was rosy, and he appeared spirited, entirely devoid of any signs of being frightened. In stark contrast were the others, lying on the ground with pale faces, as if only a breath remained within them. The stage manager promptly contacted medical personnel to come and assess their condition. Fortunately, they had merely been startled and would recover after a brief rest. Wait. Director Chien suddenly realized that two individuals were missing and immediately instructed, "Quick, go inside and find Jing Xingwei and Hai Lu." Medical personnel too. Seeing Director Chien become busy, Shen Si approached Master Tang and carefully assisted him to a seated position nearby. As for Master Tang's two disciples, one lay on the ground while the other sat, both with vacant stares and dazed expressions, as if their bodies were present but their souls lingered back in the villa. The live broadcast had concluded, and noticing their mental state did not resemble acting, Shen Si felt a twinge of concern and asked, "Are they all right?" Master Tang, being a true master albeit slightly lacking in strength, had already regained his composure and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. It's normal for a first-time experience." His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Although suffering alone is indeed painful, sharing that suffering with a group makes it far more bearable. Shen Si understood. These two individuals were participating in a supernatural-themed film for the first time, hence their discomfort. Shen Si enthusiastically inquired, "Brother Tang, do you need my help to remove the headpiece? Wearing it continuously must be quite uncomfortable." "Ah, no, this is already my head," Master Tang exclaimed, nearly toppling from his chair when he saw Shen Si's hand reaching out, fearing that Shen Si was still intent on replacing his head. "Is this really your head?" Shen Si asked, astonished. He hadn't realized that Master Tang was so youthful, unfortunately, due to a lack of body management. He appeared as a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. Thus, a ludicrous misunderstanding was born. Jing Xingwei and Hai Lu were gradually carried out on stretchers. Shen Si had grown accustomed to such scenes by now. At that moment, he began to eagerly anticipate the next live broadcast featuring him as the protagonist. Master Tang nudged his two disciples. "Stop pretending to be dead. It's time to go back." The two slowly rose from the ground, their faces reflecting sheer exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Shen Si smiled and said, "Brother Tang, I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you again." In Shen Si's eyes, Master Tang's acting skills were exceptional, making him Director Qian's favorite actor. Master Tang also harbored a desire to befriend Shen Si, the formidable celestial master, and was reaching out for a handshake. Suddenly, the bell hanging from Master Tang's waist began to ring on its own. Startled, he recalled that this was no ordinary bell. It had been gifted to him by a venerable celestial master. He remembered the master's words, "Little Tang, remember, when this bell rings, just flee." This bell had helped Master Tang evade numerous dangers, and he hadn't heard it ring in years. "Master, look behind him." Without needing his disciple's reminder, Master Tang already sensed it. A chilling aura erupted from behind Shen Si. A pale-faced, handsome man quietly stood behind him, appearing as if he were a frail patient. Master Tang's expression turned grave. The closer a ghost resembled a living person, the more potent its abilities. If this entity intended to act, everyone might be trapped within the villa. Seeing Master Tang's anxious demeanor, Shen Si asked, "What's wrong?" In that moment, Master Tang realized that Shen Si was likely not just a celestial master capable of driving away evil spirits, but rather possessed a special constitution that attracted malevolent entities. Such individuals should not be befriended too closely. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Locking eyes with Su Xinghao's icy gaze, Master Tang immediately turned to flee. His two disciples were equally frightened by Su Xinghao, trembling in place. Noticing their reaction, Shen Si turned around, only to find no one behind him, assuming they were immersed in their roles. Thus, he played along, displaying an evil and dangerous smile. "What? Do you wish to stay and play games with me?" "Ah!" The two shrieked in terror and hastily fled. Shen Si chuckled, thinking that Tang and his disciples possessed quite the comedic talent, unlike himself, who was often criticized by directors for being too lifeless. Once Tang and the others departed, Su Xinghao retracted his chilling aura. Shen Si was far too significant to them. He could not allow Shen Si to grow too close to someone like Master Tang. Otherwise, once Shen Si discovered the truth, he might never act again. Su Xinghao headed back into the villa. After Shen Si left, the malevolent spirits lost their ability to manifest in the mortal realm. Amidst the bustling crowd, no one noticed the female ghost still quietly seated at the round table. Su Xinghao approached her, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your time is running out." The female ghost appeared translucent, as if on the verge of vanishing. "I need Shen Si." Su Xinghao replied, "You want Shen Si to help you open the door? But without the consent of a recommender, you cannot achieve that." "Haha, you misunderstand." At that moment, a staff member passed by, and the female ghost extended her finger, gently slicing it along the person's arm. To everyone's astonishment, a tiny wound appeared where she had touched. "Where did you get cut?" The staff member assumed he had accidentally injured himself on a prop and hurried off to find a band-aid. The female ghost licked the blood from her finger. "As long as I wish, I could slay everyone here, including Shen Si." Upon hearing her final words, Su Xinghao's eyes turned crimson. The female ghost was suddenly flung back, crashing against the wall, forcefully suppressed. Despite facing Su Xinghao's overwhelming power, the female ghost continued to smile. "Oh, why the rush? I was merely giving an example. I need Shen Si, so I wouldn't dare harm him." At this moment, a malevolent spirit, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Sister, stop being cryptic. What exactly do you want? Speak up so we can all hear." "There is a troublesome celestial master guarding my enemy's household." The female ghost's lips, hidden beneath her black hair, curled slightly. Isn't Shen Si fond of acting? I have a splendid play I would like him to star in. Su Xinghao frowned. What play? The female ghost grinned, revealing her blood-red lips. I call this play The True and False Celestial Masters. Chapter 73. Amusement for grandfather when Shen Si returned home. The sky was beginning to lighten. Ever since he participated in the supernatural film, his daily routine had been completely disrupted and turned upside down. He resided in an old residential building without an elevator. Shen Si slowly ascended the dark staircase, and as he walked, he suddenly heard an additional set of footsteps. He looked up to see a vague shadow ahead. In that instant, the shadow he had been observing suddenly sprinted away, having previously portrayed a thief. Shen Si instinctively sensed that the individual appeared somewhat guilty, and without hesitation, he pursued. Shen Si regularly exercised, and with his long legs, he could easily leap over several steps at once. Before long, he had seized the person's shoulder. The individual reacted strongly, violently shaking off Shen Si's grip, then pivoted to deliver a fierce punch to Shen Si's face. Fortunately, Shen Si was prepared and effortlessly caught the punch. At that moment, the lighting on their floor was intact, and they instantly recognized each other. Xiao Wu, Brother Shen, is that you? Shen Si quickly released his grip and exclaimed. Why did you suddenly run off? I thought you were a thief. Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat, replied with a wry smile. Brother Shen, at least give me a heads up. I thought it was another stalker. The noise that Shen Si had made while following closely behind had instantly triggered Xiao Wu's psychological fears, prompting him to flee in panic. Shen Si, perceptive as ever, caught on to the crux of the matter. Is someone following you? Honestly, I'm not sure. Xiao Wu scratched his head. I felt like someone was tailing me not long ago, but I haven't felt that way recently. Naturally optimistic, Xiao Wu added with a smile. I probably just have too much work stress. Shen Si patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said earnestly, if you ever need help, make sure to let me know. Given the multitude of villains in his current drama, he was genuinely concerned that Xiao Wu might attract unwanted attention. Xiao Wu felt warmth in his heart. Brother Shen was truly a good person. All right, Brother Shen, you just finished your live stream, right? You've been really popular lately. I often hear my colleagues mention you. If I weren't so busy at night, I would definitely cheer you on in your stream. Just the thought of your support makes me happy, Shen Si replied. Knowing that Xiao Wu was a reporter specializing in criminal cases, it was evident that he had returned home late due to a recent incident. Shen Si refrained from asking further questions, merely advising Xiao Wu to take care of himself. You too, Brother Shen. You've been live streaming late into the night. Your complexion seems to have worsened. After bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective homes. After completing his nightly routine, Shen Si lay in bed, reflecting on how fulfilling his busy days had been. Instead of browsing the internet, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. However, that night, many would find themselves ensnared in unprecedented and terrifying nightmares. Shen Si, a homebody, remained spirited after watching the second episode of a horror livestream. He engaged with fellow netizens for 2 hours before finally lying down to sleep. Yet, his slumber was anything but peaceful. He awoke, chilled to the bone. Rubbing his tired eyes, he involuntarily shivered. A glance at the air conditioner revealed it set at a mere 28 degrees, yet he felt an unusual chill. He switched it off, planning to have someone check it in the morning. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he attempted to fall back asleep. Ding dong. Shen Si jolted upright, frowning as he sat up. Checking the clock, he saw it was precisely 3 a.m. Who could be at my door at this hour? In reality, he had no close friends or family in the city. The only visitors were delivery personnel. Perhaps it was just a drunken person mistakenly ringing the bell. As this thought crossed his mind, the doorbell rang again. Fear began to creep in. Despite his fondness for horror films, he was merely an amateur. Deciding against answering the door, he lay back down, determined to ignore whatever disturbance it was until morning. Who would disturb someone in the middle of the night? He closed his eyes, yet the relentless ringing continued, growing increasingly frantic, as if insisting that Shen Si would have to answer or it would never cease. Damn it. What a nuisance. Shen Si's irritation flared, and he threw on some clothes and headed out. The doorbell persisted, buzzing in his ears like an incessant fly. As he approached the door, the ringing unexpectedly stopped. Who is it? Silence enveloped him, and his heart raced. Peering through the peephole, he widened his eyes in an attempt to see. But within the peephole, there was only darkness, nothing visible. Could the doorbell be broken? The thought crossed his mind. After all, he rarely had visitors at home. If something broke, he wouldn't bother fixing it unless it was essential. What a stroke of bad luck. First the air conditioner, now the doorbell. How much would that cost to repair? As he turned to head back to his room, a shadow beneath him startled him. In the dim light, his shadow stretched unnaturally long. Shen Si spun around to face the closed door once more. Light filtered in through the gap at the bottom. He knew the hallway light remained on all night, having ordered takeout multiple times while gaming. Yet, the peephole remained pitch black. Who is it? Who is it? I'm calling the police. Shen Si's lips trembled as he braced himself for the possibility that someone was standing at his door. He steeled his nerves and crouched down to peer outside. Through the crack, he saw no one. Could the peephole be malfunctioning too? That seemed unlikely. How could so many things break down all at once? Desperate to uncover the truth, he considered opening the door, but was held back by fear. He pulled out his phone and sought advice from online friends, who promptly suggested, just order some takeout and have the delivery person check the peephole. Indeed, his eternal allies. The omnipotent netizens. Shen Si quickly placed an order with the nearest restaurant, watching as the delivery person accepted it and drew closer to his home. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, someone outside called, "Hello, your delivery." Shen Si refrained from opening the door, instead calling out, "Hey, could you check my peephole? Is it broken?" The delivery person quickly replied, "Your peephole has been covered with a flyer." "Ah, that explains why I couldn't see anything." Shen Si glanced back at the peephole, now able to see the delivery person in a yellow uniform standing at his door. "Thank you. You can go now. Consider the food my treat." The delivery person, puzzled by Shen Si's odd behavior, said nothing further and left with the food. Waving his arms excitedly, Shen Si couldn't help but marvel at his own cleverness. I would be perfect as the protagonist in a supernatural film. He thought of Shen Si, whose acting was so lackluster yet still managed to livestream. Out of spite, he had once engaged in a verbal spat with Shen Si's overly enthusiastic fans, only to be banned after just a couple of exchanges. As he scrolled through humorous videos on his phone, he made his way toward the bedroom. Suddenly, he collided with something solid and stumbled back. Rubbing his sore head, he wondered if he had left his bedroom door shut. Upon looking up, he was met with a pair of straight legs dangling in midair. In that instant, Shen Si's mind went blank. He could not even comprehend the scene before him. Slowly, he raised his gaze, only to confront a face with bulging eyes, tongue lolling, and lifeless expression, hanging by a noose. Shen Si's mouth fell open, yet no sound escaped him. The hanging corpse suddenly glared at Shen Si and spoke. "Doing 800 fake moves at the door made me laugh." A corpse speaking? Shen Si's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 74. A true loyal fan? "Hi Lu. How will you repay what you owe me?" Lu Yang was filled with rage as he gazed at the sultry poster of Hai Lu on the wall, pounding his chest in anguish. He had been a devoted fan of hers since her early streaming days when only a handful of viewers tuned in. Unlike other streamers flaunting their bodies, to Lu Yang, Hai Lu was like a pure white lotus emerging untainted from the mud. But everything shattered during tonight's livestream. When Lu Yang heard Hai Lu admit she was no longer a virgin, his heart broke. Yet, as he gazed at her fair skin, he thought, doesn't she have her reasons? Can't he see that? His heart ached for her. However, upon hearing Hai Lu confess her affair with the top-ranked brother, Lu Yang let out a heart-wrenching cry that nearly prompted his neighbors to call the police. Why? Why have you become this way? I shall never love again. My heart is already dead. Lu Yang lay on his bed, weeping uncontrollably. As he cried, he slowly drifted into slumber. Hubby. Lu Yang was awakened by this voice. Opening his eyes to behold a woman with long black hair and a fair complexion, she blinked and smiled, saying, "Darling, didn't we agree that I would surprise you tonight? How could you fall asleep?" "Oh, my dear, I must have dozed off without realizing it." Lu Yang gently patted his face, smiling as he asked, "What surprise do you have for me? Don't you love watching dance performances? I've learned a new dance to show you, is that all right?" The woman sang a tune and began to sway her hips before Lu Yang, her entire body undulating. Her voluptuous figure, accentuated by a tight outfit, highlighted her perfect curves. Lu Yang stared, entranced, his blood rushing as he reached out to embrace her waist. The woman's soft hand pressed against his restless one. Leaning close to Lu Yang's ear, she whispered, "Do you wish to see a striptease, darling?" Lu Yang, suddenly overcome with heat, instinctively reached to pull down her shoulder strap. The woman halted his hand. "Clothes are not removed this way." She placed Lu Yang's hand atop her head, then yanked it down forcefully, tearing away her scalp along with flesh, revealing the skeletal structure beneath. Ah! Lu Yang's heart shattered at the sight. Immediately after, the woman forcefully pushed him to the ground. The flesh from her body seemed to peel away like a garment, and the breathtaking beauty transformed into a horrifying skeleton. The skeleton stood before Lu Yang, emitting a chilling laugh. "Didn't you enjoy watching risque dances? Are you satisfied now?" Lu Yang screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the room, only to find the door unyielding. "Without this facade, do you no longer love me?" The skeleton advanced menacingly. In that moment, Lu Yang suddenly realized he had no wife. "A ghost!" Lu Yang shouted, pointing at the skeleton, before succumbing to dizziness and collapsing. Yet soon, he opened his eyes once more, still confronted by the dancing skeleton. Its voice was frigid. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. The moment the applause ceases, I shall take your life. Please, spare me. Applause. Clap louder. Have you not eaten? Clap, clap, clap. The fervor of the live broadcast exceeded director Chen's expectations, especially after the second episode aired, causing a surge in popularity. Director Chen promptly initiated a forum. Before long, countless posts emerged, among which the most heated captured his attention. Despair. After watching the live broadcast, I had a nightmare. The original poster wrote, "Last night, I dreamt someone was hanged in my home." Director Chen initially anticipated replies would mock or tease the poster for their fearfulness. However, to his surprise, many resonated with the original poster. Good grief. Did the original poster also have a nightmare? I did too. I dreamt a beautiful woman offered to give me a striptease, only for her to peel off her own flesh. I was forced to watch a skeleton dance all night. At least you had a beautiful woman. I dreamt of several old men who came and berated me for being unfilial. I dreamt someone pried open my head, took my brain, and claimed it was unnecessary, giving it to someone else. I woke up to find my sheets wet. None of you are as unfortunate as I. I was forced to stand on my head while that ghost continued to stuff excrement into my mouth. I kept saying I was full, but it wouldn't stop. The replies became increasingly outrageous, drawing countless netizens to read. Director Chen, observing the highly upvoted comments, felt an unsettling familiarity. He immediately had someone investigate these accounts, discovering they had all been critical of Shen Si in the live broadcast, with some even banned for their harsh words. Hanging, risque dances, ancestral spirits, and inverted excrement. Director Chen felt as though he were in a frigid realm amidst the sweltering summer heat. His heart grew cold. Had the ghost come for these critics? Director Chen sensed he was uncovering a terrifying truth. Despite having directed numerous classic supernatural films, he could never have concocted such a storyline. With a somber expression, Director Chen finished reading all the posts. Thankfully, everyone had merely experienced nightmares and awakened. Yet, it appeared as though these ghosts were somehow defending Shen Si. He wondered whether it was a blessing or a curse for Shen Si to have such devoted, ghostly fans. Chapter 75. I hadn't even spoken. And the knife came down. Shen Si awoke at 2 in the afternoon. Rarely did he cook, typically opting to dine at the noodle shop downstairs. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, he found the owner slowly lowering the roll-up door. "Boss, are you in a hurry to close?" Shen Si hurried forward. The owner shook his head, pushing the door upward as he replied, "No, I'm just opening up." Shen Si knew the owner usually opened by 8 in the morning. "Why so late today?" The owner, looking dejected, sighed, "I don't know why, but I've been sleeping restlessly at night, always hearing noisy sounds." The owner lived on the second floor of the shop and initially thought the noise was from the neighboring store. However, after inquiring with nearby shops, he learned they all closed by 10 at night, and none resided in their establishments like he did. Thinking of Xiao Wu's similar situation, Shen Si remarked, "Could it be too much stress?" The owner nodded slightly. "I think so. I keep dreaming that my shop is filled with people, all clamoring to get your autograph and take photos." Shen Si glanced at the signatures hanging on the wall, smiling as he said, "I hope one day your dream comes true." While waiting for the owner to prepare his noodles, Shen Si scrolled through his phone. He suddenly noticed Director Chen had initiated a forum with a highly popular poll. Among the actors in Director Chen's live broadcast, who is your favorite? Shen Si saw that the top ranked was Cui Jiang, followed by Zhu Panpan and Tang Dashi, with him coming in fourth. Many netizens commented below, "Wow, Shen Si is only fourth?" He had quite a few fans during the live broadcast. If only Shen Si's fans rallied a bit, he'd take first place. Could it be that Shen Si hired bots? Where did he buy them? Seeking links. I'll double whatever Shen Si pays. I want to buy some to protect my idol. Shen Si didn't watch the live broadcast replay. To him, placing fourth was already a commendation of his acting skills. After all, those ahead of him were all exceptional actors, far surpassing him in both skill and experience. Meanwhile, Director Chen pondered that the continuation of the live broadcast relied heavily on Tang Dashi to maintain control. He quickly contacted Tang Dashi, but as soon as he explained the situation, the latter flatly refused. "Master, we can negotiate the price." Tang Dashi replied, "I've already left the city overnight." What? This news struck Director Chen like a bolt from the blue, causing him to slam his hand on the table and rise anxiously. "If you're not here, how can the live broadcast continue? You still want to continue the broadcast?" Tang Dashi paused, surprised. "If you truly wish to proceed, then you must ensure you handle Shen Si well." Shen Si? Director Chen was enveloped in confusion, unable to decipher the profound implications of Master Tang's words. If he were present, it was highly probable. Indeed, I emphasize highly probable, that such a disastrous situation would not have arisen. After returning home, Master Tang pondered deeply and realized that the group of spirits was likely targeting Shen Si. Master, what exactly do you mean? Director Qian inquired eagerly for clarification. Master Tang, with an air of significance, replied, Director Qian, we have both lived for a millennium. Why pretend to be naive? Once the call ended, Director Qian fell into a brief moment of contemplation before seemingly arriving at a monumental decision. He sent a message to the screenwriter, urging them to expedite the completion of the new script. Subsequently, Director Qian dialed the production coordinator, instructing, seek out locations notorious for their hauntings. Upon hearing this, the coordinator broke into an immediate sweat. He had just returned from a temple where he had sought a talisman for peace. Director Qian, what are your intentions? Director Qian asserted resolutely. We must transform from a position of passivity to one of initiative. Only in genuinely haunted locales can we create the most chilling visual effects, while also saving a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, the coordinator suddenly felt that perhaps ghosts were not so terrifying after all. The true fear lay with Director Qian. With no work assignments, Shen Si found his leisure time meticulously filled. He jogged along the riverbank, listening to film commentaries. Even amidst his busy schedule, Shen Si maintained his commitment to fitness. Especially after participating in a supernatural film, he felt that while intelligence could be a luxury, speed was imperative. Even if he couldn't outrun ghosts, he at least needed to outrun others. That evening, while dining and watching a thriller, Shen Si composed an extensive 10,000-word analysis of the film's murderous character. He practiced the character's expressions and movements in front of the mirror, striving for an even more remarkable performance in his next portrayal. At 9 o'clock, Shen Si lay in bed, slowly closing his eyes to drift into slumber. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted him awake. He sprang upright, quickly surveying his surroundings, but saw nothing amiss. The sound seemed to have emanated from the living room. Had a thief entered his home? Drawing a kitchen knife from beneath his pillow, forgotten there after portraying a murderer that very day, he gripped it tightly, quietly opening the door and tiptoeing out. In the dim light, he noticed his once neatly arranged guitar now lying on the floor. The earlier crash must have been caused by its fall. Cherishing this guitar, he hurried over to pick it up with great care. After inspecting it thoroughly, he was relieved to find it unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully returned it to its place. Next, Shen Si, still clutching the knife, meticulously searched every corner of his home to ensure there were no signs of intrusion. Returning to his bedroom, the commotion had left him feeling less drowsy. Yet, he did not wish to stay up late, especially since his complexion had been lacking recently. For an actor, appearance was of utmost importance. He could not confine himself to supernatural themes indefinitely. Lying in bed, he shut his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. The old residential building primarily housed elderly residents who led simple lives, sleeping early. In this stillness, Shen Si gradually felt the pull of drowsiness. His breathing slowed, and he faintly detected a familiar odor, the stench of decay that only a rotting corpse could emit. Suddenly, Shen Si's eyes snapped open, and he turned to find a figure lying beside him. In the darkness, the ghost's gaze met Shen Si's. Her lips curled into a slight smile as she opened her mouth to speak. Without hesitation, Shen Si seized the knife and struck at the ghost with ferocity, aiming directly for her neck. Taken by surprise, the ghost's head was severed from her body, rolling beneath the bed. Her wide eyes reflected disbelief as she gazed at Shen Si. No, I hadn't even spoken yet, and the knife came down? Is he an actor or a murderer? Chapter 76. It's a friend of mine. Shen Si's previously fierce expression suddenly softened, staring at the decapitated body on his bed. He realized the gravity of his actions. The knife slipped from his fingers, cold and rigid, as he stumbled backward in panic. I've killed someone. At that moment, the headless body abruptly sat up. The ghost retrieved her severed head from the floor and placed it back on her neck. Do not worry, I am fine. Although, I am technically no longer alive. The ghost lamented, aware that while murder faced legal repercussions, slaying a ghost had no recourse. Shen Si hastily turned on the bedroom light, flooding the room with brightness. He finally recognized the ghost as the one he had played games with just the day before. Why are you in my home? Shen Si asked sternly. Even if they were former colleagues, it was rather presumptuous of her to intrude without notice. The ghost's demeanor shifted after having her head severed. She even took the time to explain, your door was ajar, and I was worried about your safety, so I entered. Shen Si was unyielding. Your concern is quite peculiar. Considering you came all the way to my bed? The ghost playfully touched her neck, winking, though her long hair obscured her lively expression. Can't you see? It's simply my unique hobby. After clarifying the misunderstanding, Although Shen Si found the ghost's behavior odd, he realized his own actions were hardly any better. I apologize for damaging your prop. I thought an intruder had broken in. The ghost's lips twitched slightly as she inwardly mused, who could be worse than you? That murderous glare of yours nearly scared the life out of me. Shen Si found no strangeness in the ghost's attire. To him, it seemed she had come directly from work. He led her to the living room, poured her a glass of warm water, and they sat facing each other. Shen Si inquired, you must have a reason for coming to see me? Indeed, the ghost glanced at the guitar, originally intending to possess Shen Si for her plans. However, she had been halted by Su Xinghao upon arrival. She had not anticipated that Su Xinghao, such a powerful spirit, would willingly accompany a living person. Noticing the ghost's gaze, Shen Si followed her line of sight and said, that guitar is precious. I won't lend it out. The ghost gently shook her head. I am here to invite you to star in a production. This was Shen Si's first experience with a personal script invitation, and he was thrilled, expressing, regardless of the role, I would be delighted to participate. However, if there is a script, I would like to review it first. The ghost produced a visibly creased piece of paper. Upon receiving it, Shen Si noted the handwritten content, with some words stained in blood. Before he could ask, the ghost interjected, this is my style. Quite good. Indeed, it is rather unique. Shen Si sincerely complimented, focusing intently on the script. The title was The True and False Celestial Master, which, in Shen Si's previous viewing experience, was a rather unappealing name. The script lacked a summary, replaced instead by an exceedingly lengthy narrative that had not even been divided into paragraphs. The dense black text seemed to assault the senses. Yet, Shen Si continued to read with earnest attention. The narrative unfolds from the perspective of Pang Fangfang. From a young age, her parents exhibited a blatant preference for sons, subjecting her to their biased treatment and harsh reprimands as she navigated her tumultuous upbringing. When she turned 21, her parents disregarded her wishes entirely, forcibly withdrawing her from school and introducing her to a suitor. Though Pang Fangfang harbored no affection for this man, years of enduring her parents' verbal and physical abuse had instilled in her a habitual reluctance to resist. Consequently, less than a week after their introduction, her parents sent her to live with him, devoid of any ceremony or celebration. Thus, her life abruptly veered onto a drastically different path. Pang Fangfang's husband treated her poorly, mirroring her parents' behavior. Any slight annoyance would incite him to violence and verbal tirades, even after suffering severe injuries that required hospitalization for 7 days. The thought of divorce never crossed her mind. She had grown accustomed to such a life. In her childhood home, she had frequently endured her parents' beatings, and in comparison, she found her husband to be somewhat more tolerable. At least during her hospital stay, he brought her food. Eventually, Pang Fangfang became pregnant, but tragically lost the child within a month due to her husband's abuse. This incident occurred in public, prompting bystanders to call the police. Her husband was apprehended, and the scars she bore from years of accumulated abuse were harrowing to behold. The incident even made headlines, leading to the loss of her husband's job. In the aftermath of his unemployment, he sank into a cycle of drinking and gambling at home, intensifying the frequency of his assaults on Pang Fangfang. Often, by the time her injuries began to heal, new ones would surface. One stormy day, overwhelmed by pain, Pang Fangfang refused to remain passive as her husband unleashed his fury. She fled, but as soon as she entered the elevator, he seized her leg and dragged her back. The sound of rain echoed in her ears. Agonizing pain fell upon her like raindrops, and as she closed her eyes, she silently endured, feeling an increasing chill and fatigue. After a deep slumber, she awoke to find herself at her own funeral. Shen Si easily empathized with the character, having crumpled the pages of the script in his grasp. He exhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. As he continued reading, Pang Fangfang became a specter. Ironically, before her marriage, her parents had restricted her from venturing out with friends under the pretext that girls should not roam freely. After marriage, her controlling husband forbade her from leaving the house or socializing. Now, in death, she was free to roam like a bird. Yet she found herself at a loss as to where to go. Most of the time, she silently observed her husband and parents. Pang Fangfang witnessed her parents preparing for her brother's wedding. They appeared joyous, recounting the hardships of raising him. Tears flowed as they embraced amidst flowers and applause, receiving abundant blessings. Her husband soon married someone new, a woman more beautiful than she. He took her on vacations, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. Pang Fangfang felt alienated by their smiles. Why were they so happy? Clearly, they could treat others with kindness. Why was she the one to endure such suffering? Was it her fault? Answer me. Answer me. In a fit of rage, Pang Fangfang grasped her husband's neck, but he offered no answers even as life slipped from him. Mom, Dad, do you truly love me? Transforming into a vengeful spirit, she returned home after killing her husband. The Pang family was horrified to see her apparition and hired an exorcist at great expense. The story concludes here, and Shen Si inquired, "Am I to portray the exorcist summoned by the Pang family?" "No," the ghost paused. "You will play a false exorcist, gaining the trust of the Pang family to replace the real one." Shen Si recognized the late arrival of the exorcist did not diminish their importance in the narrative. Eagerly, he accepted the challenge. "When does filming commence?" "I wish to immerse myself in the atmosphere." The ghost replied, "As soon as you are ready. Your scenes can begin at any time." "What do you think of this story?" Shen Si offered his assessment. "It is incredibly poignant. Pang Fongfong's life can be encapsulated in this single sheet of paper. May I inquire who penned this tale?" The ghost chuckled softly, her emotions unreadable. "A friend of mine." Chapter 77. I know you're anxious since filming could commence at any moment. Shen Si was reluctant to delay the production. He quickly changed his attire and followed Pang Fongfong outside. Upon descending, Shen Si paused on the desolate street and turned to ask, "Shall we ride there ourselves?" Pang Fongfong appeared taken aback, suddenly realizing that Shen Si, being alive, could not simply fly as she could. It was already past 3 in the morning, once dawn broke. She could no longer linger in the realm of the living. Her gaze dimmed. If only Shen Si were a spirit, all their troubles would be resolved. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes glowed a deep crimson as she fixated on his neck. Noticing her discomfort, Shen Si misinterpreted it as concern over the production's financial constraints and reassuringly suggested, "It's fine, we can use shared bicycles." The address was barely audible from Pang Fongfong's lips. Shen Si leaned closer, urging, "Please repeat that." At that moment, elongated claws emerged from Pang Fongfong's hands, slowly reaching toward Shen Si's back. "Shen Si." Upon hearing her voice, she quickly withdrew her hand. Shen Si, following the sound, looked surprised. Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang stood across the street, the sign for his shop glowing brightly amidst the darkness, a beacon in the closed storefronts surrounding it. Shen Si hurried over, glancing at the nearby establishments, his expression shifting slightly. He distinctly remembered that this shop had once been a breakfast diner. Grandpa Wang had been closely observing Shen Si's demeanor and, noticing his gaze fixed on the sign, spoke, "Have you been searching for my shop all along?" "Haha, the rent is too high, so I partnered with someone. He runs his business during the day, and I operate at night." Understanding dawned on Shen Si as he nodded. "I see. In the future, if I need makeup, I'll come to you." "Welcome, welcome," Grandpa Wang said, glancing at the distant Pang Fongfong, his demeanor appearing even more amiable than before. "Where are you headed?" "To shoot a film." Shen Si, aware of the Pang family's financial struggles, added, "Grandpa Wang, I need a look. I appreciate your help." Grandpa Wang gently opened the door. "Then come inside." Before entering, Shen Si turned to Pang Fongfong. "Grandpa Wang has styled me for other productions. Please wait for me." Grandpa Wang maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Young lady, would you like to come in for a while?" Pang Fongfong, her face hidden behind her hair, remained cautious and silent, observing her reticence. Grandpa Wang merely smiled kindly and stepped inside the shop. Shen Si sat in a chair as Grandfather Wang approached him and inquired, "What kind of role will you be portraying this time?" "Tonight, I must assume a ghostly guise that is as terrifying as possible," Shen Si replied, scrutinizing his visage in the mirror. "It must be entirely different from my true self. It shall be entrusted to me." Grandfather Wang playfully tousled Shen Si's hair and casually asked, "By the way, is that girl who came with you also an actress?" "Yes, she plays the female lead." Grandfather Wang produced a pair of red scissors and pretended to snip the air. Immediately, Shen Si, who had been lively just moments before, closed his eyes, his head drooping as he succumbed to a profound slumber. Observing this, Grandfather Wang retracted the scissors and stepped into another room. At that moment, Pang Fongfong suddenly appeared, grasping Shen Si's shoulder, intent on taking him away. "Where do you intend to take my benefactor?" she demanded. Upon hearing the voice, Pang Fongfong looked up sharply, only to see Grandfather Wang standing a short distance away, wielding the red scissors, which dripped with blood. Pang Fongfong did not release Shen Si, but attempted to force her way out. Suddenly, thick black ropes sprang from the ground, ensnaring her entire body tightly. Upon closer inspection, Pang Fongfong realized that these black ropes were, in fact, a multitude of black hair. How formidable this old man is. Pang Fongfong found herself utterly immobilized. The strands of hair, as if animated, gently lifted the unconscious Shen Si and carefully placed him back in the chair. Grandfather Wang leisurely approached Pang Fongfong, lifting a strand of her long hair before snipping it with the red scissors. Snip, snip. The long hair of the ghostly figure was cut short, revealing a pale yet strikingly beautiful face. Pang Fongfong glared menacingly at Grandfather Wang. After a thorough examination, Grandfather Wang remarked, "You are indeed a lovely girl. Your appearance is quite suitable for a leading role. However, it seems this film is not produced by the recommender. Is it a legitimate film? Let me go." "You old fool." Pang Fongfong struggled desperately, yet the black hair remained unyielding. "Such rudeness. Has no one taught you to respect your elders?" Grandfather Wang's scissors once again snapped in the air. "Ah!" Pang Fongfong let out an ear-piercing scream as her arm suddenly snapped. "You intended to use that hand to harm Shen Si, did you not?" Grandfather Wang's once jovial expression morphed into one of terrifying wrath. "Who gave you the audacity to strike my benefactor?" Grandfather Wang had moved to this vicinity with the sole purpose of waiting for an opportunity to receive gratitude. It had not been long since his arrival, and yet he almost witnessed his benefactor's murder in broad daylight. Enraged, Grandfather Wang exclaimed, "Su Xinghao, will you simply stand by and watch Shen Si be killed?" By the record player, Su Xinghao had somehow already taken his position. With a calm demeanor, he faced Grandfather Wang's fury, opting not to explain immediately, but instead gently slid the record player's disc. The southern wind brings a refreshing breeze, the nightingale sings softly. The flowers dream under the moonlight, yet the night blooming jasmine. The melodious tune diluted the tense and terrifying atmosphere. "Old Wang, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Are you jesting with me?" Grandfather Wang raised an eyebrow, his anger near its boiling point. "Even if you do not intervene, I would have stopped her," Su Xinghao replied, fully aware of Pang Fongfong's restless mind. This was a common affliction among vengeful spirits, as their transformation endowed them with an instinct for violence akin to that of animals. Both Su Xinghao and Grandfather Wang were no exceptions, which is why they kept their distance from Shen Si. "Pang Fongfong has only recently become a vengeful spirit, so I ask for your understanding." Grandfather Wang furrowed his brow. "So you were involved in this matter as well? If the recommender learns of this, you shall face dire consequences." Su Xinghao chuckled lightly. "And if they do, what of it? I act according to my conscience." Grandfather Wang fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Xinghao. "What you wish to do is your affair. But should Shen Si perish, I will ensure that you face the most dreadful of fates, even if it costs me my very soul." "Old Wang, do not be so agitated. Simply look at her hand, and you will understand why I chose to take this risk." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Wang turned to look, his eyes flashing with a crimson hue. He observed a long red string tied around Pang Fongfong's wrist, extending outward. Grandfather Wang, possessing extensive knowledge of the underworld, felt a shift in his expression. This is a marriage string. As its name implies, binding two individuals with this string can forge a romantic connection. Yet, it typically manifests only among the living. Once a person passes, their fates are severed, rendering any romantic ties impossible. This means someone has forcefully paired Pang Fongfong using dark sorcery. Chapter 78. This house will fall apart without him. This individual is likely a formidable adversary. Grandfather Wang understood well that despite this, would you still place Shen Si in peril? "I attempted to intervene," Su Xinghao shrugged, "but to no avail. More and more spirits are seeking Shen Si's assistance in secret, away from the recommender." Grandfather Wang sighed. "You are correct. I have been too idealistic. Why should you worry, Old Wang? The worst that could happen is that Shen Si dies and becomes one of us." Su Xinghao smiled, "and that is not necessarily a terrible outcome." The Su Xinghao of your would never have uttered such words, causing Grandfather Wang to shudder slightly as he realized something. "Su Xinghao, how long has it been since you returned to the underworld?" Vengeful spirits cannot linger in the living realm for extended periods, otherwise, they risk uncontrollable changes in thought and may lose their memories, becoming nothing more than mindless killers. "I will return to the underworld for a while once this matter concludes." Su Xinghao appeared indifferent. "Time is of the essence. Since you have decided to assist, you should quickly attend to your responsibilities." Grandfather Wang sighed. "Now you command me." The current vengeful spirits have truly lost any virtue of respecting their elders. "Old fool, release me," Pang Fongfong protested, lacking any semblance of decorum. "Be patient and lie still until Shen Si awakens." Shen Si slowly opened his eyes. He always found his slumber at Grandfather Wang's particularly restful. Casually glancing up, he noticed the long-haired ghost glaring at him with resentment from the mirror. Shen Si instinctively recoiled but quickly leaned in for a closer look. "Is this me?" He barely recognized his own appearance, let alone how others would perceive him. Grasping the long hair that cascaded beside him, Shen Si acknowledged Grandfather Wang's exceptional skills. The hair felt as though it were tightly adhered to his scalp, and he could distinctly sense pain as he tugged at it. "Are you satisfied with this look?" Grandfather Wong inquired with a grin. Shen Si gave a thumbs up to Grandfather Wong. I am thoroughly satisfied. I hardly dare to look at myself for fear of being frightened. As long as you are pleased, Grandfather Wong beamed with happiness. Shen Si rose. Grandfather Wong, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again. Go on, go on. Shen Si exited the shop, where a yellow van awaited, its door already ajar. Step inside. This is the vehicle that has come to fetch us, Pang Fongfong murmured. It was then that Shen Si noticed Pang Fongfong's hair had been cut, revealing her features. She looked quite lovely, though there seemed to be a hint of displeasure about her. Shen Si offered the back seat to Pang Fongfong while he took the front passenger seat. The interior lights remained off, and the driver, wearing a hooded cap, was shrouded in shadow, revealing only his well-defined jawline. Although his appearance was obscured, Shen Si sensed a unique aura about the driver, leading him to believe he was quite handsome. Thank you for your hard work, driver, Shen Si greeted. The driver nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Observing this, Shen Si secretly exhaled in relief. Unless he was familiar with someone, he was typically at a loss for words when confronted with strangers. The scenery outside the car window began to swiftly recede, and as Shen Si gazed out, he felt the vehicle moving at an astonishing speed. However, the cup he held remained perfectly still, as if placed on level ground. To his surprise, the young driver maneuvered the vehicle with the finesse of someone with decades of experience. Your driving skills are truly impressive, Shen Si couldn't help but compliment. The driver, seemingly more socially anxious than he, merely acknowledged the praise with a brief response. Despite the late hour, pedestrians continued to traverse the streets. The yellow car weaved effortlessly through the crowd, unnoticed by anyone as an anomaly. Shen Si found himself lost in thought while seated within the vehicle. We've arrived, the driver announced, bringing Shen Si back to reality. He opened the car door and stepped out, finding himself at the entrance of a residential complex. The buildings loomed dark in the night, their only illumination coming from the soft green glow of safety lights emanating from the windows. Pan Fongfong's expression was somber. The Pang family resides in Building 7, Room 2001. Tonight, you are to infiltrate and frighten them. Shen Si noticed that Pan Fongfong stood motionless. Aren't you coming with me? He inquired. I have no role tonight, she replied. Is that so? Shen Si scrutinized her, sensing a shift in his perception. Are you truly an actress? Pan Fongfong's expression remained unchanged, her facial muscles rigid, making it difficult for her to display any lively emotion. What do you mean by that? You break into my home in the dead of night without any script or contract prepared. Shen Si surveyed the surroundings. Moreover, there are no other crew members present. Pan Fongfong could not fathom why Shen Si had so easily unraveled her facade. I am utilizing a live streaming mode and have installed hidden cameras here, she insisted. You're lying, Shen Si retorted. Having sensed something peculiar about her, but not wanting to jump to conclusions, he had come to this place. Pan Fongfong was taken aback. Where would she procure such equipment? She concealed her hands behind her back, sharp and elongated nails rapidly extending from her fingers. Indeed, the living were troublesome. Death would be far more convenient. Meanwhile, Su Xinghao remained in the car, and Pan Fongfong was certain that if she acted swiftly enough, he would not have time to save Shen Si. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Step aside, step aside. Shen Si, taken aback, quickly turned to Pan Fongfong, embarrassment flooding his face. I apologize, I misunderstood you. Pan Fongfong froze, turning to see several figures in blue tang suits, expressionless, approaching with various equipment. Leading them was Grandpa Wong, who stepped forward to address Shen Si. You drive rather quickly, Su Xinghao, relying on the absence of a driving test in the underworld, boldly sped in the spirit car. Shen Si, surprised, exclaimed, Grandpa Wong, are you participating in the shoot as well? Oh, not at all. I am responsible for makeup and styling, Grandpa Wong replied, patting Shen Si's shoulder with a smile. Do your best. I look forward to your performance. I shall give it my all, Shen Si declared, turning to stride confidently into the complex. Grandpa Wong watched Shen Si's retreating figure, sighing. To assist Pan Fongfong in maintaining her ruse, he had even sent along the paper figures his family had burned for him. This family couldn't fall apart. As Su Xinghao exited the vehicle, the van behind him instantaneously transformed into a small car made of yellow paper. He bent down to retrieve the paper vehicle and then approached Grandpa Wong. As he returned the car, he asked, Grandpa Wong, how long has it been since you passed away? Yet you still possess so much wealth. The currency required for the afterlife is derived from the paper money burned by living family members during the reincarnation period. However, as time passes, close relatives also depart, and subsequent generations gradually forsake the tradition of burning paper. Consequently, the longer a ghost remains in the afterlife, the more impoverished they become. Eventually, when survival becomes untenable, they must choose between reincarnation or becoming wandering spirits, relying on the offerings of others. Among the old spirits, Grandpa Wong was undoubtedly the most comfortable. Grandpa Wong boasted. I never shortchange myself. Whenever I'm in need, I simply send a dream to my grandson. Su Xinghao raised an eyebrow. That seems a bit unethical. Frequent dreams can harm your grandson's health. Oh, my grandson has a unique constitution. He simply doesn't have the fortitude that Shen Si possesses. Meanwhile, Shen Si followed the crew into the elevator. This residential complex appeared to be newly developed, with thick wooden boards installed to protect the elevator from any accidental damage by workers. Shen Si stood in a corner, attempting to make as much room as possible. The staff, burdened with equipment, soon filled the elevator to capacity. Shen Si pressed the button for the 20th floor as the doors began to close. Wait. Hearing the voice, Shen Si quickly pressed the open button. A man, having just finished his night shift, hurriedly approached, only to be met with the eerie sight of the elevator filled with lifelike paper figures. The man screamed in terror, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the ground. Shen Si was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his ghostly disguise might have frightened the man. He offered what he believed was a reassuring smile. The elevator is full. You can catch the next one. The man's fear only intensified upon seeing Shen Si. Oh no, a long-haired ghost in a red dress. I'm doomed. Just then, a paper figure pressed the close door button, and the elevator doors began to shut. Shen Si intended to explain, but the opportunity vanished. Oh well. Let us consider this a delightful misunderstanding. Hey, Shen Si, can you hear me? Suddenly, Grandpa Wong's voice echoed within the elevator. One of the paper figures handed Shen Si a headset. After donning it, he responded, I'm here. Keep the headset on. It will allow us to communicate more easily. Understood. Soon after, the paper figures began assisting Shen Si in donning live streaming equipment. Su Xinghao and the others did not accompany Shen Si into the building. Instead, they observed the situation from the rooftop across the way. With his extensive experience on stage, Su Xinghao recognized that the equipment Grandpa Wong had was intended for live streaming. He frowned slightly and remarked, weren't you just advising me against live streaming? Why do you not fear repercussions now that it's your turn? As a superstar, you have fans who burn paper money for you in the afterlife. There is more than enough for you to spend. Grandpa Wong pointed to his empty pockets. But as for me, my grandson is stingy with the paper money he buys for me. It barely suffices for my needs. I have to earn some ghost currency for myself. Grandpa Wong held a high status in the underworld and had taken the lead in establishing a fan club. Whenever he sent out a message, numerous spirits would respond with likes, not to mention the engagement during a live stream. Oh, Grandpa Wong is live streaming? Has Grandpa Wong finally decided to take the plunge? Is he planning to pursue a dance career? Please, he's too old for that. The rain would pour down on the living world if he tried to dance. Administrator Old Wong, go away. Don't joke around. This is a serious live stream. How serious can it be? Grandpa Wong began adjusting the camera. Yet, due to his unfamiliarity with modern equipment, the feed remained pitch black. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Observing this, Su Xinghao facepalmed, then stepped forward to press the device's power button. Suddenly, the live stream came to life. Although the camera shook violently, the audience immediately recognized Shen Si. It's Shen Si. The wig made him nearly unrecognizable. Old Wong, have you finally succumbed to the temptation of spying on your idol? I rewarded during Shen Si's shower, providing ultra-high-definition footage. Grandpa Wong, upon reading these comments, fumed, his nostrils flaring and eyes bulging. Admin Old Wong, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I the sort of despicable person? You are. Did you not mention that you peeped at girls bathing when you were younger? Honestly, Old Wong, even your surname gives off an unseemly vibe. Admin Old Wong, get lost. If you keep blabbering, I'll kick you out of the live stream. Following this threat, the spirits fell silent, aware of his authority. So what kind of live stream is this? Grandpa Wong briefly explained the situation, inciting outrage among the spirits. Damn. There are truly more and more sorcerers in the mortal realm, posing a serious threat to our safety. Severe punishment. They must be dealt with harshly. Drawn and quartered in the mortal realm, then taken to the underworld to be turned into oil. Will Shen Si be alright? Such a person, wicked at heart, is merciless both to the living and the dead. What is there to fear? Old Wong and Su Daolao are here. Suddenly, the camera cut to Old Wong's wrinkled, grinning face. Admin Old Wong. Everyone, remember to reward me. Only with funds can I provide you with better livestream visuals. Despicable Old Wong. Quickly switch the camera back. I want to see Shen Si. I really want to slap that old face of yours. The spirits erupted in curses. Meanwhile, Grandpa Wong beamed at the rapidly increasing donations behind the scenes. Shen Si was indeed his benefactor, not only avenging him, but also enriching him. Chapter 80. Boldly the camera shifted back to Shen Si, who had arrived at the door. Unlike other residents who adorned their entrances with couplets, the Pang family's door was flanked by yellow talismans. Shen Si immediately recognized them as identical to the talismans given to Hai Lu by Brother Tang, meant to ward off evil spirits. Had he been playing a ghost before, he would have needed to devise another way in, but this time was different. He was portraying a living person disguised as a ghost. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, intending to scare the occupants with a traditional opening kill, he noticed the door was ajar, slightly open. This was evidently a trap. Su Xinghao turned to Pang Fongfong, who was also observing, and asked if she had known about the trap all along. What else could it be? Pang Fongfong, undeterred by Su Xinghao's unkind gaze, remained fearless. Shen Si was alive. Regardless of the methods employed by the Celestial Master, he was not in any danger. As they distanced themselves from Shen Si, Pang Fongfong's uncontrollable urge to kill gradually faded. Grandpa Wang understood this as well. For the sake of the live stream, he promptly contacted Shen Si. Shen Si, hurry inside. Boldly, indeed, thought Shen Si. Under the guidance of a director, he would execute it flawlessly. Grandpa Wang was momentarily taken aback. It was merely his catchphrase. Shen Si kicked the door open forcefully, striding in with long strides. As soon as he entered, he felt he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a red string tied with a bell. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a crisp sound of bells rang out. Shen Si was caught off guard and was instantly enveloped by a red net. Good heavens, a soul-locking formation, a soul-locking net, a spirit-guarding bell. With this combination, I'm done for. Fortunately, it's Shen Si going in. I fear many spirits will fall into the sorcerer's hands. The red net was long and heavy, making it impossible to remove. Shen Si pulled and kicked, but the array drawn on the ground with dog blood became blurred under his feet. Wife. Master Zhao's formation is truly effective. The sound of the bells awakened the occupants in the room, a man and a woman slowly emerging from the bedroom. The man had a round, full face and a robust figure, while the woman appeared gaunt, her bones protruding sharply, giving her a harsh demeanor. We spent so much money. How could it not work? Pang's mother remarked with a smile. Shen Si recognized the actors portraying Pang Fongfong's parents from the photos provided earlier. He immediately slipped into character. Wailing Dad. Mom, why are you treating me this way? He voiced the question Pang Fongfong had longed to ask. Pang's mother, convinced that Shen Si was completely under the formation's control, pointed and scolded him. You merely died, but your brother's life has been ruined because of your chaos. His wife has left him, and he has lost his marriage. Realizing this, Pang's father grew equally furious. I went to great lengths to help your brother marry that rich girl, even borrowing money. Now everyone knows our family is haunted, and they've broken off the engagement. The property value has plummeted because of the haunting, and everyone is pointing fingers at us. Pang's father felt like slapping Pang Fongfong several times, but was too intimidated by her terrifying appearance to do so. You are a financial burden. You brought nothing but loss while alive, and even in death, you harm others. What a waste of raising you. They unleashed their grievances against Pang Fongfong. Su Xinghao sensed the malevolent energy from the Pang family dissipating and said, the harmful elements against spirits have been destroyed by Shen Si. You can enter now. However, Pang Fongfong appeared unhurried and gently shook her head. No, not yet. Shen Si allowed their baseless tirades to continue. In that moment, his thoughts synchronized with Pang Fongfong's. Rising to his feet, Shen Si approached Pang's parents step by step. I had intended to guide you to the underworld for some comfort, but it seems you prefer to endure some hardships in the mortal realm. Seeing Shen Si step out of the formation, Pang's mother gasped in shock. What is happening? The formation has no effect? They immediately retreated to the bedroom and locked the door behind them. Bang! Bang! The powerful impact caused the door to tremble. Pang's father and mother were terrified, yet they pressed against the door with all their might. Dad, Mom, I'll let you taste the flavor of hell ahead of time. As for that celestial master you hired, he will suffer a fate far worse than yours. Hearing this, Pang's mother was struck with panic, crying out, Quick! Call the police. Pang's father was also in a frenzy, hastily reaching for his phone. Just as he pressed the emergency call, realization struck him. Wait. How could the police deal with ghosts? We need to contact Master Xiao. He hurriedly dialed the number left by Master Xiao. At that moment, a young man resembling Pang's father, plump and disheveled, emerged from the adjacent room. Pang Yongwang yawned, bleary-eyed, and said, Did you catch my sister yet? I told my friend's ID record her. The next moment, he beheld the long-haired ghost. Shen Si tilted his head, and the cascading hair seemed to possess a life of its own. Pang Yongwang's legs trembled violently. Clad only in his shorts, His flesh jiggled like waves. As Shen Si approached, he noticed a stream of yellow urine trickling down Pang Yongwang's thigh. Shen Si executed a face-to-face kill. Immersed in his role, he failed to notice his long hair, like a living entity, enveloping Pang Yongwang's head. The black strands coiled tightly around his neck. Pang Yongwang could not utter a word, overwhelmed by fear and a strong sense of suffocation. His eyelashes trembled violently before he suddenly collapsed. With a thunderous crash, Shen Si was startled by the commotion caused by Pang Yongwang's fall. The fellow must weigh around 200 pounds, doesn't he? However, this actor is quite determined, having taken no safety precautions, and the back of his head must be quite sore. I hope he is unharmed. Shen Si glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained until 5 o'clock. As a professional actor, as long as the director did not call for a halt, he naturally had to continue performing. Yet, since they did not emerge, he had to devise another way to enter the room. Grandpa Wong was still cheerfully interacting with the audience in the comments, soliciting tips. At this moment, Su Xinghao abruptly seized Grandpa Wong by the collar. Hurry, tell Shen Si to stop. Grandpa Wong looked bewildered. What is the matter? It's not dawn yet, is it? If you wait any longer, Shen Si might truly become a ghost. Only then did Grandpa Wong realize that Shen Si intended to exit through the window to sneak into the room where Father Pang was, relying on stepping onto the pipes outside. At this moment, Shen Si's body was already mostly protruding from the window. This scene nearly caused Grandpa Wong to lose his composure. That was a 20-story building. Shen Si's audacious act was exceedingly reckless, causing Grandpa Wong's heart to leap into his throat. Shen Si, enough? Come back. However, Shen Si seemed entirely oblivious, his feet already balanced on the pipe. The wind outside was rather strong, causing his body to sway slightly. A moment of carelessness could result in a tragic fall. Is the earpiece broken? Damn it. Grandpa Wong fumed, thinking that his grandson must have purchased some cheap merchandise. Fortunately, the experienced Grandpa Wong quickly thought of a remedy. Shen Si, completely fearless, was fixated on infiltrating Father Pang's room. At that moment, a paper figure suddenly appeared at the window. Its pale, rigid face, adorned with vivid blush, appeared especially chilling. The paper figure held aloft a sign that read "Cut." Was it over? Shen Si felt unsatisfied, but the two members of the Pang family were still coherent. The paper figure remained silent, still brandishing the black sign. Other paper figures, following old Wong's orders, tightly grasped Shen Si's shoulders and arms. Shen Si had no choice but to allow them to pull him back into the room through the window. Would it be the others' turn to perform now? Did they need my assistance? Could I stay here to continue watching? In the crew, Shen Si displayed no signs of social anxiety, exhibiting great enthusiasm, but unfortunately, all present were lifeless paper figures. The paper figures incessantly shoved Shen Si, pushing him out of the Pang residence. They even helped him press the button for the elevator to descend. The door of the Pang family slowly closed, leaving Shen Si standing in place, bewildered for a while. However, being sent away by the crew was not a new experience for Shen Si. He entered the elevator with reluctance. Upon exiting the building, he was greeted by Grandpa Wong. Seeing the esteemed senior he had always respected, Shen Si felt somewhat dejected. Grandpa Wong, didn't he perform very well? Grandpa Wong quickly encouraged Shen Si. Who says you didn't do well? You were fantastic. That brother of Pang Fong Fong was scared to death by you. Really? Was the effect that impressive? Shen Si's eyes regained their sparkle. Can I see the footage? Grandpa Wong had already prepared an excuse. It still needs post-production editing, you know? Without special effects, the scene would be quite awkward. Shen Si pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. As dawn approached, Grandpa Wong, sensing the situation, did not dare to linger. He gently patted Shen Si. Your scenes for today have concluded. You should head back. By the way, the crew's vehicle suddenly broke down, so you'll need to take a taxi back. The expenses will be reimbursed. Grandpa Wong and the others pretended to return to the villa, but in the moment when dawn broke, they vanished without a trace. Shen Si gazed at the sky gradually transforming into a grayish-blue hue, inexplicably feeling a surge of loneliness. He did not call for a ride home, but opted to ride a shared bicycle instead, facing the mildly cool breeze and enjoying the surrounding scenery. Shen Si's earlier melancholy dissipated. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce sped past him. Shen Si paid it no heed and continued pedaling forward. However, the car suddenly came to a screeching halt. The door opened, and Xiao Zhe, clad in a tailored suit, stepped out. With a stern expression and furrowed brow, he fixed his sharp gaze on Shen Si as he cycled away. The driver's door then opened, and another young man respectfully approached. Master, is something wrong? Xiao Zhe coldly regarded the youth, his tone harsh. Have you been by my side for so long without noticing the ominous energy that just appeared? The youth, clearly intimidated by Xiao Zhe, suppressed his fear and replied, "Do you suspect that the man on the bicycle was a ghost? But it's already dawn." "Indeed. If it weren't for the dawn," Xiao Zhe said, his gaze lingering on the direction Shen Si had departed, his unfinished words exuding an endless chill. The fleeting glimpse through the car window had left a profound impression on Xiao Zhe. If it had been an ordinary person, they might truly think they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, his phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He did not answer, turning to re-enter the vehicle. Upon arriving at the Pang residence, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a piercing wail. Expressionless, he raised a hand slightly, and the nearby youth immediately understood, respectfully handing him a pair of earplugs. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhe donned the earplugs and stood quietly, observing coldly. There lay Pang Yong, stiff as a board on the ground, while father and mother Pang knelt beside him, weeping profusely, their faces awash with tears and mucus. They incessantly struck the ground, shouting curses. "My son, you died such a tragic death. It's all that damned loser's fault. You must become a vengeful spirit to take revenge." After several minutes of wailing, Father Pang finally noticed Xiao Zhe's arrival and rushed toward him in a frenzy. The youth swiftly intercepted the incoming Father Pang, sternly admonishing, "Calm down, sir." "How can I be calm? My child was scared to death by a vengeful spirit." Father Pang shouted, "Didn't you say that formation could subdue ghosts? It's utterly useless." The youth's expression darkened instantly, his tone icy. "If you keep babbling, I might as well remove your tongue." Father Pang instinctively covered his mouth, and upon seeing Xiao Zhe behind, he was overwhelmed with terror, daring not to utter another word. The youth before him might be fierce, but offending him would only bring physical pain. Offending Xiao Zhe, however, would lead to a miserable existence, and even in death, one's soul would find no rest. The youth forcefully pushed Father Pang aside, causing him to stumble and fall next to Mother Pang. "Shut up. If you make any more noise, you'll end up like your son, forever silenced." A scar ran across the youth's face, and when he turned fierce, it seemed to come alive. Once he saw that both had obediently quieted down, the youth turned and respectfully bowed to Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe leisurely removed the earplugs and tossed them aside. He focused on the formation on the ground, bending down to pick up the red net, his brow slightly furrowed. The youth was equally attentive, observing closely, and remarked, "Master, it seems this formation and the treasure were artificially destroyed. The actions of vengeful spirits are distinctly different from those of humans. These signs indicate physical damage, a subconscious act of the living." Xiao Zhe discarded the red net onto the ground. Pang Fongfong did not inherit her parents' foolish genes. Knowing I was present, she sought the assistance of the living. The youth's expression grew solemn upon hearing the words. If that is the case, capturing Pang Fongfong might prove to be a formidable challenge. It matters not. For whether alive or a specter, once they manifest, they can certainly be captured. After confirming the situation, Xiao Zhe prepared to depart. The youth cast a glance at the prostrate Pang Yongwang and inquired, "Master, what shall become of him?" From his assessment, it appeared that Pang Yongwang was merely in a state of shock, temporarily separated from his spirit. This fool is a waste of air even in life. Xiao Zhe thought dismissively, striding purposefully out the door. Seeing them about to leave, Pang's father lunged forward, grasping the youth's thigh tightly. "You cannot leave. You accepted our money. How can you simply walk away?" Without hesitation, the youth seized Pang's father's throat, effortlessly lifting the nearly 200-pound man. He then flung him against the wall, causing Pang's father to collapse to the ground, groaning in agony. The youth crouched before him, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket, stating, "The contract is clear. We will assist you in dealing with Pang Fongfong." He gently patted Pang's father's terrified face, offering a slight smile. "However, whether you live to witness this resolution is beyond our jurisdiction." Chapter 82. Master Pang. Upon returning home, Shen Si initially intended to remove the wig. However, he soon realized it seemed as though it had been welded to his head by the royal grandfather, with the slightest tug. It felt as if his scalp might be torn off as well. Resigned, he contemplated that he needed a completely new appearance to disguise himself as a master. Considering the filming scheduled for the following day, he quickly freshened up and retired to bed. The reason the Pang family had previously felt unafraid of Pang Fongfong was their belief in Xiao Zhe's ability to eliminate her. However, after witnessing their son's death by fright that very night, Pang's parents were consumed by terror. Even during the day, they only dared to remain within the crowded shopping mall until it closed. They had contemplated staying at a hotel, but Xiao Zhe had warned that venturing into places without his protective arrangements would only lead to a quicker demise. Thus, they found themselves wholly reliant on Xiao Zhe. Around 10 o'clock that evening, The mall closed, and the surroundings gradually emptied. Pang's parents trudged back to their floor with heavy, labored steps. Though the world seemed vast, they felt there was nowhere to escape. Upon exiting the elevator, they noticed that the door of the neighboring unit was ajar. They recognized their neighbors, who had hastily moved away after the haunting began, placing a for sale sign on the door. Had they returned? Or had the unit been sold to some unsuspecting soul? Just then, a man and a woman emerged from within. They wore sunglasses, but their youthful figures suggested they were no older than 30. Their physiques and demeanor exuded an air of elegance, standing there as if posing for a magazine cover. The woman spoke first. "Master, thanks to you, I truly did not dare to live in this house otherwise." "Indeed," the man chimed in, wrapping an arm around the woman's waist with a smile. "I bought this house for a bargain and have endured much scolding from my wife. Had it not been for your intervention, this money would have felt like throwing it into the sea." Their words piqued the attention of Pang's parents. "Your home merely retained some residual negative energy. There were no malevolent spirits at play. I have already dispelled the negativity, and you may now reside here comfortably." The speaker's voice, androgynous yet soothing, was a delight to the ears. A long-haired man stepped out from inside. Despite his flowing locks, he exuded a confident masculinity. "No need to see us off," Pang's father interjected with a sycophantic smile. "We share the same surname, Pang. That makes us akin, does it not? Please, could you assist us as well?" Before the long-haired man could respond, the woman thoughtfully cautioned, "Master Pang, do consider carefully. The misdeeds of their family have invoked the wrath of the divine." Upon hearing this, Pang's father's expression darkened. Yet, the long-haired man did not dismiss Pang's father due to the woman's remark, stating, "Exorcising evil is indeed my duty. If you claim your home is haunted, then I shall assist you." Pang's father's face brightened instantly, and he quickly stepped aside to create a path. "Master, please come in." At that moment, Pang's mother raised her chin, adopting an air of triumph. The couple from across the hall was visibly incensed. The woman scoffed and promptly exited in the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, their previous fury evaporated. Once they perceived the coast was clear, the woman effortlessly removed her sunglasses, as did the man, who struggled to see in the dim evening light. Had anyone seen them at that moment, they would have surely screamed in shock. These two were none other than the renowned actors, Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang. Chapter 83. How did you die? Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang stumbled upon a plea for assistance posted by Shen Si on his social media. He sought someone to play a guest role in his newly filmed drama. Initially, Shen Si's post garnered little attention, but recent live streams had begun to elevate his profile, attracting interest from many eager to appear in his production. Ultimately, Shen Si extended an invitation to Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang. Having previously collaborated with them and witnessed their acting prowess firsthand, Zhu Panpan surveyed her surroundings. The crew and equipment, though few in number, were adequate for the task at hand. They willingly lowered their star status to join this seemingly modest production, recognizing Shen Si's commercial potential and sharing a common secret. Zhu Panpan furrowed her brow, remarking, "This community seems to house fewer than 100 households. It is indeed an ideal setting for filming a supernatural piece." As she spoke, she felt a chill in the air and added, "It appears Shen Si has been delving into the realm of the supernatural lately. He is quite unperturbed by such themes." Cui Jiang understood Shen Si's predicament well. Once an actor gains notoriety for a particular role, similar scripts flood in, offering opportunities. To decline such offers risks a decline in fame, potentially resulting in a future devoid of roles. However, if she were to accept these acting roles, she would inevitably be confined to portraying the same type of character, which would limit her potential over time. Zhu Panpan realized this as well and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, let us hope Shen Si becomes famous. After all, his looks are quite impressive. It would be a waste to confine him to supernatural films. Zhu Panpan had been dazzled by Shen Si's long hair earlier. With his attributes, if he were to star in idol dramas or period pieces, he would have likely achieved stardom long ago. Shen Si ought to participate in more formal acting training programs. Cui Jiang had previously noticed the issues Shen Si faced, and while standing beside him, she worried he might suddenly crawl darkly on the ground. As Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang walked outside, the former suddenly remarked, "Did you sneak out wearing your ex-girlfriend's underwear again?" Cui Jiang instinctively clenched his thighs at this comment, incredulously asking, "How did you know?" Zhu Panpan rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, "The fabric of your pants is simply too thin. I saw the pattern when you sat down." Yet, Cui Jiang displayed no embarrassment, calmly stating, "That's correct, but she is not my ex anymore. We reconciled. So now I'm proudly wearing her underwear." Zhu Panpan helplessly rubbed her forehead and sighed, "This is just too much." Although she had gained many advantages by knowing this secret about Cui Jiang, she would rather strive for her own resources than be privy to it. Cui Jiang leaned closer, whispering, "The quality and style of this underwear are exceptional. Aren't you tempted?" Zhu Panpan paused for a moment, ultimately unable to suppress her curiosity, and pulled out her phone. "Send me the link." It must be said that, in terms of sensuality, men sometimes possess an even keener eye than women. They chatted merrily as they strolled leisurely, completely unaware of the small paper figure perched on their necks. The paper figure's hands obscured their vision, rendering them oblivious to the peculiarities around them. The moment they exited the community, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging the little paper figure from its perch, sending it drifting away. The paper figure landed in the hands of Grandpa Wang, who gazed at the eyeless figure, his heart filled with sorrow. Alas, 2 more have been wasted. In order to prevent these 2 living souls from becoming suspicious, Grandpa Wang deliberately employed a supernatural trick, successfully deceiving them. "Stop your fake weeping here. The money Shen Si earned from his live stream tonight is enough for you to buy dozens of paper figures to serve you in rotation." Su Xinghao sat in a chair, a stack of white boards beside him, as he swiftly wrote his name with a bleeding finger. After his vengeance, Su Xinghao began to focus more on the endeavors he wished to pursue next. He had already decided to create some autographed gifts for his fans. When they arrived in the afterlife, they would receive these delightful surprises. Su Xinghao resolved to stay close to Shen Si to elevate his understanding of the underworld music. By the time his brothers joined him in the afterlife, they would likely kneel before him, calling him the godfather of underworld music. With such thoughts, Su Xinghao found himself looking forward to the demise of his brothers and fans. What was happening? He shook his head vigorously, but one forceful motion caused his head to detach. He did not retrieve it, but continued signing on the whiteboard, setting aside his fanciful thoughts. A chilling, sorrowful wail persisted. Old Wang, who had been hard of hearing during his life, found himself healed in death. Yet at this moment, he wished he were deaf again. Turning, Old Wang stepped onto a puddle of flesh, causing blood and bits of meat to splatter everywhere. He pointed at the mess, cursing, "Stop crying. Was it me who denied you an opportunity? If given a chance, you were useless." At that time, Shen Si analyzed the narrative's requirements and deduced that to gain the trust of the Pang family, he needed to entice them in a particular manner. He proposed that 2 actors be enlisted for the performance. When this was announced, many vengeful spirits eagerly signed up, as portraying themselves was the simplest task. Just standing there was enough to terrify the living. However, when they learned they would have to act as living beings, they all retreated. Most vengeful spirits were drawn to Shen Si merely because he resembled their kind. Having suffered betrayal or harm in life, they harbored an indelible aversion to the living. Thus, no vengeful spirit was willing to come to the world of the living to play a human role. Grandpa Wang's appearance was not suited for acting, and as Su Xinghao was also planning to debut in the underworld, he chose not to participate in the live stream, concerned it might alienate the vengeful spirits. As for Pang Fongfong, if she were involved, she could easily strangle her parents, jeopardizing the potential for profit from the live stream. At that moment, only one vengeful spirit consistently sent messages in the chat. "Let me do it. I was a stage actor in life. The stage equipment malfunctioned, and the overhead light crushed me into a pulp. Whether in my true form or as a living character, I can master any role. My versatility is unmatched." The chatroom was anonymous, yet the other spirits quickly recognized who it was. "You again, the shape-shifting ghost. How did you die? Didn't you say you were repeatedly run over by a car? No way. I heard you jumped from a 40-story building and splattered. Where do you get these rumors? Didn't it say it was ground up in a meat grinder?" The chat erupted into a heated discussion about the shape-shifting ghost's demise. Grandpa Wang was not yet reckless enough to allow the shape-shifting ghost to perform. He understood that acting requires a trial process. Hence, he instructed the shape-shifting ghost to transform into the appearance of a living person. Once transformed, the shape-shifting ghost took the form of a young man, handsome and appealing. Grandpa Wang was quite satisfied with the ghost's appearance and nodded, saying, "Good, this image should be what Shen Si desires." "Really? That's wonderful. I'm going now." The shape-shifting ghost excitedly dashed out, but after just a few steps, it disintegrated. Its body resembled a structure made of tiny blocks, and as it moved, it fell apart, scattering into a pile of multicolored mini blocks. This sight nearly caused Grandpa Wang's head to fall off. He was not frightened by the scene itself, but was terrified at the thought of what would have happened if it had disassembled in front of Shen Si. Otherwise, Shen Si would likely be so frightened that he would directly enter the underworld and officially debut. Chapter 84. A continuous stream of human speech. Ultimately, no suitable ghost had been found to take on the role. Fortunately, Shen Si, considering the crew's financial constraints, used his connections to invite Zhu Panpan and Cui Jiang to join. When Shen Si entered the Pang household, the scene inside was much as he had left it, perhaps even more chaotic. Moreover, Pang Yongwang was still left in the living room. The filming timeline aligned with reality, prompting Shen Si to glance at Pang father and Pang mother. He had previously thought they only disregarded Pang Fongfong due to a preference for sons, but it appeared they did not shower much affection even on their son, Pang Yongwang. Observing Shen Si's gaze on their son, Pang father wiped away tears and exclaimed, "My son died unjustly. His cruel sister took his life." After saying this, he slapped Pang mother, cursing, "It's all your fault, you wretched woman, for giving birth to such a debt collector." Pang mother covered her face, and surprisingly, she did not dare to refute Pang father's words. It is perplexing why the phrase ghostly tales exists. It should indeed be human tales. He brazenly tarnishes our reputation. Does he truly believe that claiming a life would lead to such a swift demise? At this moment, Shen Si's thoughts aligned with the vengeful spirits in the barrage. He felt that it was insufficient for Pang Yongwang to simply perish. The narrative demanded more. Grandpa Wang had once stated that while there was a general script, he could improvise when it came to tormenting villains. With this in mind, Shen Si lowered his gaze slightly and declared, "Your son is not dead." Pang's father was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but also the audience in the live stream and Grandpa Wang were stunned. Something feels off. What is Shen Si attempting? It appears he wants to revive Pang Yongwang. What the hell? That pig is halfway into the coffin, and you expect me to believe you can pull him back now? Just as the young man had previously analyzed, Pang Yongwang was merely separated from his soul, which could indeed be salvaged. However, neither the living nor the vengeful spirits had any desire to save him. If a day passed and his physical body perished, Pang Yongwang would be lost forever. At this moment, only the vengeful spirits could perceive his soul standing beside his body, wandering in a daze. "Old Wang, hurry and intervene. If something goes awry, Shen Si will realize the truth. I want Shen Si to fail, but not to the point of being frightened to death. That would leave him with a psychological scar. If you ruin this performance, you can forget about mingling in the underworld." Amidst the barrage of urgent threats, Grandpa Wang swiftly retrieved his most prized paper figures. He scattered the paper figures into the air, and they suddenly seemed to come alive, rushing swiftly into the Pang household. One paper figure began to slap Pang Yongwang's soul, while the others relentlessly kicked and punched it. Though Pang Yongwang was in a stupor, the pain elicited continuous cries of agony. Ah, 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 ah. The paper figures continued their assault until they forcefully shoved Pang Yongwang's soul back into his body. At that moment, upon hearing Shen Si's words, hope surged within Pang's father, who approached and grasped his son's hand. "Can my son still live? I feel as if he is already cold." Shen Si offered no further explanation, merely producing a talisman from the sleeve of his robe. With a gentle flourish, the talisman ignited spontaneously. He